In a dream, I was bitten, and after retaliating, everything changed. Guyu tugged at the collar of her garment, questioning, "Why am I wearing a neck brace? I shall teach you to become stronger, only to seize your life with my own hands." Chapter 1. The Reason. "Hey, you scoundrel, you are obstructing my path." A youth with golden hair, slinging a backpack over one shoulder with a defiant posture, shouted at the boy before him. They were nearly face to face. The boy was meticulously dressed in a school uniform, his skin pale, features gentle, with a short black wolf-tail hairstyle obscuring most of his eyes, while the hair at the back cascaded smoothly down his neck. Realizing that the brazen blonde was addressing him, Guyu hastily stepped back, exclaiming, "My apologies, please go ahead." The blonde scoffed disdainfully at Guyu, striding toward the classroom with an air of arrogance. Guyu lightly scratched the corner of his eye, thinking what an impolite fellow. The entering blonde remained unabashed, carelessly tossing his backpack onto a chair in the last 3 rows. The delinquent students, having witnessed the preceding events, observed with keen interest. With a knowing expression, one remarked to the blonde, "Xiao Dao, you actually provoked him. If it weren't for being in the same class, it would be fine, but being in the same class." The delinquent patted the blonde on the shoulder, saying, "Take care." The blonde looked utterly perplexed, replying, "Zhengge, what are you talking about?" Meanwhile, a boy with short pink spiky hair lounged in his chair, curiously observing Zhengge. That person seemed so delicate and weak, not at all resembling someone with formidable offensive capabilities. Zhengge sighed. "Hu Jiang, that's because none of you have witnessed him when he goes berserk." The blonde scratched his head. "Zhengge, what does he look like when he goes mad?" The visage of his madness. Zhengge's eyes drifted to the upper left. At that time, he was merely a well-behaved middle school student. That individual, known as Chun Guyu, is rather peculiar, often keeping his head down, preferring solitude, rarely engaging in conversation with others. At some point, a group of delinquents began to target him. They perceived him as a gloomy character, seeking to extort money from him. Everyone assumed he would meekly hand over his money to the delinquents, leading to his downfall. However, unexpectedly, on that day after school, I found myself walking alongside him. The delinquents appeared, brandishing metal rods, cornering us. It was at this moment that Guyu posed a question to me, and upon this, Zhengge paused. Hu Jiang scooted his chair closer to Zhengge, urging, "Don't stop." "What did he say?" "Exactly," the blonde interjected, disapprovingly. "How can you leave a statement half-finished? Did he not seek your assistance?" Zhengge shook his head, indicating it was not the case. He remarked, "These delinquents, currently capable of robbery, will inevitably resort to more nefarious deeds in the future. Do you believe they ought to face some form of retribution?" At that moment, I was witnessing a scene of over 10 individuals committing robbery for the very first time. I was taken aback and cautiously replied, "Should they?" Guyu patted my shoulder and said, "How about I assist you in punishing them?" The group of delinquents erupted into mocking laughter. "Are you looking down upon us? Ha ha ha. With your current state, you dare to chastise us? Borrow some courage, do you?" I was terrified, cornered against the wall, and had begun to feel a sense of despair. Guyu's hand on my shoulder tightened slightly. What now? What was there to consider? The tense atmosphere made me forget everything that had just transpired. Guyu lifted his head, gazing directly into my eyes. His eyes were pure black, quietly observing me. In that moment, I suddenly felt an absence of tension. I recalled his earlier question, and I trembled as I responded, "All right." I no longer remembered if I had uttered any sound. I merely observed as Guyu tucked his fingers into his hair, sweeping it back to reveal his smooth, pale forehead, staring intently at the delinquents before us. That day, the ground and walls were stained with blood, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Subsequently, I never encountered that group of delinquents again. I refrained from elaborating too much because I did not wish to revisit the details of that day. The blonde youth tousled his hair and said, "It doesn't sound that formidable." He rolled his eyes and added, "My understanding is that as long as Guyu find a reason he can accept, he will take action." Therefore, I delivered a sharp slap to the blonde's head. "For your own sake, do not provoke him again." The blonde stumbled backward, responding, "Got it, got it. Next time I see him, I will keep my distance." Clap, clap. The teacher applauded. "All right, students, please settle down. The first lesson is about to commence. Prepare your textbooks. Also, You should have noticed the new classmate beside me, who was transferred to join our class today. With that, the teacher led the applause. A chorus of clapping ensued, with most students showing respect to the teacher. Classmate, please introduce yourself. Guyu took the chalk from the teacher's hand. Chuan Guyu. He wrote his name in small letters on the blackboard. How ridiculous. Who even invented self-introductions? As someone with a hint of social anxiety, I was beginning to feel uneasy. My name is Chuan Guyu. Guyu's voice sounded cold and detached. Yujin observed Guyu and stroked his chin, remarking, he certainly appears to be quite easy to bully. Yet, he also seemed interesting enough to consider befriending him. I clasped my hands behind my head and leaned back in my chair. Guyu is not very talkative. If you wish to play with him, he might not respond. Noticing that Guyu had no intention of continuing, the self-introduction phase seemed to have concluded. The teacher scanned the classroom for empty seats. All right, let me see. You can sit at. Yujin raised his hand. Teacher, can we have Guyu sit beside me? I don't have a desk mate yet. Very well. Guyu, you may sit next to Yujin. Yujin, please look after our new classmate. All right, teacher. Yujin responded cheerfully. Yujin? As Guyu approached his new desk mate, he secretly scrutinized him. This hairstyle and name seemed oddly familiar. Chuan Guyu, originally known as Guyu, was a model student of the 21st century. He met an untimely demise at the age of 18 due to a tragic accident. On the highway, a truck carrying steel pipes braked suddenly, and a pipe pierced his heart. Upon reopening his eyes, Guyu found himself in this world, reborn as an infant. He suspected that Meng Po's soup had been diluted. This world appeared largely similar, except for the varied colors of hair and eyes. Given that nothing particularly remarkable had transpired over the years, Guyu dismissed the notion of entering any peculiar realm. That was acceptable. As an ordinary individual, he would have feared that encountering monsters or extraordinary beings would lead to his swift departure from this beautiful world. Pulling out a chair and settling down, Yujin leaned in closer. Hello, my name is Yujin Toji. From now on, we'll be desk mates. Guyu nodded and arranged the books that had just been distributed on the desk. He had no desire to engage in conversation with Yujin. He felt somewhat weary. When would the early hours disappear from this world? Guyu was surrounded by an aura of resentment. Yujin, still wishing to speak, quietly sealed his lips, sensing that it was best to remain silent at that moment. Chapter 2. Cannibalism. Guyu shook his head, struggling to apply this formula here. He felt overwhelmed, as if a peculiar scent wafted towards him, intensifying his drowsiness. Is there any school where one doesn't have to rise early? Ultimately, Guyu yielded to his weary mind, resting his head on the textbooks sprawled across his desk. There was nothing more delightful than dozing off in class. With closed eyes, Guyu savored the bliss. Who are you? A magnetic voice resonated above him. I am Guyu. He replied impatiently, wishing to be left undisturbed in his slumber. Gulp. The sound of swallowing resonated clearly in Guyu's ear, gradually regaining awareness. He opened his eyes and turned incredulously to his right, where a significant chunk was missing from his shoulder. A man crouched beside him, his mouth smeared with blood as he spat out a morsel of flesh. Indeed, the flesh of women and children is the most delectable, after a millennium. The meat of men remains insufferably unpalatable. Blood streamed from the wound, cascading onto the vast white skeleton beneath him, dripping into the pool of crimson below. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, as if he had witnessed it before. However, the pressing question remained. Had he been attacked in his dream? Guyu placed his hand over the wound, astonished. I was bitten in a dream? Oh, you dare presume this is a dream? The entity known as Sukuna materialized behind him. Eager to shatter his illusion, it was no mere dream. Guyu squinted, swiftly raising his hand to strike at Sukuna. Sukuna deftly evaded, appearing on the opposite side of the skeleton. Oh, so you can fight back? Quite audacious, aren't you? Guyu twitched his lips, bemused at the emergence of such a vile character in his dream. Observing Guyu's stillness, Sukuna returned to his front. What happened to your vigor after just one strike? How dull. Guyu swept his hair back, revealing his striking eyes. I simply believe there's no need for such exertion in a dream. After all, one need not restrain oneself in a place like this. He extended his hand towards Sukuna. Surely, this person must be lacking in intellect, Sukuna mused internally. Yet, his body moved uncontrollably towards Guyu. Kid, what have you done? Guyu smirked. What did I do? I excel at lucid dreaming. In the realm of dreams, I am the sovereign. In other words, within the dream, he was a deity. Is this some form of technique? I've never encountered such a manifestation. Sukuna's form had now approached Guyu. As a gesture of reciprocity, Guyu paused, raising his gaze to meet Sukuna's. The contrast between their heights, 8 meters versus 2 meters, was palpable. He had lost. Kid, who permitted you to look up at me? It's quite irritating. Sukuna frowned, contemplating how to break free from his constraints. The audacity of the boy was infuriating. Guyu beckoned with his fingers. Bend down. Sukuna's waist lowered involuntarily. Once I regain my strength, I will certainly kill you. As a guest in this dream, could you refrain from being so theatrical? Guyu remarked. With that, he pushed aside the kimono draped over Sukuna's shoulder, leaning in to bite down on Sukuna's smooth shoulder. He savagely tore away a sizable chunk of flesh, mirroring Sukuna's earlier aggression. Sukuna watched Guyu's actions with intrigue. His body was laced with venom. Would this individual be able to withstand it? Then ugh. The bitterness overwhelmed him. Although he expelled it promptly, a significant amount of blood still trickled down his throat. Guyu smacked his lips, grimacing at the bitterness. My flesh is a venomous substance. Kid, you possess quite the audacity. Guyu scrunched his face, realizing he lacked the ability to manifest his desires within the dream. He longed for water to cleanse the distaste from his mouth. Perhaps I should wake up. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he looked at Sukuna. I want to awaken now. Farewell. What a strange dream guest, though he was rather pleasing to the eye, far superior to those grotesque creatures he had encountered. Guyu pondered before closing his eyes. He still believed this was a dream? Sukuna scrutinized the youth before him, perceiving his fragility. His entire being was rife with vulnerabilities. That delicate neck could be easily snapped. Yet, he possessed such an unusual ability. Guyu opened his eyes, locking gazes with Sukuna, their eyes meeting. Sukuna's mouth split into a wide grin. Fool, this is not a dream. Guyu blinked, bewildered. Not a dream? A sound akin to shattering glass filled the air. Sukuna shifted his shoulders, the bonds that had restrained him dissipating. Had the technique been undone? Guyu lowered his head, his hair cascading down, obscuring his vision. This was somewhat embarrassing. Had he been acting melodramatic in front of another? Observing the youth, Sukuna wondered what thoughts occupied his mind, his face flushing from his neck to his ears. Sukuna raised his hand and delivered a sharp flick to Guyu's forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Guyu clutched his forehead, instinctively speaking out. It seemed the restraints had indeed vanished. Sukuna grinned widely. He grasped Guyu's neck. Your abilities have faltered. The sensation of suffocation stimulated Guyu's mind. Instinctively, he clutched Sukuna's hand tightly. During his struggle, a ring of black lines appeared around his left wrist, mirroring the mark on Sukuna's hand. Had he been parasitized? If he could rely on this person to re-emerge, that wouldn't be so bad. Though he thought this, Sukuna's grip showed no signs of loosening. Guyu gasped for air, opening his eyes as he slumped into a chair, clutching his throat while gasping for breath. Sukuna regarded his empty hand, laughing heartily. How amusing, kid. I look forward to our next encounter. His parting words carried an unsettling significance. I'll take you to the infirmary, Itadori said, observing Guyu's pallid complexion with concern. Classes had ended, and the teacher was absent. Guyu waved his hand dismissively. He had merely recalled some fading memories as he hovered near death. It appeared this world was far from simple. It was an anime world he had once watched. The protagonist was none other than the concerned Itadori standing before him. The specifics had faded from his memory, but he distinctly recalled that man being Sukuna, the king of curses in this realm. Lifting his left hand before his eyes, he noticed the absence of the black mark. He was uncertain whether this world was the main one or a derivative. Feeling despondent, Guyu cradled his head. Such a perilous world was ill-suited for an ordinary person like him. Moreover, he couldn't even see the curses. What's wrong with you? Itadori inquired, noticing Guyu's state. Guyu turned his head to face Itadori, his spirit somewhat dazed. He parted his lips to speak in a tone only they could hear. My worldview, outlook on life, and values, everything has collapsed. That's serious? Itadori exclaimed, taken aback. Guyu observed Itadori's expression and suddenly burst into laughter. The protagonist appeared adorably foolish. Huh. Yuta leaned closer to you, exclaiming, oh, you smiled. You look quite adorable when you do. You lowered his head, his hair shielding his face. I am a man. How can you call me adorable? Yuta raised his thumb and grinned, revealing his sharp canine teeth. You're quite handsome, you know. Observing Yuta's expression, you couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips into a smile. What a radiant young man he is. As the third chapter began, Yuta remarked, I'm heading to the club soon. Would you like to join me? Noticing the sparkle in Yuta's eyes, Yu regretfully shook his head. I have some matters to attend to. Having just moved to this city due to his parents' job relocation, he needed to organize their new home and had no time for leisure activities. All right, Yuta sighed, waving his hand despondently. However, his spirits quickly lifted again. But you must come next time. Everyone in the club is very friendly, and there are snacks to enjoy. The club seemed like a pivotal moment in Yuta's life. Since his birth, the monk's plan had been set in motion. Yu waved goodbye to Yuta, knowing that after today, their paths would likely never cross again. As he walked, Yu gradually slowed his pace. Yuta, what is it? Yuta asked, puzzled by Yu's suddenly serious demeanor. Yu himself wasn't sure what he wanted to say. He just felt that those bright eyes were far more appealing. One day, when you meet a child named Shun or something similar, make sure to tell your teacher to have someone guard his house. He vaguely remembered that this incident had also been a significant blow to Yuta. Yuta stared blankly at Yu. I don't quite understand what you're saying, but I will definitely remember it. And that was enough. Yu then turned on his heel and headed home. How could one person be so unreliable? The boy with the spiky black-blue hair grumbled. Characters from the story were beginning to appear. Yu cast one last glance at the boy before continuing on. On the route outside the school, they happened to pass by the baseball field. Yu glanced inside and noticed something blue darting through the grass. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, but the blue figure had vanished. Perhaps it was just his imagination, he shrugged. Upon returning home, he found that his parents had tidied up the house quite well. I'm back, he announced as he stepped inside. It's little Yu back. His mother, Kazuko, emerged from the kitchen. It smells wonderful. What are you cooking? Yu inched closer to his mother. Kazuko smiled and playfully poked Yu's forehead. I made the shrimp you love. Aren't you a bit old to be this clingy? I'll be like this no matter how old I get, Yu replied nonchalantly. There was no shame in being affectionate in front of his parents. How was your first day at school? His father, Haruka, inquired while seated on the living room sofa. Yu pondered for a moment. It had truly been an explosive day. It was great. The new classmates are very welcoming, and everyone seems nice. Kazuko pushed Yu's hair back from his face. How many times must I remind you? With hair this long, you should tie it up. Letting it hang in front of your face makes you look gloomy. But I like this style, Yu protested. Pulling his hair back into view, Kazuko nudged him toward Haruka. You deal with him. I'm going to cook. With that, she huffed off to the kitchen. The father and son exchanged glances. Yu pointed upstairs, indicating he would go to his room to tidy up. Haruka nodded, turning the newspaper page. Yu, your hair is indeed too long. Get a trim when you can, and listen to your mother. Look at how upset she is. Be mindful next time. As Yu ascended the stairs, he gave his father a thumbs up. Haruka winked back at him. This was a routine they had often shared. Yu smiled as he entered his room. Everything he needed was packed in cardboard boxes. Observing the pile of boxes against the wall, he sighed and resignedly picked up a craft knife. With a swift motion, he opened a box, and his gaze met that of a peculiar creature inside. Yu inspected it closely. You resemble my death god doll. However, this one was approximately 60 centimeters tall, appearing almost humanoid. The being, clad in a cloak and wielding a scythe, stiffened momentarily and nervously explained, Can you see me? Please don't be afraid. The childlike voice, tinged with an electric quality, resonated with Yu. Settling cross-legged on the floor, Yu encouraged, Take your time to explain. I have plenty of patience. It seemed he had unwittingly opened a Pandora's box, with surprises unfolding one after another. The little grim reaper floated into the air, aligning his gaze with Yu. I am Ho, your guardian spirit. Ho, Yu echoed, recalling something. Are you that keychain? Ho nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am the keychain that belongs to you, little Yu. It was your love that granted me life and purpose. Ho gazed at Yu with admiration, raising the scythe. Thus, I shall protect you, keeping those unpleasant things at bay. Love? Yu pondered. He couldn't recall any affection associated with that keychain. I remember. Little Yu would always share amusing stories from school when he came home. Those were truly my happiest moments. Yu's expression softened. Oh, I remember now. That was back in elementary school. I was just a college student, lugging a little backpack and waiting with classmates for our parents to pick us up. It was overwhelming. So, I clutched that little grim reaper and told my teacher, This is home, my friend. We will go home together from now on. I can't recall how the teacher responded. He had only found that keychain when he was rummaging through the basement. The little grim reaper darted around like a fish in water. Little you can see me now. We can go to and from school together again. You remained silent for a moment, then said, You know, if you float around like that, people might mistake you for a monster. I won tea. Very few can see me. Little you couldn't see me back then either. Then why can you be seen now? Ho seemed to suddenly realize something. Floating closer to you, he asked, right? Why can little you see me all of a sudden? You too found it puzzling. But regardless of the reason, it's a good thing. We can chat again. Well then, you decided, I should tidy up my room first. Ho floated beside him, offering, I'll help. With that, he lifted his scythe. Swish. In a few swift motions, the tape sealing the boxes against the wall was sliced open. You tucked away his craft knife, surprised to find Ho quite useful. As night fell, you sat in a rocking chair on the balcony, gazing toward the school. Ho perched on Yu's shoulder, following his gaze. Little Yu, there's an ominous presence over there. Something is about to emerge. You gently ruffled the little being's head. Yes. It will calm down soon. After all, someone will handle the aftermath. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Yuta leaped powerfully, swallowing the fingers of Sukuna into his belly. With arms outstretched, he grasped the cursed body, which shattered in an instant. Blood rained down from the sky. Beneath the eyes of Itadori, a fissure split open, revealing a new eye within. The iris rotated to the left. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the moonlight must be witnessed firsthand. The twin-faced Sukuna tore at the garments adorning his body, tilting his head to gaze at the moon, inhaling deeply. Chapter 4, Velocity. The twin-faced Sukuna turned to regard the vigilant Fushiguro Megumi, his eyes scanning the surroundings. So, that peculiar little demon is absent? He leaped onto the railing, eyes narrowing. It was rare for him to think that the first thing upon awakening would be to eliminate the vanished spirit. Its absence was utterly vexing. Suddenly, an intense pain surged through Yu's left wrist, as if it were corroding. Clenching his fist, he raised his hand to his face, revealing the ominous black mark that had reappeared, identical to that on the man. Ahis, he gasped, cradling his face in shock. It's a curse indeed. Who could have left this behind? I will hunt them down. The electronic childlike voice expressed sorrow. When did this happen? I was completely unaware. You observed the mark on his hand without much reaction. What is a curse? He scratched his head. It's a mark left by malevolent entities. The effects vary based on the curse's power. However, the ultimate goal remains the same: to eliminate the cursed individual, to destroy or seize control of this body. Watching Yu's calm demeanor nearly brought him to tears. You, stop dawdling. Take me to that cursed being and compel them to lift this curse, or eliminate them. You hesitated. Looking troubled, what if we can't defeat them? After all, this is the curse of the king of curses. Moreover, it feels as if we are reciting a nursery rhyme. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at you. I mean, those kinds of entities are generally stronger at night. Shall we not wait until tomorrow morning to search? Observing his expression, you racked his brain for a counter-argument. The curse on your hand is already activated. What if by tomorrow morning, Yu has lost consciousness? Or worse, what if Yu is no longer Yu? He grasped Yu's hand. Let us go. We must leave immediately. Their powers 1T increase with the darkness. Such determination made it difficult for you to refuse. I'll change my clothes. It's a bit chilly outside. Delaying could mean that by the time he arrives, everyone else will have departed. He nodded. Remember to take my true form. Who are you looking for? Itadori inquired, struggling to control his body. The twin-faced Sukuna gripped the face of this body. Why are you still awake? Because this is my body, Itadori replied, somewhat disgruntled. Return my body to me. His clothes were utterly torn apart. Why can't I inhabit this body? Sukuna's doubts were suppressed. Why are the people of this era so peculiar? Regaining control of his body, Itadori leaped down from the railing. You seem to be injured quite severely. Should we not visit a hospital? Halt. Itadori's advance towards Fushiguro was abruptly halted by a shout. Itadori rubbed his head. What is the matter? Megumi regarded Itadori with a furrowed brow, his hands clapping together. I can no longer distinguish whether it is you or the twin-faced Sukuna masquerading as you. According to Jujutsu regulations, Itadori Yuji, you are regarded as a curse and will be exorcised here. Itadori, in disbelief, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Huh? Pointing to his own face. Look, I am me. Itadori, see? How could I possibly be a curse, destined to be exterminated? Megumi gritted his teeth, the black, cursed energy gathering around him. He had never encountered such a situation. It was infuriating. What now? Megumi relaxed his grip, the ink-like, cursed energy dissipating. He turned to the man speaking nearby. Sensei Gojo? What brings you here? Oh, the white-haired man's locks shimmered silver under the moonlight. Clad in black, he seemed to radiate light. Raising his right hand, I hadn't intended to come. He bent slightly to observe Megumi. My, you're quite injured. In the next moment, he retrieved his phone, the flash incessantly flickering. Let us capture this for the second-year students. Look over here. Megumi raised his hand to shield his face, irritated by the man's antics. The audacious fellow. After all, the disappearance of a special-grade cursed object would drive the higher-ups mad. I merely came to take a look and enjoy a little trip. Gojo spoke nonchalantly while perusing the photos on his phone. So, have you found it? Megumi lowered his head. Itadori slowly raised his hand, pointing to himself. Apologies. I consumed that object. Gojo fell silent for a moment. Is that true? Indeed. Both Itadori and Megumi replied simultaneously. Gojo returned the phone to his pocket, tilting his head as he scrutinized Itadori. He then stepped closer, a serious expression on his face. Itadori held his breath, feeling the proximity a tad overwhelming. So you've truly merged. Intriguing. After observing, Gojo took 2 steps back. Itadori quietly exhaled in relief. Is there anything unusual about your body? Gojo inquired. Nothing. Itadori patted his stomach, lifted a leg. He was able to move. Can Sukuna and I switch places? Sukuna? Itadori looked puzzled. The curse you ingested, Gojo clarified. Oh, that should be possible. Gojo bent his legs, warming up. Then let us do it for 10 seconds. We'll swap back after that. However, Itadori hesitated. No worries. I am the strongest, Gojo replied confidently. Meanwhile, Yu, airborne, covered his forehead, seemingly clinging to his final shred of dignity. He had thought he could bask in the moonlight. Leisurely strolled down the path, only to have his collar yanked, experiencing a rush of speed and adrenaline. Several times, he attempted to speak but was met with a gust of wind. Silently, he held down his hair, which was flying back. Hang in there. Yu, we are almost there. The energy from your wrist is nearby. As he was brought to the rooftop, he caught sight of the twin-faced Sukuna being knocked away by a punch, covering his hair. Yu silently cheered in his heart. He regained balance, grateful for the psychological comfort provided by the brother across from him. The twin-faced Sukuna, having collided with a pillar, also noticed Yu's presence. Grinning, he disregarded Gojo and charged at Yu. Let us see how you can vanish now. The scythe in hand suddenly expanded, blocking the twin-faced Sukuna's attack. Yu cursed Yu. Release him at once. The twin-faced Sukuna frowned, resisting the scythe. And who are you? Huh. Gojo, standing aside, was momentarily stunned, looking hurt. Am I to be so easily disregarded? Is that acceptable? Such a drama queen, Yu thought, casting a glance at Gojo. He then shifted his focus back to the battle, where he was clearly at a disadvantage against the twin-faced Sukuna. However, his smaller stature and agile movements, coupled with the constantly shifting scythe, made it difficult for the twin-faced Sukuna to gain the upper hand. Gojo approached Yu, watching the battlefield together. What is that? Chapter 5, The Willing Spirit. Yu, who is not particularly fond of engaging in conversation, sweeps his hair in front of his eyes, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. Wataru Fushiguro pays little heed to Gyu's response, and just 3 seconds later, Itadori returns, uncertain whether that might lead to collateral damage. Gyu is momentarily taken aback. He does not possess the answer either. The dark patterns adorning Itadori's body have begun to gradually fade. Stop! Gyu shouts. The figure halts their movement. Flying to Itadori's side and sniffing the air, the scent has changed. With a sudden jolt, Itadori finds himself confronted by the blade of a scythe. He gasps and steps back, bewildered. What is happening? The figure demands. Hand over the curse you just had. The being points the scythe menacingly at Itadori. Where has this human hidden the curse? Itadori raises his hands in confusion. How am I supposed to do that? Gyu chuckles softly and claps his hands. The two individuals, upon hearing the sound, turn to look at Gyu. Hey, Gyu, you're here too? Itadori exclaims, a hint of surprise in his voice. Gyu smiles and nods in acknowledgement. The figure gazes at Gyu with a sense of grievance. Little Rain, he has hidden the curse away, and I cannot remove it to protect you. Gyu gestures for the figure to come closer. Obediently, the being floats to Gyu's side. Gyu embraces the distressed entity, offering soothing pats. Leaning down, he whispers in a tone only they can hear, it's all right. Being able to hold your own against the king of curses is already impressive, and look at me now. I'm perfectly fine. Wataru Fushiguro's ears perk up, indicating that this young man is also part of the circle, though he wonders why he has not heard of him before. Maki stands up, curiously observing what Gyu holds. Sensei, is that a curse? It doesn't quite look like one. Fushiguro shrugs. I can't be certain. A curse that can speak and think without harming humans hardly qualifies as a curse, does it? Moreover, it's not like a cursed corpse such as Panda. Itadori, appearing somewhat daft, approaches Gyu, gazing at the small reaper in his arms. Gyu, is this also a curse? But it seems quite different from what we just encountered. Gyu glances at Maki and Fushiguro before beckoning Itadori closer. Complying, Itadori moves nearer. Gyu leans down and whispers in Itadori's ear, it's not a curse. It's a guardian spirit, protecting me. Itadori looks astonished at the figure. Realizing that such a thing exists, Gyu nods, acknowledging that this is news to him as well. A guardian spirit? Fushiguro studies the being in Gyu's embrace with renewed interest. When did such a creature appear? Gyu waves at Itadori. The suppressed Sukuna seems unable to inflict harm on him any longer. He desires to return home for some much-needed rest. The dreaded early morning awaits him. Gyu glances at the gaping hole in the school wall, wondering if they might declare a day off due to the situation. Are you leaving? Itadori waves goodbye. Wait a moment, Fushiguro calls out to Gyu. He stops, puzzled by the inquiry. Would you be interested in changing schools, with meals, accommodation, and salary included? Fushiguro wiggles his fingers at Gyu, gauging his interest. You wouldn't have to perform any curses or engage in sorcery. Gyu shakes his head. He is not afraid of death, but he does not relish courting danger. Oh, don't be so heartless. You could at least discuss your conditions, Fushiguro says, draping an arm around Gyu's neck, nearly hanging off him. Gyu. This is too close, Gyu protests, feeling a tingling sensation at the back of his head. He pushes against Fushiguro's shoulder. Let go, let go. Fushiguro lowers his head. Let us share some secrets. At this distance, they won't hear us. Guyu glances over, noting that Itadori and Maki are indeed standing at a considerable distance. What do you want to ask? Guyu inquires, looking at Fushiguro's blindfold. He vaguely remembers that Fushiguro's eyes are quite striking. I can discern the difference in your embrace. Fushiguro remarks. If those elders were to discover this, neither you nor your family would find peace again. He smiles at Guyu knowingly. You should understand what I mean. Guyu rubs the head of the being in his arms, grasping half of what is being said. Are you threatening me? Threatening? The figure immediately raises the scythe at Fushiguro. Fushiguro raises his hands in mock innocence, shaking his head fervently. I trust that your spirit will not cause harm, but those rigid old men will not spare him. This indeed presents a dilemma. However, there are sorcerers capable of controlling curses. How do they differ from us? Guyu inquires. Color. The energy of curses stems from negative emotions. Thus, whether they are sorcerers or curses, the energy flowing within them is predominantly black, while his power radiates white, Fushiguro explains. If positive emotions could also produce spirits, then the world of sorcerers would undergo a significant transformation, and the elders despise change above all. Indeed. So, in a sense, he is an anomaly among them. Guyu muses. Feeling more at ease. He can go wherever he pleases, but just refuse early mornings. Fushiguro instantly grasps his point. How about letting you sleep in every day? Guyu's eyes brighten. Deal. Fushiguro pauses, then chuckles. Well, you are quite interesting. I will submit your transfer application tomorrow. Guyu nods. Am I free to leave now? Fushiguro releases his hold on Guyu's shoulders. Then I'll see you the day after tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Guyu exhales in relief, waving goodbye. Actually, Little Rain, you don't have to force yourself. The figure interjects suddenly. Guyu does not press the matter. But if Little Rain transfers, it means separating from mom and dad. Guyu smiles, pinching the figure's cheek. It's inevitable that we'll part ways one day. Besides, there are school holidays. You'll always get to go home. Fushiguro turns to Itadori. Now it's time to address your situation. Itadori looks utterly bewildered. What situation? Fushiguro points a finger at Itadori's forehead, then catches him as he faints. Maki watches Fushiguro. What are you planning to do? If Itadori's body isn't taken over, it proves he is a vessel. I've never encountered such a situation before, and it troubles me. Despite expressing concern, Fushiguro's demeanor remains calm. Then the question arises, how do we handle him? Fushiguro turns to Maki. She straightens, still holding the treats Fushiguro had brought. Even if Itadori is a vessel, according to sorcery regulations, he would still face execution. However, Maki straightens her posture. I don't want him to die. Fushiguro chuckles. Is this a personal matter? Maki blushes but maintains a serious facade. Yes. Please think of a solution. Fushiguro smiles as he hoists Itadori onto his shoulder. After all, it's a request from my beloved disciple. Leave it to me. The following morning, Guyu indeed finds a temporary school closure notice. He sets his phone aside. Kazan and Kamaho are seated on the sofa, observing Guyu curled up on a small stool, resembling a tribunal. Guyu scratches his head, the little braids bouncing with his movements, an arrangement forcibly made by Kazan earlier. With such a handsome face, hiding it beneath hair every day is a waste of the genes from you and your father, Kazan complains. Mom, Guyu exclaims in exasperation. Don't call me that. Do you really think I'm your mother? Jiazhan exclaimed, her voice rising with indignation. You made the decision to transfer schools without even consulting me. I only found out because the teacher called. We've raised you with such care. And now you want to run off to another city without a word? You've left your father and me with no way to find you. Have you even considered the quality of that school? What about its environment and the sanitation of the cafeteria? With each word, her worry escalated, and tears began to well in her eyes. She had intended to discuss this today, but the school had made a sudden call. Chapter 6. The Transfer. Shangjiang gently patted Jiazhan's shoulder. You must at least give the child a chance to explain. I haven't been to see the school yet. Jiazhan replied incredulously. You finalized the decision without even visiting? Guyu, have you joined some underground organization? Just tell me. An organization? A group of sorcerers, perhaps? Guyu pondered how to articulate this. He felt a headache coming on. There are certain things in this world that ordinary people cannot perceive, akin to the malevolent spirits described in legends, referred to as curses. I have witnessed these curses and encountered an organization that specializes in dealing with them. That school is dedicated to such matters. After some contemplation, he resolved to speak the truth. As he finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Shangjiang. It sounds perilous, Jiazhan murmured. Guyu nodded slowly, then shook his head. My situation is rather different. I'm not entirely certain. However, once enrolled in the school, undertaking tasks is inevitable. Jiazhan remained apprehensive. You're rushing into something without fully understanding it. Shangjiang interjected. Xiaoyu has always been different from other children. It's only natural for him to be impulsive when he finally meets like-minded peers. Jiajin shot Shangjiang a glare. What do you know? As a mother, I can discern if my child exhibits any abnormalities. In frustration, she retreated to her room, her footsteps echoing loudly. What are you doing? Shangjiang inquired. I'm packing. Regardless of the circumstances, I must see that school for myself. Don't forget to take my luggage, Shangjiang replied. That is what I said. Jiajun retorted without hesitation. Shangjiang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Guyu averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. Xiaoyu, Shangjiang called softly. Guyu looked at his father. If you truly wish to go, I won't say a word against it. But if it's for another reason, remember never to compromise your own feelings. Your mother and I will always stand by your side. Guyu nodded, understanding fully. That was precisely why he chose to be honest. When Wu Tiao Wuji arrived at Guyu's door, he was taken aback by the sight of Guyu, burdened with numerous bags. Huh. Guyu cleared his throat and said, This is the teacher from the school. I've informed my parents about the situation, and they wish to see the school's facilities. Oh, Wu Tiao Wuji said, suddenly becoming serious. I am Wu Tiao Wuji, a first-year teacher. Parents are always welcome to visit the academy. Jiajun glanced at Guyu, who coughed delicately. Guyu pursed his lips and swept his hair back, revealing his delicate face, which flushed slightly. He felt quite out of place. Jiajun nodded in satisfaction. Teacher, let us proceed. This is the Tokyo Prefectural Jujitsu High School. However, its public image is that of a private religious institution, Shangjiang commented as he surveyed the surrounding woods. The environment seems decent. Decent? Living in the mountains with poor signal and inconvenient shopping isn't ideal, Jiajun scolded. Guyu trudged along, heavily laden with his belongings. Meanwhile, Wu Tiao Wuji enthusiastically pointed out, here is where the students reside. Shangjiang nodded approvingly. Single accommodations, quite nice. Jiajun remarked. Living in a forest with such large windows means there will be plenty of bugs. Wu Tiao Wuji opened the door and revealed, this is Guyu's room. All the basic amenities are in place, and the bed is already made. Jiajun tested the bed, finding it unyielding. Good thing I brought a mattress. Guyu stepped into the room, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the floor. Finally here, he thought, feeling as though he had carried a mountain on his back. Shangjiang, what on earth did you pack? Look how exhausted the child is. Jiajun exclaimed, unloading Guyu's bags. If we want to live comfortably, we must bring ample supplies. Suddenly, a bag ripped, and 2 iron plates fell out. Guyu stared in disbelief. What is this? Jiajun's face flushed as she hurriedly blocked the plates with her body, then swiftly kicked them under the bed, ignoring the thud that echoed in the air. This was meant to encourage you to exercise, she said with a forced smile. Guyu squinted his eyes. Mom, you didn't bring weights, did you? No. Jiajun denied, though her nod betrayed her. Guyu sighed, realizing that she truly was his mother. Wu Tiao Wuji stifled a laugh, finding the family amusing. Just then, the door across from Guyu's opened, and Itadori Yuji stepped out, surprised. Oh, Guyu, you're here? You seem different somehow. By the way, did you feel that earthquake just now? Jiajun blushed and hid behind Guyu. Guyu cleared his throat. This is Itadori Yuji, my classmate. These are my parents. Itadori immediately stood tall and greeted them energetically. Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Itadori Yuji, Guyu's friend. Jiajun's eyes lit up. This young man seems quite spirited. Xiaoyu should learn from him. Guyu rolled his eyes. Ahem, Shangjiang coughed lightly. And Guyu forced a polite smile, acknowledging her comment. Jiajun shot Guyu a stern look. We need to speak with your teacher privately. Privately? Guyu glanced at Wu Tiao Wuji with confusion. Wu Tiao Wuji waved his fingers playfully. This is just a conversation among adults. Itadori chimed in. Perfect timing. Let us grab a meal. Nobara should be at the cafeteria by now. Guyu felt a twinge of anxiety as he glanced at his mother. Jiajun waved her hand dismissively. Go on, try the food here, see if it suits your palate. Guyu nodded and followed Itadori as they departed. Once he was out of his parents' sight, Guyu quickly let his hair fall to cover his eyes. Itadori suddenly had an epiphany. I knew something was off. Why does Guyu always hide behind his hair? Guyu bit his lip. Because it feels uncomfortable to have my face seen. More accurately, he felt shy about being seen. You don't feel that way around your parents, do you? Isn't that strange? Itadori pondered, confused. That's because I'm forcing myself to act, Guyu retorted. It's not that I can't speak or show my face. It's just that I don't want to. Just don't want to. If you're so afraid of interacting, why even live? Itadori teased, his expression mischievous. The other presents, Sukuna, chimed in with a mocking tone. Itadori slapped his mouth playfully. Sorry, he sometimes slips out. That's the annoying spirit that cursed you, huh? Guyu sighed. The mouth shifted from the cheek to the back of Itadori's hand. I did not curse that little brat. Are you hungry? Guyu hastily interjected, interrupting Sukuna's words. Indeed, it was not he who had cast the curse. It was simply a result of his own impulsive need to take that bite. Huh. Itadori pointed to himself. Are you asking me? Guyu glanced at the mouth on the back of his hand. Can he even feel hunger? But it's on the back of your hand, so it can't consume anything, right? After all, there's no esophagus. Chapter 7. Are you hungry? Itadori looked at the mouth on his hand. I don't know. Sukuna, do you feel hunger? Sukuna. These two individuals are utterly foolish, aren't they? Ah, it disappeared. The mouth on the back of his hand vanished. He slapped his own face in frustration. He is a curse. After all, if he gets hungry, he'll want to eat people. The two novices who had just entered the world of curses fell into silence. Is that how it is? Wow. There are chicken drumsticks in the cafeteria today. It was not until he caught sight of the food that Itadori's spirits began to lift. We pushed her tray away. Go get it yourself. All right. Itadori straightened up, humming an off-key tune as he approached the service window. The window operated on a self-service basis, with all the dishes neatly arranged. Ah, Guyu, hurry over here. There's fried fish. Guyu, who was awkwardly making eye contact with Hui, nodded in agreement. As they exited the cafeteria, they just happened to see Satoru Gojo approaching. Guyu looked back. Satoru, your parents have already left, since they have to work tomorrow. Guyu nodded. It seemed that Satoru had reassured his parents. Satoru glanced at the time. It's time to take you to meet the principal. Although several hours late, it posed no significant issue. Ah, Guyu, you must be careful of the principal's doll. It can hurt quite a bit. Itadori seized the opportunity to warn. Lifting his scythe, don't worry, if he dares to hit you, I'll turn him back into thread. Guyu rubbed the back of his head and held the little one in his arms. Satoru Gojo draped an arm over Guyu's shoulders, guiding him forward. Don't be nervous. The principal is quite approachable. Guyu felt his entire body stiffen, his hair bristling in alarm. Too close. Satoru Gojo chuckled quietly. Indeed, this reaction was amusing. So, what did you tell my parents? Guyu awkwardly broached the subject to shift the focus away. Oh. I talked about the future and prospects of sorcerers. Aside from the dangers, the benefits and treatment are actually quite good. Guyu nodded, casting a furtive glance at Satoru's arm draped over him. Ah, speaking of which, I've seen the records, and your family isn't in the circle at all. How do you know about Sukuna? And it seems he knows you. There appeared to be a peculiar connection between them. Satoru Gojo looked on with curiosity. Guyu tugged at his left sleeve, revealing the black stripes on his wrist. We've met in a rather strange place. Satoru Gojo examined the black stripes closely. Was there something wrong with them? They didn't seem like a curse, but rather like a parasite. Could it be that Guyu was also a vessel for Sukuna? No, Satoru dismissed this thought. Guyu had known Sukuna longer than Itadori, and if he could host Sukuna, he would have already survived within Guyu's body. Guyu pulled his sleeve back. Satoru rubbed his chin. The recent occurrences of bizarre events were becoming increasingly frequent. Satoru, adhering to the agreed-upon time is a fundamental quality of a teacher. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, weaving dolls, was Principal Yaga, who spoke up. Satoru, this is Yaga. The principal. When parents come to visit, I must act as a competent teacher and properly accommodate them. Yaga's hands did not cease their movements. You are Guyu. What brings you to Jujutsu High? Guyu scratched his chin, contemplating, because I can wake up naturally. Satoru raised an eyebrow. Wow, you just said it outright? Yaga's hand trembled, tangling the threads. He set the doll aside, focusing on Guyu and the little one he was holding. Is this the spirit? The little one, vigilant, was watching the pile of dolls on the ground. Guyu nodded. It was indeed different. The flow of energy felt natural and warm. However, this reason, barely acceptable, was still rather flimsy. After all, one who is content is well suited for this position. Welcome to Jujutsu High. Yaga picked up the doll he had just set down, tidied the threads, and continued his work. Oh, Guyu nodded, somewhat bewildered. So can he go back now? Satoru patted Guyu on the shoulder. Let us go. You can head back now. Guyu nodded. It was a refreshingly concise exchange. Hey kid. Guyu. Deep in slumber, vaguely heard a familiar voice. Had he heard it somewhere before? Never mind. Guyu turned over, ready to continue sleeping. Get up. Sukuna kicked him. Guyu, who had been lying on a skeletal structure, fell with a thud into a pool of blood. He propped himself up with his hands, tightly closing his eyes. His tone laced with irritation. Do you know that disturbing someone's sleep warrants annihilation? Sukuna crouched beside Guyu. How do you plan to annihilate me? Huff, huff. Huff, did he fall asleep again? Sitting up, he had dozed off? Sukuna felt somewhat speechless. He lifted his hand to pat the back of Guyu's head. Don't move. Drowsy and muddled, Guyu sensed a gust of wind approaching from behind and suddenly spoke. Sukuna's body froze. That feeling again, his body was being controlled. What exactly was this power he possessed? Sleeping underwater was rather uncomfortable. Guyu furrowed his brows, standing up and grasping Sukuna's arm. With slightly bent legs, he exerted force, leaping onto the skeleton's back with Sukuna. Sukuna quietly observed Guyu's actions. Once on the skeletal structure, Guyu lay back down and promptly fell asleep again. Are you a pig? You can sleep so soundly. The stiff Sukuna could only open his mouth to mock. Guyu frowned. That annoying voice was back. So bothersome. Guyu stood up in irritation, opening his eyes. Kid, you better remember this ISNTA dream. Knowing this truth will lift the control. That mouth was so bothersome. Guyu approached Sukuna, placing his hand over Sukuna's mouth. Shut it, so annoying. Sukuna widened his eyes in disbelief. This kid, there was also this feeling of being controlled. Gritting his teeth, he vowed he would absolutely kill him. Finally, it was quiet. Guyu covered Sukuna's mouth and laid him down. He positioned himself on the other side, keeping his hands still. Sensing the negative emotions from the person beside him, Guyu used his other hand, as if to soothe. To stroke Sukuna's head. Good boy. The moment Sukuna's eyes glowed red with rage, he thought, kill him, kill him, kill him. Sukuna summoned all his strength. Attempting to break free from the confines of his body, he now harbored only one thought, to kill the person before him. Guyu sighed in apparent exasperation, releasing his grip on Sukuna's mouth. Simultaneously, the bindings were unraveled. Dual-faced Sukuna, can you cast me out of this space? He felt an overwhelming fatigue, yearning only for slumber. Dual-faced Sukuna clenched his fists, the restraints released. His nails elongated sharply, swiftly slicing across Guyu's neck. Chapter 8 Link. The head soared through the air before plummeting to the ground. Dual-faced Sukuna exhaled a breath. Are you satisfied now? Inquired the head, which had fallen into the blood pool. Not dead. Dual-faced Sukuna narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, bang. The head in the blood pool exploded into fragments, scattering across the ground. Dual-faced Sukuna tucked his hands into his sleeves, squinting. Is that finally the end? After a moment, observing that Guyu lay completely still on the ground, he slowly returned to his bony chair. Reclining upon the final row of bones, Guyu clutched his neck, aware he wouldn't perish, yet. Oh, the pain. It throbbed relentlessly. What sin had he committed, that he was suddenly thrust into this inexplicable space, propelled violently, now left in such a state? He rubbed his temples in irritation, and upon opening his eyes, found himself locking gazes with dual-faced Sukuna. Guyu, startled, recoiled slightly, but behind him lay nothing but bones. There was no retreat. I assure you, I did not wish to intrude. I allowed you to vent your frustration. Should you strike again, I shall be angered. He was deeply averse to pain. Dual-faced Sukuna maintained his posture, hands still tucked within his sleeves. What is your ability? Guyu pondered, uncertain. He had always believed himself to be an ordinary person until encountering Sukuna. Dual-faced Sukuna lowered his gaze, scrutinizing Guyu before him. Realizing that his soul state rendered him impervious to death. Contemplating, he reached out, grasping Guyu's chin. Guyu's body stiffened instantaneously, his eyes widening in shock. Speak properly. Why resort to physical means? Sukuna's other hand rested beneath his own chin. Is it akin to a form of mental control? No. It is the ability to control souls. A smirk crept onto his lips, intrigued. Now that you understand this is not a dream, it appears you can wield your abilities. It seems there is no specific trigger for your power. Was your earlier display merely a performance? Guyu's face flushed crimson as he murmured, I am uncertain. He had experienced lucid dreams countless times. Was it not natural to feel omnipotent within them? Who could have known that was a special ability? Dual-faced Sukuna released his grip. You truly are a fool. Such an ability is utterly squandered on you. Freed from his restraints, Guyu immediately dashed out of Sukuna's sphere. Dual-faced Sukuna remained in place, pondering. Hey kid, what is your name? Guyu. Guyu, dual-faced Sukuna repeated. You have managed to escape my grasp twice now. Mid-sentence, he paused. Observing the black lines on Guyu's wrist, mirroring his own, resonating with his energy. Guyu, noting Sukuna's expression, sensed trouble. It certainly did not appear as though he intended to release him. Dual-faced Sukuna narrowed his eyes, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Guyu. Sensing Sukuna's movement, Guyu leaped aside, but was swiftly seized by the arm and pulled down. You cannot flee. Guyu resignedly faced Sukuna. If you wish to speak. Why are you so close? I do not recall you having a penchant for physical contact. Dual-faced Sukuna pointed at Guyu's wrist. Look at this. Following Sukuna's finger, Guyu beheld the black lines that had appeared after he had bitten Sukuna. What? Before he could finish, he noticed the black lines pulsating with dark red energy between himself and Sukuna. Was that cursed energy? Yet why? He was not a sorcerer. As they drew nearer, the connection of cursed energy intensified. Sukuna squinted. The cursed energy could not be retracted. This boy not only possessed his cursed energy, but seemed capable of directly utilizing it as well. A new ability. Who exactly was this child? Guyu, utterly bewildered, thought. After a brief slumber, the world had transformed. After a bite of meat, the school had changed. Observing the cursed energy swirling around his wrist, He felt as though his very being had transformed. Sukuna raised a finger. A flash of crimson light flickered before Guyu, who stared blankly at the severed hand that fell to the ground, adorned with black lines. Blood gushed from the severed area. Glancing at Sukuna, then at the hand on the ground, Guyu inhaled deeply, shaking the severed hand. In an instant, it restored itself, the black lines remaining intact. In his memory, cursed energy was rooted in negative emotions. Stronger negative emotions meant a greater attack power. Since he could now wield Sukuna's cursed energy, Guyu's figure vanished from sight. Sukuna, standing in place, grasped at his hair, realizing he was irked, a smirk forming on his lips. This could be interesting. To the left, Sukuna extended his hand, blocking Guyu's punch. The force of anger struck against Sukuna's palm. Sukuna grasped Guyu's hand, throwing it aside. Did you think that possessing negative emotions would allow you to wield cursed energy? You foolishly abandoned your own abilities, using his cursed energy to strike me. Guyu collided forcefully with a pile of bones behind him. Quickly rising, he faced dual-faced Sukuna, his body rigid. Pain radiating through his back as though his bones were fractured. Sukuna tilted his hand. Why have you ceased moving? Continue. The facade could not be maintained. Guyu gradually crouched, clutching his lower back. Wait a moment. Allow me to recover. The severed head inflicted a sharp pain, but this lingering ache was even more persistent. Sukuna's smile faded, realizing that this boy held him in utter disregard. You brat, do you think this is child's play? Sukuna charged toward Guyu in anger. Guyu raised his left hand. Stop. Sukuna's form immediately froze, maintaining the posture of attack, merely 5 centimeters from Guyu's palm. Cursed energy vibrated between them. Tentatively, Guyu stood, bouncing in place. The pain has subsided. How miraculous. A smile broke across Guyu's face as he approached Sukuna gently. Thank you for healing my wounds. His reversal technique would not mend wounds of the soul. Yet Sukuna, fixated on Guyu's beaming visage, found it increasingly irksome, how utterly repulsive. Guyu shrugged nonchalantly, resting his hand on his chin, scrutinizing dual-faced Sukuna closely. Who granted you permission to gaze at me? Ah, this boy's ability was truly vexing. He longed to pry those eyes from his head. Guyu did not respond to Sukuna's inquiries, circling around him. A bow tie, how adorable. Sukuna's expression darkened. That is a belt. Guyu pivoted to face Sukuna. Oh, a belt. Sukuna gritted his teeth, infuriated by this boy's antics. Guyu stretched, casting a glance around. Blood pools. Bones, skeletal remains. By the way, I still have no idea where this place is. Sukuna rolled his eyes, falling silent. Well, I had no expectations that Sukuna could clarify my doubts. This place, at first glance, is hardly conducive to slumber. There isn't even a pillow. Guyu rested his hand on his mouth, searching for a comfortable spot to rest. Sukuna, with 2 faces, observed Guyu as he wandered further away. Hey, little brat. Untie my restraints. He was uncertain whether the bindings would still hold after Guyu departed from this realm. Guyu turned back. I will release your restraints if you tell me what this place is. Chapter 9, The Exit. Sukuna fixed a penetrating gaze upon Guyu, conveying a silent threat. Do you dare to negotiate your fate with me? Guyu, resigned, waved his hand dismissively. I've unbound you. Sukuna straightened himself and cast a sidelong glance at Guyu before retreating to his throne of bones, staring intently at the pool of blood below. Guyu regarded the imposing figure of Sukuna, radiating an aura of sovereignty. Monarchs are often solitary beings. Yet, he did not seem lonely. Rather, he appeared somewhat bored. Little brat, if you continue to gaze at me so intently, I might be compelled to take action. Sukuna broke the silence, his focus still on the blood pool. Guyu swiftly averted his gaze, deciding it was of no consequence. He turned and began to pace in this seemingly endless space. Sukuna, observing Guyu's movements as he veered right and then left, seemed to deem him too slow. Guyu broke into a run, circling around the mountain of bones in all directions. Exhausted, he ultimately floated in the air, aimlessly drifting. Sukuna's patience waned, and he directed his attention toward Guyu. What are you doing? Guyu, suspended in the air, replied, I'm searching for an exit, or perhaps a conclusion. Sukuna, this is my domain of existence. My inner world has neither exit nor end. He was uncertain how Guyu had entered this space or how to expel him. Your inner world is rather bloody, Guyu remarked, surveying the surroundings. Noticing the shift in Sukuna's expression, he promptly made a gesture to signal silence. After a moment of restraint, Guyu could not help but ask, may I inquire further? Sukuna pressed his fingers to his temple, veins bulging. Speak. Since this is your inner world, could you not conjure a bed or perhaps a blanket? I am truly weary. No. What a foolish notion. Guyu responded, disappointment evident in his voice. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the corner of Sukuna's garment. Oh, a large cushion, he thought, tempted, but knowing the implications would be troublesome. Sleep remained paramount. After a fierce internal struggle, Guyu looked at Sukuna, whose eyes glimmered ominously. Sensing something amiss, Sukuna met Guyu's gaze. His heart raced as he raised an eyebrow. That look seems oddly familiar. In an instant, Sukuna vanished from sight. Guyu stared at the circular markings on his wrist, grinning. The next moment, Guyu's head began to split from his eyes, a grotesque sight. Sukuna stood atop the fallen Guyu, declaring, "You truly underestimate your own abilities, as well as mine. I cannot kill you, but I can render your existence unbearable. I have underestimated your murderous intent, treating you as a normal being." The voice echoed from above. Sukuna, unfazed, lifted his head. Guyu perched upon the pile of bones, propping his chin with one hand, his hair slicked back, revealing his dark eyes. The scene mirrored their earlier confrontation, albeit with their roles reversed. "It was my folly to assume I could control you, and thus let my guard down," Guyu murmured, unsure if he was addressing Sukuna or reminding himself. "Huh." Sukuna scoffed, his demeanor shifting. "Your audacity is commendable, yet you remain woefully unprepared." With that, Sukuna's figure vanished once more. Guyu smirked, his black eyes resembling a void that could consume souls. "The one who understands my abilities too superficially is you." Sukuna's assault, having lunged toward Guyu, met only empty air. How is this possible? He wondered, watching his fingers pass right through Guyu's form, as if striking only air. Guyu snapped his fingers. The figure before him exploded into a shower of flesh, falling into the blood pool. Guyu shielded his eyes. He is quite handsome. Those serious encounters were exhausting. It was worth the pretense in the presence of such a character. Moments later, Sukuna's form re-emerged in the space, wiping his mouth with a hand. "Ha, ha, ha. You are truly amusing, Guyu. What other surprises do you have in store?" Sukuna's face radiated excitement. Guyu offered a perfunctory smile in response. He had a trick up his sleeve. Pointing at Sukuna, he declared, "Restraint. Another familiar tactic. Do you not possess anything novel?" Sukuna remarked, somewhat disgruntled. Guyu raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. Sukuna's mouth was forcibly sealed. Guyu leapt onto the highest skeletal structure, which was smooth and broad, spanning 2 to 3 meters. He pressed Sukuna down to the ground and reclined on his legs, promptly drifting into slumber. Observing Guyu's final act, Sukuna was left speechless. He was still contemplating sleep, despite the gravity of the situation. Yet, noticing the faint hue beneath Guyu's eyes, Sukuna refrained from speaking, remaining still. It was a rare encounter with an intriguing mortal. It would be a shame if he met an untimely demise. The next day, Guyu, clad in a new school uniform, trudged along, emitting warm breaths in the chill, following behind 2 others. Yuta, having lagged a few paces, matched Guyu's stride. "Did you not rest well last night?" he queried, noticing Guyu's despondent expression. Guyu cast a weary glance at Yuta, tugging at the fabric of his uniform. "The cost of rest is heavier than I imagined. I feel as if I have not slept in days." He had been relentlessly pursued by a ghost in his dreams. A rather large one at that. "Hey, over here." Fushiguro waved to the trio standing amidst the crowd. Observing their new uniforms, he exclaimed, "Oh, you caught up." Yuta tugged at his attire. "Indeed, but are we all meant to look the same? Mine, Nobara's, and Guyu's uniforms are all different." His had a hood. "Ah, I had those added specifically because I thought it suited you," Fushiguro replied, shaking his finger. Guyu pointed at the white garment obscuring much of his face. "Then why add a neck gaiter?" It's because I noticed that Guyu tends to be rather quiet in public. With your face obscured, you can speak freely," Fushiguro explained with a smile. Seeing the evident exhaustion in Guyu's demeanor, Fushiguro bent down, observing the shadows under Guyu's eyes. "You look as if you've had your vitality drained." The teacher, having traversed this age himself, is capable of understanding you. Yet it is essential for the youth to exercise moderation. Guyu cast a sidelong glance at Satoru Gojo. Hui observed Itadori and Guyu. Remarking that Gojo-sensei occasionally adopts such a demeanor, one simply needs to acclimatize. "So what is our purpose here?" "To welcome the 3rd student of the 1st year." Itadori pointed at Guyu. Isn't Guyu the 3rd? He asked the 4th. That particular student had confirmed their arrival quite some time ago. But the reasons for their delay remain unknown, Hui explained. Itadori nodded in acknowledgement. On the train, Kujisaki Nobara gazed expectantly out the window. "Tokyo, here she comes." Chapter 10, Distortion. "Ah, over here." "Hey." Satoru Gojo called out to a girl tugging at a middle-aged man with an intimidating demeanor. Kujisaki released her grip and approached the group of 4. "All right, all the 1st-year students are gathered. This is our 3rd student. I am Kujisaki Nobara." As she introduced herself, Kujisaki observed her classmates. Itadori appeared rather unsophisticated, as if he had indulged in boogers as a child. Hui struck her as an exceedingly self-assured and dreadfully dull man. Guyu, with his face obscured and clutching a doll, seemed distinctly peculiar and difficult to engage with. Kujisaki sighed, finding the reality quite different from her expectations. As a blossoming beauty of this age, She was relegated to the company of such unrefined boys. Who is unrefined? Itadori retorted loudly. Amidst the clamor, the group arrived at an abandoned building in Roppongi. A disconcerting, sticky aura of darkness enveloped the structure. Another curse, huh? Kujisaki expressed her annoyance. Bullying outsiders. This is neither a tourist spot nor a restaurant. You two will act together this time. Your objective is to exorcise, Gojo instructed. Guyu surveyed his surroundings and found a bench. Leaning his weary body against it, he lowered his head and promptly fell asleep. He eyed Guyu's slumbering form with curiosity, glancing at Gojo. Noticing Huey's gaze, Gojo raised a finger to his lips. Let him sleep. The spiritual damage he has suffered can only be mended through rest. Observing the sleeping Guyu, the Shikigami quietly drifted from his embrace and hovered before Gojo. Ryman Sukuna must be the reason Guyu is in this state. Leaning against the wall, Gojo remarked, we cannot assist with the damage to his soul. Gripping his scythe tightly, the Shikigami declared, I cannot stand by and watch Guyu suffer at the hands of Ryman Sukuna. I will sever their connection. Gojo halted him, stating, upon closer inspection, the bond between them is no longer something you can sever. Furthermore, don't you find Ryman Sukuna unusually quiet today? The question of who is tormenting whom remains uncertain. Gojo wore a self-satisfied grin. At this moment, Guyu had already become a sorcerer, his body coursing with Sukuna's cursed energy. The Shikigami gazed at the dark red, cursed energy flowing within Guyu and, feeling deflated, relinquished the scythe, returning to the warmth of Guyu's embrace. Rubbing against Guyu's chest, he vowed there would be no next time. As if sensing the Shikigami's emotions, Guyu instinctively tightened his hold. Hui approached Gojo, leaning against the wall. What is his situation? Guyu, you ask? Gojo replied, stroking his chin. Well, it's likely a situation that could alter the entire jujitsu world. Hui glanced at Guyu on the bench. A person capable of transforming the entire jujitsu world. Inside the building, Kujisaki impatiently glared at the puppet before her. Come out, let us wrap this up. I still have Tokyo to explore. Silence enveloped the room. Kujisaki retrieved a nail and a hammer adorned with pink hearts from her belongings. You in the corner, come out. Still, there was no response. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with the coffin, Kujisaki thought, channeling black-blue, cursed energy. With a resounding clang, she accurately drove the nail into the puppet's eye sockets. The cursed spirit's body swayed before it opened 3 eyes on its face, yellow irises darting around. I suggest you remove that nail. My cursed energy will flow into you through it. Kujisaki tossed her hair. With a loud bang, the cursed spirit's head exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Dissipating into the air, Kujisaki surveyed the remains with satisfaction. I'm truly impressive. Suddenly, a noise caught her attention. Clatter. A board fell to the ground, revealing a trembling child. A child? They must have snuck in and encountered a curse. Kujisaki knelt beside the child. It's okay. Come here. The child shook their head in fear. Feeling a bit defeated, Kujisaki coughed twice, standing up and turning her back. Isn't it said that children are not drawn to beautiful women? Seems to be true. I'll call it Idori. Wait. The child shouted in terror. A noise echoed as something fell nearby. The child extended a hand towards Kujisaki. Don't leave me behind. A curse resembling a kappa emerged from the wall. Seizing the child in its grasp and flashing a grin at Kujisaki, Kujisaki raised her hammer but hesitated. The curse's sharp claws were poised at the child's throat, ready to take their life at any moment. Tears streamed down the child's face as they silently wept. A hostage? This curse possesses intelligence. We observed the building. Do you really not need my assistance? Even Kujisaki, with experience in exorcising curses, might struggle against a sentient cursed spirit. Gojo shook his head with a smile. This is a test for them, a measure of the balance of life. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Kujisaki glared furiously at the curse. This curse is nothing of consequence, merely a grade 4, at most a grade 3 low-tier entity. Knowing its own inferiority, it resorts to taking hostages. Calm down, compose yourself. If she dies, the child will die too. Yet, even if the child dies, she will remain unharmed. Think rationally. Kujisaki tightened her grip on the pink heart-shaped hammer. Even if it's just me who survives, it's better than us all perishing. With a resounding crash, the hammer, nails, and belt were discarded on the ground as she raised her hands. I'm unarmed. Let the child go. The curse regarded Kujisaki, erupting into a wave of laughter. Kujisaki gritted her teeth. You fool. Look, it clearly has no intention of releasing the child. Before I die, I wish to see Saori one last time. Suddenly, a wall behind the curse was shattered with a loud bang. Huh, did I miss? Itadori exclaimed, scratching his head. Indeed, it was an errant shot, creating a large hole and granting access to the room. The curse pressed its finger threateningly against the child's neck, as if to intimidate Kujisaki. Itadori swiftly wielded his cursed tool, severing the curse's arm. He caught the child and kicked the curse aside. Are you all right? The child shook their head. Seeing the situation was lost, the curse burrowed into the wall. It's trying to escape. Kujisaki immediately crouched to retrieve her tools. You want to get away, Itadori? Give me that hand. The curse has leapt out of the window. Yuta and Satoru Gojo gaze at the curse above. I will eliminate it, Yuta declares. Satoru Gojo sits steadily in his chair. Wait a moment. Kinji Hikari tosses a small figure adorned with a heart-shaped pattern onto the severed arm. A child clings to a straw doll resembling Yuta? How ominous Yuta appears. Kinji's demeanor shifts dramatically as he tightens his grip on the nail, aiming it at the straw doll with a cursed technique. The nail hovers in midair, and the hammer in his hand comes crashing down with a resonant thud. The curse's heart pounds violently. In the next instant, numerous spikes erupt from its body, dissipating into the air. Not bad. Gojo, quite distorted, he remarks. Chapter 11. The two individuals emerging from the building bicker loudly over what to eat. Standing by the bench, Yuta rises and stretches lazily. What a dreadful nap. I think I'll skip the meal. He longs for his bed. Kinji glances at Yuta, clenching his fists. You really are infuriating. We toil to exorcise curses. And here you are, sleeping lazily. He stands protectively in front of Yuta, who is feeling unwell today. Kinji, puzzled, wonders if he is also a cursed spirit. Yuta quickly pulls Kinji aside. No, he is a spirit, a guardian of Yuta. Yuta explains Kinji's words. Kinji huffs and walks to the other side, entirely indifferent to others' opinions as Yuta embraces the spirit and departs. What the heck? Just walked off without a word. I expected some retort, Kinji grumbles. Yuta is rather shy. But once you get to know him, you'll find he is quite amiable. Yuta defends him. Kinji, hands on hips, retorts. Do you even comprehend what amiable means? It's just that you aren't familiar yet. Yuta is merely shy. Yuta continues to explain. Satoru Gojo strokes the child's head with a knowing smile. On the way, the spirit, looking up at Yuta, asks, Are you feeling better? Yuta nods, having slept and felt a bit improved, though his head still feels foggy. I'll just take another nap, and I'll be fine. Record, July 2018, Nishitokyo City, AG Juvenile Detention Center. In the playground's expanse, several non-sorcerers witness a special-grade cursed spirit, name undecided, manifesting. The situation is urgent as 4 first-year students from Jujutsu High are ordered to observe the scene. One among them has perished. When Yuta awakens, he gazes at the pure white ceiling above, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. His bodily functions gradually return to normal. Yuta touches his stomach, feeling hunger. The spirit flutters before him, somewhat excited. Little Yuta, you're finally awake. However, he notices that Yuta's cursed energy has vanished. Yuta nods. How long did I sleep? The spirit holds up 5 fingers. 5 whole days. Satoru Gojo had said he was in self-repair mode, instructing everyone not to disturb him. Yuta sits up, stretching. Ah, that was a splendid slumber. I feel completely revitalized, though a bit hungry. He rises, dons his clothes, and extends a hand to the spirit. Shall we go eat? The spirit obediently nestles into Yuta's embrace, acting like a doll. Upon exiting the cafeteria, they spot Yuta's companions boarding a vehicle. Are they off to complete a mission? Yuta glances briefly before preparing to leave. Ah, are you Yuta? Suddenly, a frail middle-aged man in the driver's seat speaks up. Yuta turns his head, tilting it in confusion, nodding. Who is this man? Ah, Yuta, you finally awakened. Yuta's companion waves at him. I'm Ijichi, the assistant supervisor for this mission. Your name is also on the task list. Ijichi explains, noting Yuta's puzzled expression. Oh, Yuta settles into the passenger seat, casting a discreet, suspicious glance at Ijichi. The mission details have already reached Mei's hands. Light rain begins to fall from the sky as they stand before the AG Juvenile Detention Center. 3 hours ago, our window confirmed the presence of the cursed spirit. When personnel had been evacuated to 90%, the site commander ordered a facility lockdown. Residents within a 500-meter radius have also been evacuated. Yuta raises his hand. Mr. Ijichi, may I ask what the window is? The window refers to the high-ranking contacts who can see the curse but are not sorcerers, Ijichi replies. Yuta nods. I see. Then I'll continue. There are still 5 inmates residing in the second dormitory alongside the cursed spirit. If the cursed spirit exhibits a perverse growth type, it could potentially develop into a special-grade curse. The others gasp in horror. Wait, I still don't fully grasp the implications of this level, Yuta admits, bewildered. Ijichi responds. Let me provide an explanation even a fool could comprehend. Assuming ordinary weapons are effective against cursed spirits, we start at level 4, where wooden sticks can easily prevail. Level 3 requires a handgun for assurance. Level 2 can barely manage with a shotgun, and level 1 is precarious even with a tank. Special-grade curses would necessitate missile bombardment to merely achieve a stalemate. Yuta breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. may appear somewhat helpless. Typically, we would dispatch sorcerers of equivalent grade for such tasks. Under normal circumstances, Satoru-sensei would handle this, but he is currently on assignment. Is he actually on assignment? Or is someone scheming while Satoru Gojo is away? Yuta lowers his gaze. Let us go back. He senses something within that resonates with him. This is a trap. Yuta's companion, puzzled, asks, what is the matter? Are you still feeling unwell? If you're scared, you can just head home and abandon sorcery. Kinji crosses her arms. Glaring at Yuta, the spirit stares at Kinji. You're the one who is scared. You unappealing girl. Kinji brandishes her tiny fist. Who are you calling unappealing? You. It's you. The spirit sticks out its tiny red tongue at Kinji. Kinji rolls up her sleeves. Come here. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Yuta intervenes. All right, calm down. Excuse me, where's Akira? A man in black uniform blocks a woman attempting to rush inside. You cannot approach. Please step back. Akira. My son Akira, is he all right? The woman's face reflects worry and tension. Yuta momentarily empathizes with her emotions, his eyes trembling. You're ugly, Yuta remarks, turning Kinji's face away. Kinji is momentarily taken aback. Ijichi steps in front of Yuta, softly explaining, she is a guardian here to visit. Please leave. The facility may have been poisoned. This is all I can disclose for now. The woman's face falls into despair, tears streaming down her cheeks as she crouches. How could this happen? Yuta clenches his fists. Fushiguro, Kinji, let us go. Yuta, if you're feeling unwell, you should return to the vehicle. This incident is both urgent and extraordinary, so you must avoid combat at all costs. When facing special grade curses, the options are limited to fleeing or perishing. Please abide by your fears. Do not forget that your task is merely to locate and rescue survivors. Ijichi reminds them. Guyu's hand rested upon the ajar car door, gazing at the retreating figures of Itadori and his companions. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to close the door. Well, it seems I've already entered the epicenter of the event. What purpose does further evasion serve? Itadori observed the way Guyu's toes fidgeted. You are not a sorcerer. You need not enter, for all they mentioned was bringing you to the scene. Guyu cast a glance at Itadori, a note of gratitude in his eyes. Such unexpected words you speak. Chapter 12 unfolds. Witnessing Guyu's resolute strides, Itadori knew his counsel would fall on deaf ears, thus he chose to remain silent. By opening this door, he would indeed step into the realm of sorcery. Grasping Guyu's hand from behind, he declared, I shall accompany you. Guyu adjusted the fabric of his clothing with a smile. Very well. The last time was a mere accident. This time, it is his own volition. Let the gates to a new world swing wide open. As they crossed the threshold, the entire space transformed into something peculiar. The once modest two-story building morphed into a rusted edifice towering dozens of stories high. Guyu tilted his head back to behold a crimson ceiling. Surrounding them were warped staircases. Itadori brandished his scythe. Guyu, this is a semi-domain. This curse is already of the special grade. Should it fully mature into a complete domain, we would meet our demise here. Guyu glanced over his shoulder, realizing the door through which they had entered had vanished. What is a domain? It is the pinnacle of sorcery, akin to a powerful ultimate move, exhaustive in its energy consumption, yet devastating in its damage. Guyu wore a look of perplexity. Hi. An eerie sound echoed around them. A colossal green specter's head loomed before Guyu and Itadori. The scythe in Itadori's grasp expanded. It's a grade 3 curse. With that, he charged forward, cleaving the curse in two. The severed curse dissipated into the air. Guyu clapped, acknowledging the display. Itadori turned to face Guyu with a serious expression. Guyu, the number of curses here is overwhelming. You must remain vigilant. Guyu blinked, recalling the gravity of the situation. All right, if I were to be killed, it would indeed be fatal. Guyu observed the curses crawling like insects on the ground and raised his right hand. In his dreams, he had contemplated a question. Negative emotions give rise to curses, while positive emotions give birth to spirits. Sorcerers harness their own negative emotions as power. So, what would transpire if one were to extract positive emotions as a source of strength? A radiant white light enveloped Guyu's right hand. Clenching his fist, he struck the ground where the curse lay. Instantly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the point of contact. For curses, opposing forces were akin to sulfuric acid, corroding their bodies and strength, while leaving the surrounding structures unscathed. Itadori blinked in astonishment. Guyu, you truly possess a talent that inspires envy. Such a skill is not something one could simply comprehend on their own. Guyu examined his fist. In dreams, where awakening was impossible, he had sought to occupy himself. And to his surprise, the results were quite commendable. This blow bolstered Guyu's confidence, and alongside Itadori, they began to eradicate the curses surrounding them. Their enthusiasm waned as their available power diminished. A howl akin to that of a wolf snapped Guyu back to reality. He shook his wrist. observing the relentless tide of curses. Had Itadori and the others already exited? Their experience had accumulated significantly. He too sought an exit. Kuwabara, take Inumaki and Yuta and leave. Expand the protective perimeter to 1,000 meters and contact Gojo-sensei as swiftly as possible. Itadori cradled Inumaki. Guyu's classmate, he's also gone inside. For a fleeting moment, a sense of dread washed over him. This is bad. He could die. He launched a punch at the nearest curse, clearing a path. Itadori, we need to find an exit. Understood, Itadori replied, raising his hand to sever the oncoming curse. They shifted their positions continuously, gradually reducing the number of curses until none remained. Yet, the peculiar sensation in their hearts grew ever stronger. Something was amiss. That entity was near. Guyu instinctively began to sprint. The ground beneath him suddenly fissured. He plummeted down to the lower levels, regaining his footing after several steps. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a humanoid curse with gray-blue skin, its limbs encased in the wall. Realization dawned, and he stiffened. Sukuna, with 2 faces, grinned at Guyu. Seeing you brings me joy. He had indeed entered. The little demon's plan had faltered. The special grade curse struggled to extricate itself from the wall, its arms healing in an instant. It staggered forward, wholly disregarding Guyu. Sukuna abruptly abandoned his playful demeanor. Little brat, allow me to show you the true essence of sorcery. He formed intricate hand gestures, domain expansion, demon goddess chef. A crimson flash surged before them, revealing a mirror-like surface of still water under a sky reminiscent of blood. Behind Sukuna, a godlike structure loomed, with a gaping maw. In an instant, the curse before them was vertically sliced into multiple segments. Sukuna sighed in boredom. I initially intended to cut you into 3 pieces. You truly are weak. The domain was activated and swiftly retracted. All right. Sukuna approached the curse, extending his finger to extract a digit from the black void at its chest. Only after distancing from the curse did its lifeless remnants fall to the ground. The space gradually reverted to its former state. Observing Guyu, who remained in a daze, Sukuna raised his hand and forcefully flicked Guyu on the forehead. Ouch, that hurts. Guyu instinctively protested, clutching his brow. What are you dazed about, kid? Sukuna remarked, somewhat irked. He was uncertain how much longer he could maintain control over his body. Itadori. Guyu called softly. Sukuna pointed behind Guyu. It's bricked in. Guyu turned to find Itadori, bloodied and embedded within the wall, his pupils dilating in shock. When did this happen? He rushed over, shattering the wall to catch the falling Itadori. How are you? Itadori struggled to lift his head. I'm sorry, Guyu. I'm too weak to protect you. Guyu enveloped Itadori in his embrace. Just rest. Don't say anything. Sukuna watched with amusement. So, are you angry? Come on, Guyu, show me your true power. Guyu gazed at the 2-faced Sukuna, a dark energy beginning to envelop him. Now this is interesting. In an instant, it receded like a tide. Guyu closed his eyes, reflecting on the beautiful moments of his life. Itadori was born from positive emotions. Perhaps this would assist him. A white energy coursed around Guyu, simultaneously infusing Itadori's body. Sukuna grinned, clearly intrigued by the fresh turn of events. Regrettably, he found this nauseating white energy unappealing. Sukuna approached Guyu, his nails elongating into sharp points. Guyu opened his eyes. The dual-faced Sukuna grinned as he plunged his hand into the chest of Yuta. Farewell, he uttered. Yuta blinked, casting a glance at the blood now seeping from his chest. Isn't it a pity? He mused. Sukuna paused momentarily. Do you find this amusing? Yuta gestured to himself. Don't you think I'm too weak now? There can be no thrill in slaying a feeble opponent. Sukuna's claws reverted to their normal form as he retracted his hand. Sometimes, even the astute can be less obnoxious. He then raised his scythe, directing it towards Sukuna. Stay away from Yuta, you pest. Yuta's eyes widened in surprise as he looked back. It seemed indeed beneficial. The cursed spirit could use cursed energy to mend his body, and so could he. In Chapter 13, the senior, Sukuna sidestepped the scythe with a scoff. Pathetic. What does restoration matter if your abilities remain so feeble? A sharp pain pierced Yuta's heart. I will grow stronger. I will train diligently to protect Yuta. Sukuna snorted, suddenly struck by an idea. He appeared before Yuta, ripping away the fabric covering his face. It looks more pleasing this way. I will teach you. Once you have grown, I shall personally slay you. That would be far more entertaining. Feeling a chill on his face, Yuta thought, is it always so sudden? He bit his lip in uncertainty and nodded hesitantly. Sukuna's index finger pressed against Yuta's brow, and he felt a tingling sensation in his chest. After healing the wound, Sukuna stepped aside and shut his eyes. Kid, it's resolved. Let us exchange. After a moment of waiting, he noted the absence of Itadori's response. If we are to switch, do it quickly. It is quite vexing. After another brief wait, Sukuna grinned, his eyes glinting as he turned back to Yuta and beckoned with a finger. Keep up. I will teach you through real combat. He then vanished instantly, leaving Yuta alone to watch Sukuna's silhouette in the air as he took off running. In the real world, he couldn't fly. He had no idea who the first unfortunate soul would be. The expression of Megumi, standing before the juvenile facility, suddenly turned blank. He quickly regained his composure and departed from his spot. Sukuna stood where Megumi had just been, running his fingers through his hair as he observed Yuta sprinting towards him. Too slow. Channel cursed energy into your feet to accelerate your speed. Yuta gasped for breath, tugging at his clothing and nodding. He turned his head to meet Megumi's gaze. Yuta blinked. The unfortunate soul is him. Megumi, equally astonished, realized he had survived, and was even alongside Sukuna. Sukuna appeared behind Megumi and delivered a swift kick. Don't lose focus. With a thud, Megumi was sent flying into a wall several meters away, collapsing at its base while wiping the blood from beneath his nose. What about Itadori? Sukuna glanced at his palm. He fled. Just moments ago he was crying, reluctant to meet his end. Itadori would never run away. He needed to reclaim control of his body and buy time. As Megumi formed a hand seal, Jewel Dog, a massive black and white patterned serpent erupted from the earth, sinking its fangs into Sukuna. No, a stone-faced creature resembling an eagle materialized in the air, crackling with electricity as it charged at Sukuna. Seizing the opportunity, Megumi dashed to Yuta's side. What happened to Itadori? Yuta recalled the scene. He seemed to have fallen asleep. Sukuna had called out to him, but he hadn't awakened. Sukuna eyed the oncoming Nu with a smile, opening his arms wide as the serpent was obliterated by his cursed energy. Megumi gritted his teeth. Run. I can buy you time. Yuta looked at Megumi, urging him otherwise. Megumi clenched his fists. Itadori is my selfish reason for saving. Whatever happens, I will handle it. Sukuna, now firmly planted on the ground, remarked, speaking of which, I have a splendid idea. Both Megumi and Yuta turned their gazes towards Sukuna, whose fingers morphed back into elongated, sharp forms. He plunged his hand into Itadori's chest, producing a still-beating heart in his grasp. This shall serve as the hostage. Megumi's pupils dilated. It was Itadori's heart. Sukuna then callously tossed the heart to the ground, delivering another stab. He retrieved the finger he had just acquired and swallowed it whole. Now, I can kill you without restraint. Yuta gazed at the heart on the ground, wondering if it would taste delectable when fried. This thought struck him abruptly. Meanwhile, Megumi was sent soaring by Sukuna's onslaught. Yuta looked up, only able to see Sukuna's fleeting shadow as he relentlessly attacked Megumi from all directions. I feel like having beef meatballs. I wonder if they sell them here. No. Were they getting further away? As Nu caught Megumi mid-flight, it swiftly darted in another direction, but Sukuna delivered a kick that sent it crashing to the ground. Bloodied and battered, Megumi slumped amidst the ruins. This is the power of the King of Curses. Let us recall Nu before it gets destroyed. Nu dissipated into a black dot in the air, using one's shadow as a medium, not the run-of-the-mill summoning technique. Sukuna rubbed his chin. I failed to comprehend. Why did you flee back then? Such a waste of potential. Megumi processed this sluggishly. Was Sukuna lamenting? Yet, he could not allow Sukuna to run rampant. He bound his hands together, burying steps. Yura. Sukuna's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing something entertaining was about to unfold. Megumi hoisted Yuta by the collar, soaring above the two. As Sukuna felt a shadow sweep overhead, he looked up, observing the two swaying precariously. Yuta called out, hey. Itadori had awakened. Megumi, ready to unleash his power, noticed Sukuna's realization and retracted his hands. Let me tell you, my saving you holds no reason. Even in danger, I cannot bear to see a virtuous soul like you perish. Though I have hesitated, I ultimately acted on emotion. But that is sufficient. I am not a hero. I am a sorcerer. The dark markings on Itadori's body began to fade. Megumi stood up, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thus, I have never regretted saving you. The markings vanished entirely as Itadori revealed a resigned smile. Is that so? He scratched the back of his head. After all, you're clever. You must think more than I do. I believe your thoughts are valid, but mine are not without merit. Blood continued to surge from his chest. Apologies. But time has slipped away. You, Guyu, and the esteemed teacher Fushiguro need not worry. You must endure a little longer. Before he could finish his words, Itadori collapsed weakly. Nobara bit her lip tightly, while Guyu raised his gaze to the sky, noting that the rain had ceased. Was he a fool to utter such words at a time like this? Itadori's demise weighed heavily upon them. In the meantime, Inumaki sat on the steps, propping his chin up, biting his lip in distress. Guyu lay on the grass beside him, gazing at the sky. The air in the forest was refreshing, yet stiflingly hot. It's so hot, Inumaki murmured. Yes, Nobara replied. Why does Nobara seem so devoid of motivation? As if she has lost someone. A girl with her hair neatly tied back and sporting square glasses stood nearby, holding a stick and observing the two seated on the steps. My, My, a panda, lurking behind a statue, waved its paw. What is it? Mai shot an impatient glance at the panda. The panda extended a finger. Do you not understand their sorrow? Just yesterday, a first-year student died. It was a salmon. Inumaki added from behind. Mai stiffened. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I would have appeared heartless otherwise. Ah, Zenin-senpai, Nobara interjected. Inumaki looked curiously at the newcomers. Who are they? They are second-year seniors, Nobara explained. Chapter 14, Private Sentiments. Guyu had stealthily approached the two concealed behind the statue. Upon hearing a faint sound, Inumaki turned his head. The two individuals, both obscured, froze upon seeing each other. Inumaki poked the panda and pointed at Guyu, seaweed. The panda turned, momentarily perplexed. But upon locking eyes with Guyu, it jumped back with a startled gasp, clutching its chest in fright. Guyu waved amicably at the panda, seizing the opportunity to observe a national treasure up close. The panda glanced at Inumaki, then back at Guyu. You two bear a striking resemblance. Guyu eyed Inumaki's white hair, and then his own dark locks. Animals have different gazes than humans. It is quite normal, he mused, understanding the sentiment. Inumaki appeared puzzled. Seaweed, how do we resemble each other? The panda pointed at Guyu. You both have your faces covered. Is that truly the reason? Guyu's eyes lit up, finding the notion endearing. Guyu. Satoru Gojo called from a patch of grass, waving him over. All eyes turned toward Guyu, including Fushiguro's, who recalled the events of the previous day, realizing he could not comprehend Guyu at all, despite being youthful and presumably facing death for the first time. Guyu's demeanor remained unperturbed as he silently observed Itadori's lifeless form. When their eyes met, Guyu's dark orbs were filled with indifference, as if witnessing a mere bug's demise. Despite having known Itadori the longest, Guyu approached Gojo, resting his head against Gojo's shoulder. Guyu looked at Gojo, puzzled. What brings you here? Gojo turned. Let us talk as we walk. I heard from Nobara that you have mastered a new ability. Guyu nodded. Could you demonstrate? Guyu contemplated and extended his right hand, white energy swirling in his palm. It did not appear overly aggressive. Perhaps it was an auxiliary force? Gojo mused, turning to face Guyu. What is the purpose of this energy? With a mischievous glint, Guyu raised his hand, looking at Gojo. Would you like to experience it firsthand? Intrigued, Gojo extended his hand to meet Guyu's. Where their energies collided, black smoke began to rise. Gojo observed the void forming between their hands, sensing a gradual erosion. Ah, this is quite interesting. It can corrode the powers of others. He scratched his cheek, adding, though I would argue that it resembles a purification more than corrosion, erasing those dark, malevolent emotions. Gojo opened the door to the basement, regardless of its nature. Possessing an ability is always advantageous. Guyu followed Gojo down the staircase. What are we doing here? Yesterday, you were with Sukuna. Did you reach any agreements? Agreements? Guyu mused. He said he would teach me to grow stronger and then personally kill me. Gojo tilted his head, gazing at Guyu. Are you not afraid of being targeted by such a formidable entity? Guyu shook his head, resolute. He would not allow Sukuna to take his life. Gojo raised an eyebrow, finding Guyu unexpectedly composed. Do you possess some hidden trump card? Nevertheless, it could be a blessing in disguise. Sukuna's understanding of curse techniques differed from theirs. Perhaps Guyu would learn something valuable. Pausing, Gojo opened the silver door before them. The power of curses. Guyu followed Gojo into the room. The sterile white tiles, several chairs, and the figure of Ijichi seated there greeted them. The most striking sight was Itadori's naked corpse lying on a silver gurney. A woman in a white coat, with dark circles under her eyes, glanced at Gojo before addressing him. Why did you bring a child here? How am I supposed to work? Before Gojo could respond, Guyu approached Itadori's side. The assortment of tools on the tray and the equipment worn by the woman made Guyu realize a grim truth. You intend to dissect Itadori's body, do you not? Noticing the unusual tone in Guyu's voice, Gojo remained silent. Are you unable to accept the dissection of a comrade? The woman, identified as Kamo Nanami, nodded. It's a rare opportunity to study the vessel of Sukuna. We must seize it. Guyu bowed his head, contemplating the unsettling thought. Would he too one day find himself on an operating table after an untimely death, his body sliced open for examination and documentation, perhaps even preserved in slices? The mere idea of being subjected to such treatment after death sent a shiver down his spine. He tugged at his clothing, covering his face thoroughly. Why did you summon me? Gojo's ears perked up, sensing the resistance in Guyu's tone. He realized he had acted thoughtlessly. Initially, he believed that even if Guyu was not Sukuna's vessel, the latter would not allow Itadori's death to go unpunished. Thus, Guyu represented a perilous link. However, it seemed the opposite effect had transpired. Unbeknownst to everyone, Itadori's chest began to mend gradually, his complexion returning to a healthy hue. Gojo's mind raced. Sukuna seems to hold a certain appreciation for you. It's possible that upon seeing you, he may choose to revive Itadori. Guyu narrowed his eyes, finding the reasoning absurd. Suddenly, Itadori bolted upright, glancing down at himself. I'm alive, Mr. Gojo, Ijichi exclaimed, pointing at Itadori. It appears you were right. Upon encountering Guyu, Sukuna felt an unexpected desire to cling to life. Silence. Idichi, Gojo Satoru chuckled as he observed Itadori. Shoko gazed dejectedly at Itadori, removing her mask from her face. What a pity. Guyu, turning away from Itadori, remarked, looks like someone received quite the lesson. Itadori, blissfully clad, would surely astonish everyone. The anticipation is palpable. Gojo Satoru, Shoko, and Guyu strolled through the corridor. Shoko would need to amend her report now. Gojo, just remain as you are, she remarked. Gojo replied, I aim to strengthen Yuji as much as possible before he becomes a target again. Could you do me a favor and note that Yuji has perished in the records? Shoko inquired. No, I'll have him resurrected during the exchange event. You must attend the exchange event too, Guyu. Guyu, lost in thought, looked at Gojo with confusion. The directive for this mission came from above. They also wish to eliminate you, with the principal of Kyoto among them. Thus, while you study under him, I shall provide guidance as well. Let us aim to thoroughly defeat that old man South student and drive him to his demise. There was a hint of personal motivation in his words. Guyu slightly twitched his lips. I'll do my best. Chapter 15. Inheriting the Legacy. As night fell, a slumbering Guyu found himself once more in that crimson expanse. Sukuna, in his dual-faced form, perched upon a skeletal structure, observing the sleeping youth. He reached out, pulling down the fabric that concealed the boy's face, revealing his exquisite features. Awaken. Guyu opened his still drowsy eyes, touching his cool face, unclear of the cycle of entrance and exit. Sukuna rose, asking, what do you perceive curses to be, boy? What defines a sorcerer, and what is cursed energy? Guyu rubbed his temples, attempting to hasten his mental clarity. Curses are the demons within the human heart. Sorcerers are those who hunt these demons, and cursed energy is the outlet for such emotions. Hearing this explanation for the first time, Sukuna cast a sidelong glance at Guyu. That interpretation is not entirely incorrect. Do you understand what you and your power resemble? A monster? Guyu ventured tentatively. Sukuna rolled his eyes. No, it is a lotus, a flower blooming amidst a mire of filth. Pure and beautiful. Yet one cannot resist the urge to drag you into the swamp, to witness your withering and descent into darkness. However, there were aspects he withheld, describing it as a black-hearted lotus, one that consumes. EW. Guyu grimaced. I am just an ordinary person. There is nothing peculiar about me. Noticing Guyu's disbelief, Sukuna crossed his arms and turned away. That thing behind you. The figure of Ho, his guardian spirit, materialized in Guyu's mind. Sukuna leaped from the blood pool. He can rival a grade 1, but still lacks the cultivation to face a special grade. Guyu followed suit. Ho is indeed formidable. Just a fledgling, much like you, Sukuna retorted, now facing Guyu. There is no shortcut to mastering cursed energy. Yet, through repeated brushes with death, you can surpass your limits. So after all this talk, we still have to fight? Guyu weakly raised his hand. I have a question. Speak. Guyu gestured. Could we avoid such extreme measures? Last time, I spent a week in the dormitory recovering. The slumbering Sukuna nodded silently. Cursed energy enveloped Sukuna's form. Guyu glanced down at his hands, both black and white. Cursed energy and spiritual energy. Have you decided which power you will wield? He extended his left hand, and black energy surged from his wrist, enveloping his entire being. Sukuna squinted. With my cursed energy, how will you wield my power? Guyu's eyes reddened. Sukuna appeared behind him, a hand of flowing cursed energy striking at Guyu's back. The dark, cursed energy coiled around Sukuna's hands, binding him securely. Observing the energy around his wrists, Sukuna noted it was still quite solid. Guyu turned, glancing at Sukuna with raised arms. I believe I am more suited for control. Sukuna exerted force, easily shattering Guyu's cursed energy. You can only control a grade 4 at best. Suddenly, chains of condensed cursed energy materialized behind Guyu, effortlessly suspending his arms in midair. At this level, you can manage a grade 1, but the consumption of cursed energy is considerable, and against someone with explosive power, you would be unable to maintain control. More cursed energy wrapped around Guyu. Unless you devise a means to break free, you know what awaits. Guyu observed the tightening cursed energy, pondering how to combat it. I need to absorb it, he resolved, retracting his cursed energy and utilizing the black markings on his wrist to siphon Sukuna's power. As it thinned, Guyu's eyes brightened. This was effective. With a crack, a rib snapped. Ignoring the pain, Guyu focused on absorbing the cursed energy in the air. However, Sukuna would not allow Guyu to escape his grasp so easily. He continuously infused fresh cursed energy, restoring its density. Guyu's wrists weakened, his blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This must be what it feels like to be on the brink of death. Oddly, it was not unbearable. A sense of calm enveloped him. Guyu mused. It felt as though he had forgotten something. What could it be? Noticing Guyu's silence, Sukuna retracted his cursed energy. Without support, Guyu plummeted into the blood pool. Get up, boy, Sukuna called out, observing Guyu's lack of will to survive. Indeed, Guyu turned his eyes, still able to hear. He trained to become stronger, to never again endure such pain. He wished to live, for no particular reason other than the desire to exist. Guyu laboriously lifted his right hand, weakly resting it on Sukuna's calf, abandoning the notion of using the markings on his wrist. Instead, he resolved to become a spirit that consumed cursed energy. Feeding off Sukuna's power, the wound on his wrist healed, bones realigned. With newfound sensation, Guyu's fingers twitched involuntarily. The texture beneath his hand felt smooth, devoid of fur. Suddenly, the thought struck him. Feeling a chill, Sukuna instinctively kicked out, causing Guyu to collide with a pile of bones. Guyu trembled as he rose, clutching his waist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. His back, that wretched back of his. Indeed, the intricacies of the technique were not so easily grasped. Curiosity piqued, Guyu inquired about how one learns such a technique. Sukuna tilted his head back, scratching his chin. It's innate. How could Guyu possibly learn that? Sukuna approached Guyu, asking, what were you just thinking about, on the brink of death? Guyu pondered for a moment. I felt dizzy. So this is what it's like when one is about to die. No instinct for survival. That could pose a significant problem. I recall your parents being in Miyagi Prefecture, correct? Sukuna asked seemingly without intent. Guyu gazed at Sukuna in disbelief. Disasters should not befall family members. Do you understand? Sukuna grinned, an expression that suggested, take a guess. Guyu took a deep breath, feeling invigorated with newfound resolve as he looked into Sukuna's eyes. Sukuna patted Guyu's head. Now that's more like it. Be earnest. Guyu swatted Sukuna's hand away, pushing his hair back, again. Although every sorcerer's technique is innate. You already possess my sorcery. Perhaps you might even wield my techniques. Sukuna dodged Guyu's strike. In your terms, this would be called inheriting the family business? Chapter 16, the manual. Guyu was taken aback, his punch going awry. Inheriting from the divine. That refers to father and son. Sukuna waved his hand dismissively. What is the difference? Once a teacher, forever a father. Guyu scoffed twice. The dark energy around him dissipating as white energy erupted in brilliant radiance. Humanity has destroyed you, you bastard. Moments later, a sizzling sound echoed. Sukuna clutched his scorched arm. You've changed colors. That white is repulsive. And control your emotions. Your energy is overflowing. Guyu rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm Sun Wukong? I can't just transform at will. He couldn't perform the 72 transformations. Nevertheless, he obediently reigned in his emotions. Who is Sun Wukong? Is he formidable? Sizzling. Guyu could still handle a blow from you. Sukuna had spoken too boldly. Sizzling. Like a hedgehog, prickly to the touch. Sukuna gestured towards Guyu as if signaling a release. Guyu quickly cradled his head, aligning it properly, awaiting his wounds to heal. Ranged, melee invincibility. And poison. Are you teaching me, or merely toying with me? Guyu voiced his inner doubts. Sukuna tucked his hands back into his sleeves. Casting a sidelong glance, you talk too much. Guyu was momentarily speechless. Whose fault is that? Sukuna resumed his previous gesture. Pay attention, release. The sorcery transformed into a slicing strike aimed at the ground. Got it. Could I possibly have a manual? Only a genius could comprehend it. Observing Guyu's dazed expression, Sukuna understood. He looked at Guyu with disdain. Fool. Guyu replied, such foolishness is truly regrettable. Sukuna returned to his throne. Gazing down at Guyu. I don't believe I've seen you employ your soul-controlling abilities outside of here. Guyu examined his hands, which flickered in and out of visibility. It could be considered a life-saving ability. One must always retain some trump cards unknown to others. If outsiders were to dissect him, he would be perilously close to the dissection table. Sukuna raised his chin. Time is nearly up. Guyu blinked. In an instant, the scene before him transformed into a white ceiling. He awoke. Guyu sat up, finding himself alone in the room. Sukuna was gone. Guyu, feeling frustrated, lay back down. Heaven had bestowed upon him a golden finger, but alas, there was no manual. He placed his hands before him. One side black, the other white. Starkly defined. He felt an inexplicable void. He wondered if the two energies would repel each other when brought together. Contemplating this, Guyu allowed the two energies to touch. There was no devouring, no repulsion. The energies neutralized each other. Guyu stared blankly at his empty hands for a moment. Perhaps a stroll outside would do him good. With that thought, he dressed and headed out. On the playground, Panda was lifting Kinji's leg, spinning around. Maki, Mai, and Inumaki sat on the nearby steps. Guyu glanced over, then decided to approach the playground. Hey, you're that first year. Maki initiated the conversation. Guyu nodded, looking towards Panda. What is that? Maki glanced over. Ah, that S training. They both struggle in close combat, so they're working on their resilience. Watching as Kinji was flung away, Guyu thought it was quite a grounded form of training. What about your spirit? Maki looked around, clearly intrigued. Salmon. Inumaki also expressed curiosity. Guyu hadn't seen him since waking up. Perhaps he was out playing. Is that so? Maki appeared somewhat disappointed. Guyu sincerely asked Inumaki. May I spar with you? He remembered that this one was a cursed speech user and wished to observe the flow of his cursed energy. Inumaki pointed to himself in confusion. Salmon? Why? Maki patted Inumaki. This is a request from a junior. It's also a good opportunity to understand a new ability. Inumaki stood up. All right. Maki called out to Panda. Hey, pause for a moment. Guyu and Inumaki are going to spar. Clear the area. Guyu and Inumaki took their positions on opposite sides. A gentle breeze stirred, swaying the grass on the ground. Their hair danced lightly in the wind. Mai focused her gaze on the two. White energy enveloped Guyu entirely. Inumaki pulled down the zipper of his jacket slightly, revealing two peculiar black markings near his mouth. Guyu exhaled slowly and charged forward. Don't move, Inumaki commanded. Instantly, Guyu's body froze. He couldn't discern the direction of the cursed energy flow. Was it sound waves? Fortunately, the control did not last long, and as soon as he regained control of his body, Guyu swung a punch at Inumaki. Inumaki dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding contact. They brushed past each other. Inumaki spoke before Guyu blew away. The flow of cursed energy was clear to Guyu. Yet he couldn't fully comprehend it. How foolish of him to seek the principles of the anime world. In midair, Guyu controlled his body, extending his hands. White energy surged from the ground, ensnaring Inumaki's legs tightly. Inumaki pulled at his collar, glancing down at his feet. Release. Seizing the moment, Guyu appeared behind Inumaki and swung a fist at him. Inumaki swiftly evaded Guyu's blow, escaping the range of attack. Guyu stood still, clenched his fists. Then released them. What was still missing? Hey! Kinji pointed at the ground beneath Guyu's feet. It's blooming. Blooming? Guyu looked down. Indeed, small, unnamed wildflowers had sprouted all around his feet. His ability? Guyu channeled his spiritual energy into the ground, nurturing not only the flowers but also the blades of grass, which flourished vibrantly. Dogwan tilted his head, observing Guyu's actions without making a move. Guyu crouched down and gently prodded a flower's leaf, causing it to sway slightly. A smile crept across Guyu's lips. Such abilities were indeed remarkable. Xiaoyu. A figure darted to Guyu's side. I've been looking for you everywhere. Guyu stood up, inquiring, what is the matter? Mom sent you a package. Guyu retrieved his phone, and indeed, there was a message from his mother, sent while he was asleep. Son, while your father and I were out, we encountered a young man who claimed to be a Taoist. He spoke of you and your school, asserting a strong connection between us. He gifted us a fateful item that he said you would need. It was not expensive, just 300,000 yuan. It should be arriving soon. So remember to open it personally. Guyu gazed skyward, silently calculating the implications. An unknown Taoist had sold his parents an item worth around 10,000 yuan. Ding Chi called out to Guyu. Hey, are you going to play or what? Guyu waved his hand dismissively. My family is sending me some things. I have to go. Turning back to Dogwan, he nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Dogwan zipped up his jacket and glanced at his now bruised ankle, pondering Guyu's peculiar abilities. Chapter 17, Observation. Upon receiving his package from the police station, Guyu noted its rectangular shape, casually wrapped in cardboard, simple yet unpretentious. He found himself seriously doubting whether it contained a duster. However, its weight did not suggest that it was a duster. Guyu tore open the cardboard, revealing its contents, an umbrella, a striking emerald green oil paper umbrella, adorned with droplet-like pendants along its edges. He examined the item within the cardboard, asking, what is this? Grasping the handle, he pulled the umbrella out, noting the painted surface depicting a pond with concentric ripples, in which two koi fish, one red and one black, swam. Its weight was substantial. Setting the cardboard aside, Guyu opened the umbrella, and the pendants produced a delightful sound as they clinked together. This was undeniably his possession. Guyu felt an intense sense of belonging. This umbrella was meant for him. However, the other person merely marveled. This umbrella is beautiful. With a snap, Guyu closed it. Isn't it? It cost 300,000 yuan. If it's not beautiful, then that price better be worth it. The other person gasped. How expensive? Indeed, Guyu tightened his grip on the umbrella, fully aware that he deserved its worth. That night, Ichichi drove, with Gojo Satoru beside him. Navigating the slopes, Gojo leaned against the window, gazing outside. Ichichi obediently parked the car on the roadside. Gojo stepped out. You go ahead. Ichichi, somewhat surprised, replied. Is it one of those tests? If I walk for a while, will you hit me? Gojo chuckled, covering his face in mild exasperation. Ichi-chi. What do you take me for? I'll be off then, he said, and drove away without pause. Gojo stood with his hands in his pockets. All right. A volcano-shaped cursed spirit leapt from the sky, landing where Gojo had just stood and erupting the ground beneath him. Gojo retreated a few paces, eyeing the spirit. Who are you? The cursed spirit, Luhu, widened the single eye in its center. A wall behind Gojo sprouted a similar volcano shape, accumulating energy, as if alive. The moment Gojo turned, a torrent of flames erupted, incinerating a vast expanse of the surrounding forest. Ha 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 ha. Luhu retracted its fingers, which had been poised to cast a spell, the strongest among sorcerers, yet you are merely this. Humans today are indeed full of lies. Luhu gazed in confusion as its flames gradually dissipated in the air. Gojo's figure became increasingly distinct. Say that again. Who is merely this? Gojo stood perfectly intact, his clothing untouched. Luhu twitched its ear, little brat. To be able to converse with a normal person while being a cursed spirit, along with such formidable curse power. Are you an unregistered special grade? Gojo mused inwardly, speculating that Luhu might be even stronger than the current Sukuna. Special grades are indeed unique, hence their designation. Yet, how audacious of you to come here, so brazenly. Luhu scoffed, waving its arm as a yellow cloak with black spots billowed behind it. Did I offend you? No. Luhu snapped its fingers. You've piqued my interest, Gojo smirked. In the realm of the living, Guyu held the umbrella, humming a tuneless melody. Showcasing it to Sukuna. What do you think? Isn't it marvelous? Sukuna materialized from the pile of bones before Guyu, scrutinizing the umbrella in his hands. An object that can enter the realm of the living is indeed special. But what unique purpose does it serve? Guyu twirled the umbrella's handle. I'm not sure yet, which is why I'm preparing to experiment with it. Sukuna raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, his sharp claws slashed towards Guyu. The umbrella deflected Sukuna's attack, the claws screeching against its surface. Guyu leaned forward to inspect the umbrella. There isn't a single scratch. Sukuna shook his hand. It merely blocks attacks without curse power. Let us try infusing curse energy into it. Guyu obediently channeled white curse energy into the umbrella's handle. The atmosphere became immediately humid, causing his clothes to feel sticky. Sukuna glanced over, realizing it wasn't Guyu's clothing that had become moist, but rather blood from his body, which had corroded and stuck to his attire. The corrosion was rapid. Guyu observed Sukuna's face becoming grotesquely disfigured, finding it somewhat distressing. Sukuna attempted to restore his body using curse energy, but found the corrosion accelerating. Moments later, Guyu closed the umbrella, gazing at the pool of blood. Are you okay? It's turned into liquid. Can you come back from that? The mass on the ground bubbled, gradually reconstituting itself. What are you? He is merely a youth who has transformed from ordinary to extraordinary, Guyu replied earnestly. My name is Guyu, I'm 17, and a student. Sukuna placed a hand on Guyu's head, and suddenly, Guyu vanished from the realm. With a forceful gesture, Sukuna stirred the air. Emotionless, he returned his hand to his sleeve, as the skeleton behind him shattered into fragments. Guyu blinked in confusion. His vision filled with a lake. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a volcano-like curse standing before him. Xiaoyu. A hand waved in front of Guyu's eyes. Snap out of it. Observing the labored expression on the face of the rear, Guyu grasped the umbrella in hand. Oh, Mount Fuji is perched atop his head, shouted Yuta, pointing at Loku. Turning his gaze, he beheld the composed Wataru Fushiguro. Suddenly, a melody echoed in Guyu's mind. With a chicken in my left hand and a duck in my right. Wataru gently set the two down, addressing Loku. After a long wait, allow me to introduce my classmates Yuji and Guyu, who have come to observe. Loku's eyes widened, revealing the vessel of the dual Shikigami. Indeed, he had not perished. He mustered the two Shikigami to seal Wataru. The monk's words reverberated in Loku's ears. Could it be that Wataru had already discerned their plan? Had he brought along two scapegoats? Wataru shook his head, reiterating that they were merely here to observe and learn. Guyu gazed at the tranquil lake beneath him. The sudden emergence of the curse prompted a recollection, a fragment of memory. Guyu lifted his gaze to Wataru. They possess one. He gestured with his hand, indicating something square-like. Designed to confine you within. Loku stared blankly at the youth he had dismissed, perplexed. How could he possibly know their plan? Had he inadvertently let something slip? In the distance, the monk and Hanami kept their distance to avoid detection, unable to hear anything clearly. Wataru hesitated for a moment, reading Loku's expression, and realized there was no confusion left. This might indeed be a delightful surprise. Loku's head, along with his ears plugged, erupted with fury. I shall unleash a torrent of searing flames to turn you to ashes. The revelation of their plan mattered little. They could simply eliminate them. Chapter 18, blossoming. Loku made the corresponding gesture. Domain expansion. Ironbound mountain of the coffin. The space transformed. The three found themselves within what resembled the interior of a volcano. Magma visible in every direction. Yuta's eyes widened as he beheld the incessantly erupting magma. What in the world is this? This is domain expansion, Wataru explained. Loku grinned broadly, emitting a series of sinister chuckles. Meanwhile, Guyu, perched on Yuta's shoulder, gasped. The temperature is exceedingly high. Guyu nodded. He too found this heat unbearable. So hot. So hot, Yuta exclaimed, shaking his hands after being splashed by molten rock. Wataru utilized cursed energy to imbue the surrounding structures with a living domain technique. What you encountered at the juvenile detention center was an incomplete domain, one yet to be endowed with technique. A living domain? Guyu recalled the two domains of the Shikigami. The structures appeared dissimilar, yet both radiated an aura of sanguine darkness. It was evident that they were far from benign. If it were a complete domain, all of you in your grade would perish. Ahuai was aware of this. Domain expansion was incredibly taxing on cursed energy. Yet, it bore many advantages, one of which was the enhancement of abilities derived from the environment. Oh, Yuta's face illuminated with realization. It's akin to buffs in a game. And there's more. A massive chunk of earth hurtled toward Wataru. He merely raised a hand to lightly tap the stone, reducing it to mere fragments. Loku maintained his outstretched hand, momentarily stunned. Ordinary sorcerers would be reduced to ash the moment they were drawn into a domain. The techniques activated within the domain, once endowed, would invariably hit their mark. Wataru continued his earnest explanation. Absolutely, Yuta inquired, astonished. Absolutely, Wataru affirmed with grave seriousness. But fear not, there are several strategies to consider, such as utilizing cursed energy to defend against attacks, as I just demonstrated. The second option, which I do not recommend, is to flee the domain. This is nearly impossible. Furthermore, as long as a domain of higher density counters your infinity, my technique will strike true. Loku interrupted Wataru's discourse. Indeed, that is feasible. Wataru acknowledged Loku's words. Infinity? Yuta's brow furrowed in confusion, recalling his earlier bravado about wielding the gate of existence. Now, blood trickled from his lips, his body marred with wounds. He was left in a daze, having approached this encounter with a playful mindset. Even if he couldn't slay his opponent, it mattered not. Yet, he never anticipated such a vast disparity in power. As a curse, as a new breed of humanity, I cannot tolerate such utter humiliation. The most effective counter to a domain, Wataru raised his hand to the mask over his eyes, is for our side to also initiate a domain. Guyu's eyes sparkled. The initiation of a domain would mean Wataru would reveal his eyes. He hurriedly sought a suitable angle for viewing. When multiple domains are simultaneously activated, the more mature technique will control the battlefield. However, compatibility and cursed energy also play a significant role. Wataru slowly lifted the mask from his eyes. Loku, enraged to the point of losing reason, glared with eyes bulging from their sockets. He assumed an offensive stance. I will reduce you to nothing but ash, Wataru. The anguished cry sent a shiver down Guyu's spine. The violent magma surged up from the ground, charging toward the three. Then, it suddenly halted. Wataru stood calmly in place, his finger delicately lifting the mask from his chin as he spoke. Domain expansion. He raised his head, his azure eyes fixated ahead, executing the corresponding gesture, in the infinite void. The domain emanated from Wataru's feet, swiftly suppressing Loku's domain, drawing all beings within the space into his own domain. It was as if a kaleidoscope filled his mind with everything. It felt as though the world was entirely within his grasp. Ultimately, his eyes transformed into a pair of moonlit, cerulean orbs. What has transpired? Has my domain been suppressed? Loku pondered in bewilderment, his entire body rendered immobile. He could see nothing, feel nothing. No, he could perceive everything, an incessant influx of information. Yet, he could do nothing. Wataru appeared behind Loku, one arm around Yuta and the other around the dazed Guyu. This is the limitless internal testing, where perception is conveyed. Life activities will persist indefinitely under coercion. It's rather ironic, isn't it? To possess everything yet be utterly powerless. You can only slowly perish. However, I have a question for you, so I shall spare your life. With that, he hoisted Yuta onto his shoulder, freeing a hand to seize Loku's head. He exerted force until Loku's head was torn away. The domain shattered instantaneously. Loku's head left abandoned on the ground. He gently placed the two on the ground. Wataru stepped on Loku's head, having once again donned his mask, revealing one eye that gazed intently at Loku. Speak. Who sent you? Yuta observed Wataru, recognizing him as the mightiest sorcerer. As fellow beings, they were not even on the same level. Guyu snapped back to reality from his reverie, staring incredulously at Loku, blinking in disbelief. If you do not kill him, he will be rescued. Wataru cast a glance at Guyu, just as he raised his foot, entwined together. A vine adorned with delicate white blossoms stood directly before Satoru Gojo. From this vine, vibrant flowers of various hues unfurled in an instant, blossoming abundantly around it. Both Satoru Gojo and Yuta Itadori wore expressions of sheer joy. Ah, it has bloomed. Satoru, how beautiful. As Yuki Tsukumo surveyed the surrounding flowers, she blinked in momentary surprise. For a brief moment, she appeared somewhat stiff. Ryumin Sukuna, observing the floral spectacle, realized the gravity of the situation and slapped his own face. This must be a technique. I nearly lost my will to fight, exclaimed Yuta, still caught up in the euphoria, only to be suddenly ensnared by an unknown plant that grasped at his ankle. Satoru turned to gaze at Yuta, suspended in the air. Taking advantage of the distraction, Hanami seized Ryumin's head. Yuki stood before Hanami, who, without pausing, deftly maneuvered around her and fled. Teacher, I'm fine. You must pursue him, Yuta shouted from above. As the vine began retracting, a wooden post with a gaping mouth emerged from the ground. Forgive me. I was deceiving you. Save me. Yuta cried out upon witnessing the wooden maw, immediately altering his perspective. Satoru raised his hand, aiming at the post, and in an instant, all the barbs on it were severed, reducing it to ash. By the time Satoru turned back, Hanami had vanished without a trace. He escaped, concealing his presence remarkably well, more perilous than a volcano, he mused. Yuki silently observed the flowers on the ground, slowly lifting her right hand to extend her index finger, from which a pure white bloom unfurled. Little Yuki can still bloom, Yuta remarked, kneeling behind Satoru with an outstretched hand, beginning to murmur apologies. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for holding him back. Satoru rested his chin on his hand, still analyzing. It seems a cursed spirit of that caliber has allied with us. But you were the one who brought me here in the first place, Yuta countered. No, Yuta, Satoru turned, his face brimming with anticipation. I wish for everyone to grow strong enough to defeat that cursed spirit from earlier. Ryumin's visage flashed in Yuta's mind. Defeat that fiend. Satoru waved his finger. The objective must be articulated more precisely. Chapter 19. Dreams Become Reality. Satoru escorted Yuta back to the basement. Yuki reclined amidst the now vanished flowers. Ryumin nestled against Yuki's chest and fell asleep. Not long after, Satoru returned, arching an eyebrow at the sight of Yuki on the ground. Yuki seems to possess an abundance of knowledge. Yuki patted the grass beside her, and Satoru, unbothered, lay down as well. Gazing at the stars above, Yuki mused, you must have many questions. Satoru rested his hands beneath his head. It's simply that the mysteries surrounding you are numerous. He recalled their inexplicable acquaintance with Sukuna, as well as the last time when Kiyotaka mentioned that before entering juvenile detention, Yuki had urged everyone to leave. Now, I've learned of the Volcano S plan. It appears you are acquainted with that flowering cursed spirit. Having too many secrets within oneself is hardly a good thing, he reflected, pondering the myriad of questions. Yuki raised her hand before them, her fingertips slowly blooming with small white flowers. When I was very young, due to my parents' work, we relocated often. Once, we visited a rather remote area for an inspection. I cannot recall its name, only that behind the house lay a great mountain, adorned with a tapestry of flowers. I was enchanted, and even in my dreams, the scenes from that mountain would reappear. At least, that's what I believed at the time. In another dream, I saw Hanami seated beneath a tree, with such white flowers blooming on her fingers. Back then, I was unaware of the existence of curses, it was merely a dream. I found it fascinating to see her fingers blossoming, so I endeavored to learn it myself. I also encountered Sukuna in a dream while sleeping at school. For nearly a month, he and Hanami lived together in that forest. Thus, it seems not only Sukuna's dreams were involved. Perhaps all the dreams I've had throughout my life were actual occurrences, rather than the simple lucid dreams I once thought they were. Satoru gazed at the sky, listening to Yuki's narrative. Each person's cursed energy is distinct. Back then, without any cursed power, what strength did you employ to learn? Yuki, internally awed, thought. As expected of Satoru Gojo, he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Yuki cradled Ryumin close, propping herself up with one hand to face Satoru. You should feel it for yourself. Satoru looked at her in confusion, only to discover that he was unable to even turn his head. Rather, his entire body seemed paralyzed. When did it happen? He wondered, realizing the absence of cursed energy flowing through him, different from Yuki's spiritual power. An unknown force. Yuki stood, brushing off the grass from her back. I have already demonstrated. As for other inquiries, I must apologize. I refuse to answer. With her restraints now lifted, Satoru observed Yuki's leisurely retreating figure. Hey, he smiled, sensing that he had chosen the right person to accompany him. Ryumin rested atop Yuki's head, watching as she ambled along the path with an umbrella. Where are we headed? Yuki twirled the umbrella's handle. I'm not sure. Ryumin blinked, puzzled. Then what shall we do? Yuki contemplated. Let us find a poor soul suffering from school bullying. Surely, one must be present. She gazed at her phone, filled with unvisited high schools, randomly selecting one, and followed the navigation. Ah, there he is, leering at others with a most despicable gaze. With a resounding thud, a frail boy was struck and fell backward, colliding with the iron railing behind him, slowly sliding down as he clutched his face in agony. Tsubasa's chest is indeed quite impressive. The way she walks is quite captivating. Ha! I understand your feelings, Yoshino, ha ha ha. The boys around him burst into laughter, as Yoshino covered his face. If there were a button that could eliminate those I dislike, I doubt I would press it. But if there were a button to rid me of those who despise me, I would press it without hesitation. Ryuman dangled his legs from Yuki's shoulder. Is this the one you were searching for? He seems rather grim. The umbrella had long been stowed away, resting on Yuki's back as they perched on a tree trunk. Observing the unfolding events below, I must speak up. I absolutely must. Yoshino encouraged himself silently. With great caution, I shall address you, Tsubasa. You're not as adorable as you appear. What did you say? One of the boys snarled, grasping Yoshino by the collar. Yuki leaped down from the tree, deftly stepping on the boy's foot, executing a flawless landing. Yoshino stared in amazement at Yuki, with her casual attire revealing her face. Yuki felt somewhat out of place as she pursed her lips. Trash deserves to be crushed and discarded in the garbage bin. She turned, arms crossed over her chest, deliberately accentuating her figure as she unfastened several buttons of Tsubasa's shirt. Not only is she not cute, she is, in fact, utterly repugnant, Yuki remarked, surveying Tsubasa. Tsubasa's face flushed crimson. Are you all just going to stand by while this stranger bullies me? As Guyu gathered her hair behind her head, she encouraged. If you're scared, you may close your eyes. Yoshino blinked in surprise. Huh. Glancing at the approaching delinquents, Guyu twisted her neck, asserting that campus violence was unacceptable. Yoshino's gaze turned perplexed as he beheld the little grim reaper before him. We won't dare anymore. The figure drifted left, exclaiming help. Yoshino's eyes followed the movement of the figure. They've killed. They've killed. The figure pointed to themselves, asking, can you see me? Yoshino nodded. Wow, little you can see me. After resolving the situation, Guyu approached Yoshino, crouched down, and locked eyes with him. Yoshino glanced nervously behind Guyu. The previously arrogant delinquents lay on the ground, gasping for breath, reduced to bloodied figures. The one who had wronged him, Tsubasa, had already fainted from fright. So impressive, Yoshino silently admired. As Guyu distractedly lifted Yoshino's hair, she noticed the scar on his forehead. I haven't mistaken you. Yoshino nervously yanked his hair from Guyu's grasp, covering half of his face. Get up, let's go, Guyu commanded. Yoshino timidly asked, where to? Surely he needed to inform Satoru Gojo before taking anyone back. Guyu pulled out his phone but paused. He didn't have Gojo's contact information, nor did he have the principal's, let alone that of Itadori and the others. He quietly returned his phone to his pocket. Forget it, let us just take you back. Yoshino looked at Guyu with resistance. I don't want to go with you. He still wished to return home. Guyu was somewhat taken aback by Yoshino's reaction. You can walk behind a murderous cursed spirit, but are unwilling to follow a person? Nevertheless, Guyu extended 2 fingers, offering. I present you with 2 choices. Either accompany me now, or in a couple of days, another person will come for you, and you will go with them. Chapter 20. Tongue Extraction. Yoshino lowered his head. Why do you want to take me away? Guyu scratched his chin. I merely believe you shouldn't meet such a tragic end. Yoshino's pupils trembled violently. Was it akin to those movie protagonists who have the chance to save the unfortunate souls they encounter along their journey? Did I die very tragically? Yoshino's voice quivered. Guyu vaguely remembered it being quite tragic and nodded. What about my mother? Yoshino could hardly bear to imagine his mother's reaction upon realizing he was gone. Your mother passed away even before you did, Guyu stated, bending down to gaze into Yoshino's panicked eyes. It was because of you. Yoshino's eyes widened in disbelief as he took a step back. How could that be? He caused his mother to die? Why? He had done nothing wrong. Guyu straightened, inserting his hands into his jacket pockets. You have 1 minute to consider. With that, he turned to leave. Exit through the front gate. The figure obediently followed Guyu. Yoshino sat helplessly on the ground, clutching the hem of his uniform tightly. No, he had no time for sorrow now. His mother was still alive, and he had a chance to change things. Yoshino stood up. I will go with you. No matter what awaited him, he needed to protect his mother. Guyu led Yoshino back to the Jujutsu High. As they walked through the campus, they spotted Mei and Itadori facing a woman clad in a short-sleeved black cheapao and a man in a school uniform with a chrysanthemum hairstyle. What brings you here, Zenin-senpai? Mei initiated the conversation. Itadori. Indeed, they are from the same family. Their demeanor resembles that of sisters, doesn't it? Mei remarked. Identical twins. Stop calling me that, Fushiguro. It makes me indistinguishable from Maki. The girl brushed her hair back, her tone slow and alluring. The boy, tilting his head back, looked disdainful. These two must be Okatsu and the third-year substitute, right? What about the other one? Forget it, it's not important. Jinny, we were quite worried about you. We followed the principal here. Your classmate has passed away, hasn't he? Are you very saddened by it? Or are you not so affected? Jinny's lips curled into a playful smile. The two were taken aback, their expressions souring. What exactly do you mean, May? Jinny, with an understanding demeanor, replied, it's fine. Some things are indeed hard to articulate. Let me articulate them for you. The vessel, when it comes down to it, is merely a monster half filled with curses, akin to those who consider themselves sorcerers. Shut your mouth. Guyu stepped up behind May and Itadori. They were surprised to see Guyu speak up for Itadori at that moment. Yet, who was the person behind Guyu? Sensing the curious gazes upon him, Yoshino quietly hid behind Guyu. Jinny's hand rested on her lips as she turned around, observing the sullen Guyu and the timid Yoshino behind him. She raised an eyebrow. Filthy monsters ought to stick together. You must feel utterly disgusting, right? Jinny provocatively stared at Guyu. Wouldn't you feel relieved if you were dead? After completing her sentence, Yoshino widened his eyes in disbelief. Yuji was not the person she claimed him to be. Wretched woman, you, cloaked in human skin, are the truly filthy one. Your soul bears the colors of impurity. Guyu gently patted Yoshino's head. With his dark eyes fixed intently on Jinny, he stated, you should be aware that my powers differ from yours. Itadori, that new energy you've spoken of must refer to you, Itadori remarked. Guyu nodded, that's good to know. It may hurt a bit, but I won't let you scream, so please enjoy the pain in silence. Jinny's disdainful gaze shifted as her eyes widened. Her hands began to tremble, and tears streamed down her cheeks. It hurts so much. This pain far surpasses any wound I've ever sustained. Not to mention, Jinny had hardly been injured at all. May gazed at Guyu in astonishment, realizing he was so protective of Itadori. Could it be that his previous calmness was merely a facade? Did Guyu secretly mourn for Itadori's death beneath the covers? Itadori, observing Guyu, secretly thought that this fellow had finally done something commendable. Guyu, what have you done? Itadori inquired. A gossiping woman deserves her tongue to be extracted, Guyu replied. He had merely removed Jinny's tongue in the spiritual sense. Jinny glared at Guyu with resentment. There's no way it was merely the extraction of my tongue. The pain is beyond description. I didn't even see how he did it. Guyu tilted his head. Watch closely. And I may just pluck out your eyes as well. Itadori stepped in front of Jinny. Guyu, is it? What kind of woman do you prefer? The atmosphere shifted to one of confusion. The topic seemed rather abrupt. Guyu, leaning to one side, ignored the man and looked over him at May. Do you know where Principal Yaga or Satoru Gojo is? I need to speak with them. May, regaining her composure, pointed toward the lounge. They are over there. Guyu nodded. Thank you. He turned and headed toward the principal's office. Itadori rushed in front of Guyu. Don't run off. You haven't answered my question. Guyu gazed at the man before him, whose face bore an expression of fierce determination. He held no interest in belligerent individuals. Hui, witnessing Jinny's movements, exclaimed, be careful. Bang. With a swift swing of her scythe, she deflected the bullet that had been aimed directly at Guyu's chest. Dongtang, wearing an expression of irritation, scrutinized Jinny as he asked, what are you doing, Jinny? His tone carried an undercurrent of menace. The bullet had indeed been intended for Guyu. Jinny shot a glare at Dongtang, resolute in her intention to eliminate Guyu. So what if her hand trembled due to the pain? Guyu clicked his tongue, bemused by the existence of gunplay in this era. How delightful it was to still indulge in weaponry. Raising her scythe, she quipped, shall I teach her a lesson? Guyu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. A foul mouth can be mended. A dull mind, however, must await rebirth. Jinny glared at Guyu, lifting her gun with indignation. Enough. Dongtang seized the barrel of Jinny's gun. This is my battlefield. You are to withdraw. Jinny met his gaze defiantly, her thirst for vengeance unquenched. Dongtang's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. Are you certain you wish to provoke me here? Reluctantly, Jinny trembled as she retracted her weapon. Stepping aside, when would this damned pain finally subside? Observing Dongtang, who approached with unwavering resolve, Guyu's gaze wandered. What kind of woman did he fancy? Raising a hand to pat his own head, he mused. Ah, I do not fancy humans. He preferred flora and fauna, aesthetically pleasing and capable of purifying the air. When hunger struck, they could even be consumed. Even if he were to voice a preference for men, one could discern Dongtang's character from his preferred types. Dongtang found himself lost in contemplation for the first time. Are plants sensual? They surely do not distinguish between genders. He dismissed the peculiar notion from his mind. Disappointment etched across his face. Guyu, you truly lack character. Your disinterest in humanity is utterly dull. Chapter 21, Virtue. Guyu blinked. Do you not eat vegetables? Dongtang's expression shifted from disappointment to one of agreement. I do enjoy eating bean sprouts. But do vegetables qualify as plants? This line of thought was so profound it made Hui question life itself. No, that was incorrect. He mustn't get ensnared in this. His initial intent had merely been to assess whether these three were worthy adversaries to replace Ego. Contemplating this, Dongtang assumed an offensive stance. Guyu, let us engage in a duel. Guyu nodded. Oh, all right. Dongtang paused, then broke into a smile. Then, hey, what are you all doing? Maki appeared, accompanied by Panda and Inumaki, standing in the corridor. Maki instantly drew Jin's full attention. Dongtang retracted his hand, having intended merely to spar. It seemed that the opportunity for that had now dissipated. Panda interposed himself before Guyu. In a few days, there will be an exchange meeting. You wouldn't want to miss that, would you? Dongtang, exasperated, smacked his forehead. Forget it, I won fight. With so many interruptions, it's impossible to engage. Maki glanced at Jin, somewhat surprised by the unusual tranquility of the day. There's also Takeda's hand-holding event soon. Let us go. Dongtang casually tossed his clothing over his shoulder. Jin's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Guyu. Dongtang, observing Jin's stillness, frowned. I cannot fathom what I might do if I missed Takeda's event. Guyu regarded Jin, taken aback. In about 3 days, just get some rest. And your tongue will heal. Jin paused as she passed Maki, her footsteps faltering. Unable to speak, she cast a lingering glance at Maki. Maki stared ahead, offering no acknowledgement of Jin's gaze. Guyu, surprised by Maki, noted that even in that fleeting moment, he sensed the flow of energy surrounding her, a luminous white. Maki, shouldering her cursed tool, looked quizzically at Guyu. What's the matter? Guyu hesitated, then opened his mouth only to close it again, pulling Yoshino forward. I wish to introduce him to Gojo Satoru, or the principal. If you have time, please accompany me. Yoshino, unceremoniously thrust before Guyu, appeared awkward and embarrassed. Staring at his own feet, he saw nothing, heard nothing. Maki's lips curled into a smile as she regarded Yoshino. Sure. I wonder what this mysterious junior wishes to convey. Panda, I'll take them to find the principal. You continue your training. Panda stroked his lips. All right. Yaga observed Guyu and Maki together, still somewhat surprised. Is there something amiss? Guyu pulled Yoshino forward. This is. He hesitated, glancing at Yoshino. Why don't you introduce yourself? Yoshino, taken aback, stammered. I'm Yoshino Junpei, a high school student. He can also see cursed spirits. Which is why I brought him back. Guyu said, nudging Yoshino towards the principal. Yoshino, with a stiff resolve, bowed to Yaga. Hello. Yaga slowly shook his head. You are unqualified. Yoshino, hurt, lowered his head, covering the wound on his forehead. He was all too aware of being a person only deserving of disdain and rejection. Guyu leaned against the pillar, reminiscent of Gojo Satoru's initial stance, gazing at the dolls piled on the ground. Why? Maki stood by, arms crossed. Observing Guyu's eyes, they exuded a cold indifference that rendered him unfit to be a sorcerer. Such detachment would skew the balance within, leaving only rational decisions devoid of emotional judgment. The Jujutsu High School aims to cultivate sorcerers, not mere machines capable of exorcising curses. Yoshino stood frozen, taken aback by this rationale. Is not humanity's essence indifference? I merely embody the virtue of human apathy. Yaga chose not to argue with Yoshino, but instead turned to Guyu. Now you understand. Guyu regarded Yoshino. I understand. However, how could a victim of school violence harbor a sunny disposition? If we abandon him for this reason, Yoshino will perish. Guyu paused, pondering. Indeed. What significance does Yoshino's death hold for others? It is merely his own choice. Yet, was it truly Yoshino's choice? To be bullied, humiliated, and harmed is not a selection Yoshino made. Resistance is a desire inherent in all. But how many ordinary individuals can successfully resist? What a bother. Guyu scratched his head, pondering if it would be better to have Itadori rescue him instead. Turning to Yoshino, he suggested, how about you head back for now? I can go rescue you later. Yoshino stared at Guyu, bewildered, but soon his expression hardened. As long as I can save my mother, I will do anything. Maki, brushing her hair back, glanced at Yaga. Perhaps we should allow him to intern at the school. Opportunities to meet cursed beings are exceedingly rare. Judging by his demeanor, sending him back would only deepen his despair. It would be more prudent to extend a hand. Perhaps we can save a wayward youth. Yaga regarded Yoshino and finally relented. I will grant you 3 months. After 3 months, I will reassess you. If you still cannot pass my evaluation, I will transfer you back to your school. Yoshino appeared incredulous. I will do my utmost. Did he really need to phrase it as a question at this juncture? The moth stared intently at Yoshino, who, in a fit of anxiety, deeply bowed and exclaimed, I will do my utmost. In a resounding voice, Night Moth nodded with satisfaction, instructing, wait here for a moment. I shall arrange accommodations for you. If there is anything you need to convey to your family, now is the time. Yoshino straightened up, gazing at Guyu, and said, "About my mother. There is still some time, so do not fret." Yet, Yoshino remained somewhat unsettled. Instead of worrying, "It would be more prudent to focus on your studies. Presently, you lack the ability to protect her," Guyu interjected, waving his hand as he and Maki exited the principal's office. The cold wind swept through, and Shunpei, realizing only two of them remained in the room, was suddenly struck with goosebumps. Night Moth gestured towards the nearby cushion. "Sit." Shunpei cautiously settled onto it. "You are Shunpei, correct?" "Yes." Upon hearing his name, Shunpei instinctively stood up. Night Moth waved his hand. "Sit down." As he spoke, he took out a needle and thread, beginning to weave a doll. "Have you been able to see curses since childhood?" Shunpei stiffly recalled. May I ask what a curse is?" Night Moth paused. "It is a being formed from the negative emotions within a person's heart." Apart from experiencing school bullying, Shunpei had never encountered anything peculiar. Except for that, is the one in Guyu's arms a curse? Chapter 22, Rain. "So it seems you can see," Night Moth sighed in relief. "Yet set aside the needle and thread. That is not a curse. Guyu refers to it as a spirit." "Why did you come to the Jujutsu high school with Guyu?" "Because Guyu said my mother would die because of me," Shunpei replied candidly. "Can sorcerers see events that will happen in the future?" Night Moth pondered for a moment. "Perhaps." Shunpei lowered his head. "I will protect her." Night Moth regarded the frail boy. "At your current state, you cannot even protect yourself." Clenching his fists, Shunpei remarked, "I wish I could be as strong as Guyu, able to knock down those wrongdoers." Night Moth observed Shunpei's clenched fists, sensing a figure to pursue. Though the choice of character was rather poor, Guyu indeed possesses power, yet he is uncontrollable. Much like Satoru, he acts on impulse, disregarding common sense. The difference lies in Satoru's awareness of his purpose and his relentless efforts. Guyu is akin to a leaf floating downstream, drifting aimlessly. Night Moth furrowed his brow. "Shunpei, you are entirely unfamiliar with the world of Jujutsu, aren't you?" Shunpei nodded. Night Moth fell silent for a moment, pondering who could instruct a novice who could not wield any cursed energy. Satoru, that unreliable one, was certainly not suitable. So, the two sat quietly on the corridor railing. Shunpei resting his head on Guyu's shoulder, feeling drowsy. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Maki initiated the conversation. Guyu stared at the grass on the ground. "Maki-senpai, why do you lack cursed energy?" Maki adjusted her glasses. "Because of the heaven and binding." In simple terms, the cursed energy acquired in the womb is divided into two halves. Additionally, due to innate binding, my sister and I suppress each other, making it impossible for us to cultivate together. This results in one having no cursed energy, while the other possesses a powerful technique but scant cursed energy. Suddenly awakened, Guyu found this explanation utterly unreasonable. The strength of cursed energy is determined at its formation. How could it be divided in the womb, rather than being divided? It could be said that the sisters were separated into yin and yang. Maki looked at Guyu quizzically. "What do you mean?" Guyu extended his striped left hand, with black, cursed energy enveloping his palm. He then stretched out his right hand, a white spiritual energy hovering above it. Cursed energy is yin, while spiritual energy is yang. "I can see it. When you two brush past each other, the power automatically manifests around you." Maki stared in astonishment at Guyu's right hand. "Are you saying I possess such energy as well?" Guyu retracted the cursed energy and placed his right hand before Maki. "Would you like to feel it?" Maki, raising an eyebrow, placed her hand in Guyu's palm. A delightful sensation instantly coursed through her body, lifting her spirits unexpectedly. "Can I also utilize this energy?" Maki asked, her anticipation barely concealed. Guyu nodded. "Yes, in contrast to cursed energy, by channeling feelings of happiness and joy throughout your body, you can generate spiritual energy." Maki gazed at her hand, focusing on feelings of joy and happiness. The imagined white energy did not surge forth. Her palm felt empty. She shrugged. "It seems controlling feelings of happiness isn't so simple after all." Guyu pointed at Maki's hand. "You already succeeded just now. Did you not feel it?" "Succeeded?" Maki cast a questioning glance at Guyu. Guyu affirmed, "Though I do not know why you couldn't see it, there was indeed energy flowing through your hand just now." Maki looked at her palm. "I'm so curious about what you said. I must go find Panda and the others to show them." With that, Maki sprang to her feet and hurried away. Watching her excited figure, Guyu noted it was the first time he had seen the senpai so animated. Suddenly, Guyu jumped down from the railing and turned back. Satoru Watanabe withdrew his leg, which he had kicked out. "Ah, little you is quite perceptive now." Guyu gazed at Satoru's leg with a hint of chill running through it. Satoru chuckled, scratching his head. "Have your classes concluded?" "Maki-senpai went to experiment," he replied. Satoru nodded. "I came to inform you that tomorrow at noon, we will be picking up the teacher we found for you." Suddenly recalling something, Guyu took out his phone. "I don't have your contact information." Satoru made a gesture of holding his heart. "Am I the first in the school to have little US contact?" Guyu raised his hand, tucking the phone back into his pocket, but Satoru snatched it midway and entered his phone number before returning it. Don't be late tomorrow at 1 o'clock. He waved goodbye as he departed. Guyu looked at the number on his phone. Although he was unsure of what peculiar things might happen, at least they could text each other in the future. He felt a sense of relief at the prospect of speaking less. Joyfully cradling his phone, Guyu returned to his dormitory. That night, lying on a lounge chair, Guyu gazed at the starry sky, listening to the croaking of frogs by the pond, feeling utterly content. The Shikigami, Taimen Sukuna, pushed aside the branches before him. Where's this place? Guyu glanced up at Taimen Sukuna and then reclined back down. I thought we wouldn't meet tonight, considering he appeared in my dreams. Taimen Sukuna squinted at Guyu, responding, this is my dream. But dreams seem not to bring people inside. Perhaps it's what you refer to as a birth domain. He is uncertain. Taimen Sukuna disdainfully surveyed the flowers at his feet, reflecting on the garish inner world. Guyu pointed to another lounge chair beside him. Would you like to try it? It's certainly better than your skeletal frame. Taimen Sukuna, hands tucked in his sleeves, glanced at the lounge chair. In an instant, the lounge chair on the ground shattered into pieces, and he looked at Guyu with displeasure. Have you forgotten something? To grow stronger. Guyu contemplated within his heart. I understand. Understand? Suanua retorted, his gaze upon Guyu gradually turning perilous. In an instant, Guyu resumed his composure with a mere lift of his eyes. He produced an umbrella from his possession. Let us begin. After all, this was his domain. Suanua snorted coldly. Wait a moment. Guyu obediently remained stationary. The two figures of Suanua vanished into the air, only to reappear behind Guyu the next second. With a forceful motion, a crack resounded as Guyu's entire body crashed to the ground. The two manifestations of Suanua coldly regarded Guyu, sprawled on the ground. Since when did it become your prerogative to make decisions? Guyu, lying prostrate, silently raised his hand to vigorously twist his head back into place. Stargazing was indeed preferable. He sighed inwardly and infused curse power into the umbrella. The surface began to emit a melodious chime. Both gazed at the umbrella's canopy. The water in the pond stirred. Guyu cautiously attempted to manipulate the water within. The pond's water lifted into the air. Guyu's eyes sparkled. He could indeed control the water within the umbrella. Chapter 23. The flavor has changed. So, his curse power is related to water? Guyu commanded the floating water globule to hover above his palm. He stepped to the right, evading an incoming slash. Progress in reflexes was evident, yet one should refrain from becoming complacent when lacking mastery of the domain. Was it because he possessed a means of survival that he was indifferent to all else? Guyu clenched his fist, bursting the water globule in his palm. Countless droplets scattered, soaring upward instead of descending to the ground. Guyu approached the two manifestations of Suanua and struck the umbrella against their heads. It's about to rain. It was his first attempt at controlling the weather of this world. No sooner had he spoken than a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. The droplets struck the umbrella surface without producing any sound. The pond-like canopy absorbed every raindrop as if it were a black hole. The rain obscured Suanua's line of sight as he extended his hand beyond the umbrella's shelter, observing the droplets resting in his palm. Each droplet contained a minuscule amount of curse power. Lacking any offensive quality, this was your curse ability. The tone was decidedly assertive. Guyu acknowledged with a hum. This umbrella seemed to function as a switch. Once in his hands, he realized the extent of his abilities. Suanua glanced at the umbrella above them, then turned his gaze to Guyu standing beside him. As if sensing Suanua's scrutiny, Guyu looked up. What is it? Suanua fixed his gaze directly into Guyu's eyes. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Who would shield an enemy with an umbrella? Guyu blinked. I know. He had stated his intent to kill from their very first encounter. Suanua lowered his head, closing the distance between them. I fail to see any wariness from you. Not a trace of caution, not even fear or loathing, just as if he were facing an ordinary friend. Guyu scratched his chin, perplexed. Despite having learned a lesson last time, he would not treat Suanua as an ordinary person. Yet, he always seemed to let down his guard in Suanua's presence. Suanua's hand rested upon Guyu's neck, his fingers hovering over the boy's life vein, feeling the powerful pulse of his artery. Guyu stared at Suanua's hand, wondering if he intended to snap his neck. Should he resist? Suanua's other hand wrapped around Guyu's waist. Guyu froze momentarily. Had he seen through his desire to flee? Lowering his head, he inhaled the scent of the boy's delicate and fair neck. The warm breath brushed against the youth's skin, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end, his face flushing from neck to ears. A craving arose. Suanua opened his mouth, his slightly pointed teeth accurately piercing the boy's artery. The warm blood flowed into Suanua's mouth. The umbrella slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The cool raindrops fell upon them. Guyu, feeling the pain, instantly lost his flush, his expression blank as he gripped Suanua's hair. Let go. Gulp. Sua Nua swallowed the blood in his mouth, forced to tilt his head back to meet Guyu's gaze. The rain washed away the blood at the corner of Sunua's mouth. Release me, he commanded in a low tone. Guyu yanked at Sunua's hair, pulling him a distance away. I refuse. Sua Nua's fingers suddenly elongated into sharp talons, seizing Guyu's wrist. His razor-like nails sliced through Guyu's skin. The rain-drenched hair clung tightly to Guyu's face. Blood dripped from his neck, mingling with the rainwater on the ground. Sua Nua licked his canine tooth. The flavor has changed. It's not as unpleasant as before. You scoundrel. Guyu wrenched his hand free from Sunua's grasp. The wounds on his body had already healed. Sua Nua's figure reappeared behind Guyu, arms encircling him tightly, pinning down both of Guyu's hands, his entire body pressing against Guyu's. He opened his mouth and bit down on the freshly healed artery. Guyu firmly held, tilted his head to look at the two manifestations of Sunua, Mad Dog. A white spiritual energy enveloped his entire being. He wondered how Sunua would dare to bite him now. Sunua smirked, biting down forcefully on the piece of flesh he had chosen. He crushed and swallowed the blood-soaked morsel imbued with spiritual energy. Guyu opened his mouth, only to close it again in silence, observing their mingled blood and flesh. He gained a deeper understanding of Sua Nua's madness. Sua Nua licked the corner of his mouth, his tongue eroded beyond recognition. Spicy. Guyu, now free, extended his hand. The umbrella returned to his grasp autonomously. The rain had ceased. He pushed the hair that clung to his face back behind his head. You never mentioned that there would be tuition fees for the lessons. Channeling his curse power, Sua Nua's wounds healed completely. Sua Nua raised a hand, brushing his mouth. A hint of regret evident. If only I had encountered the younger Guyu earlier, the flesh then would have been more tender. The taste would have improved significantly. However, it was time to leave. Remaining any longer would risk being bitten back. Countless hands emerged behind him, gradually dragging Sunua away to an unknown destination. This ends here for today? Wait. Guyu called out to the vanishing Sunua. Sunua glanced back at Guyu, silent, before disappearing entirely. Guyu watched the spot where Sunua had departed, dazed for a moment, before lying back down in the chair. The water in the pond continued to rise and fall. So handsome. Is he dressing up as some anime character? With a figure like that, he must be a model. Stealthily capturing the moment, Wu Tiaowu, sensing the crowd's attention, smiled and waved his hand, inciting a stir among the onlookers. Guyu, where are you off to? Wu Tiaowu grabbed the back of Guyu's collar. Guyu, frozen in the act of stepping forward, replied stiffly, I want to go to the restroom. Standing in the airport's open space, being observed had already tested Guyu's composure. Coupled with Wu Tiaowu, a human magnet, he could no longer endure. Wu Tiaowu pulled Guyu back. Don't even think about running. Your teacher will be arriving shortly. You must leave a good impression. Guyu hung his head, refusing to face the reality. Who is this teacher you speak of? Wu Tiaowu raised his chin. It's my prized pupil. He bears some resemblance to you. Raising his head, he pondered. Could it be that he too possesses a guardian spirit? Satoru Gojo shook his finger dismissively. No, what accompanies him is a curse. Clad in a white high school uniform with wide sleeves, adorned with black spiral buttons at the collar. A youth with shoulder-length hair tucked behind his ears tightened the bag on his back and approached Gojo. Just as he arrived, Gojo raised his hand in greeting. Welcome back. The boy reciprocated by placing his hand atop Gojo's. Teacher, I have returned. Allow me to introduce to you the first-year student you are to mentor, classmate Yuki. Gojo pointed towards Yuki. The two boys, sharing the same dark hair and somewhat obscuring attire, locked eyes and simultaneously lowered their heads. Yuki averted his gaze, and then his eyes landed elsewhere. Wait, who is that? The boy across from him extended his hand, flashing a friendly smile. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yuta Okatsu. Chapter 24 opens for you. The atmosphere around Okatsu had a distinct aura, unlike that of Itadori. Okatsu regarded the small Shinigami before him. So, you are the spirit that my teacher mentioned. He nodded. My name is Ritsu. Gojo noticed Yuki's momentary distraction. Is something amiss? Yuki returned to focus, trying to articulate his thoughts. There, standing in a blue dress with long, straight black hair, was a girl. This was the first time he had ever encountered a soul in this world. Rika's eyes were solely fixated on Okatsu, completely oblivious to Yuki's complex expression. Let us head back, Yuki suggested. In the taxi, Gojo occupied the front passenger seat while Yuki sat in the back, with Ritsu perched on Yuki's shoulder. Okatsu settled beside Yuki, and Rika leaned against Okatsu in the middle seat. Ritsu whispered into Yuki's ear, Little Yuki, it seems we have encountered a ghost. Yuki looked at Ritsu with a resigned expression. Did you just realize that? Ritsu scratched his cheek. It's my first time seeing this too. He then perched himself on Yuki's shoulder, resting his chin in curiosity as he observed Rika. Yuki gently cupped Ritsu's face, drawing him back into an embrace. Ritsu did not resist, nuzzling against Yuki's palm, eliciting an involuntary smile from Yuki. Instead of returning to school, the trio headed to Roppongi, where Itadori and the others had previously exorcised a curse. The familiar building, now marked with a warning sign of danger, greeted them. Gojo led the way. This place is secluded and sparsely populated, making it ideal for practice. Once inside, Gojo halted. Come forth. A familiar presence emerged as Hanami stepped out from the shadows. Okatsu instinctively grasped the tattered fabric behind him, sensing the curse before them was formidable. Gojo waved casually. Good to see you again. Ignoring everyone else, Hanami fixed her gaze on Yuki. Why are you here? What brings you to Jujutsu High? And why are you beside Satoru Gojo? The invasive thought echoed in Yuki's mind, and he retorted, that is a question I should be asking you. Okatsu's expression was one of confusion. Do they know each other? Teacher Gojo, could you step outside for a moment? We need to have a discussion. Yuki addressed Gojo directly. Is that permissible? Gojo regarded Hanami, aware of her status as a special grade curse. Should she decide to strike, he might not be able to respond in time. Yuki nodded. It's all right. Gojo shrugged, glancing at Okatsu. Let us go. As the two figures vanished beyond the door, Yuki turned to Hanami with a smile, expressing his surprise at their unexpected reunion. Ritsu, taken aback, asked when Yuki had become acquainted with the curse. Depart from Jujutsu High. Depart from sorcerers, return to your former life, Hanami urged. Yuki's smile faded. Are you issuing me a command? Little Yuki. Hanami's tone carried a hint of exasperation. Just this once, please heed my words. If you do not leave this place, you will perish. Are you referring to the like-minded friends you mentioned finding? Little Hana. When Hanami had departed from that forest, she had bid Yuki farewell. Yes, we have our plans. To eliminate those who harm the environment and to rule this world? Yuki queried, piecing together her intentions. Isn't that the typical mindset of villains? It's either to conquer or to reign supreme, with the unfortunate consequences befalling the three realms or the world itself. Hanami lowered her gaze. Essentially, I have come to persuade you to leave or to join me. Together, we could eradicate those who harm nature. Don't you cherish the natural world as well, little Yuki? Yuki remained silent, observing Hanami. Hanami's hand hesitated slightly. Little Hana. Yuki softly called. Hanami paused, her gaze fixed on Yuki. If one day I were to obstruct your path, would you take my life? Yuki raised his innocent doe-like eyes to meet Hanami's, which were marred by the appearance of gnarled branches. Hanami regarded Yuki, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity before shaking her head. I do not understand why you are unwilling to stand alongside me, little Yuki. Yuki took a step closer to Hanami, extending his arms to embrace her, resting his head upon her shoulder as they once did. Let us return. I will treat it as though you never came, just as it was before. Let us pretend we never crossed paths again. Hanami lifted her hand. You know you cannot defeat me, so cease your efforts. Without needing to look up, Yuki sensed Hanami's intentions. She understood, yet she wished to test her resolve. Green blossoms bloomed from her fingertips. Yuki released Hanami, who, disappointed, retracted some of her cursed energy from the flowers, transforming them into buds and offering them to Yuki. In case of an emergency, this blossom will induce a state of unconsciousness in any beings within a 50-meter radius. And I will sense it. I will come to protect you. Yuki accepted the bud, turning it in his hand. It's my first time seeing you produce green flowers. Hanami affectionately ruffled Yuki's hair. These blooms are for you. Take care in the future. Yuki nodded. I will. In an instant, Hanami's figure vanished. Yuki observed the bud in his hand, twirling it, before tucking it behind his ear. Little Yuki certainly has many secrets. After maintaining silence, Ritsu floated in the air and spoke. I seem to detect a sour scent lingering in the air. Ritsu huffed. You're mistaken. There's only the stench of decay here. Yuki gently tapped Ritsu's forehead. We can discuss this later when we have more time. For now, we must attend to that matter. With a creak, Gojo opened the door. I saw her leave. Yuki nodded. Okatsu followed closely behind Gojo, with Rika trailing behind Okatsu. Ah, that expression. Gojo pointed at Yuki. Yuki looked at him in confusion. Ever since you spotted Okatsu, your expression has resembled that of someone observing a peculiar species. Scrutinizing Okatsu closely, Gojo remarked, yet Okatsu did not summon Rika, which is quite strange. Yuki touched his nose. It's because he has a soul following him. Rika floated in front of Yuki. Can you see me? Yuki nodded. Gojo asked, a soul? What soul? Okatsu appeared bewildered. The explanation remains unclear. Perhaps you should take a look for yourselves. Guyu approached the two individuals, raising his hand to press against their wrists, closing his eyes. Yasukuni blinked in bewilderment. The scene before his eyes appeared altered, yet it still bore a resemblance to the previous one, a girl in a blue dress with long, straight black hair. Her hand was shyly tucked behind her back as she gazed at Yasukuni. Riko? Yasukuni instinctively uttered. Upon realizing that Yutei could finally see her, Riko's face broke into a bright smile, devoid of any gloom. Yutei, it's been so long. Riko. Yasukuni's eyes instantly turned red, and he extended his hand towards her, tentatively touching her face. However, his hand passed through her body. Riko feebly grasped Yasukuni's hand, stating, "You can't touch me. If you could, you would have known of your existence long ago." Chapter 25, Making a Friend. Yasukuni looked at Guyu. "I'm afraid I can't help with this. She is a spirit. Unless Yasukuni also transforms into a spirit form, they cannot physically connect. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot enable the souls of others to touch the corporeal realm." Riko shook her head at Yutei. "The fact that you can see me brings me great joy." Wakaba detached from Guyu's grasp, removing his blindfold and blinking. "Nothing at all. It's the first time I've encountered an existence I cannot see." Nevertheless, Wakaba returned the blindfold, pondering that perhaps the unseen presence had been around for quite some time, especially after spending so long with Yasukuni. He decided not to intrude on the couple's conversation, directing his gaze solely at Guyu's eyes. They were darker than the average person's, possessing a unique ability. He observed the two, clearly wanting to express something, yet feeling shy to speak in his presence. Guyu wiped his face, contemplating how to extricate himself from this awkward situation. In a moment of distraction, Guyu caught a glimpse of green. It was the flower May had given him. An idea struck him, and he raised his hand, causing a small pink flower to bloom at his fingertips. This flower was birthed from the power of souls. He offered the flower to Yasukuni, infusing it with cursed energy. "As long as this flower remains unblemished, you shall always see her." Yasukuni gratefully accepted the flower. Guyu hurriedly withdrew his hand, escaping the space between them. Wakaba chuckled at Guyu's expression, as though he had just evaded a terrifying ordeal. "Is it really that frightening?" Guyu shook his head. "Not frightening, just awkward. I feel like a glaring bulb of several thousand watts." Wakaba pointed to his own eyes. "Do your eyes have a name?" Guyu pondered. "A name. If I must assign one, it would likely be Inyang eyes. They allow one to perceive entities existing in both realms." "Inyang eyes," Wakaba echoed, as if recalling something from a book. His finger rested on his chin in contemplation. "So, what do you intend to teach me?" Wakaba retracted his wandering thoughts. "Collaborative combat. I sense that you are accustomed to fighting alone, even in training. You have fought alongside Ho, yet it was always a solitary endeavor. You are entirely unfamiliar with the concept of coordination, but you can learn much about it from Yasukuni." Guyu and Ho paused, exchanging glances. Their long-standing habit of solitary combat indeed left them lacking in cooperative skills. It appeared there was still much for them to learn. Thus, the days passed with Guyu battling Yasukuni by day and confronting the dual-faced Sukuna by night. A full month elapsed. Guyu had become significantly more adept at controlling both his cursed energy and spiritual power. His synergy with Ho had also grown increasingly harmonious. He even discovered that both spiritual and cursed energies could be infused into his umbrella, creating droplets infused with spiritual power, which he dubbed Acid Rain. Lying in his own world, Guyu gazed up at the myriad stars above. It felt as though it had been ages since he last enjoyed such leisure. Since entering Jujutsu High, he had been incessantly occupied. Guyu mused, opening his eyes and sitting up. "I think I'll head home for a visit. I'm craving the shrimp my mother makes." Awakened, Ho rubbed his eyes. "Xiaoyu, what's the matter?" Guyu began to stand, dressing himself. "I wish to return home for a while." Ho looked out the window in confusion. "But it's the middle of the night." Guyu unfurled his umbrella. "Traveling at night draws less attention." Ho observed Guyu's movements as he stepped onto the windowsill. "Are you planning to fly back?" Guyu perched on the umbrella's surface, levitating in midair. "It saves both time and money." Ho followed suit. Indeed, this method was ill-suited for daytime travel, as it would easily attract media attention. Thus, they floated through the night, returning home in less than half an hour. Guyu closed his umbrella and retrieved a key, inserting it into the lock. However, he suddenly halted, withdrawing the key and turning around, as a grotesque spirit composed of fleshy tumors materialized before him. Ho raised his scythe. "It's a special grade. They must have investigated your family background and discovered your parents' residence. The reason they haven't attacked your parents is likely due to fear of provoking an untouchable entity, disrupting their plans." Guyu surveyed the empty rooftop. "Have you been waiting for me long?" A man clad in a robe, with his hair styled in a bun, stood in the shadows, hands tucked into his sleeves. "Not long, just 3 or 4 days. I thought you would return." The special grade spirit lunged at Guyu, its tumor-ridden hand swinging toward him. Guyu did not even turn his head, opening his umbrella to shield himself from the splattering, tainted blood. Ho, wielding his scythe, stood coldly behind Guyu, watching as the spirit was cleaved in two, vanishing amidst its howls. "Testing me with a special grade? You must think highly of me." Kusakabe toyed with Sukuna's finger. "How could I? You and May are old friends. I would never harm an old friend." That special grade was not something he had prepared. Guyu wrinkled his nose, recognizing the scent and sensation. You've taken Sukuna's finger. Hyusuke appeared surprised, yet exhilarated. Your perception is commendable. Sukuna's finger attracts curses. And carrying such a thing while bringing it to your rooftop is quite bold. Guyu's expression darkened. If you dare to harm my family, you will meet a most grim fate. Hyusuke chuckled, amused. Ah, still a child, are you? Threatening someone like this is rather childish. I'm not interested in your parents. I merely wish to befriend you. He was aware of Guyu's plans and had intruded upon them. He needed to grasp the situation to evaluate Guyu's capabilities. A person who could utilize cursed tools to fly through the air should not be underestimated. Moreover, akin to Yasukuni, he was accompanied by formidable spirits. Hyusuke felt a wave of irritation. The recent quality of sorcerers had been rather impressive. However, it was fortunate that there was only one. Had Yasukuni returned, his plans would likely have been thwarted. Guyu observed the curses converging towards him. You certainly don't appear to be here to make friends. Hyusuke carelessly tossed Sukuna's finger towards Guyu. Guyu raised his hand to catch it. This is my sincerity. I have extended such heartfelt goodwill towards you. Is it too much to ask to witness a spectacle? As Xuansuo beheld an increasing number of curses, a smile graced his lips as he shifted his gaze to a more advantageous position. A blue-hued reptilian curse emerged from the depths, ensnaring Guyu's ankle. Narrowing his eyes, Guyu felt the black curse energy enveloping him. He lifted his foot and stomped down upon the cursed spirit's head. With Guyu's movement, the black curse energy surged forth, striking the spirit. At the moment of contact, the curse shattered into fragments. The splattering blood did not cling to Guyu's shoes. Instead, he deftly controlled it to drip onto the ground, for he wished to avoid the foul substance staining his footwear. In the 26th chapter of the narrative, a buzzing sound emanated from behind. Xuansuo's smile widened. This was what he had brought forth. He turned to gaze at the colossal curse hovering in the air, a grade above level 1, yet below special grade. Guyu pivoted, encountering a curse resembling a large-headed fly, its face adorned with numerous round green eyes, each pressing against the other. A chill ran down Guyu's spine, evoking a nightmare for those with trypophobia. It was hideously grotesque. Guyu's face contorted in distaste, as these curses relentlessly challenged his aesthetic sensibilities. The curse opened its maw, releasing a slow waft of green gas. Guyu instinctively held his breath. That gas was undoubtedly noxious. He exchanged a glance with Xuansuo, who nodded before turning to confront the lower-grade curses that had been drawn in. Guyu propelled himself into the air, his body surging with black curse energy, delivering a punch to the curse's jaw. The curse's upper and lower teeth clashed audibly, and several teeth flew through the air. Guyu shook his hand and assumed a gesture he had learned from Sukuna. The curse's body was instantly cleaved into 3 pieces, which fell to the ground and subsequently disintegrated into dust. This was an unexpected delight. The youth had demonstrated an aptitude for Sukuna's techniques. Regrettably, there were no special grade curse spirits present, suggesting that these minions would not witness Guyu's full capabilities. Xuansuo, somewhat disheartened, turned to depart, contemplating a more thorough preparation for next time. He pondered how much of Sukuna's power Guyu could truly harness. Guyu observed Xuansuo's vanishing figure, raising his umbrella above his head as the sky above began to drench him in a gentle rain. The cursed spirits, soaked by the precipitation, shrieked in a frenzy, ultimately transforming into puddles of viscous flesh, dissipating into the air. It was a deliberate display of power. Revealing some information was preferable to allowing the opponent to glean nothing at all. Guyu regarded the finger in his hand, enveloping it in curse energy to contain its power. Xuansuo similarly scrutinized the finger, asking, "Shall we return to school, Guyu?" Guyu shook his head, reluctant to return. What purpose would it serve? To deliver it to Itadori, perhaps? The more Sukuna's power amplified, the greater the danger it posed. Yet, it was true that Itadori had gained his curse energy by consuming a finger, having devoured Sukuna's soul to acquire his power. What would happen if he consumed this particular finger? Guyu examined the desiccated digit, noting 2 swollen bumps at its base. His expression contorted again as he pocketed the finger, deciding it prudent to retain it for now, as he harbored no peculiar cravings for such things. Later that morning, upon noticing shoes at the entrance, Jiajin felt a flicker of surprise. Quietly, she opened Guyu's bedroom door, gazing at her son, who was deep in slumber. "This little rascal," she chuckled, closing the door gently. "Dear, have you seen my tie?" Shoji poked his head through the door, inquiring of Jiajin. She quickly raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and hurried to his side, pushing him back into the room. "Keep your voice down." Guyu was back and still resting. Shoji looked surprised. This little rascal returned quietly? I should check on him. He moved to exit, but Jiajin promptly stopped him. "What are you looking for? Don't wake the child. You can see him when you get back from work." Shoji appeared somewhat dejected. "All right then. Where did you put my blue polka-dotted tie?" Jiajin pondered for a moment. I believe it's in the drawer. She lowered her head, pushing aside some clothing, and indeed, the blue polka-dotted tie came into view. She picked it up and helped Shoji fasten it. Come home early tonight. Let us have a nice family dinner. Shoji embraced Jiajin, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Looks like I'll be putting you to work again tonight, dear. Jiajin's cheeks flushed, and she playfully swatted his chest. We've been married for ages. Must you still do this? Shoji lowered his head for another kiss. What is wrong with that? It shows our affection. He leaned in for yet another kiss. Don't you agree? Standing at the door, Guyu, who had intended to sneak a moment with his father before he left for work, wore an amused smile. Mom and Dad still have such a good relationship. He embraced himself, shaking off the goosebumps that arose. He adored his bed, and his bed adored him. Perhaps it was best to return to sleep. When he next awoke, it was already noon. The house lay in silence, his parents having left for work. Guyu retrieved his cherished game disc and inserted it into the console. The game began to load. The princess has been captured by a dragon. May you defeat the dragon and rescue her, the NPC eagerly proclaimed. Xuanze leaned over Guyu's shoulder, observing the screen. This game has been out for quite some time, hasn't it? Guyu nodded, manipulating the in-game hero to kick at the advancing minions. Why not use a sword to slice them? Xuanze questioned, bemused by Guyu's unconventional approach. To unlock the hidden ending, Guyu replied. This game has 3 distinct endings. I've only achieved 2 so far. One where I successfully rescue the princess, and another where I slay the dragon. The third remains elusive. Before him, a wounded mage appeared. Will you rescue him? The options displayed. Yes or no? Guyu pressed the no key without hesitation. As the narrative progressed, the hero finally arrived at the dragon's lair. The princess awaited just ahead. Will you save her directly? Yes or no? No. Guyu maneuvered his character deeper into the cave. The colossal dragon lay sleeping, its snores echoing through the cavern. Guyu directed the hero to approach the dragon and deliver a kick to its rear. The disturbed dragon opened its eyes, filled with fury at the interruption. Slowly, it rose to its feet, and the hero straightened, gradually gazing up at the dragon. The dragon bellowed, "How dare you disturb my slumber? I shall slay you." The hero skillfully dodged the dragon's assaults. The dragon roared, "How dare you toy with me?" Guyu was taken aback. This was a line he had never encountered before. The dragon, now enraged, prepared to attack. Shall you slay it? Yes or no? No. With red eyes, the dragon relentlessly assaulted the hero. While skillfully evading the attacks, Guyu took the opportunity to jab the dragon's rear with his sword. The dragon, clutching its backside, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. The flames grew increasingly intense, igniting the entire cave. You and the dragon are on the verge of perishing in the flames. Will you escape? Yes or no? Guyu contemplated for a moment before pressing no. The malevolent dragon's gaze towards the hero shifted in an instant. Flames consumed everything in their path. The screen was ablaze with fire, obscuring any view of the situation within. It seemed the characters had not perished, otherwise, the screen would have declared the player dead. Gradually, the flames receded, revealing not the colossal dragon but a handsome prince clad in regal attire, cradling the hero in his arms, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. I am the prince cursed by a witch. Only a companion willing to share life and death with me can lift this curse. After so many heroes had come and gone, I had nearly lost hope. As he spoke, the prince took the hero's hand, astonished that a benefactor had finally appeared. I shall explain your circumstances to my father and propose to you. Chapter 27, Old Acquaintances. With a sudden thud, the controller slipped from Guyu's grasp and fell to the ground. What is this? What is happening? The words echoed incessantly in Guyu's mind. Share life and death? Propose? Surely, even in a single-player game, such haste is unwarranted. It truly seemed like a hidden ending, he mused with some melancholy. If such an ending were not concealed, it would shatter the childhoods of many children, the notion of a dragon and hero together. Guyu approached the gaming console and ejected the disc, scrutinizing the text for the first time. Rescue the Princess series. His eyes narrowed. In the lower right corner, 3 small words read parody version. It appeared he had unwittingly purchased a counterfeit. Indeed, unscrupulous merchants lurk everywhere. He returned the disc to the drawer, resolving that at least he had uncovered the hidden ending. Though strange, it was a relief to finally put the matter to rest. Guyu reclined on the carpet, hands raised in surrender, savoring a leisurely moment. Time passed slowly. Eventually, the doorknob turned, and Jiajin entered, announcing her return. Welcome home. Guyu, lost in thought, snapped back to reality. Rolling over to see Jiajin at the doorway, 2 large bags at her feet. He stood to help her with the bags. What delightful treats have you brought? Jiajin, having changed her shoes, followed Guyu into the kitchen. Ingredients for sukiyaki and your favorite shrimp. Guyu's eyes lit up at the mention of shrimp. Jiajin playfully pushed Guyu away. All right, don't disturb me while I work. Your father will be home soon. Guyu obediently settled in the living room, anticipation written all over his face. When Shang Jiang returned, he found Guyu seated on the sofa, radiating joy. What good fortune has befallen you? Guyu swayed from side to side. Mom is cooking shrimp. Shang Jiang chuckled, bemused by Guyu's exuberance. Look at you. What kind of child gets this excited over shrimp? Guyu, swaying like a weeble on the sofa, retorted, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Shang Jiang shook his head at Guyu's antics, finding it childish. How's school? Are you getting along well with your classmates? Quite well, Guyu replied. My classmates are nice. It's just that I haven't seen some of them for a while. Everyone must have grown quite a bit. Shang Jiang scrutinized Guyu's expression, finding no cracks. It appears you are indeed managing well. Do you have enough money? Guyu nodded. You needn't send me money each month anymore. I receive compensation for tasks at school, and I have few expenses now. I advise you to continue accepting the pocket money I give you and save it wisely. Guyu furrowed his brow, puzzled. Save money? Are you planning a trip? You are 17 now, Shang Jiang reminded him. Guyu remained perplexed. In less than 6 months, you will be an adult. Once you reach adulthood, I shall no longer provide you with pocket money, so cherish these days while you still have it. Guyu blinked. Oh, do you understand what being without pocket money entails? It means you might struggle to eat or dress properly. You could even find yourself without a place to stay. Languishing on park benches or under bridges, Shang Jiang said gravely, studying Guyu intently. Do you comprehend this? Observing his father's theatrical demeanor, Guyu sighed and covered his face. Enough of the dramatics, Dad. Shang Jiang cleared his throat. In any case, cherish your current pocket money. I understand. It was merely an excuse to ensure he accepted the allowance. Yet, how swiftly time passes. He had lived in this world for 17 years, almost as long as in the previous one. Jia Zhen emerged from the kitchen with a pot in hand. Guyu, stop daydreaming. It's time to eat. Guyu snapped back to reality, responding happily, all right. Before long, the phone on the bedside table began to buzz incessantly. Guyu frowned, eyes closed, swiping to the right dismissively. The annoying vibration ceased. Content, he burrowed back under the covers. Moments later, the buzzing returned. Guyu swiped in the opposite direction. Hello? Wakaba glanced at his phone to confirm he had dialed correctly. Guyu? Guyu replied impatiently with a grunt. A murder occurred at the cinema. I need you to come. Guyu opened his eyes and glanced at the time, 9 a.m. An hour's travel. Would it be with Itadori? No, he has another assignment. This time, you will accompany Fushiguro, and I will find someone new to guide you. Guyu swung his legs off the bed. Understood. He hung up the phone. Though unsure why he was specifically summoned, he decided to check it out. Securing his death god charm to his pants, he declared, let us go. Wakaba, having intended to say more, stared at the abruptly disconnected call, sensing Guyu's discontent. An hour later, the three stood at the entrance beyond the police tape. Guyu's gaze faltered upon seeing the man's face. An introduction was in order. The man bent slightly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Guyu. I am Nanami Kento. Guyu was momentarily taken aback and reciprocated the bow. Pleasure to meet you. That name. Nanami straightened. Shall we proceed inside? Guyu rose, noting the peculiarity of the man. In the monitoring room, a police officer looked visibly displeased. Why are they allowed to enter the crime scene before the investigation team arrives? If I'm not mistaken, that man brought along 2 kids, right? This is absurd. The man seated before the monitors straightened. I'm not privy to all the details, but you've seen the aftermath, haven't you? That grotesque scene. The bizarre form of the corpse lingered in his mind, exceeding the boundaries of humanity. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, let us turn a blind eye. If you wish to retire from this job, that is. Nanami stood at the forefront, with Fushiguro and Guyu flanking him. He pointed to the ground. Do you see this? This is the residue of cursed energy. Fushiguro turned his head. No, I can't see anything. That's because you haven't tried to look. Nanami interrupted Fushiguro. We typically rely on our sight to confirm curses, but compared to curses, the residue is much more subtle. You must focus intently. Fushiguro, with a furrowed brow, stared at the ground. Oh, I see it now. Nanami attempted to ignore Guyu's distraction. Guyu, your task is to observe the residue, not to watch me. Guyu refocused, noticing human-like footprints beneath him. I see them. He merely felt a sense of familiarity about this individual. It seems as though we have met before. What happened with Itadori as he walked beside Guyu? Guyu shook his head. Nanami was ahead. Let us pursue. Itadori clenched his fist and struck it against his other hand, saying, all right, let's muster our spirits. No, if we can manage to finish this, let's at least do it adequately. Itadori felt a sudden stiffness, sensing an inexplicable discomfort. Upon hearing this, Guyu's eyes brightened. He found such individuality admirable. The 3 of them ambled along the steps. Guyu spoke first. I was summoned here on short notice and am still unaware of what precisely has transpired. Nanami stated. 3 victims were murdered in the cinema, in a bizarre manner. All were high school students. Chapter 28. A lecture. 3 victims, you say? Are there any witnesses or testimonies? The indoor surveillance was compromised. The ticket staff discovered it only after entering the premises. Guyu nodded. The sound of rain pattered against the wall outside. The trio opened their umbrellas and made their way to the rooftop. Your umbrella is quite beautiful, Itadori complimented, eyeing Guyu's umbrella. Yet it appears rather heavy, he added. Guyu twirled the handle of the umbrella, replying, it is quite practical as well. Here it comes, said Ho, settling onto Guyu's shoulder. A green cursed spirit slowly ascended the stairs leading to the rooftop. With its center-parted long hair and protruding bones along its back, it sported a furry tail. Nanami halted and glanced aside. Itadori followed Nanami's gaze. The green cursed spirit turned towards them, its enormous eyes dominating half its face, its jaw protruding grotesquely. Opening its mouth to exclaim, poop, Itadori discarded his umbrella and raised both fists. Stop, Nanami interjected, preventing Itadori's advance. I'll handle this. Itadori and Guyu will take care of those two over there. Itadori turned his head to see a pale cursed spirit with a toothy grin peering from behind the wall. All right, what a splendid detergent. Guyu observed the rooftop railing while holding the umbrella. A blue, bloated cursed spirit resembling an inflatable doll gazed at Guyu, exclaiming, delicious. Ho, fixated on the green cursed spirit, declared, little you, I'll take care of him. Guyu wrapped his arms around Ho, saying, no need, rainy days are my territory. Nanami, if you feel overwhelmed, just call for me. Itadori, with an exasperated expression, retorted, do you think too little of us? Nanami loosened the buttons of his outer garment. This isn't a matter of underestimating anyone, he said, adjusting his tie to give it some slack. I am the adult here, while you are but children. It is my obligation to prioritize your safety. With that, he approached the cursed spirit. The green cursed spirit leaped beneath a chair, tilting its head like a dog as it observed Nanami. Itadori grumbled, being treated like a child is hardly preferable to being underestimated. You have faced life and death multiple times, but that does not inherently make you an adult. Nanami retrieved his weapon from within his clothing, a knife wrapped in fabric stained with dark spots. But first, let us focus on the task at hand. Dark, cursed energy flowed from Guyu's fingertips, weaving black threads that ensnared the blue cursed spirit against the railing. The blue cursed spirit struggled fiercely, crying, eat, eat. Guyu spread his hands, tightening the cursed energy, which constricted against the spirit's skin. Seeing that the cursed spirit was immobilized, he turned away, satisfied that he could now enjoy the show. The hair on his pillow had increased in volume, and the beloved stuffed bread had vanished from the convenience store. Itadori, ready for battle, cast a bemused glance at Nanami before redirecting his focus to the cursed spirit. These small despairs accumulate, Nanami mused, raising his knife. Only then do we grow stronger. That makes sense. Guyu recalled the premature hair loss issues of a prior world. At 11 in the morning, the cinema skies were as dark as night, thunder and rain clashing violently. Nanami approached the cursed spirit, stating, regardless of the opponent, my technique can forcibly create vulnerabilities. The green cursed spirit rolled across the rooftop grass, charging at Nanami. He evaded the cursed spirit's assault, calculating the proportions of his target. If I can strike that critical point, it will be a critical hit. Itadori chased after the fleeing cursed spirit. The deformed spirit rose and swung its claw at Itadori, who blocked the attack. The cursed spirit extended its tendrils towards Itadori. Even opponents stronger than me can be harmed. If the opponent possesses weak cursed energy, even this dull blade can cleave them in two. Nanami continued to evade the cursed spirit's strikes. Itadori found himself ensnared in the cursed spirit's grasp. Both exerted their strength simultaneously. Are you listening? Guyu raised his hand. I hear you quite clearly. Itadori, momentarily bewildered as he struggled against the cursed spirit, turned to Nanami, asking, who are you talking to? To you, replied Nanami. The cursed spirit exerted force, sending Itadori flying against the rooftop railing with a loud thud. Huh, so soft, Itadori remarked, confused, as he turned to see the spirit's head swelling ominously. Huh. After landing on the ground, Itadori glanced up at the cursed spirit on the railing, surveying his surroundings. To his left, he spotted Guyu, who had already put down his umbrella and was standing beneath a pavilion. Have you managed to control it? That was fast. Guyu responded, yes. It was easy to capture due to its weak, cursed energy. Nanami looked at Guyu in surprise. A control-type sorcerer, perhaps? Itadori ignited with determination, unwilling to lose. However, shouldn't one conceal their abilities? Is it permissible to speak so freely? Revealing one's trump card to the enemy could lead to a breakthrough, Guyu pondered. If the technique disclosed is not a secret, revealing it to an unthreatening opponent is acceptable. Or if it could cause misdirection, then it poses no issue. Essentially, it serves as a form of deceptive attack. Articulating one's moves to confound the enemy can also be a brilliant tactic. Itadori found it somewhat disconcerting. He wished to concentrate on battling the cursed spirit, but it seemed imperative to listen to him. Yet there are advantages, as this revelation can significantly enhance the effectiveness of one's technique, just like this. Nanami steadied himself, drawing a line with his feet, surrounded by blue cursed energy. He raised his knife. The green cursed spirit dashed towards Nanami on all fours like a dog. Nanami locked onto the approaching spirit, his expression shifting as he leaped and swung the knife wrapped in cloth. With a single strike, a fissure appeared in the spirit's leg, which began to sever. Soon, the other leg followed suit. The cursed spirit, now devoid of limbs, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Blood dripped from the blade onto the floor. Nanami raised his hand, brushing the blood from the knife. That's all I wanted to say. Itadori gazed at Nanami in astonishment. How impressive. The blade was so heavily wrapped. And you struck with the back of it. The green cursed spirit, lying on the ground, struggled momentarily. Nanami raised his head, exclaiming, Itadori, behind you. Huh. Itadori froze momentarily. A detergent. He quickly reacted, intercepting the cursed spirit's attack. However, due to the force, Itadori was sent flying once more, his feet losing traction. After tumbling twice on the lawn, Nanami observed Itadori surveying his surroundings with evident concern. Who dares to converse with me? Itadori roared. The curse before him emitted a bizarre screech. Itadori inhaled deeply and concentrated, as a surge of dark blue cursed energy coursed into his fist. His demeanor transformed, and with a powerful punch, he struck the curse squarely in the chest. The impact of the cursed energy tore through flesh, creating a gaping wound. The curse collapsed helplessly. Nanami stood to the side, watching Itadori. Was his strength inherently beyond that of an ordinary human? Though the initial strike wielded minimal cursed energy, it possessed the force equivalent to that of a grade 120 sorcerer. The white curse, adorned with a tail, lay trembling on the ground, clutching its chest, tears streaming from its eyes. Once genuine cursed energy followed, the adversary would undoubtedly fare worse than anticipated. Moreover, with room for growth. If one could augment 100 in physical prowess with 100 in cursed energy, Chapter 29, Soul. Truly, it was a testament to the influence of that individual. Nanami glanced at Guyu beneath the pavilion, who could instantaneously control curses, rendering them unable to escape. A formidable presence indeed. Hey, you on the ground. The curse called out, snapping Nanami back to reality. With a swift flick of his knife, Nanami declared, my apologies, but I shall put an end to you now. Guyu observed Nanami's actions and spoke up. Nanami halted, turning to Guyu. What is it? Guyu scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Yet he felt an inexplicable oddity about the three curses on the balcony. Such low-grade curses ought not to possess souls. Furthermore, their spiritual state appeared peculiar, exuding an essence that suggested a body long deceased, yet the soul was forcefully trapped within, unable to escape. Upon this realization, Guyu paused, contemplating soul control. Observing the curse he had ensnared, he raised his hand, infusing the unfortunate human with both spiritual power and cursed energy. He witnessed the gradual restoration of the soul to its original state, which then drifted from the body. Thank you, the soul exclaimed before vanishing into thin air. Guyu retracted his hand, realizing that even with cursed energy, the body's appearance could not be restored. Nanami checked a photo captured on his phone. Itadori. Hold off on delivering the final blow. Just as Itadori prepared to deal with the curse, he paused. What's the matter? Nanami approached Itadori, phone in hand. Take a look at this. Upon seeing the photo, Itadori wore a perplexed expression. Curses can't be photographed, can they? We can't be certain just yet. Let's send them to Miss Shoko. Guyu and Itadori followed Nanami to an apartment. Itadori sat despondently on the sofa, head bowed. As Nanami handed him a towel, he received a call from Shoko. These individuals were human, or rather, they once were. Their bodies have been forcibly altered like those of the three at the cinema. Nanami settled on the sofa, hands propped against the backrest. If that were the case, I would have noticed it from the outset. The three we fought were imbued with cursed energy, like curses themselves. We must interrogate the perpetrator to understand this technique. Shoko scrutinized the corpse before her. However, there are signs of tampering near the brainstem. It seems likely they aim to induce a state of confusion, causing cognitive dissonance. If they can alter the brain, perhaps they can also transform individuals into those capable of wielding cursed energy. The relationship between the brain and cursed energy remains a mystery. By the way, are you two listening? Itadori blinked. Ah, yes. Their cause of death can be simply attributed to shock induced by the alterations. You are not responsible for this. Do not misunderstand. Understood, Itadori replied glumly. Nanami ended the call. Regardless of the cause of death, for him, the loss of life weighed heavily. Clenching the towel in his hand, he expressed his fury. This is utterly atrocious. Nanami regarded Itadori, recognizing his genuine anger for others. Guyu reclined on the sofa. affirming the severity of the situation. He pondered what might occur if his control over souls intersected with the changes inflicted upon them. Yet, a familiar sensation about Nanami lingered in his mind. That abomination is merely bait, likely intended to lure us in. The adversary is no simple foe. Nanami stood. It seems we have done all we can. Let us muster our spirits. Itadori, observing Nanami's demeanor, felt a surge of determination. Right. The recent disappearances and bizarre deaths had been meticulously compiled into a report on the abomination. Nanami pointed to the map on the board. This will help us narrow down the suspect's base of operations. Itadori, brimming with enthusiasm, rose. Shall we charge in? Not yet. This is merely a preliminary step. I will continue my investigation. Guyu, seemingly from nowhere, produced a lollipop and popped it into his mouth, eyeing the marked locations on the board. So, we're acting as a trio this time? Nanami attached a photo of the victim's school to the board. Itadori, you have a separate task. All the victims hailed from the same school, so it's plausible the curse is hidden there. I'll leave the subsequent arrangements to Ajichi. Please investigate that school together. Itadori and Ajichi simultaneously offered a salute. Understood. Speaking of which, I don't know anyone besides Ajichi who assists you. Ajichi sighed, naturally. As the sole supervisor aware of Itadori's survival, it has come to this. Itadori swung the door open, brimming with energy. Let us go. Guyu silently followed behind, carrying an umbrella. Moments later, Ajichi returned from downstairs, regarding Nanami. You're not just making assumptions. You've deduced the location of the perpetrator. Nanami leaned against the board. Indeed, the perpetrator could have easily left the scene without a trace if desired. Ultimately, this is still a bait-and-trap scenario. Ajichi appeared despondent. I merely chose the risk of going alone over taking 2 students with me. They are still children. Nanami uttered this with an air of nonchalance. Guyu, eavesdropping at the doorway, smirked. So it's really you, Nanami. Ugh, that name. How embarrassing to be called that when I grow up. Itadori winked at Guyu, playfully pushing Ajichi, causing him to stumble. Ajichi turned in surprise. Itadori? Itadori raised his hand, a broad smile on his face. Nanami, I forgot to say, be careful. After a moment of silence, Nanami sighed in relief. Itadori, I'm not a staff member. Do not refer to me as teacher. Then it's Nanami. Guyu, following behind Nanami. Send a message to Itadori. I have some matters to attend to. I'm heading home. Itadori glanced at the message on his phone, exasperated. Guyu, you're such a handful. Ajichi, driving, asked Itadori, where's Guyu? Itadori tucked his phone back into his pocket. If all goes as expected, I'll be seeking Nanami. It seems we have no choice but to investigate together. Idichi, gripping the steering wheel, pouted slightly. Truly, students of Gojo Satoru possess a penchant for mischief. As Yuki put his phone away and lifted his head, the figure before him had already vanished. He glanced towards the right corner. It's me. Nanami emerged from the shadows. Yuki, you've been following me. Indeed, Yuki nodded. I would prefer to accompany you, but if you wish to dismiss me, I can venture alone. He pointed to his own head, indicating the route he had memorized. Nanami turned away. Stay close. Yuki smiled and matched his pace with Nanami's. Chapter 30, Adversity. Nanami cast a glance at the spirit perched on Yuki's shoulder. Is that a Shikigami? Yes, his name is Ho, and he is my friend. So this is the newly emerged entity Gojo spoke of. It appears quite similar to a cursed spirit. Yuki stared ahead. I have a question. Go ahead. Given this distance, why aren't we driving? Isn't an 11-hour walk exhausting? We still need to conserve our strength for the upcoming battle. Reducing vehicular emissions aids in environmental preservation. That was an unexpectedly thoughtful response. Yuki rubbed his head. However, the pace was too brisk. There were still questions left unanswered. It seemed the only option now was to inquire with that malevolent cursed spirit. The pair arrived at an expansive, abandoned sewer. Nanami stood at the forefront, attuned to the sounds resonating around them. If we encounter any obstacles, take refuge behind me. Yuki observed the transformed humans crawling along the walls and obediently positioned himself behind Nanami. He gently patted Ho's head. Is that all right? Ho nodded. They no longer belong to humanity. Dealing with corpses poses no challenge. Then let us proceed. Ho's scythe abruptly expanded and surged forward, deftly cleaving the approaching foes in twain. The primary offensive, possessing formidable power, complemented Yuki's control flawlessly, Nanami noted quietly. As time elapsed, the number of fallen humans beneath their feet increased. Yuki gazed at the dissipating souls in the sky. Drip, drip, drip. Blood from the blade fell to the ground, and Nanami, his expression grim, stood rooted in place. He loosened his tie. If you're going to emerge, do so quickly. Though they are irredeemable aberrations, they were once human. Slaying so many weighs heavily upon my conscience. The sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the pipe. Ah, splendid. While Gojo's arrival would complicate matters, if the intruder is too weak, the experiment cannot proceed. The The presence was announced before it fully materialized. Next emerged a cursed spirit resembling a middle-aged man clad in a black outfit adorned with a grid pattern, black trousers, and sporting blue mid-length hair styled in 3 sections, with one strand draped over his shoulder. His right eye was gray, while the left was blue. Nanami clapped his neck. You, protect Yuki. He was uncertain he could keep an eye on Yuki while engaging this cursed spirit. I dislike overtime, let us be swift. With that, Nanami charged forward. The human retreated. The battlefield gradually shifted deeper underground. Upon seeing Yuki wave, Ho returned to Yuki's side, who followed closely behind the two. One wielded black-blue, cursed energy, while the other emanated a black-purple aura. The two forces collided. The human, real, shook his wrist, which was barely attached by a sliver of skin. I thought I had blocked that with cursed energy. He continued to shake his wrist, which appeared on the verge of detaching, his eyes spinning. Is your technique like this? Nanami raised his blade. Such abstractions frustrate me. I despise leading questions. Real smiled. How wonderful. It seems you do not mind engaging in conversation. That depends on who I am conversing with. A cursed spirit capable of such intricate dialogue could not be unrelated to the 2 unregistered special-grade cursed spirits mentioned in Gojo's report. Tell me, do you believe the soul precedes the body, or vice versa? Nanami gazed at Real, puzzled. Isn't there a similar question? Like, which came first? The chicken or the egg? Does the body nurture the soul, or does the soul create the body? The dialogue must continue. The former. Incorrect. Real responded with an unsettling sound. The answer is the latter. Raising his hand and twisting his arm, the wound on his wrist healed rapidly. The soul always precedes the body. The form of the body changes as the form of the soul transforms. Yuki lifted his hand, examining his palm. He could inflict damage on others' souls, and with cursed energy, he could facilitate healing. However, the body would not undergo transformation. It appeared their understanding and control of the soul diverged significantly. Real inserted his healed hand into his pocket. This isn't a healing technique. Rather, I maintain the form of my own soul. Then your soul must be quite tattered, riddled with patches. Yuki interjected suddenly. Real turned, gazing at Yuki in confusion. There's another person? He had been completely overlooked. However, the cursed energy emanating from Yuki was feeble. He did not appear formidable. Just hold on a moment. Once we are finished talking, it will be your turn. With that, Real genuinely ceased to regard Yuki. Yuki felt utterly ignored. He leapt onto a massive water pipe on the wall and sat down. Very well, he would quietly observe the unfolding drama. Real's palm cradled a small, green human, which was constantly shifting. Where was I? He wore a look of epiphany as he turned to Nanami. Now you understand, right? My technique alters the form of the soul through direct contact. Transformation without action. He raised a skeletal figure that resembled a human. The human in his grasp gradually twisted and expanded, collapsing to the ground. He pinched 2 whistle-shaped humans between his fingers. I am storing humanity. It's quite tricky to manage. His expression briefly soured but quickly returned to normal. Ordinary people gradually perish after their forms are altered. What happens to sorcerers? Nanami raised his left hand, glancing at his wristwatch. It's 5:30. My shift began at 10. I must leave by 6. Real's hand stretched and extended toward Nanami. Nanami severed them with a swift stroke of his blade. The two began a relentless chase. In the midst of their leaps, Real grasped the blade's hilt. Not bad, he remarked. Nanami landed on the ground while Real floated above. This is delightful. Real transformed his hands and continued to assault Nanami. Shattered stones soared between them. Transformation is unbound by original weight, Nanami pondered, landing on the aberrant human below. Regardless, this ability clashes with my technique. Help me. I'm being torn apart like a carpet. The human trembled, tears streaming from its hollow eyes. Nanami glanced down at the human, recalling what Shoko had said. Once transformed, there is no turning back. When attacked, one should strike without hesitation, for it is ultimately in the best interest of the victims. My apologies. The voice of the real person drew Nanami's attention, placing a finger thoughtfully on their chin. I have practiced for quite some time. Although one does not instantly perish after altering size, the precision of control over the mind, or consciousness, perhaps, is still lacking, leading the soul to occasionally exude sweat in such a manner. Do not dwell too much on it. Let us proceed. This is too much. I shall go and slay him. Raising the scythe, I charged forward. Chapter 31, Acquaintances. Guyu observed the ensuing actions without intervening. I was not concerned. Nanami crouched down, lifting a hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of the alien's eye. I maintain a strict separation between personal and professional matters. How amusing. The real person, slightly irked by the evasion, exclaimed, Do not ambush me while I am laughing. Wasn't your task to protect Gu? What a stroke of luck to have such an optimal test subject. Seizing the distraction of Nanami's gaze, The real person's movements quickened, launching an attack toward Nanami's abdomen. Huh. The real person stared in confusion at the green umbrella before them, wondering, what is this? It cannot be penetrated? Guyu, who had been observing the real person, raised the umbrella, catching up. Nanami regarded Guyu, impressed by the speed. Even he had not reacted in time. A grade 1, or perhaps a special grade sorcerer. Guyu sheathed the umbrella, swinging it toward the real person. The real person leapt back to the opposite side of the stream, their feet resembling those of a donkey. It was blocked. What a pity. I thought I would succeed in my ambush. Suddenly, the scythe-wielding figure appeared behind the real person, swinging down. The real person began to move rapidly. Guyu looked up at Nanami. Do not glance around aimlessly when you lack control of the situation. Still dawdling, still responding. Do you not know that villains perish from excessive chatter? I cannot believe I am being schooled by a child. Guyu rested the umbrella's handle on his shoulder. Gazing at the real person, a reason must be found. The real person, joyfully playing a game of tag with the ghosts, wore a beaming smile. Guyu tucked his fingers into his hair. Let me see, since he wishes to kill Nanami, it would be acceptable for Nanami to eliminate him, would it not? Guyu turned to Nanami, right? Nanami regarded Guyu. Although I do not fully comprehend, Guyu, do remember to speak respectfully. The real person, arms wide open. Hey, do not ignore me, you too. With a swift motion, the real person's arm fell to the ground. The figure looked at the real person. You should not be overlooked. Guyu, somewhat exasperated, glanced at Nanami. It is Senior Nanami. The real person, staring at the severed arm on the ground, felt his smile fade. I am feeling rather unhappy now. I am excluded from the conversation, and I am being pursued by half of my kind. The real person's speed surged once more, darting toward the two. Will you stay and accompany me? Nanami positioned himself protectively in front of Guyu, eyeing the real person warily. The real person's running abruptly halted, confusion etched across their face. Why? Why can't my body move? The scythe-wielding figure charged forward, raising their hand to sever the real person's hands. Guyu stepped out from behind Nanami. Wait. Nanami called out, watching Guyu's actions. Guyu waved his hand dismissively. It is fine. Having said that, he leaned closer to the real person, tilting his head curiously. So, it really can be controlled. I thought it would be ineffective against you. The real person turned their eyes toward Guyu. What did you do? Guyu, resting his hand on his chin, did not respond. Then your ability should also affect me. Is this an experiment on him? The real person pondered. Suddenly, the severed wrists twitched and began to mend. It can move? The real person lunged at Guyu. Guyu evaded the attack. That was close. It seems I can control it. But there is a time limitation. Although I am reluctant to admit it, this youth before me clearly possesses the ability to control souls. The real person shook their hands. To encounter a technique of the same nature, their luck was indeed remarkable. You can control souls too. How fascinating. It seems I can learn a great deal from you. Guyu narrowed his eyes, intrigued. With a sudden crash, the real person observed the hand falling to the ground, shaking the wrist like a firewood stick. Your ability is quite convenient. To alter the form of a soul, one must make contact with it. If only it could be made remote, life would be much easier. Guyu glanced at the alien figure making sounds nearby. The real person looked at Guyu. All right. You also possess the ability to control souls. Why not save them? Chuckling, they continued. Are you conducting experiments as well? That makes sense. After all, you bear the identity of a human, making such techniques difficult to practice. It should pose no problem with these dying aliens. Guyu sent the souls of the aliens away before turning to the real person. I do not require humans for experimentation. Moreover, you speak too much. The real person's smile vanished. Guyu swept his hair behind his neck, adjusting his clothing. It is time for us to bid farewell. The real person regarded Guyu, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Nanami, for the first time, clearly saw Guyu's face, momentarily stunned. The visage of a doll-faced young boy materialized in Nanami's mind. They bore a striking resemblance. The real person's body trembled uncontrollably, tilting their head back, stretching their neck. It felt as though they were inflated with air, growing increasingly taut. The real person stared with eyes on the verge of bursting. Is this how they die? Just like those humans? So, my soul can be controlled too. This sensation is simply exquisite. Bang! The body could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded, utterly devoid of the real person's presence. Nanami approached Guyu. Is it resolved? Guyu shook his head at the scattered fragments. It escaped. The real person's soul is not so fragile. It was merely a display of a soul fragment before making its escape. Nanami glanced at the clock. It was precisely 6 o'clock. It seems I can leave on time. Let us go. Guyu adjusted his clothing, smoothing his hair back into place, following behind Nanami. It is you, isn't it? Nanami initiated the conversation. Guyu, puzzled, responded, 10 years ago, at the amusement park, beneath the ladder. The time and place of our first encounter were etched clearly in Nanami's memory. Guyu smiled. Yes. It was me. What a small world. Ah, Nanami sighed. Indeed, familiar faces keep appearing one after another. It feels as though there is some conspiracy afoot. What grade sorcerer are you now? Guyu pondered. I believe I am grade 3. After all, my student ID has yet to be issued. How could you only be grade 3? By all appearances, your ability should be at least grade 1. When I first entered the academy, I was not yet considered a sorcerer. It seems someone above disagreed with my promotion. However, I do not mind a grade. They are merely superficial matters. Besides, grade 3 offers more tasks, which increases the funds in my pocket. The underground space is vast, and it took the two a while to exit its confines. As dusk fell, the sky was painted in shades of red. Back under the sunlight, Guyu stretched his arms, feeling somewhat fatigued. Oh, indeed, I must keep my ability to control souls a secret for now. Nanami silently approached Yuri, raising his hand in a fist and pressing it heavily upon Yuri's head. How many times must I remind you to use honorifics? He admonished. And since you recognized me long ago, why continue to feign ignorance? Chapter 32, The Child. Yuri blinked, astonished to be the first person to have their head ruffled in such a manner. Lowering his head, he groaned, I'm sorry, brother. I just wanted to see when you would finally realize my presence. Nanami pressed down harder. Your face is obscured by your clothing, and your eyes are hidden beneath your hair. How am I supposed to recognize you looking like a ninja? Still, you stubbornly follow me around. Such a troublesome child. Eventually, you revealed yourself. I was worried about you. That cursed spirit is formidable, and I feared you might not be able to handle it. If I can't defeat you, how could you possibly manage? It would be one thing if it were just me, but I'd be in trouble if something happened while I was with you. Yuri bit his lip. I knew you were prepared to face death at any moment. Otherwise, you wouldn't have abruptly severed contact with them. Nanami released his grip, pondering for a moment. Aren't you enrolled in a school in Miyagi? How did you end up at Jujutsu High? Well, it's a long story. Then let us make it brief. Yuri gathered his thoughts. I encountered the soul of Sukuna, bit into it, and then I could see the curse. I also ran into Gojo-sensei on the rooftop at school, just like Itadori, who consumed Sukuna's finger. Noticing the change in Nanami's expression, Yuri discreetly altered his phrasing. As for why he could see Kinji Hikari, he had contemplated that as well. Meeting Hikari was always in a dreamlike state. Perhaps it was during a time when his soul had left his body. Who knows? I don't recall when you developed Pika, Nanami remarked, his expression one of surprise. Yuri's head lowered further. It was all accidental. However, it's thanks to you that I might not have turned into a cursed being myself. Saying this, Nanami smiled at Yuri. Thank you, Yuri. Yuri scratched his face. There's no need to be so formal. It feels strange. After expressing his gratitude, Nanami's demeanor returned to normal. However, that cursed spirit may target you. I will speak with Gojo-sensei about arranging protection for your parents. I've already taken care of that. Yesterday, when I returned home, I encountered an attack from a curse. A man whose face I couldn't see was observing everything from the rooftop. He didn't attack my parents. Nanami furrowed his brow. That's quite peculiar. This matter was also a source of distress for him. He couldn't possibly follow his parents around all day. Hiding was difficult, and he didn't wish to disrupt their lives. Even a low-level sorcerer wouldn't be able to contend with a special grade, let alone a special grade with time on their hands. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Yuri looked down at the shaking earth. An earthquake. Nanami glanced at his phone. About a magnitude 2. Let's call Idichi to take you home. You needn't worry about your parents. I will discuss strategies with Gojo-sensei. Yuri cast a side glance at Nanami, lowering his head. What do you think my father would express if he were to see his long-lost drinking buddy suddenly disappear? Nanami adjusted his glasses. He'd probably drag him for a drink and, after getting drunk, lament about his solitude over the years without a drinking companion. Warmth flickered in Nanami's eyes. He had intended to maintain distance from them after becoming a sorcerer, yet he never expected Yuri to enter this world as well. In the car, Itadori waved. Nanami. Yuri, you're really here. How is the situation? Nanami. Yuri, he said, covering his face with his clothing. Uffed. Nanami settled into the passenger seat. Keep calling me that, and I'll hit you. Yuri stifled a laugh as he entered the car. The two engaged in a fierce spar, neither yielding. Oh, Itadori's eyes widened. That cursed spirit must be powerful, then. It's probably above grade 1. Isn't that nearing special grade? The last time I encountered a special grade, I was only able to escape. I wonder if I could manage a proper fight after all this time. Itadori was brimming with enthusiasm. Did it escape? It got away. Like a gecko shedding its tail to survive. Oh, next time we find it, we must capture it and give it a good beating before getting rid of it. Such a vile curse deserves no mercy. Nanami gazed out the window, recalling the words spoken by that curse. I've been practicing for a long time, the best experimental subject. How fortunate I am. This cursed spirit was still a child, likely newly born, greedily reveling in its growth. The special grade that fought Gojo-sensei had already mastered domain expansion. This curse would soon reach a similar level. With the unexpectedly high number of victims, it was imperative to eliminate it swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Yuri observed Nanami's distracted expression and gently patted his shoulder. Nanami snapped back to attention, looking at Yuri in curiosity. Next time, I want to let it escape. Not for a second. As the car slowly drove away, Yuri noticed a slender head peeking out from the gap, eyes intently fixated on him. Next time we meet, I will turn you into my puppet, controlling you in the palm of my hand, watching you struggle in vain. Yuri sat in the skeletal frame, head bowed in deep contemplation. Sukuna kicked Yuri down from the bones. What are you thinking about now? Yuri perched on the blood-soaked ground, cradling his backside. Today, I encountered a curse that can also control souls. Sukuna, hands tucked into his sleeves, looked down at Yuri from a height. You're not angry about being kicked today? So what? It can alter the shapes of souls and transform appearances to match. I tried to infuse it with cursed energy to restore the soul, but the body doesn't recover. If I could change the physical form like that curse, I could restore the victims' bodies during the time of suffocation, perhaps preventing their deaths. It's difficult. Everyone's techniques are determined at birth. Even if you can control souls, you cannot learn his technique. True. Even though Sukuna's cursed energy flows through him, that ordinary technique took him a month of contemplation to master. Understanding another's technique is even more challenging. The pain in Yuri's backside gradually brought him back to consciousness. Did you just kick me? Only just realizing that. Sukuna looked upward, silent. Yuri leaped onto the skeletal frame, patting his backside. I want to hold it against you. He suddenly had an idea while watching the splitting of the real person. Perhaps it could solve his parents' issue. With a splash, Yuri observed blood gushing from where his arm had been severed. He pressed down expressionlessly, wishing he could smack himself for his reckless tongue, unable to control it in front of Sukuna. You truly have a short memory, Sukuna remarked coldly, regarding Yuri. The boy was becoming increasingly audacious. How dare you? I don't wish to see severed limbs in my dreams. Yuri ground his teeth, still feeling furious. However, he had another idea he needed to implement. So he took a deep breath, turned around, and lunged towards Sukuna with open arms. Sukwon gazed at Guyu, who had foolishly fallen to the ground after missing his attack. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Guyu propped himself up on his hands and stood up. Don't move. Sukwon's body stiffened as he fixed his gaze on Guyu, his soul exerting control. What is this brat up to now? I wish to conduct an experiment, so please bear with me for a moment. With that, Guyu tiptoed and sank his teeth into Sukwon's artery. The crunching sounds echoed, reminiscent of chewing on something tough. The skin is rather tough. The texture resembles that of undercooked pig's trotters. Chapter 33, Ineffectual. Is it delicious? Sukwon's voice was dark and brooding. Guyu shook his head and swallowed with a gulp, immediately regretting it as the metallic taste overwhelmed him. He felt an urge to slap this kid. Guyu raised his left hand, observing the black curse energy swirling around his wrist, enduring a wave of pain as another black mark appeared. Indeed, consuming him grants me power. Now that I'm stuck, what difference does it make if I take one bite or two? Just as Guyu prepared to take another bite, he caught Sukwon's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. He remembered that Sukwon had been turned away from him, with his left hand behind his back, awkwardly laughing. How can you move? Sukwon twisted his neck. Do you wish to devour me? No. Guyu shook his head vigorously like a rattle. He merely wanted a couple of bites, he promised. Guyu's expression grew increasingly vacant. Sukwon raised his hand and grasped Guyu's neck, his eyes tinged with crimson. You wish to consume my soul. It was the first time Guyu had seen Sukwon open all four of his eyes. It was astonishing that someone with four eyes could appear so harmonious. A sharp crack jolted Guyu back to reality. How many times must I die to quell Sukwon's wrath? He wondered how he had lost focus again. Guyu blinked. Can the two pairs of eyes below see anything as well? Sukwon raised two fingers, pointing them at Guyu's eyes. Want to? I can help you. Guyu stared at the fingers before him. You're not thinking of gouging out my eyes and placing them below, are you? Sukwon smirked. Stop. Seizing the opportunity while Sukwon was momentarily immobilized, Guyu hurriedly broke free. He certainly did not want to have his eyes plucked out. Was there a way to awaken him? Or perhaps return to his own realm of existence would suffice. Watching Guyu flail about in various poses, mumbling incoherently, Sukwon rolled his eyes. Guyu closed his eyes, silently chanting, send me back, as swiftly as the law commands. Sukwon approached Guyu, raising his hand and sharply flicking his forehead. Guyu instantly raised his hand to cover his head. Ouch. It seemed there was no escape. Looking up at Sukwon with earnestness, he implored, may I request a reprieve? His black irises glistened with tears born of pain, resembling a little deer. Sukwon leaned in slightly, rejecting his plea. I knew you wouldn't be so straightforward. Sukwon's thumb pressed against the corner of Guyu's eye. Has anyone ever complimented your eyes? If they were gouged out, they would lose their focus and beauty. Guyu shook his head. If you could see his eyes. Tell me, what do you intend to achieve by consuming me? He truly did not wish to devour him. Are you familiar with earthworms? Sukuna raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. When an earthworm is severed, both halves can regenerate new organs, becoming two independent entities. At the moment the soul is divided. Could healing both sides simultaneously result in two souls? You possess the ability to rapidly heal souls. I wish to learn it swiftly. He envisioned splitting his soul into three to protect his parents, ensuring he could sense danger immediately. His only healing technique was the reversal technique, which, however, did not heal the soul. Guyu glanced at the palm on his face. Could you let go first? Sukuna fixed his gaze on Guyu. Fine. While near you, the healing of the soul may accelerate, possibly due to your curse energy. It was likely that by consuming Guyu's soul, his own abilities had undergone some transformation. Guyu, emboldened, tentatively grasped Sukuna's wrist. Just this once, can you assist me? In that moment, he required immense curse energy. Sukuna seized Guyu's left hand. The larger and smaller wrists aligned together, sharing similar markings. Is that not enough? Guyu nodded. Sukuna leaned close to Guyu's ear. I can assist you, but you. Guyu pondered for a moment and reluctantly nodded. Sukuna smirked. Then let us begin. Suddenly, Guyu sat upright in bed, clutching his head. I feel somewhat shortchanged. The creature in the cradle beside the bed was startled awake. It flew to Guyu's side, weapon raised. What happened? What happened? Sorry to wake you. Guyu raised his hand to gently guide the creature back to bed. It's fine, go back to sleep. Sensing the familiar aura, the creature, clutching its scythe, rolled over and fell back asleep. Born in darkness, darker than dark. All impurities and filth eradicated. A black shroud gradually descended upon the campus sky. I apologize, true form. I cannot allow any filth to remain. What effect does the shroud have? Those inside cannot exit, while those outside may enter, but only those with relatively weak curse energy. The boy who also possesses the ability of a soul would undoubtedly come. A voice echoed in his mind. True form, do not provoke him. You will die? Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined. This time, he will not let him go. The curtain of unknown intentions descended upon the Yuansor residential area, and the windows would surely report immediately. He hoped the plan would proceed smoothly. The true form wore a deathly pallor as he looked at Yuansor. He will be fine. The target was deliberately set on this school because Sukuna's vessel had previously appeared here. Thus, in this mission, Sukuna's vessel might also manifest. It would serve a dual purpose, revenge and a chance to witness the true power of the cursed king, Sukuna. Yuansor remarked, then I shall look forward to it. If you can deal with Guyu, I hope Hanami won't be angry when you return. The true form waved dismissively. It's all right. I will bring back a part of him as a memento. If you wish to avoid death, it's best not to. Having offered his warning, he took his leave. Yuansor waved as he departed from the rooftop. Hey, you're leaving? You should take a look. It will surely be fascinating. A duel of souls. With that, the true form leaped from the building. Upon receiving the notification, Itadori immediately called Nanami. I'm on my way. No, Nanami responded. I've already explained my reasons this morning. The shroud has descended. That stitched face is likely at Sakurako High School. I'll return shortly. Stay on standby. Itadori clenched his fists. That was the school he had observed yesterday. If that stitched face was inside, he would make sure to give it a thorough beating. With a click, he hung up the phone. Idichi looked at Itadori, recalling the incident at the juvenile detention center, reminding himself not to make the same mistake again. Standing resolutely in front of Itadori, you cannot proceed, Itadori-kun. I apologize, Mr. Idichi. Chapter 34, Fury. Nanami is well aware that he would not heed his words. Turning away, he entrusted the remaining matters to you, Ino-kun. Huh. The man named Ino looked utterly astounded. Is there a problem? Ino surveyed the relentless tide of aberrations approaching. The numbers are rather overwhelming, and they appear to be human, don't they? I can recommend you for your promotion to a first-grade sorcerer. Ino's eyes brightened. I will strive for it. Buzzing. Yuyuki glanced at the messages on her phone. Her expression darkened. It is time to escort you away. Itadori had already dashed into the school's atrium. The floor of the atrium lay strewn with students, their fates uncertain. Mahito was gripping a young boy by the collar, turning at the sound of the imposing entrance. It's the stitched face. Itadori charged forward, swinging a punch at Mahito's face. Let him go. Mahito dodged Itadori's fist, unexpectedly amused that you would be the first to arrive. Failing to land the blow, Itadori relentlessly swung at Mahito. Mahito chuckled, tightening his grip on the boy's neck, raising him before himself. Itadori's eyes widened, instinctively retracting his fist. The captured boy reached out to Itadori, struggling to utter the words, save me. Itadori raised his fist. If you strike again, he dies. As he spoke, Mahito hoisted the boy higher. Itadori glared fiercely at Mahito, with one hand resting on his chin. Mahito remarked, "Although you are one of my targets, I do not find you particularly interesting at the moment." Mahito's other hand swelled, transforming into a massive arm, pinning Itadori against the wall. "I have thought of something amusing. Idle transformation." The other hand of the student instantaneously appeared as though drained of all its blood, resembling a desiccated corpse. His eyes bulged, and his mouth gaped open, emitting wheezing sounds. Itadori's eyes widened in horror. How could this happen? Mahito patted the aberration on the shoulder, addressing Itadori. "You can play with him for now." With that, he withdrew his hand that had been suppressing Itadori. The aberration lunged at Itadori. Grasping the aberration's hand, Itadori shouted, "Hey, wake up, hey!" The boy, now devoid of any hearing, relentlessly attacked Itadori, unable to strike back. Itadori embraced the aberration's arms. "This is not the proper death. No, no. Think of a way. Think of a way. Hold on. Sukuna. Sukuna." At Itadori's desperate call, an eye opened within the depths of his gaze, revealing a mouth. "What is it?" Mahito grinned at Itadori. "The king of curses making his appearance. I am willing to do anything. You may do as you wish with me. Heal this boy, just as you restored my heart back then." "I refuse." Sukuna began to smirk wickedly. "Oh." Mahito seemed somewhat taken aback. "Delightful, delightful. To barter everything for my assistance, yet achieve nothing." Sukuna reveled in the despair emanating from Itadori. "Refuse the constraints?" Mahito gazed at Sukuna in confusion. Though the form of the soul cannot be restored by reversal techniques, is he not adept at healing others? How tragic, truly a sight to behold, little brat. Hi 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 ha ha ha. Not enough. Wait until that little brat arrives. Then we can get to the crux of the matter. Mahito contentedly closed his eyes. He then turned to Itadori, unable to suppress a laugh. Hi 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 hi. The voices of the two curses echoed incessantly in Itadori's ears, causing an unbearable ache. Applause returned rationality to the three. Yuyuki sat on the windowsill. Yuhei flew beside her. Upon seeing Yuyuki's arrival, Sukuna stifled his laughter. Itadori, now engulfed in despair, momentarily lost his focus while gazing at Yuyuki. Yuyuki observed Itadori's state, inwardly thinking, poor thing. Mahito's eyes sparkled. "Yuyuki, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Yuyuki leaped from the window, standing before Mahito. "What a coincidence. I have been waiting for you as well." The aberration looked into Itadori's eyes, pleading for salvation. With that, it collapsed helplessly. The light gradually faded from Itadori's eyes. A gust of wind swept past Yuyuki. Bang! Crash! Itadori delivered a punch that sent Mahito crashing into the wall. Debris from the walls fell incessantly. Mahito raised his hand to brush away the dust. "I already told you I'm not interested in you, so why do you keep charging at me?" Although the attack is amusing, it is regrettable that it is ineffective, as long as I maintain the form of the soul. Uft. Before Mahito could finish his sentence, blood gushed from his nose. Huh. Upon seeing his own blood, Mahito paused, bewildered. What is happening? Even the soul's form has been struck. So it is. Mahito pressed his finger against his bleeding nostrils. Itadori Yuji serves as a vessel, harboring other souls within his body. Thus, he can naturally sense them. Somewhat exhilarated, he wiped away the blood, revealing the outline of the soul. Itadori's cursed energy erupted forth, forming a pitch-black silhouette. It was as if he sought to entirely negate the words he had once spoken. From the depths of his being, this heartfelt declaration surged forth. Itadori's pupils quivered in rage. "I will kill you." Yuyuki observed Itadori's demeanor. The child is quite enraged. At this moment, it would be best to let him vent his fury. It should be an extraction, right, sorcerer? Mahito wore an expression of unyielding confidence, extending his tongue to lick around his lips. While he longed to play with Yuyuki, it was evident that he would not act against him given Itadori's current state. Itadori, consumed by extreme fury, wished to slay him. Yet, when his abilities are insufficient, will he once again depend on Sukuna? Not granting Mahito ample time for contemplation, Itadori roared and charged forward. Yuyuki watched as the two became increasingly distant. Retracting her gaze, she observed the aberration beneath her feet, gasping for breath, and raised her left hand. "Consider yourself fortunate." Reversal technique. The human beneath gradually returned to his original state. He can heal souls. The technique learned from Sukuna can heal the body. This way, she could snatch the boy from Mahito's grasp. Yuyuki narrowed her eyes, eagerly anticipating Mahito's panicked expression. She then glanced at the two who had fallen to the ground. "Little Rain, shall we not assist?" Yuyuki stood at the window, watching the two below. "Let us wait until Itadori regains his senses." Harboring unshed anger could prove detrimental. Moreover, Itadori had long wished to deliver a thorough beating to Mahito. Mahito's hand morphed into the shape of a power drill, launching an attack at Itadori. Itadori evaded the drill, seizing Mahito's arm, now resembling a silken ribbon, in his grip. Pulling it back, You cannot extend this indefinitely. Mahito revealed a malicious grin. Splat. Blood splattered. Itadori stared in disbelief at his pierced palm. The once soft ribbon had transformed into a sharp spike in an instant. Regaining his senses, he fiercely grasped Mahito's soul and yanked it back with all his might. Completely unanticipated, Mahito was flung away, crashing into the glass wall on the opposite side, then collapsing onto the ground. Typically, one would release their grip. It turns out that extending one's state diminishes control and power. Chapter 35, Clones. In a fit of rage, Itadori unleashed a powerful punch imbued with cursed energy, striking the ground before Mahito. The colossal impact forced Mahito to raise his hands defensively before his face, his eyes darting around amidst the rising dust. Emerging from the haze, Itadori's figure lunged forth, landing a blow to Mahito's abdomen. Mahito's body arched backward as he exhaled forcefully, laughing even as he did so. In an instant, his body transformed. With a sickening sound, several sharp spikes erupted from his abdomen, piercing through Itadori's flesh. Itadori gasped, his face contorted with pain and grim determination. You cannot defeat me. Let's swap. Mahito taunted, placing his hand against Itadori's chest. Guyu, resting his chin on his hand, observed the scene. Thinking that death is a fate one often invites upon themselves, summon the Shikigami, and let the transformation commence. Thud thud. It was as if a heartbeat reverberated, causing Mahito's eyes to widen. Black, red, and unknown entities whirled before him, until at last, he beheld the dual-faced Shikigami perched atop a mound of bones, propping its chin on one hand. How dare you encroach upon my soul? In light of our shared amusement at this fool, I shall grant you mercy this time. But let it be known, it shall not happen again. Mahito stood transfixed, unable to move or think, merely staring at the two-faced Shikigami. Have some self-awareness, it chided, slightly bowing its head and resting its hand on its chin. Fool. With a sudden shift, the scene transformed. Mahito, still somewhat dazed, found himself kicked away, while the Shikigami pondered why it had been unable to expel that little brat before. Itadori grasped Mahito's head firmly, prompting Mahito to regain his senses and meet Itadori's gaze. I told you, I will not relent, Itadori declared, straining to lift his head. I will kill you. With that, he gathered his strength and brought his head crashing down upon Mahito. Again and again, he struck, blood spraying with each blow until Itadori finally released his grip, leaving Mahito, disfigured and powerless, to collapse. With a heavy kick to Mahito's face, Itadori unleashed his fury. The one who had boasted that maintaining a soul form would keep him unscathed was now bloodied and gasping, his mouth opening in a mindless wheeze. Itadori shouted, his hands enveloped in dark blue cursed energy, swinging his fists. Before him, Mahito's clothes fell away. Transforming his body, Mahito now stood behind Itadori, his right hand resembling a spiked club, raised high. Itadori turned, startled, huh? And then it came crashing down. Whoosh. Bang. Mahito leaped back twice. Itadori stared at the green umbrella before him. Guyu observed the blade-wielding Nanami ahead, raising his hand to shield the two of them. Placing his right hand firmly on Itadori's shoulder, Itadori's wounds began to heal rapidly. Recognizing the familiar flow of cursed energy, Itadori looked at Guyu. Guyu extended his hand, the gratitude unspoken, urging him to go and pummel that curse. Suddenly, Itadori felt that he was quite suited to be a medic. He grasped Guyu's hand and stood up, his eyes filled with determination. Nanami straightened and sighed. I will reprimand you later. First, report the situation. Itadori's spirits dampened. One person has died. I couldn't save him. Nanami shook his head in exasperation, his thoughts preoccupied with others. First, your injuries. Itadori wiped the blood from his mouth. Thanks to Guyu, although I was pierced in several places, they have all healed now. Nanami turned to Guyu healing technique. Another hidden secret? Guyu raised his hands in a gesture of triumph, grinning, so you can fight without concern. This sorcerer seemed to hold great significance for both Guyu and Itadori. Therefore, capturing this individual and eliminating them was imperative. Itadori would undoubtedly seek the assistance of the Shikigami once more. Meanwhile, Guyu would undoubtedly display his full power, remaining vigilant against soul manipulation. And let us not forget the figure wielding the scythe nearby. It would be best to clear the battlefield first to control that sorcerer. Mahito's arms began to morph, and he felt that accomplishing this alone would be a daunting task. Guyu, Mahito called out, puzzled by what he was supposed to do. He lifted his arm, bubbles continuously forming along it. Because of you, I have comprehended an intriguing technique. With that, Mahito's head tilted, and his entire form doubled in size before starting to split. Two identical, corpse-like Mahitos materialized in place. One leaned against the split soul, which, despite being divided, retained its form and possessed wisdom. The soul propped against Mahito lifted its head, and together they gazed at Guyu, exclaiming, "Thank you." Have you both simultaneously grasped the concept of soul division? It seemed only fitting, given that he specialized in soul manipulation. Splitting the soul flowed as seamlessly as altering one's state, a feat he had long envied. Guyu tugged at the fabric before his face, raising his umbrella. Then let your life be the price of my gratitude. Heh, Mahito chuckled lightly. Nanami gripped Guyu by the collar. Don't act recklessly. Guyu, propelled forward, halted abruptly. Turning to Nanami, don't worry, I will be fine. Don't forget, he can control souls too. Nanami gazed into Guyu's eyes, still as clear and calm as ever, exuding an air of serene confidence, just as it had been 10 years ago when they first met. Nanami's grip gradually loosened, and Guyu's eyes narrowed with determination as he dashed forward. The split soul of Mahito burst into laughter, racing away in the opposite direction. Mahito wiped the blood streaming from his nose, now left with the task of setting aside the Shikigami's vessel. Nanami paused. What's with his nosebleed? Itadori pondered. I did that. When? At the very beginning. Did you touch his hand? Itadori nodded. My attacks are ineffective against him. Itadori was taken aback. Huh? Why? Nanami raised a hand. Let's discuss that when I reprimand you later. The first possibility is that his technique is ineffective against you. The second is that he has a reason not to kill you. Either way, it works to our advantage. However, I can render him immobile, creating opportunities for us to continuously assault him. We cannot allow him to create clones again. We must eradicate him here. As for the soul clones, I trust Guyu. Itadori clenched his fist. Yes. At full volume, Guyu steadied himself, observing the clone that had drawn him away, pondering its intentions. The clone, hands on hips and looking astonished, exclaimed, You've figured it out. I thought I was being quite sneaky. With those restless eyes, it was clear something was afoot. Was it hiding some accomplice in the corner? The clone sidestepped to avoid the scythe that came slicing down. The scythe, spinning through the air, aimed horizontally at the clone. The clone executed several backward flips, bracing itself on the ground while eyeing Guyu. 2 against 1 is rather unfair. The rain of grain returned the umbrella to his back. I grant you 1 minute. You may create a clone to play with me. Chapter 36. Do not weep. The real person extended his hands, and an eye sprouted from the palm of his left hand. First, divert your attention here, while I dispose of this sorcerer. Whoosh. The real person's speed suddenly surged as he charged towards the two. His left hand transformed into the shape of a long blade, leaping through the air. He leapt over Itadori to strike at Nanami. Nanami crouched down to evade the attack, retaliating with a swing of his blade. With a thunderous crash, both engaged in a synchronized assault towards one point. The real person, now in the form of a child, sprang forth, laughing heartily like an innocent little boy. Nanami landed on the ground just before he transformed back. Itadori appeared alongside him, commenting, He will accumulate cursed energy. Nanami is splendid, he said. The clone grinned. How could there be such foolish individuals? How delightful. Uffed. The clone looked down at the sharp blade protruding from its abdomen and turned to see what was behind it. The rain of grain dashed in front of the clone, his right hand, suffused with white energy, pressing against the clone's chest. A sizzling sound erupted as the clone transformed into a pool of blood. Next time, do not blindly trust anyone's words. If there is to be a next time. The real person, sprinting, reverted to his adult form. He could no longer maintain his reduced size without the risk of being struck down by Itadori Yuji. He truly is my nemesis. Best to keep him subdued for now. With that thought, the real person opened his mouth and expelled 3 modified humans. Nanami's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Are there more modified humans? The real person casually discarded the modified beings onto the ground. Eliminate that short-haired brat. The modified humans landed on the ground, resembling deformed children, squeaking and rushing towards Itadori. Nanami positioned himself in front of Itadori, yet the modified beings completely disregarded him. Itadori was forced to flee. Nanami narrowly evaded the real person's attack. The real person seemed to discover something amusing. Indeed, he cannot bring himself to harm humans. The modified humans relentlessly lunged at Itadori, who pushed them away, unable to strike back. The helpless Itadori could only continue to leap and run, reaching a ladder connecting 2 floors. As he stumbled, he reached out to grasp the approaching modified human, his expression one of confusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of grains cursed energy tightly ensnared the modified humans. If you do not wish to kill, then do not. Itadori looked up at the rain of grain, who appeared calm. Do you find it easy to take lives? The rain of grain pulled the modified humans closer. Now is not the time for idle chat. Hurry down and assist. Nanami cannot contend with the real person. Itadori clenched his fists and rushed downward. The real person's mutated hand firmly pinned Nanami against the wall. This time, let them attack you. I wonder if they will cry. Unmoved, transformation. There is no time for idle talk now. He sensed that his clone had already vanished. Should the rain of grain return to the battlefield, all his previous plans would be rendered futile. Please, kill me. A small dinosaur-like, green modified human pleaded, gazing at the rain of grain. After all this time, it still possesses consciousness. I wonder if it can be saved. Raising his left hand, he declared, "It is fine now. I shall revert you all back." Black, cursed energy enveloped the three, restoring them to their original forms. Their survival now depended on their own fortune. Nanami! A heart-wrenching shout came from Itadori. What has happened? The rain of grain sprinted downwards. The real person's hand rested upon Nanami's shoulder. Go. Let the third round commence. The already mutated Nanami charged at Itadori. What awaited the rain of grain upon his descent was the sight of a Nanami, unrecognizable in his rage, rushing towards Itadori. Thump, thump. The sound of a racing heartbeat echoed loudly. Observing the somewhat dazed rain of grain, the real person flicked his hair. Ah, my apologies. I was simply too delighted at the thought of your expressions upon witnessing this scene. His hands trembled slightly, perhaps causing the modifications to appear less than perfect. After catching the rain of grain's gaze, he charged forward. Itadori clung tightly to Nanami, tears involuntarily spilling from his eyes. Nanami, please, wake up. The rain of grain lowered his head and approached Itadori's side. Itadori looked at the rain of grain, his voice choked. Is there any way? Like how you restored me. The rain of grain pulled down the fabric covering his face, offering Itadori a soothing smile. He raised his hand to wipe away Itadori's tears. Do not weep, there is a way. Itadori stared blankly at the rain of grain. The gentleness emanating from him now felt almost terrifying. The rain of grain placed his hand on Nanami's shoulder. Reversed the technique. The mutated body gradually began to restore. His soul was also meticulously mended by the rain of grain. A blue flower bloomed from the fingers of his left hand, which he tucked into Nanami's pocket. Gently, he brushed the dust from Nanami's face. His clothes remained, but his glasses were nowhere to be found. This flower could nourish his soul. The rain of grain stood, facing Itadori. Itadori looked at the rain of grain. The rain of grain swept his hair back, pondering, I can no longer allow you to kill him. His life is mine to take. The real person's soul transformed into a sword, clashing against the scythe behind him. Really now, do not disturb my performance. The real person puffed his cheeks in displeasure. The rain of grain's figure appeared behind the real person, his hand pressing against the back of the real person's head just as he became aware. With a thud, the trapped real person was forcefully slammed into the ground. Bang! The earth surrounding the real person's head caved in. The rain of grain yanked the real person's head up and slammed it down again. The real person's hands morphed into sharp blades, lunging at the rain of grain. He released his grip, and the now free real person swiftly leaped out of the rain of grain's attack range. Oh, how infuriating. I am quite upset now. He had lost his sanity. He could have killed that half-breed alongside him, but chose to withdraw from the battlefield instead. Lying on the ground, Nanami blinked in confusion. Itadori, hearing the sound, turned to see Nanami's eyes wide open. Suppressing the warmth threatening to spill from his eyes, he smiled and revealed his pearly whites. Nanami, welcome back. Drip drop. Nanami sat up. Itadori. You were crying. Itadori rubbed his face a couple of times. I wasn't he. Although uncertain how he had survived, he asked, is it over? Itadori glanced at the real person, who had once again been slammed into the ground. I suppose so. I suppose so. Nanami surveyed the battlefield. The real person's hand transformed into a hammer, striking down at the rain of grain. The rain of grain raised his hand to catch it and, with force, tore the entire arm from the real person. The real person watched as blood gushed forth from his soul, filling the area. The rain of grain's hand rested on the real person's newly grown shoulder. Uffed. The rain of grain's hands, impervious to the pain of being pierced by sharp spikes, exerted force, tearing off the freshly restored arm once more. Blood splattered across the rain of grain's face. Nanami gazed at the rain of grain, witnessing him in such a disheveled state for the first time. Chapter 37, The Pact. As the reality unfolded before him, the protagonist gazed at his arm, acutely aware that if this continued, his very soul would inevitably be torn asunder by Guyu. It seems that the bespectacled sorcerer holds great significance in your heart. Guyu locked eyes with the protagonist. Thanks to you, I remained oblivious until now. He had not anticipated that witnessing his transformation would evoke such profound discomfort within him. Despite knowing he could potentially rescue Nanami, the sight of Nanami in such a state still incited his anger directed at both the protagonist and himself. He was fully aware that Nanami's attacks bore no effect on the soul. He had the chance to intervene, yet out of sheer amusement, he had followed his doppelganger to the other side. Surely, the soul transformation must have been agonizing. As he observed Guyu's wavering spirit, a smirk crept across the protagonist's lips. He placed his hand atop Guyu's. Unchanging, Nanami exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet. He patted Nanami on the shoulder, reassuring him, do not fret, little Nanami shall not undergo transformation. Guyu retaliated by grasping the protagonist's hand firmly. A sharp sound echoed as the protagonist's arm fell away. Why? Why can it not be transformed? He was curious, yet did not wish to experience that sensation. Guyu cradled the protagonist's head, declaring, "Let us engage in something novel." With that, two distinctly different energies flowed through Guyu's hands, one of corrosion, the other of restoration. The intense pain forced the protagonist to gasp, a sound of helplessness escaping his lips. Trapped, unable to alter his fate or think clearly, all that awaited him was death. What a novel sensation, this is death. The protagonist's vision dimmed, only to suddenly snap back to clarity. Now I can do this. From his gaping mouth emerged two delicate hands, each striking a unique pose as a domain unfurled. Guyu released his hold, and countless black hands materialized from the ground, enveloping Guyu and drawing him into the domain. Nanami and Itadori charged forward, only to be repelled by the black hands. Within the domain, innumerable hands appeared, each arranged in a distinct manner. Autistic circle in case. The protagonist tilted his head at Guyu, expressing, "I can only extend my gratitude to you now." Indeed. Guyu raised a hand to wipe the blood from his face, surveying the myriad hands within the domain. This is the pinnacle of domain expansion in the sorceress arts. Among all the domains I have witnessed, yours is the most grotesque. The flames of anger within him had nearly extinguished. Guyu nonchalantly sat down, remarking, "So, with your inability to alter my soul, what do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, the protagonist rested his hand on his chin, troubled. Even with a lethal technique capable of striking Guyu with absolute certainty, the fact that Guyu was immune to his sorcery was indeed vexing. "Then let us abandon the soul," the protagonist grinned at Guyu. The overwhelming sorceress energy coursing through him would undoubtedly overwhelm Guyu. He was determined to slay Guyu. "Withdraw your sorcery," he cried, glaring at the two men. "Little Nanami will be fine. If you unleash your sorcery again, it will be you who faces peril." Though unsure of the reason, both men retracted their sorcery. Guyu drew an umbrella from behind his back, shielding himself from the protagonist's assault. "Let me show you something different." On the surface of the umbrella, two koi fish danced, leaping from the depths as they swam within the domain. The atmosphere grew increasingly humid, akin to being inside a seaside cavern. The protagonist gazed up at the fish above. "What is that?" Drip, drip, drip. Nanami and Itadori looked up, puzzled. Itadori extended his hand, questioning, "Is it raining?" A small hole was seared into the black sphere from within, followed by an increasing number of holes appearing across its surface. With a resounding crash, reminiscent of shattering glass, the black sphere erupted in the air. The domain dissipated, and Guyu stood firm beneath his umbrella, while the protagonist lay on the ground, riddled with injuries. The protagonist tilted his head back, feeling the raindrops sting his face. "Ha ha ha. Guyu, you are indeed, as Hanami said, a true monster." Upon hearing Hanami's name, Guyu's gaze turned to the protagonist. "You should not have come. Out of respect for Hanami, I considered sparing you." The protagonist narrowed his eyes. "I thought it would be quite entertaining." As the moment approached, the protagonist closed his eyes, transforming into a cloud of black dust that dispersed into the air. "So powerful," Itadori murmured, watching Guyu's silhouette, emerging unscathed from the domain and shattering it. He had directly expelled a special-grade cursed spirit. As Satoru Gojo had mentioned, Guyu had reached the level necessary to defeat that volcanic entity. Guyu gazed at the sky, now devoid of its canopy, the scenery before him swirling like a kaleidoscope. "How dizzying, my strength is waning." Cracks appeared on his hands. Indeed, as a special grade, the battle had proven somewhat taxing. "Nanami, are you all right?" Nanami called out, witnessing Guyu standing motionless. Guyu's form swayed, and before he could fall, Nanami caught him. "Do not dissect me," Guyu urged. Before losing consciousness, blood began to seep through his clothing as Guyu lay within the domain of life, growing increasingly transparent. Sukuna crouched beside Guyu. "Hey, wake up." Observing Guyu's lack of response, Sukuna extended a hand to slap Guyu's face, attempting to rouse him. As he watched his hand pass through Guyu's body, Sukuna gritted his teeth, channeling his entire sorceress energy. "Fool, knowing full well your soul was recently split and you are in a fragile state, you dare to confront it head-on?" With the flow of sorcery, Guyu finally emerged from the brink of disappearance. Time passed, and when Guyu opened his eyes, fatigue marred his features. "So sleepy. It seems I need not dismember you," Sukuna remarked, propping his chin on his hand. Guyu blinked, only to realize that Sukuna was seated on the ground while he lay across Sukuna's lap. This makes the transmission of sorcery more convenient. Seeing the confusion in Guyu's eyes, Sukuna spoke. "Transmission of sorcery?" Guyu rubbed his temples. This was his first experience with such gentle treatment. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. That fool could not possibly inflict such severe damage upon your soul. What transpired? What transpired? Guyu pondered the events leading up to his unconsciousness. It seemed he had engaged all his diverse powers for the first time, and his body could not withstand it, coupled with the exhaustion of his soul's energy. It was the price of indulgence. Guyu pressed his hand against his forehead, realizing that he had earnestly attempted to accomplish something for the first time. Yet, he had not anticipated that his body would falter afterward. Although his physique was considerably stronger than that of an average person, Sukuna rolled his eyes. Sorcery, spiritual energy, soul energy, guardian spirits, and that mysterious umbrella of yours. The human body has its limits. If this continues, you will perish without me lifting a finger. Sukuna, somewhat irked, raised a hand to grip Guyu's throat. Rather than die at the hands of another, it would be better for me to kill you now. Guyu, gazing at Sukuna, smiled for the first time, his eyes curving. Sukuna, caught off guard, asked, "What are you laughing at?" If he could kill him here, he would have done so long ago, yet he uttered this utterly non-threatening remark. As Guyu extended his hand, I assured him, "My life can only be taken by you. I shall never perish at the hands of others, nor by my own." Sukuna bowed his head. Was it a curse? No, it was a pact. Chapter 38, Surprises. Didn't I say you should rest well? How can one possibly sleep? Dressed in black, Itadori stood within the railing, gazing at the rows of body bags in the pit. Each contained the remains of those who had met their end at the hands of cursed spirits. The events of this day were far too numerous, overwhelming enough to render sleep elusive. Nanami and Guyu were acquainted, were they not? Yes, Nanami replied. We have known each other for a long time. He's a little brat who despises honorifics. Deep within a forest, in a serene hot spring, Loken leisurely puffed smoke from a pipe crafted from the head of a cursed spirit, rings of smoke spiraling into the air. Hanami stood quietly to one side. Kinji pushed aside the obstructing branches as he entered. Where's Itadori? Loken inquired, glancing back. He has been eliminated, Kinji responded. Hanami pinched her fingers together, a hint of sorrow in her demeanor. Loken leaned back against the shore. Satoru Gojo already knows about our plan to seal him. Now that Itadori is dead, can your plan proceed as intended? Kinji narrowed his eyes, as usual, but we must undertake additional preparations. Let us start by retrieving the fingers of the special grade. At the Kyoto Sister School Exchange Conference, during the group battle, Satoru Gojo lounged on the couch, looking utterly bored. Nanami, say something interesting. With a sigh, Nanami complied. Gojo raised his hands. Oh, I just thought of something. We can toss expired rice balls while discussing the separation of church and state, and then upload a video to create a buzz. Nanami flipped a page of the newspaper in his hands. You go have fun with that. Thus, Guyu scrolled through her phone. Today is indeed the day of the exchange conference, but why am I here? Gojo looked at Guyu. Oh, I thought it would be more entertaining if the two of you appeared together. It had been a month since Guyu had seen everyone. You and Itadori can perform the balance over balance move together. Everyone will be so surprised. Guyu's gaze shifted from her phone to Gojo. He clasped himself tightly. Your eyes are terrifying. Nanami sighed. What are you two even thinking? Teacher, Itadori shouted as he rushed over. Hey, Nanami and Guyu are here too. He flailed his arms, full of excitement. The emotional reunion with presumed dead comrades and the first meeting with second-year seniors was palpable. Gojo quipped, Yuji, you've been dead for so long. Did you really expect a mundane entrance? Huh. Itadori was taken aback. Gojo raised a finger, a deceased comrade suddenly reappearing 2 months later, claiming to be alive. Such occurrences are rare, even for sorcerers. Let us give them a surprise. Surprise? Nanami interjected. Although Guyu has just declined my suggestion for a spectacular entrance for you two, allow me to handle it. Let the first years cry and laugh in joy and shock, while the second years and those from Kyoto are moved, with some even so overwhelmed they might vomit. Ultimately, we shall resolve the issue of global warming. Itadori gave a thumbs up. Great. Teacher, what should I do? Gojo raised his hand to soothe Itadori. You needn't do anything. Just follow my lead. Go with the flow. As he spoke, Gojo extended his arms, mimicking the motion of going with the current. Itadori squinted his eyes, trying to imitate Gojo's movements. So what am I supposed to do? Guyu narrowed her eyes, thinking, these two must be fools. Nanami glanced at her. Guyu, try to rein in that disdainful expression. It's about to spill over. Guyu patted her face, while the others had already gathered. Oh, everyone from the Tokyo school has arrived. Did you come specifically to welcome us? How nauseating. From Jujutsu High, Kyoto School, second year Zen and Mai, with her dark green hair and loose-fitting lantern pants, remarked, where's Yuta? And where's Guyu? In the third year, we have to do Aoi, dressed in the standard uniform. A flower adorning his head as he scratched it. Cut the nonsense and hand over the specialties. Yatsuhashi snacks, kudzu noodles, and soba pancakes. Salmon. Panda stood nervously in the back. Are you all hungry? What else with that first year? So scary. A girl with yellow hair and blue eyes, holding a broom, appeared visibly tense. In the third year, we have Nishimiya Momo. Even without Yuta, Is it too much to bring in 2 first years as fillers? In the second year, we have the ultimate mechanical Maru, whose body is entirely mechanical, a construct equivalent to a machine's cursed corpse. The strength of a sorcerer is not tied to their age. Dressed in uniform with eyes closed, short hair at the back and long hair tied in front of the ears, we have Kamo Noritoshi from the third year, especially Fushiguro. He possesses the Zenin bloodline, yet excels beyond his kin. I scoffed dismissively. What is up with Kamo? Nothing much, I replied. All right, calm down, everyone. With blue hair and a uniform, we have the second year, Miwa Kasumi. All right, let us not argue. We're all on the same side, children. Dressed in white with a scar on her face and a bow, we have the leader of the Kyoto School's first-grade sorcerers, Akari Yuta. By the way, where's that idiot? Panda stroked his chin. Gojo is late. Maki, hands on your hips, scoffed. Of course, that idiot wouldn't he arrive on time. Hey, no one calls him an idiot except for Gojo-sensei. Suddenly, boom. What's that? Everyone turned in confusion towards the sound. Gojo pushed a cart with a box, exclaiming, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The box was adorned with numerous pink humanoid dolls. Guyu crossed her arms, trailing behind. Yuta wore a look of disdain, while Miwa appeared excited. Gojo, Tadu exclaimed with enthusiasm, while Mai's expression turned furious. Guyu. Gojo rolled the cart into the midst of the students, hitting the brakes. Oh, everyone is here. I just returned from a business trip abroad, and now I'm here to distribute souvenirs. Panda remarked. How sudden. Nanami, you haven't adjusted to the time difference, have you? Now, for our Kyoto friends, here are talismans from a certain tribe. Gojo began distributing the dolls one by one. In the end, he raised his empty hands. Yuta, you didn't get one? Yuta, fuming, retorted, I don't want one. Now, everyone from Tokyo, look here. Gojo exclaimed, spinning around with his cart, eventually striking a high knee pose. Nanami deadpanned. How embarrassing to see such overly enthusiastic adults. Bang. The lid of the box popped open. Chapter 39, The Reunion. Itadori stood up, striking a comical pose. Surprise. Gojo extended his hand, introducing the late Itadori Yuji. Nanami and Mai exchanged looks, Seeing their expressions, Itadori was taken aback. This is not at all pleasant, surely not? Satoru Gojo propelled Yuji Itadori towards his classmates on the opposite side of Kyoto. He is none other than the vessel of Sukuna, Yuji Itadori. The inhabitants of Kyoto are engrossed in souvenirs, while the little voices within Yuji's heart incessantly shout. The vessel of Sukuna? What does that entail? The principal of Jujutsu High School in Kyoto, Yoshinobu Gakuganji, gazed at Yuji with a look of astonishment. Accompanying him on the steps was the principal of Jujutsu High School in Tokyo, Masamichi Yaga, followed closely by a nonchalant Junpei. Gakuganji. Satoru waved his hand. This is splendid. I was genuinely worried you might perish from shock. He leaned closer to the principal. Gakuganji widened his eyes. You little rascal. Ho ho ho. Satoru beamed at Gakuganji's reaction. Taguro. Junpei, trailing behind Yaga, waved at Taguro. Taguro tilted his head and approached Junpei. Maki kicked the cart containing Yuji. Aren't you supposed to say something to us? Yuji watched as Maki's teeth clenched, almost on the verge of tears. Actually, I'm still alive. I'm sorry for keeping it from you all. Observing the sunlit Junpei, it seemed that he had fared well over the past month. Gakuganji quietly observed Taguro, a person capable of instigating reform in the world of jujitsu. Like the vessel of Sukuna, he should not exist in this realm. Junpei smiled at Taguro, realizing he had learned many different things alongside Principal Yaga. It made me realize that apathy is merely another form of evasion. Jujitsu is quite fascinating, and weaving dolls is equally enchanting. Oh, progress indeed. Since you have such awareness, how about I gift you something? Junpei scratched his face. That won't be necessary. I should be the one thanking you. How could I accept your belongings? No matter. Taguro placed a hand on Junpei's shoulder, and black, cursed energy flowed gently. Taguro pointed his phone at Junpei's face. Huh. Junpei looked at Taguro in confusion. Taguro parted Junpei's hair. Junpei anxiously attempted to fix his hair. Do not fret, see? Taguro waved his phone. Junpei cast a glance upwards, frozen in place. The burn scar on his forehead had vanished. Taguro's eyes crinkled with a smile. I hope you will appreciate this gift. Junpei straightened his posture. I truly love it. The Tokyo-Kyoto Sister Exchange Conference at Jujutsu High School will unfold over 3 days. The first day will feature group battles. The rules are simple. The team that eradicates the designated Grade 2 cursed spirits within the specified area shall emerge victorious. Numerous Grade 3 and below cursed spirits will also be released within the area. If no victor emerges before sunset, the team with the highest extermination count will win. Beyond that, there are no additional rules. Interference is, of course, permitted. However, you are all comrades united against curses. The aim of the exchange conference is to foster mutual understanding through competition. Yaga firmly locked eyes with Satoru. so please refrain from killing or maiming your opponents. With the explanation concluded, the competition will commence at noon. Disperse. At the Tokyo school meeting, Yuji, holding a picture frame meant for a deceased person, whispered, "This should also be considered a form of bullying, right?" Maki, hands on her hips, retorted, "Shut your mouth and just hold it properly." All right. He has already explained himself. Let us forgive him." Panda interjected on Yuji's behalf. Yuji spoke. Salmon. What does that mean?" Yuji looked bewildered. Dogrol Senpai is a cursed speech user, employing a technique that forcibly enhances verbal effects. To ensure safety, he only utters a select few words, explained Mai. Toguro sat beside Dogrol. Lost in thought, Yuji, curious, asked, "If I say die, will the opponent truly die? Isn't that the strongest?" It's not that simple. It depends on the disparity in strength. Specific situations require specific analyses, as employing a potent curse might have significant repercussions. If mishandled, it could rebound upon oneself. The limitation of vocabulary is also a protective measure, Panda clarified. Oh, Yuji understood. But why can you speak? Am I a new breed of panda? Maki exposed the intricacies of others' techniques. It's fine. Akaji's technique cannot be compared to ordinary techniques, Maki explained while crossing her arms. Maki's voice drew Toguro's attention. And you still wear those glasses? Maki adjusted her glasses. They are a mere illusion to confuse them. By the way, Maki, return the slaughter magic to me. Did Awu lend it to you? Yuji blinked, recalling being shredded before a special grade cursed spirit. He pointed his thumb backward, a colorful expression directed at Satoru. Maki withdrew her hand, tch. That fool in the blindfold. What now? The format of group battles was expected, but the numbers have increased. Although I know Toguro is participating, we have never trained together. Should we alter our combat plan? There's no time. Wooden fish flower. Panda remarked, it now depends on the two of you. What can you accomplish? Toguro rubbed the back of his head, support and healing. We can supplement air combat. Yuji contemplated, I can punch and kick. Panda sighed. There are already enough of such people. Hey, Yuji looked hurt, though I have no idea what he was up to during his time away. If everyone from Tokyo and Kyoto schools refrains from using cursed energy to brawl, Yuji would win, Mai asserted earnestly. The second-year students appeared astonished. Oh, Mai's words are quite credible. Maki tilted her head, interesting. Toguro, what do you mean by healing? I can bring back the dead as long as they're not dead. Toguro rested his chin on his hand. Yuji raised his hand, I know this. All wounds will instantly heal. Maki's gaze swept over the two. You two aren't conspiring something together, are you? Yuji shook his head repeatedly. Aside from the school incident, he and Toguro had never studied together. He only knew Toguro was progressing rapidly and working hard. Toguro smiled slyly. I want to tell you. Maki blinked rapidly, her temper flaring as she raised her fist. What did you say? All right, calm down. At the Kyoto school meeting, Gakaganji sat above, with Kyoto students standing alongside. To eliminate Yuji Itadori is to strip him of his humanity. Thus, his death will not be pursued as it will be treated as an accident. There is no need for mercy or hesitation. Chapter 40, Murder. Maki, how tiresome, grumbled Miwa. Even if he declares he will kill, he wouldn't be here if he were meant to die. Gakaganji was informed that he previously belonged to the self-destructive category. What must be noted when eliminating enemy sorcerers? Kamo queried. To prevent them from becoming curses after death, one must kill them using cursed energy, Gakaganji replied. Indeed. As long as external cursed energy is used to kill him, there will be no issues. Currently, the dominion over the flesh lies with Yuji Itadori. As long as Sukuna does not intervene, it is merely one life to take. Let us eliminate him. To kick down the bamboo gate. How boring. I'm not doing it. This is annoying. Kamo, return to me. The principal is speaking. To turned his head. The walking program starting at 11 will feature Takeda as a guest. Is there any other justification needed? Just record it and come back. I wish to see both the live broadcast and the recording. Do you look down upon me? Tadu's expression began to sour. The formidable pressure transformed the expressions of Kamo, Mai, and Ryujinji. Mai waved her hand, suggesting they had misunderstood the focus. Tadu extended a finger, commanding, listen closely, all of you, including the old man. Those of you who find amusement in women's preferences are a disappointment to me. Play your own games with your schemes and strategies. However, dare to command me again, and I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Tadu's eyes widened, radiating a murderous intent. What about Miura? He seems unlikely to cooperate with us. The principal has also departed. I do not wish to be at Tadu's mercy. Isn't it quite splendid? Nishimura Momo, seated by the door, interjected. After all, he will likely dismantle the Tokyo faction. If he causes a ruckus, we can focus solely on the competition. But aren't we supposed to eliminate Itadori Yujin? Miura looked utterly speechless. Are we truly going to kill him? Mai countered. To-do likely wouldn't resort to lethal measures, though he certainly appears to be capable. Mechanical Maru stated. In that case, we require someone who can both monitor To-do and eliminate Itadori Yujin. Miura shook his head in refusal. I do not wish to do that. We also have curses to confront. Let us pair up. Just 2 of us will suffice. Kamo retorted. No. The presence of a half-baked sorcerer like Itadori Yujin among the Jujutsu high practitioners is a grave matter, far more pressing than the exchange meeting. As a direct descendant of the Kamo clan, I cannot turn a blind eye to this. We will all unite to strike at Itadori Yujin. Nishimura raised her hand. Wait. What if Itadori and Inumaki are together? It's far too dangerous for us to confront the sorcerers collectively. We might end up being captured all at once. Mechanical Maru concurred. Kamo reassured them. It's manageable as long as we prepare adequately in advance. Mai replied, leave Maki to me, along with first-year Tanyu. Kamo. Your words are on par with To-do-s. Mai silently raised her fist. The Kyoto Sister School exchange meeting, a team battle, both sides had already assembled in the venue. The teachers had entered the monitoring room, observing the scene. Gojo Satoru announced over the intercom that there was 1 minute remaining until the competition commenced and invited the singer, to rally the spirits of the participants. The suddenly called and looked flustered. Well, it's inevitable that some will get hurt. Sometimes we need to help each other out. Gojo Satoru shouted, time us up. Hey, Gojo, you really are something. Gojo Satoru declared now. Let the sister school exchange meeting begin. Both sides began to run in unison. Tanyu followed closely behind, neither too near nor too far. Whereas to do? Kamo inquired of Mai, having not spotted him. Why would you think I would know? Mai replied impatiently. Let us get along. Miura prayed inwardly as he ran. Where's the boss curse of Itadori? Panda should be released in the border area between the 2 schools. Yet, he certainly wouldn't remain there obediently. Maki and Tanyu were in the air, providing us with valuable visibility, waiting for the opportune moment. Let those skilled in tracking lead the teams, forming Panda S team and Fushiguro S team. Afterward, I'll leave it to you, Yujin. Yujin nodded, understood. Woof woof. The running Tamamo barked twice. A red, spider-like curse descended, casting its threads downward. Where to? Panda spoke. Maki swung her long blade. Tanyu narrowed her eyes. Maki-senpai. Watch out. Someone is charging in. Maki halted. Bam. To-do crashed through the trees, charging towards them. All right. Gather here. Bring it on. Itadori leaped forward, delivering a powerful knee strike to To-do's face. Scatter. On one side were Mai, Maki, and Tanyu. On the other side were Panda, Nobara, and Inumaki. Nobara glanced at To-do. He really is a monster. Even though I knew that, it's still astonishing. Panda agreed, so just ignore him. Tuna. Bam. Bam. Gunshots rang out. Tanyu blinked, looking at the 2 below. Did you hear something? Maki scanned the area. Is there something? Panda questioned. The Kyoto students are supposed to act together, right where we separated from Yujin. So don't they all gather in one place? Tanyu stroked her chin. Sensing something was off, I'll go back to check. Suddenly, Itadori appeared in the trees. Looking bewildered, Kamo was astonished. Their positions had swapped. To-do stood behind Kamo, exuding an overwhelming aura. He swung a fist at Kamo. I warned you. Anyone who obstructs me will be eliminated. Dodging the attack, Kamo knocked an arrow. No, what you said was, anyone who dares to command me will be eliminated. Was that Itadori just now? No. Was that To-do-s technique? To-do shouted, same goes for you, get lost. Mechanical Maru seemed ready to retreat. Miura raised his hand. Looking delighted, great. Tanyu, appearing behind Itadori, placed her left hand on his shoulder, channeling her technique. You really do have a knack for attracting trouble. Tanyu? Itadori looked back at her in confusion. Why are you back? Tanyu withdrew her hand, observing the scattered students below, sighing. All of them are problem children. Everyone has already intercepted the Kyoto students. You be careful. Saying that, Tanyu soared back into the sky. Nishimura Momo gazed at Tanyu in surprise. No one mentioned that Tokyo also had individuals capable of aerial combat. Tanyu waved at Nishimura. If we take them down, they lose their sight. Nishimura watched Tanyu warily. Behind you. Tanyu softly called out, appearing behind Nishimura, brandishing her scythe. Nishimura sensed something and immediately turned, a sharp scythe suddenly appearing before her eyes. Nishimura widened her eyes. Kamo opened his eyes, watching the unfolding situation above. Mechanical Maru, save Nishimura. That student wielding the death scythe is not to be trifled with. Chapter 41, Fall. Nishimura watched as the scythe sliced through the air towards the ground. Crack. The seated broom snapped in two, losing its cursed energy and plummeting. Nishimura clutched the remaining piece of the broom, panic washing over her as she fell. Black, cursed energy wrapped around Nishimura's waist, gently lowering her to the ground. Nishimura looked bewildered. I'm sorry, senpai, I will compensate for the broom. Nishimura stared at Tanyu as she departed. momentarily dazed before regaining her composure, clearing her throat. What an ungracious junior. Maki had already engaged Kumo in combat. Kumo-senpai, are you planning to kill Itadori? Kumo replied. What if I said yes? Maki seemed to realize it was futile. Itadori could not possibly be taken down so easily. The two exerted subtle strength in their hands, and then stepped back from each other. Bang, bang, bang. Tanyu observed the trees felled by Itadori and Tadu on the ground. Feeling somewhat troubled. Thankfully, Hanaheim isn't here. Otherwise, witnessing this scene, she would surely lecture us about humanity's destruction of the environment. Observing the two individuals engaged in amicable discourse, Guyu shrugged. It appeared that everyone was beginning to identify their adversaries. Time to seek out the cursed spirits and promptly bring an end to the conflict. Guyu gazed down at the two below, anticipating a brutal slaughter. Maki, wielding a long blade, perched upon a branch, scrutinizing Mai. Why not summon your companions? I wouldn't mind a 2-on-1 scenario. Mai, sitting on the branch, interrupted her call, suggesting there were numerous ways to seek amusement. Rising to her feet, she declared, rather than having everyone join in to pummel you, I would prefer to relish the sensation of delivering a solo thrashing. Mai raised her gun. Address me as sister, dear sister. Maki similarly raised her blade, filling the revolver's chamber and aiming it at Maki. Guyu cast a sidelong glance at the revolver. Reloading was hardly an advantageous tactic. Bang. Maki, anticipating the trajectory, raised her knife, cleaving the oncoming bullet in half. She began to leap through the forest. Bang. What of entering a blind spot? Observing Maki leap before her while maintaining distance, Mai felt a surge of irritation. With a swift motion, the branch Mai stood upon was severed. She plummeted from the tree, realizing Maki was now on the ground. Bang. Maki dodged effortlessly, sprinting to Mai's side and delivering a kick to her abdomen. The intense pain forced Mai to shut her eyes. She had long been aware that Maki possessed abilities she lacked. From childhood, Maki had steadfastly progressed toward the future. Hence, my disdain for you runs deep. I loathe you. Bang. Maki swiftly ducked behind a tree, discarding the spent bullet and reloading. Taking a deep breath, Mai aimed at Maki's hiding spot. Maki seized a stick and raised it. Bang. Another shot. Bang. 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 As Maki moved, Mai continued firing, the figure before her rapidly changing positions. Finally, Maki leaped from the grass directly in front. Bang. Maki sliced through the bullet with her knife. 6 shots fired. Don't even think about reloading. Individuals like you are utterly detestable. Bang. A bullet imbued with cursed energy erupted from the gun's muzzle. Thus, whether it's first love or techniques, I have withheld all from you. Due to the immense strain, Mai had begun to bleed from her nose. Constructing a technique, utilizing her own cursed energy to fabricate matter from nothing. Once the technique was completed, the created substance would truly exist. The bullet sped toward Maki's forehead. Tears streamed down Mai's cheeks. I have triumphed. Maki regarded the bullet before her, a sudden smile gracing her lips. A white aura materialized in her hand. With a swift motion, she grasped the incoming bullet. She caught the bullet. Mai's expression was one of disbelief. Under the influence of her aura, the bullet disintegrated in Maki's hand. Releasing her grip, the dust scattered into the air. Allow me to demonstrate a fraction of my power. The songstress in the monitoring room looked on curiously. Maki was utilizing a power that wasn't cursed energy, was she? Wataru Gojo leaned back with a broad smile. It appears she has been diligently training. It turns to ash. Why does it become a clump in her hands? Mai stared in confusion. A bullet formed from cursed energy turning to ash? What kind of ability is this? Has Maki acquired cursed energy? With her formidable physical prowess combined with cursed energy, would Mai ever be able to catch up? Gritting her teeth, Mai swung her handgun. There was no technique involved, merely a frenzied display of anger, striking again and again. Maki effortlessly evaded Mai's assaults, delivering a kick that knocked her to the ground. Mai stared blankly at her. Maki pointed her knife at Mai, declaring the outcome decided. No objections. I presume. Mai lowered her head, dejected. Why did you leave me all alone? Maki expressed surprise. You must understand without me saying, you also came to Jujutsu High, didn't you? I never wished to become a sorcerer. Mai shouted, her voice tinged with tears. It's all your fault. Your relentless efforts compel me to strive as well. I have had my fill of effort, pain, and terror. What was wrong with being ordered about at home? Isn't it preferable to do menial tasks and simply get by? As she spoke, Mai turned her head away. Why don't you wish to descend alongside me? Such a twisted notion. Guyu regarded her with disdain. Maki raised her head, asking if Guyu had seen enough. Guyu floated closer, offering an umbrella. Enough already. Maki rolled her eyes and began to walk away. Guyu patted the umbrella's surface. Care for a lift? Maki was taken aback by Guyu's unusual warmth. Yet she could sense only one emotion from Guyu, sympathy. Maki twitched her lips, questioning what she was feeling sympathy for. Have you realized? Guyu blinked, indicating sympathy for your intellectually challenged sister. Seated nearby, Mai exclaimed, I can't hear you. Guyu nodded, affirming her words were directed at Mai. Matters concerning others' families were not Guyu's concern. However, when faced with someone intellectually challenged, a few words were not out of place. Mai glared at Guyu, asserting that their affairs were none of her business. Guyu couldn't be bothered to give Mai even a glance. Just as she prepared to leave, a familiar scent wafted through the air. With a resigned shake of her head, she muttered, I can't return to sleep now. Maki regarded Guyu curiously. What's the matter? Guyu glanced at the utterly defenseless Mai. A special grade cursed spirit has appeared at the examination site. For someone like her, encountering a cursed spirit would only spell death. Though she was unconcerned about Mai's fate, Maki gasped, questioning why a special grade would manifest at the examination site. Guyu shrugged, stating she needed to inform others. Mai cast a glance at Maki before turning away. Maki sighed and approached Mai, lifting her. Truly, this examination has been fraught with calamity. Mai struggled briefly, protesting, I don't want you carrying me. The songstress will come for me. Chapter 42, Wishes. Very well, I'll take you to find the songstress. But don't squirm, you're quite heavy. Mai glared at Maki, insisting, I am not heavy. Then, blushing, she leaned against Maki's chest, closing her eyes. Sister, why did you leave me alone? The songstress responsible for escorting students out of the examination site gazed at the pitch-black screen before her. It had barely begun, and already it was shrouded in darkness. With a whoosh, all the talismans on the wall ignited in flames. Has the songstress competition concluded? And all in crimson? Wataru Gojo clapped his hands together and shook them, though he desperately wanted to claim that it was his excellent teaching that led to this studentess removal. Night Moth, confronted with the unregistered special grade's cursed energy, noted that when removed, the talisman's flames would indeed be red. Special grade? Does this mean everyone in the competition is in danger? Shunpei, seated beside Night Moth, spoke in a panic. Is the songstress an outsider? An intruder? Did the barrier established by Lord Tenjin fail? Regardless of the exterior or interior of the Music Rock Temple, it is an unforeseen circumstance. The ability to dispel a curse of such formidable level indicates that the individual possesses considerable skill. Night Moth rose to his feet, and along with Shunping, proceeded to seek out Lord Tianyuan, while Au and the principal of Lian Temple joined forces to safeguard the students. Ming remained on site, scouring the area for students and reporting each discovery to Au and his companions. Ming comprehended the situation. I shall eagerly anticipate the reward. Clap. Satoru Gojo clapped his hands, suggesting that the old man ought to take a leisurely stroll, as lunch had just been consumed. Seated in place, the principal of Lian Temple wore an expression of deep dismay. Naozaki swung her hammer as she meandered through the examination hall, sensing an unsettling stillness in the atmosphere. Naozaki. Guyu waved her hand. Naozaki lifted her head. Guyu, have you seen everyone? Guyu glanced upward, noticing that the sky had begun to unleash its curtain of rain. What a nuisance. Black, cursed energy entwined around Naozaki's waist, lifting her into the air. Before taking action, could you possibly inform me in advance? A special grade has appeared in the examination hall. I shall take you to collect the corpses. Guyu stood beneath the umbrella, gazing down at the dense forest below. Naozaki shook her head. A special grade? Why would such a thing appear in the examination hall? Who else has perished? A blue-haired figure lay on the ground. It was Miura. Guyu reached down to hang him over the edge of the umbrella. Naozaki glanced at the unconscious Miura, helplessly staring at the sky. Guyu, it feels as if you're leading us to the gallows. She extended her hand, pulling up Nishimiya, who had been hiding behind a tree. Now is not the time for sarcasm. Eh? Nishimiya tightly clutched the cursed energy around her waist. Why must we be hung up like this? It's utterly unappealing. Naozaki grimaced. If it's unappealing, you can go down. Nishimiya glared at Naozaki. If anyone should go down, it's you. You're the one who is unappealing. Observing the two who were about to clash, Guyu, standing on the umbrella, wore an expression of exasperation. At the entrance of the curtain, the songstress had already rushed in. Guyu's eyes lit up as he tossed the three individuals before her. Songstress-sensei, I entrust them to you. With that, he promptly stepped off the umbrella and departed from the scene. The songstress blinked, shouting, Guyu, it's very dangerous inside. Do not return. However, Guyu's figure had already vanished. Now we must find Xiaohua. Naozaki looked at the songstress. Is there anything we can assist you with, songstress-sensei? Nishimiya raised her hand. I can help too. I shall first lead you away. You have already expended considerable energy in this battle. The remainder shall be entrusted to the teachers. Hanami's plants had completely surrounded the entrances of the buildings. Standing beneath the corridor, they gazed at the trio below, Inumaki, Yuta, and Kumo, who had his eyes closed. Kumo cautiously turned his face toward Hanami. Why did the cursed spirits appear in Jujutsu High? And who released the curtain? Yuta must be in league with this curse and its sorcerers. Inumaki cleared his throat, his voice somewhat hoarse. Come on, what do you know? Recalling the appearance of the two special grades depicted by Satoru Gojo, it seemed they were the same ones that had previously attacked Teacher Gojo. Their appearance matching the reports closely. It appeared that his drawings held some merit. Tuna mayonnaise. Inumaki gestured with his fingers in A6 sign. Yuta, reminded, pulled out his phone. Let us contact Teacher Gojo first. Come on, wait, do you understand what he is saying? He dialed Satoru Gojo's number, pondering why they were even discussing this now. Hanami observed Yuta's actions, seemingly disregarding her presence entirely. The opponent may employ their domain. Maintain your distance and retreat until Teacher Gojo arrives. Hanami's figure suddenly appeared before Yuta. Sensing the curse behind him, Kamo opened his eyes. Hanami raised her hand, swatting Yuta's phone away. Do not move. Inumaki pulled down the fabric over his mouth. Stay still. Hanami's south figure froze in place, immobile. Guyu blinked, overwhelmed by the multitude of absurdities. Knowing that they faced a special grade, why could these three remain so composed while standing around making phone calls? They spoke of keeping their distance. Yet their feet remained firmly planted. The trio separated to occupy their positions. Kumo produced a bag of blood plasma, detonating it before him. Crimson blood manipulation. The plasma exploded in the air, forming a spiky circular shape. Katsu. The blood slammed into Hanami's head. Hanami's head tilted slightly. Kumo stared at Hanami in shock and scathed. Ah. Yuta's new charge toward Hanami from the sky, using electricity to suppress her. Hanami crossed her arms over her head to shield herself from Nu's claws. Seizing the opportunity, Yuta brandished his cursed tool, slashing at Hanami's legs. The sound of metal striking metal echoed. A hole was cut into her pants, yet her body remained unharmed. Yuta clicked his tongue. How incredibly tough. Hanami's voice resonated within the minds of all present. Cease this, foolish mortals. Yuta touched his head, perplexed. What just happened? The voice was incomprehensible, yet its meaning was clear. How repulsive. Hanami placed her hand on the wrapped area of her shoulder. I merely wish to protect this planet. Kumo glanced at Yuta. This is nothing but the ramblings of a cursed entity. Do not listen. This is a different level of discourse than what low-level curses utter. Hanami declared, the forests, oceans, and skies weep. They can no longer coexist with humanity. She pointed toward the heavens. They are aware that there are still kind-hearted souls on this planet. But how much goodwill can offset the malice? Yuta's gaze trembled. This was a unique linguistic construct. Hanami returned her hand to her shoulder. They simply desire time. Kumo, get Inumaki back. Hanami continued, as long as I have time. The planet can once again become resplendently blue. Vast vines appeared behind her. Hanami slightly bowed. We require a time devoid of humanity. So hurry and perish. And become a sage. Chapter 43, Run. Guyu sat atop the rooftop, taking a deep breath. Xiaohua. A figure flew behind Guyu. The poised Hanami hesitated. Turning back, Xiaoyu? Guyu's eyes curved into a smile. I guessed it was you who came. Do they know each other? Yuta inquired, looking up at Guyu. You can fly. Quickly contact Teacher Gojo. Guyu rested his chin on his hand. The teachers are already aware of the situation here. As for why the Haven Tea appeared, I cannot say. Hanami waved her hand. Xiaoyu, leave this place. Guyu leaped down from the rooftop, approaching Inumaki. He placed his left hand on Inumaki's shoulder, channeling cursed energy. If I leave, those two overly enthusiastic fools will surely get you killed. Inumaki coughed twice. His voice returning to normal. Hanami's arm extended, and the vines behind her suddenly lunged toward Guyu. Guyu calmly observed the approaching vines and gripped his sickle tightly. Inumaki pulled down his clothing and opened his mouth. Guyu smirked. Indeed, you're angry. But there was no alternative. He had vowed not to allow that stitched face to escape again. Guyu spread his arms wide, displaying no intent to retaliate or flee. Hanami gritted her teeth, redirecting the vines mid-flight to attack Kumo instead. A sudden change in target? Kumo swiftly leaped backward. Yuta rushed over, wielding his blade to sever the vines. A flower blossomed behind Hanami, its center filled with round seeds resembling flower buds. The seeds scattered across the field. The trio hurriedly summoned their cursed energy to keep the seeds at bay. Withdraw your cursed energy, Guyu cautioned. In a moment of quietude, Inumaki and his companion, Hui, withdrew their cursed energy. Kamadu gazed at you, perplexity etched upon his face, as the aura of cursed energy around him intensified. A seed traversed through the cursed energy, embedding itself within Kamadu's being. By the time he contemplated dispelling his cursed energy, it was already too late. The seed that had sprung forth towards Inumaki and Hui fell helplessly to the ground. You approached Hanami, who lowered his gaze to meet Yu's. You lifted his hand, intertwining it with Hanami's, and gave a gentle shake, signaling him to follow. As they departed the building, Kamadu regarded Hui, questioning if this was indeed the individual with whom he had claimed to conspire with curses. Hui shook his head, asserting that Yu was not a curse user. However, Kamadu insisted, noting their camaraderie with the cursed spirit, which resembled that of close friends. Go take care of that seed in your abdomen, Hui suggested, eyeing Kamado's injury. Hanami silently trailed behind you, remaining reticent. Venturing deeper into the forest, you settled by a stream, patting the ground beside him. If there is nothing else, I shall return to eliminate them, Hanami replied coldly. That cursed spirit, you began. The real one, Hanami interjected. You nodded, retrieving a transparent rectangular crystal from his pocket. What is this? Hanami inquired, accepting the stone from Yu's hand. The essence of the real one, he pondered. Ordinarily, a cursed spirit would leave no trace upon death, yet it remained uncertain whether the real one possessed a soul or if something had gone awry. Upon awakening, he discovered this crystal nestled within his pocket. Hanami tightened his grip on the crystal. Why wouldn't the real one heed advice? You mused, tilting his head. Yet, I have an idea. Hanami regarded you with uncertainty, while Ho also gazed at him quizzically. You cradled Ho in his arms, stating, Ho was merely a trinket. Birth from my affection. Have you considered that the crystal you hold might, with enough love or blessings, perhaps allow the real one to return? Hanami contemplated the notion. The real one is a curse, and I too am a curse. Love is also a curse. If the curse is potent enough, the real one could re-emerge. You paused, pondering. If the real one were to return as a curse, would all our previous efforts have been in vain? Yet, love is indeed a curse in this world. Little Flower can cherish him as one nurtures plants. Nurture him like one would tend to a garden. She would bury the real one in the earth, daily watering and fertilizing him, exposing him to the sun. Little Flower, Hanami observed you. Run, you gently urged. The two exuberant figures rushed towards them. Hanami swallowed the crystal. Apologetically, you sighed as he gazed upon the azure sky, lamenting, I abhor futile apologies. Neither of you seemed to value your own lives. Vibrant blooms erupted from the ground beneath, spreading throughout the forest. On the other side, Hanami hesitated as he beheld the colorful blossoms blanketing the earth. Found it, Itadori shouted, dashing towards Hanami. All right, brother, let us go. Tadu stood nearby. You retrieved his phone from his pocket, playing a soothing melody. Closing his eyes as he held it to his ear, a thunderous crack resonated through the air, shattering the tranquility. The blindfold that had obscured Gojo Satoru's eyes was cast aside, revealing his cerulean gaze. A muscular man, his eyes encircled in darkness and clad like a butcher, pointed his axe menacingly at Gojo, exclaiming, what a fine clothes rack. Itadori, mid-battle with Hanami, looked up in astonishment. Sensei Gojo? Gojo turned to face Itadori, noting his significant power increase. On another front, it's Aoi. He and Itadori indeed complement each other well, though the opponent is special grade. With this level of strength, we need not fret. Thus, Gojo's figure instantaneously appeared behind Mahito, the butcher. It's you, I sent it? Mahito gasped, whirling around. Swinging his axe, clothes rack. Gojo lifted his gaze, revealing one of his eyes. Don't kill him, Lagrange shouted. Mahito's limbs contorted grotesquely, crashing against a stone pillar behind him. There are many inquiries to make. We cannot let him die. Quickly, administer treatment. Gojo commanded Lagrange. Lagrange, darkened by Gojo's intensity, hesitated. Gojo's expression shifted as he realized the presence of the songstress had vanished. Had she prepared an escape plan? Was it only the one who had rescued the volcanic head remaining? He was quite adept at fleeing. There remained a distance to Yuji. No choice left. I shall act with some recklessness. Gojo crossed his arms, his technique rotating, cyan. Reverse technique, crimson. A blue and a red sphere manifested behind him. Void technique. Gojo extended his hand, as the two spheres gradually merged. The technique, capable of distorting everything, surged from Gojo's hands towards the center of the battlefield. The flowers upon the ground were sent soaring by the impact. You caught the fluttering petals with one hand while using the other to smooth his hair in preparation for takeoff. Should the attack land, it would undoubtedly be painful. Itadori crossed his arms defensively before his face, his mouth agape in disbelief. Still absurdly strong, Tadu exclaimed with a grin. Observing the chasm left in the wake of the attack, he wondered if the curse had truly been eliminated. It hurts. It hurts. Mahito cried out. Lagrange, be quiet. Gojo readjusted his blindfold, giving a thumbs up. All done. Chapter 44, Half Domain. The next day, at the Kyoto Sister Exchange meeting, Itadori drew the short straw for the baseball game. The Tokyo School ultimately triumphed over the Kyoto School with a score of 2-1. Tokyo School wins. 3 individuals from Tokyo 3rd Elementary School have gone missing, reportedly due to a level 3 cursed spirit. Itadori handed the mission details to you. Am I going? You questioned, puzzled as he accepted the documents. This marked the second time they had dispatched a task specifically for him, the first being an attempt on his life. Yes, as you have now become a sorcerer, the higher-ups have decided to treat this as a test. Eliminating this level 3 will lead to recommendations for you to become a level 3 sorcerer, and your student ID will be issued. You nodded, finding the reasoning acceptable. We glanced at the documents. I'd like to accompany you. Itadori adjusted his glasses. That's fine. But during use test, you can only assist, not directly intervene. We nodded in agreement. Kinjaka scoffed. It's just a level 3. If you can't handle it, don't come back. Just a level 3. You will be fine. Itadori waved. Go and return swiftly. You nodded. Don't worry too much about me. Kinjaku rolled her eyes at you. The two settled into Itadori's vehicle, heading towards the mission site. We stole a glance at you, noting that this was their first time embarking on a mission together. Their previous encounters had been limited, and some misunderstandings lingered. You, perplexed, asked, "What is on your mind?" "This has been weighing on my heart for quite some time." Hui began, lowering his gaze. "Did you know from the very beginning that Itadori wouldn't die?" You pondered the question. Guyu nodded, acknowledging the presence of Sukuna. At that time, having just vowed to become stronger and ultimately eliminate his own existence, how could he resign himself to a direct demise? Indeed, Hui mused inwardly. Sometimes, what one perceives is merely a fragment of the whole truth. However, Guyu contemplated another aspect. It was actually Satoru Gojo who orchestrated Itadori's feigned death. Not a secret I intentionally kept hidden. Besides, ever since that incident, he had been engrossed in training, leaving no opportunity to return to school. Hui shook his head, expressing his remorse. "I apologize. We had previously harbored some rather unfavorable suspicions about you, and I am truly sorry for that." "Such matters?" Guyu chuckled softly at Huey's demeanor. "This classmate possesses a certain charm. There is no need for apologies regarding such things. Others' opinions of him are of no concern to him." "No." Hui shook his head. During Itadori's staged death, he had deliberately overlooked Guyu. Observing Huey's serious expression, it was evident that he had genuinely taken this matter to heart. "Fushiguro, may I address you as such?" Hui nodded. Guyu patted Hui on the shoulder, declaring, "Having exchanged names, we are now friends. Let us not linger over such trivial matters." He genuinely did not mind such things. Hui was momentarily taken aback, covering his face with his hands and nodding. Turning his face towards the window, he discreetly exhaled. Guyu noticed the tips of Hui's ears turning crimson. How exceedingly bashful. Guyu stared vacantly at his reflection in the rearview mirror, noting the disarray of his hair and attire, both meticulously concealed. "We've arrived," Ijichi announced, halting the vehicle. "This is Tokyo 3rd Elementary School. Our mission is to locate 3 missing students and dispel the curse." The trio stood at the entrance. "Even if the adversary is a grade 3, please exercise caution," Ijichi advised. The two entered the school grounds, a canopy descending above them. Hui summoned Kurigane to forge a path ahead. Guyu grasped the umbrella firmly, raising his weapon in the other hand. "Woof, woof, woof." Kurigane barked at the ceiling. A grotesque, disheveled head emerged from the ceiling, extending frail, childlike arms towards Guyu, beckoning, "Let us play together." Whoosh. A scythe descended, the curse screeching as it dissipated into the air. Hui observed the spirit with awe, noting its formidable grade 4 status. A rustling sound echoed from the corridor. Kurigane scraped its claws against the floor, emitting a low growl. Hui fixed his gaze intently on the approaching corridor. Rustle, like a mass of green spheres coalescing into a caterpillar. It emerged from the hallway. A round face with bulging eyes and a sunken nose appeared, the cheeks adorned with rosy patches. Its mouth gaped wide in a circular shape, revealing rows of sharp spikes leading straight to the esophagus. If the missing children had been consumed by it, the chances of survival would indeed be slim. The curse continued to writhe toward them, its massive form nearly engulfing the entire hallway. Let us play a game." Hui and Guyu exchanged glances, nodding in unison. Guyu retracted his umbrella, steadying his breath, his gaze fixed seriously on the curse. Hui observed Guyu, his umbrella now stowed away. What method would he employ to resolve this? Guyu made a corresponding gesture, aiming at the curse. Dispel. Instantly, the curse on the ground was cleaved into 4 segments. Sizzle. Sizzle. The floor was drenched in green blood. The curse turned, perplexed, only to discover its body remained stationary. All that was visible were neatly severed cross-sections. In the air, Hui seized the moment, bringing down his scythe. The curse, still bewildered, disintegrated into ash. Huey's eyes widened in astonishment at the rapid exorcism. Guyu's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of a grade 3. No children found. That is somewhat relieving. He had deliberately avoided targeting the abdomen. Guyu retracted his hand. If the children were alive, they wouldn't have vanished alongside the curse, right? Hui nodded. But if they had perished, that would be another matter entirely. Guyu nodded, affirming that the search must continue. The school boasted 4 floors. The two ascended from the ground level to the rooftop. Hui shook his head, stating that Kurigane had detected no scent. The records indicated that the children had disappeared while playing on the rooftop. Guyu gazed at the flowerbed below. Following Guyu's gaze, Hui inquired, "What's wrong?" Guyu shook his head. "Let us head back." With that, he opened the umbrella and leaped directly from the rooftop. Hui, preparing to retrace his steps, silently withdrew his foot, watching Guyu's silhouette suddenly vanish into midair. Guyu? Without hesitation, he jumped as well, as if passing through a thin membrane into another realm. Guyu stood in the corridor, the outside reflecting a crimson sky and a colossal azure moon. Under the moonlight, the playground lay shrouded in darkness. It was a semi-domain. Hui remained vigilant, sensing an immensely powerful presence. "Guyu, are you alright?" Guyu glanced at the approaching Hui, struggling to force a smile. "We hit the jackpot. Perhaps I should try my luck at the lottery." Hui surveyed their surroundings, which resembled the school building they had entered, save for the sky, which was tinted red. "Great special?" Guyu nodded, adding, "And I can smell it, the scent of Sukuna's fingers. This indicates that this curse is not an easy opponent either." Hui scanned the area cautiously, wondering when Mr. Ijichi's information would become more accurate. Guyu shrugged. "The narrative is rather consistent. Although this time, I must blame him. Who knew jumping off a building would yield such surprises? Had I known, I would have simply exited." The sound of footsteps echoed. The two remained alert, peering into the corridor. As the footsteps reached the corner, they halted. A pair of gnarled, wooden hands clawed at the wall, gradually revealing a head. It belonged to a child of about 10 years, with bulging red eyes on the verge of bursting. Lacking a nose, its oversized mouth consumed half its face, with a long red tongue trailing on the ground. "You've come to play too." This creature appeared even more troublesome than the one at the juvenile detention center. A woo. Kirigane scraped the ground, emitting a low, ominous growl. "Doggy." The curse's eyes gleamed momentarily. In the next second, it ensnared Kirigane with its tongue. By the time Hui swung his scythe in response, the curse had already embraced Kirigane tightly. "I like it." A woo. Kirigane howled in agony within the curse's grasp. The curse clamped its hand over Kirigane's mouth, stifling his cries. Kirigane could only grunt in pain. "Kirigane, dispel." Hui retracted the technique. Kirigane transformed back into a shadow, vanishing from the curse's embrace. The curse stared blankly at the empty space it had held, exclaiming, "Such a large dog." It glared at Hui, growling. Hui twitched his lips, aware of the implied meaning, though it sounded almost like an insult directed at himself. The creature was enraged and headed towards the rooftop. With that, Guyu turned and dashed towards the opposite staircase. Hui swiftly followed in pursuit. The curse squinted its eyes, declaring, "It's a game of tag. Those caught will become ghosts." It then faced the wall and began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The curse twisted its eyes. "Time us up." Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collision rang out as they rocketed from the ground floor to the rooftop. As the two individuals who had just opened the rooftop door appeared, the cursed figure tilted its head to the left. Its tongue lashed out violently. Guyu raised his umbrella to shield himself from the cursed attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Hui summoned a Shikigami. "No." With a fierce cry, Nu lunged at the curse, electricity coursing through its form, momentarily subduing the foe. Hui swiftly drew a knife from the shadows and charged forward, delivering a powerful slash to the curse's tongue before retreating to the side. The curse, gazing at the severed tongue on the ground, let out a mocking sound. A hexagonal mark appeared on Hui's forehead. A flicker of anger ignited within him. Was this a taunt? The curse regarded Hui, and in an instant, the wound on its tongue healed. "Hun!" It bellowed, throwing its head back in a roar as it charged toward the curse. At the same time, Hui rushed forth. Guyu felt a dual radiance emanate from his body as he gripped his umbrella. The air on the rooftop began to grow humid, and the deep crimson sky turned ominous. Drip. Raindrops fell upon the ground. The sky began to drizzle, a gentle patter of rain commencing. The curse ascended into the air, evading the charges from Hui and Han. The raindrops struck their faces sharply. Yet, the curse's lips curled into a sinister grin, its already massive mouth expanding even wider. Licking its lips with its tongue, it turned its corrosive visage towards Guyu. Furrowing his brows, Guyu sensed something was amiss. This curse was unusual. Its technique's corrosive power was far too weak against it. Retracting his umbrella and placing it behind him, he realized it would no longer serve its purpose. Otherwise, it would be a challenge to prevent the raindrops from splattering onto Hui's Shikigami. The curse turned around, just as Hui's scythe descended. Thud! The curse's arm fell to the ground. A prime opportunity. Nu dove at the curse, sending a jolt of electricity through its form. This curse was strange. My spiritual energy seems nearly ineffective against it. Despite being enveloped in cursed power, my spiritual attacks yield no results. Hui squinted at the curse in the sky. Do you not find its movements rather sluggish? The contrast between the speed of its tongue and the rigidity of its body was stark, regaining control over its body. The curse lashed its tongue once more. Seeking understanding, Guyu reached out to grasp the curse's tongue, pulling it taut. The curse stared blankly at Guyu, then opened its mouth, spewing forth a viscous liquid. The purple fluid trickled down the tongue toward Guyu's hand. "Release it," Hui shouted. "My cursed energy stems from Sukuna. It has no fear of toxins." With a forceful motion, Guyu slammed the curse into the ground. Hun rushed over, delivering a swift claw to the curse. Witnessing the curse instantly regenerate, he desperately began to claw at it. The hand gripping the curse glowed with white, cursed energy, and the tongue began to corrode rapidly. The curse hastily bit down on its own tongue, attempting to halt the spread of corrosion. It concealed the remaining portion within its mouth, watching Guyu warily. Guyu glanced at the mass on the ground. Indeed, this curse was problematic. The curse brought its hands together, resting them against its face, and blinked at Guyu. A rather unsettling sight. In the next instant, the curse vanished from view. Hui vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Where had it gone? Hui raised her knife, blocking the curse's hands as it opened its mouth. Her eyes widened in shock as she forcefully repelled the curse, yet droplets of its venom still splattered onto her face. The sound of sizzling corrosion echoed. Guyu rushed to Hui's side, channeling cursed energy to restore the corroded areas of her face. The cursed entity, having been kicked aside, swung its arms in a frenzy. "Can you still use that move?" Guyu inquired. Hui nodded, "But I need you to immobilize it. Moving targets are hard to hit." Hui agreed, discarding the corroded curse tool. Coursing with cursed energy, Guyu took a deep breath, poised with his hand. Focusing on the battlefield, Hui appeared behind the curse, and as it reached out, it accurately grasped the handle of Hui's scythe. The white cursed energy surged around Hui, yet it had no effect on the curse before them. The curse tightened its grip on the scythe. Hui promptly released it. Whoosh! The scythe embedded itself into the rooftop. Nu clung tightly to the curse's shoulder, seizing the moment. Release. The powerful slash instantly cleaved the curse into 3 segments. Simultaneously, Hui drew forth a new cursed tool, delivering a fierce blow to the curse's head. Black smoke billowed from the severed head. Hui covered her mouth and nose, leaping backward. However, the mist did not disperse. It coiled around Hui, causing her consciousness to waver until she finally collapsed to the ground. Hun and Nu stood vigilantly by Hui's side, fixated on the curse that was beginning to regenerate. Hui appeared beside Guyu, a light drizzle falling around them. Wearing a layer of skin, Guyu nodded, recognizing it as one of the entities from the records. The soul had vanished. Otherwise, it would not have escaped notice. No wonder my spiritual energy was ineffective. It seems we must locate its true form. The curse's tongue extended once more, fixating on Guyu. Glancing at Hui, who lay motionless, Guyu gathered her hair and opened her umbrella. The curse's tongue struck the umbrella. As it was sent flying, Guyu found himself alone. Rushing to Hui's side, Guyu summoned cursed energy, yet Hui remained unresponsive. Placing a finger beneath Hui's nose confirmed she still breathed. The reason for her unconsciousness was unknown. Guyu sighed, realizing that the path of a king was destined to be a lonely one. Crouching down, he retrieved the knife from Hui's hand. She would have to rely on herself now. Chapter 46, Special Grade. The cursed spirit cradled its face, swaying from side to side. If it were still a child, this would be somewhat endearing, but now the curse pointed at Hui, declaring, "I've caught you. You shall become a demon." Guyu lifted the knife in his hand, pondering how many this made. The curse bit its finger, pondering 2, 3. Where's the original demon? Guyu continued to probe. The curse tilted its head, its large eyes locked onto Guyu. "Why should I tell you?" With a swift motion, the curse snatched Hui's scythe without turning its head. "I just like playing with 3 people." As it spoke, a plume of black mist surged toward Hui. Hui staggered in the air before crashing to the ground. Guyu rushed over to catch the falling Hui. There were no visible wounds. She was simply unresponsive. Much like Hui, the curse extended a finger towards Guyu, signaling for a second round. Guyu laid Hui beside Hui, channeling cursed energy throughout. The curse raised its hand, its nails elongating to sharp points. Then, it vanished from sight. Guyu sidestepped to the right to evade the curse's attack, while simultaneously delivering a fierce slash across the curse's abdomen. The curse, seemingly impervious to pain, reacted without a hint of acknowledgement as it retaliated, slicing across Guyu's arm. Splurt. Blood gushed from the gash in his arm. Guyu pressed his hand against the wound, channeling cursed energy to heal. The curse swayed its head, as if reveling in its victory. Clenching the knife tightly, Guyu charged forward. The curse, undeterred, rushed towards Guyu as well. In the instant they collided, Guyu retracted his knife hand, delivering a kick to the curse's knee. The diminutive curse was unceremoniously kicked aside. A blade struck mercilessly upon its head. The curse's tongue flicked, and a purplish liquid made contact with the blade's surface, corroding it until only the hilt remained. Discarding the now useless weapon, a formidable punch imbued with the essence of the curse crashed into its temple. With a sickening crunch, the curse's head caved in. Yet, Guyu did not relent. With fierce determination, he delivered blow after blow, each strike rendering the already grotesque head even more ghastly. Dark smoke began to emanate from within its cranium. Fighting back nausea, Guyu pried open the curse's skull, only to find it hollow and devoid of substance. The subdued curse hung its head, motionless, as if lifeless, its nails quietly elongated, seizing the moment of Guyu's exertion to deliver a vicious slash. A swift kick landed squarely in Guyu's abdomen, causing him to stagger back 2 steps, the curse seemingly devoid of consciousness. It appeared less like a mere shell and more like a being under control. Was it possessing an ability akin to that of a living entity? The wounds on the curse healed rapidly. In a contest of cursed energy, it was evident that he would not prevail against one of superior class. Guyu wrapped his head in frustration. Indeed, this was a troublesome foe. The curse lunged forward like an indefatigable automaton. Guyu's gaze darkened. The curse's fingertips grazed his neck. With a sickening squelch, Guyu clutched the gushing wound, watching in dismay as the curse collapsed to the ground. The curse blinked, staring vacantly at its own fingers, then poked Guyu twice in confusion. Upon seeing Guyu utterly unresponsive, disappointment weighed heavily upon its shoulders. If he were dead, then it would transform him into a specter. The curse opened its mouth, and a seed, concealed among its teeth, emerged, sporting a single eye on its tongue and no larger than a grain of rice. As it landed, the seed gradually expanded, quivering as it unfurled. Purple, semicircular blossoms sprouted from its head, one eye blinking open. Guyu turned his right hand, summoning white spiritual energy to envelop the curse. A sizzling sound erupted as the curse writhed, desperately trying to shake off the searing sensation that engulfed it. Guyu, finally rising from the ground, clutched his neck, relieved to have revealed himself. Those 2 blows had not been in vain. However, before a smile could grace his lips, the flower-like curse glared menacingly at him, its size increasing ominously. What was happening? Was this its ability, or was it simply consuming its own energy to grow? The curse's wounds mended swiftly. Observing the blossoming head resembling a flower, it revealed a mouth adorned with sharp spikes and vanished from sight. Teleportation, a skill possessed by every special grade, was it? Guyu, exasperated, extracted the umbrella from his back. While he cherished plants, he had no desire to cultivate such a flower. Idichi gazed at the school's grounds. Although it was a 3rd-grade curse, this battle was taking far too long. Was this curse particularly formidable? Or perhaps there were numerous lower-grade curses within? Sighing, he could not shake the worry that arose whenever he embarked on missions with this group of youths. Glancing at his reflection in the rearview mirror, he felt as though he had aged several years. Studying his face, he pondered whether it was time to start caring for himself. Guyu, seated on the ground, watched the swaying curse, spitting blood as the umbrella lay quietly on the ground beside him. It wasn't he as if he were a sunflower swaying. The motion was making his head spin. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips. The cursed energy within him had dwindled to nearly nothing, insufficient even for self-healing. Usually, he could alternate between 3 powers, but now, limited to merely 1, he found himself at a disadvantage. Guyu suppressed the blood threatening to spill from his throat, defiantly raising his middle finger at the curse, challenging it to continue. The curse's green, foot-like leaves stomped upon the ground. In an instant, the leaves elongated, and as they lunged at Guyu, he attempted to evade. But a sharp pain shot through his chest as he exerted himself. His footing faltered, and he found himself ensnared by the curse. The overwhelming pressure compelled Guyu to tilt his head back, gasping for air to alleviate the pain coursing through his body. The curse, witnessing Guyu's open mouth, perceived it as an invitation to feast. Guyu lowered his head, exhaling heavily, his damp hair clinging to his forehead, enduring the pain from the thorns on the leaves. With great effort, he extracted his bloodied hand from the curse's grasp. I despise those who do not honor their promises. With that thought, a radiant white light enveloped Guyu. With his right hand, he tightened his grip around the curse's neck, taunting, "Did you not crave a taste? Allow me to satisfy your appetite." The curse, seared by the heat, lifted its head. The entwined leaves involuntarily released their hold due to the spasms. With both hands now free, Guyu clutched the curse, fixated on a singular thought. He would annihilate this curse, resolutely refusing to become a man of broken promises. A shrill scream erupted from the curse's throat as its form grew increasingly colossal. Its roots anchored firmly into the ground, and its slender body doubled in girth. The curse shook its head and tilted it to the left. From the newly sprouted head, tiny flower buds began to emerge, rapidly maturing under Guyu's gaze. Once they reached the size of the original head, The newly unfurled buds opened a single eye, rotating its iris before locking its gaze onto Guyu. Gradually, it opened its maw wide, grinning at him. Ugh, Guyu muttered, taken aback by the curse's appearance. Chapter 47, Fusion. Guyu rubbed his face, reluctantly acknowledging that he seemed to have nurtured this curse. The ground beneath him began to tremble as a half-domain floated into the air, gradually transforming into a complete domain. The curse regarded Guyu with newfound interest. This human had the ability to foster its growth. As Guyu observed the curse's luminous eyes, he instinctively took a step back, but the strain on his body caused him to collapse to the ground. Two-faced Sukuna, it appears your possession is about to be usurped. Guyu silently critiqued as he watched the curse's gaping maw. Drip. The sound of water droplets hitting the ground echoed, and a wave rippled through the air. The curse retreated 2 meters, emanating an overwhelming aura. It was perilous. The two-faced Sukuna, who had inexplicably appeared behind Guyu, froze momentarily, taking note of the curse's wariness. The surrounding scent of blood, coupled with Guyu's recent murmurs, clarified the situation. Is this the extent of your capabilities? Boy, do not struggle, simply perish. If he could not even defeat this wretch, what shame would he bring upon himself? The patterns on his wrist sensed Sukuna's cursed energy and began to absorb it frantically, mending Guyu's battered form. Guyu twitched his lips. Initially, he had intended for them to meet their demise together, yet he had inadvertently nurtured the curse to maturity. The dual-faced Sukuna narrowed his eyes, seemingly unaffected by the corrosion of spiritual power. The curse, observing Sukuna's gaze, quietly retreated a few steps. A mere waste of space. Defeated by a low-tier waste after having triumphed over mid-tier ones. Sukuna kicked the incapacitated Guyu into the wall, frustrated by his lack of progress despite the lengthy training. Embedded within the wall, Guyu gritted his teeth, opting to remain still, uncertain how Sukuna had appeared, taking a moment to rest. Gazing at Guyu's calm expression, Sukuna crossed his arms, preparing to strike that individual. Guyu glanced towards the direction of Hui, confirming that the curse was momentarily immobilized. He decided to target the unconscious soft target first. With a warning growl emanating from his throat, he fixed his gaze on the curse. The technique was indeed intriguing. If the human were to awaken, perhaps this waste could be eliminated. The dual-faced Sukuna stood to the side, analyzing the situation as the curse and the Shikigami clashed. Guyu pursed his lips, straining to free himself from the wall's confines. Standing on the ground, he reached out, summoning the umbrella that lay on the ground into his grasp. Sukuna floated beside Guyu, questioning whether he truly intended to waste the meager amount of cursed energy he had just regained. Guyu twitched his lips, interpreting it as a desperate struggle. Sukuna nonchalantly acknowledged him, remaining motionless. Feeling a twinge of emotional harm, Guyu's resolve intensified. With a resolute stride forward, he was soon met with a harsh blow that left him battered and disheveled. Lowering his head, he spat out the curse's arm. Just a rolled-up leaf, he thought, as he expelled it with disgust. Sukuna stood beside Guyu, exasperated by his reckless consumption. Guyu's peripheral vision caught sight of the wooden clogs, igniting his curiosity about Sukuna's true intentions for coming here. To watch the spectacle? Suddenly, Nu let out a shriek, falling beside Hui. Guyu clenched his fists, grappling with his own suppressed emotions. What exactly are you holding back? The dual-faced Sukuna tilted his head, bemused. The person before him should not be this weak. Guyu, frazzled, ran his fingers through his hair, lamenting that he lacked a soul, asserting that his cursed energy would only empower the curse further. He had exhausted every attempt, ultimately concluding that he was merely an ordinary person. Slap. Guyu's face was turned away, covering the reddened skin as he cast a forlorn glance at Sukuna. No wonder he couldn't prevail. He had shackled himself with self-doubt. In his heart, he had already resigned to the belief that he could not overcome this curse. Consequently, no matter how hard he tried, the outcome would align with his expectations. Defeat. An ordinary person? Sukuna seized Guyu's wrist, revealing 2 distinct markings. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about yourself? In the past, Guyu quietly retorted. It hadn't been long since he entered the world of jujitsu. Whether it was the expansion of his domain or the acquisition of new abilities, he now needed to focus on one task, to eliminate him. Sukuna pointed towards the curse, adopting an authoritative demeanor. Guyu regarded Sukuna with skepticism. An order? Sukuna released Guyu's hand. Indeed, Guyu clenched his fingers, directing his gaze at the curse. If it were indeed an order, a radiant glow of green and black enveloped him. The atmosphere shifted, a new hue enveloping him. Sukuna stroked his chin, intrigued. Such efficacy in commands. What if he were to command Guyu to perish? Since it is an order, I must request your demise. Guyu extended his hand, forming a complex gesture. The green umbrella soared above him, unfurling. 2 fish leapt from the surface, swirling above his head. Domain expansion. Drip. The sound of water droplets echoed throughout the domain. Rainborn 100 valleys. With a resounding crash, the school, the red sky, and the blue moon vanished, leaving only a watercolor landscape, a serene white sky above and a pitch-black surface below. Even upon stepping upon it, no ripples disturbed the stillness. The curse, poised to devour Hui, wore a bewildered expression. This was no longer its territory. Guyu lifted 2 fingers, and the curse's body began to curl inwards, its moisture evaporating in an instant, leaving only desiccated leaves behind. In terror, it gazed at Guyu, unable to utter a sound, ultimately disintegrating into dust within the domain. Guyu withdrew his hand, bearing an expression of realization. So, it requires the confluence of 3 powers to activate. Sukuna observed the distinctly delineated domain. Your domain is entirely different from the one birthed. This crack, the domain in the air dissipated. Guyu landed on the ground, and the dual-faced Sukuna vanished from the scene. The energy could no longer sustain the domain. Hui and the Shikigami lay on the ground. Guyu rubbed his sore backside. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Sukuna's fingers resting beside him. He reached out to retrieve them. This shall be sent back to Itadori. Have we emerged? The child with flowers sprouting from his head gazed at the sky in terror, while another child lay nearby, swollen and unconscious. They had survived? Guyu was taken aback, having thought they would all transform into curses. Hui groaned, slowly regaining consciousness. Looking up at the familiar sky, he propped himself up. His gaze fell on the slumped Guyu, lowering his head to express gratitude. It seemed Guyu had successfully dispelled the curse. Clenching his fists, he was astonished that he had fainted. Hui also regained his senses, swaying as he flew towards Guyu. Xiaoyu, is it resolved? Guyu embraced Hui. Yes. It's already taken care of. Hui looked somewhat dejected. I couldn't assist you, Xiaoyu. Guyu comfortingly patted Hui's head, assuring him there would be many opportunities in the future. Feeling a surge of renewed strength, Guyu stood up and approached the 2 children who had been afflicted by the curse. Though the cursed spirit had vanished, the effects would linger, as cursed energy required time to dissipate. Observing the children, now unrecognizable as humans, Guyu extended his hand, enveloping them in green light. Chapter 48. Flowers blooming across the mountains. The child with swaying little flowers atop his head gazed at Guyu. Big brother, are you a deity? Noticing the child on the ground had nearly recovered, the green energy enveloped the little flower child. I am but a passerby in your dreams. Dream? A passerby in a dream? The child looked bewildered. The curse wasn't particularly severe. The flowers atop his head had nearly vanished. Guyu smiled. Yes, a most peculiar dream. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the child on the neck. Raising his hand, he caught the child who fell limp. With a glance, he signaled Hui. You carry that one. Hui obediently lifted the child from the ground. How about the one in your arms? He could manage both. Hui extended his hand. It's fine. Guyu dodged Hui's grasp. I'm unscathed. Hui looked at Guyu, whose uniform was nearly in tatters. Meanwhile, a visibly anxious Idichi paced at the entrance, relieved to see the 2 finally emerge. Beside him stood the ever-smiling Satoru Gojo. The 2 who had rushed out waved their hands, meeting the puzzled expressions of the onlookers. I called Mr. Gojo because your time inside was considerably prolonged, Idichi explained. Then you all stood at the door waiting for us. Guyu's expression was somewhat difficult to articulate. Idichi opened his mouth, initially thinking that if there were any issues, Mr. Fushiguro could step in to resolve them. Hence his summons. However, to his surprise, the man had arrived, merely standing at the threshold like a stone sentinel, seemingly uninterested in entering to investigate. With a smile, Satoru Gojo patted Guyu, acknowledging the significant progress he had made. Guyu handed the child in his arms over to Gojo, who laughed. You've even taken to joking now. His expression was one of genuine astonishment. Guyu rolled his eyes, retorting, joking? Huh. He then closed his eyes and fainted. Gojo hurriedly reached out to catch the collapsing Guyu, observing his complete lack of response. All right then, let us take him to the hospital, he concluded. The 3 sat in the hospital corridor. Gojo, reclining with his legs crossed, inquired about the events that had transpired inside. Hui, with his head bowed, recounted how they had inadvertently entered a cursed domain during their leap from the rooftop, encountering a special grade curse, and fainted without being able to assist. Upon hearing special grade, EDG's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? The report only indicated a grade 3 curse. He swore there was no scheme at play. Had there been, he would never have permitted their entry. Hui, somewhat resigned, added, it seems we leaped directly into the curse's territory when we jumped off the rooftop. The window likely had no clue either. After all, who would casually jump off a building while conducting an investigation? EDG remained silent. Yet Hui seemed to understand the unsaid words. EDG wore an expression that suggested, ah, you young folks know how to play. Gojo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Should we perhaps apply for a special grade certification for Guyu? Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Guyu had returned to the realm of Shuko, forcibly tethered to his side. Shuko sat regally upon a throne fashioned from bones, while Guyu perched beside him, seeking to recover his energy by absorbing the ambient essence. Shuko cast a cold glance at Guyu, who feigned ignorance, staring at the ceiling. Grasping Guyu's hand, Shuko attempted to fling him away. Guyu gripped Shuko's hand tightly, stabilizing his soul that had been flung about. Noticing Shuko's menacing gaze, Guyu released his grip but remained in place. Guyu's mind raced. How did you suddenly appear in this domain? Wasn't your soul always within Yuji's body? Can you move freely now? Shuko leaned on his chin and replied, I was summoned. Summoned? By you? Guyu recalled that he had uttered something at that moment, prompting Shuko's arrival. Did this mean he possessed a Shikigami that could be summoned, similar to Fushiguro? Guyu's eyes sparkled with realization, but considering Shuko's nature, he pondered that summoning might lead to an unwelcome ally capable of annihilating them all. This domain is peculiar. Shuko reflected on the serene realm he had encountered earlier, where entering felt like a mental retreat. However, this particular realm exuded a sense of vitality. My abilities are already so strange. What is odd about a strange domain? Guyu retorted, accustomed to the bizarre by now. Where are your fingers? Guyu instinctively reached into his pocket, remembering he had left them there to feed Yuji. Shuko narrowed his eyes at Guyu's brisk reply, questioning whether he was overly confident. Aren't you afraid that kid can't suppress me? Guyu, somewhat perplexed, asked, if he can't suppress you, does that mean Yuji's body belongs to you? Shuko nodded slightly. Guyu stroked his chin in contemplation. Then why not directly feed you into the body of the deceased? That way, you wouldn't have to contest for a body, and you could return. Shuko shot him a disdainful look. Do you think those cowardly old men would allow me to return if that idiot hadn't accidentally swallowed the finger? Besides, the finger, imbued with cursed energy, is a coveted object. How could it be stuffed into a corpse's mouth? Ordinary people cannot withstand my energy. Their bodies would explode. If it were that simple to come back, I wouldn't have been sealed for a millennium. Guyu raised his hand. I have another question. Shuko raised his hand in response. Let us continue training. Guyu's eyes widened as he protested. But my cursed energy hasn't returned yet. Shuko pointed upwards toward the skeletal framework. Be quiet. Seeing Shuko's commanding demeanor, Guyu made a decisive leap onto the bones. Recognizing the futility of provoking him, Guyu lay atop the skeletal structure, gazing at the blood-red sky. He blinked, wishing for a pillow, and then, after a moment's reflection, placed his arm beneath his head while extending the other hand. Within the domain, he felt his energy merging. Combined with his soul's power, the opposing energies became tranquil. Observing the swirling colors on his hand, Guyu twitched his lips. Black blending with white to form green was a sight he had never witnessed before. Guyu, came Shuko's gritted voice from below. Guyu, bewildered, sat up, asking, what's wrong? Upon raising his gaze, he noticed a myriad of colorful flowers swaying atop the skeletal framework. Swallowing hard, Guyu leaned over the edge to look down. The sea of blood had transformed into a sea of flowers, with vibrant blossoms covering even the mound of bones where Shuko sat. Delicate flowers bloomed from the eye sockets of the bones. With Shuko's razor-sharp gaze upon him, Guyu exclaimed, I swear, I didn't do anything. Do you believe me? I didn't shred you to bits. Do you believe that? Guyu realized he was not convincing, and thus the answer was clear. Chapter 49, The Duel. The following day, as Guyu opened the classroom door, he was immediately met with the focus of all eyes. Suppressing the urge to turn and flee, he asked, what is going on? Kumo began. I heard you single-handedly eliminated a special grade curse? Maki and others nodded in agreement. It was not the first time they had witnessed Guyu eradicate a special grade curse, and Yuji appeared notably calmer than the rest. About that, Guyu nodded. Kumo exclaimed in disbelief. Now even our peers are eliminating special grades. The pressure is immense. The second-year students exchanged incredulous glances, remembering the item in his pocket. Guyu approached Yuji and extended his hand, offering the finger. Yuji hesitated, staring at the finger. Are you giving this to me? As he reached out, Kumo shouted. Don't eat it. Yuji froze in place. Shuko's mouth had already shifted to Yuji's palm, ready to consume. Guyu swiftly pushed the finger into Yuji's mouth. With a gulp, the finger was swallowed. Thump, thump. Yuji's heart raced violently as black markings appeared across his body, emanating an overwhelming pressure that prompted all in the classroom to draw their weapons, warily eyeing Yuji. Shuko cast a glance at Guyu before retreating back into the realm of life. The black stripes on Itadori's body vanished, bringing him back to his senses. Guyu observed Itadori, who appeared to be deep in thought. Curiously, Itadori touched his head and inquired about Guyu's contemplative state. A special cursed object, impervious to harm and destruction. Have you absorbed it, or does it reside whole within your stomach? Guyu was quite intrigued by this notion. Itadori, unsure, placed a hand on his abdomen, pondering the answer. "It's a fusion," exclaimed Satoru Gojo, who stood at the doorway, followed by a visibly anxious Shunpei. Gojo approached the podium, announcing today's lesson would focus on combat. Maki and Yuji in one team, Inumaki and Mai in another, while Panda and Shunpei formed yet another duo. With Guyu paired with Nobara, the group relocated to the playground. Gojo, resting his chin on his hand, declared, "Very well. Guyu, Nobara, Inumaki, and Mai. You four shall go first." The quartet positioned themselves on the playground. "Seaweed," Inumaki said, unzipping his jacket to reveal his mouth. Mai promptly summoned her Shikigami, while Guyu held up an umbrella, readying the scythe in his hand for an attack stance. Nobara switched her hammer for a toy version. Gojo raised his arm and shouted, "Begin." As his arm came down, the four on the playground sprang into action simultaneously. Guyu signaled to Itadori to protect Nobara, who nodded in agreement. Inumaki and Guyu dashed to the opposite side of the playground, locking eyes. Guyu twirled the handle of his umbrella as green cursed energy coursed around him. From where Guyu stood, the ground erupted with blossoms of various colors. Inumaki cautiously distanced himself from the flowers that rapidly spread. Guyu, meanwhile, advanced towards Inumaki. "Blow them away," Inumaki commanded. Guyu promptly leapt to the side as the ground where he once stood was blasted into a crater, the flowers exploding into the air. That was close. Had he delayed, he might have been sent flying himself. Inumaki noticed that the flowers posed no threat, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, suddenly, green cursed energy emerged from the ground, ensnaring Inumaki's ankle. Simultaneously, Guyu brandished his umbrella, launching another attack. "Don't move." It felt as though gravity itself bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. At that moment, the Shikigami, Nu, seized the opportunity and swiftly subdued Guyu, electricity crackling mercilessly against his body. Guyu squinted at Nu, feeling the paralyzing shock coursing through him. "Blow him away," Inumaki shouted as a powerful force propelled Guyu into the air. Guyu found himself seated atop the umbrella, coughing out dark smoke, instinctively reaching up to touch his hair, which had indeed become frizzy. With a quick glance, Guyu leapt down from the umbrella, charging at Inumaki once more. "Don't move." The same tactic was employed again. With a smirk curling at the corners of Guyu's lips, Inumaki hesitated, sensing something amiss. "Don't come near." But it was too late. Nu landed on Guyu's shoulder, spreading its wings. A stream of water connected Guyu's wrist to Inumaki's body. "Ah!" Nu cried out. A surge of electrical energy struck Guyu, successfully drawing Inumaki into the current through the conductive water. Both of them glowed with a brilliant yellow light, their hair standing on end like super science, only fading after a considerable duration. Cough, cough. Inumaki waved away the dark smoke he had exhaled. The stream of water dissipated from his hands, and his hair, previously lying flat, now stood erect like a sea urchin. Cough, ha ha. Guyu laughed heartily at the sight of Inumaki's transformed hair. The plan had succeeded. Inumaki, resigned, pointed at Guyu. Cough, cough. Your hair is frizzed too, you know. Panda, stroking his chin, commented on Inumaki's technique. Good job. Ha ha. Gojo chuckled, clutching his stomach. But it's quite entertaining. Nobara, surveying the field of flowers, remarked. What kind of ability is this? Flowers blooming everywhere, so vividly red. Mai, from behind Nobara, swung her blade, clashing with Nobara's scythe. Clang. Nobara's eyes brightened at the impressive exchange. Behind you, she warned. Nu leapt, extending its claws toward Nobara. Nobara charged forward with her hammer. Clang. The hammer struck Nu's face. While Nu successfully clawed at Nobara's shoulder, drawing blood, Nobara glared at the claw marks, her fury igniting. How dare you leave a mark on my flawless body? You're going to regret this, she declared, retrieving a nail and hammer from her pocket, aiming at Nu's claws. Nu scratched the ground and charged again. Nobara inhaled deeply, focusing intently on Nu's movements, then controlled the nail to hover in midair. As Nu approached, she swung the hammer, driving the nail deep into Nu's foot. Humph. Nobara flicked her hair. I really am the coolest. Watch out, her ally shouted. Nobara turned, puzzled. Suddenly, her expression froze, and she collapsed. Mai, still gripping the hilt of her knife, watched as Nobara fell to the ground, obstructed by a swarm of frogs. Who acts so self-absorbed on the battlefield? My thought, turning to see the freshly created hedgehog heads, momentarily stunned. Cough, cough. Inumaki coughed again. Guyu tilted his head, observing the unconscious Nobara on the ground. She got knocked out. Mai assumed an attack stance towards Guyu. Guyu raised his hand, water swirling gently around it. Mai charged at him with her knife. Accompanied by Nu, Guyu directed the water toward Mai while using his umbrella to block Nu's attack, then closed the umbrella, batting Nu aside. If I merge Nu into a mass, Fushiguro will be upset. Feeling that she couldn't touch the flowing water, Mai wielded her blade, attempting to swat away the advancing stream. The water clung to her knife as though it were adhesive, wrapping around the hilt. In a hurry, Mai discarded her weapon. Chapter 50. Victory. Guyu noted. Catching a glimpse of Mai approaching, he discreetly raised a finger. The droplets that had fallen to the ground appeared to come alive, swiftly flowing across the surface and climbing up Mai's ankle. As the water ascended, Mai's eyes widened in shock. She grasped her clothing in a futile attempt to halt the water's advance, but fabric was no match for its relentless progression. Her previously stiff expression grew even more rigid, tinged with embarrassment. The water finally encircled Fushigiro's neck before halting. All right, you can come back now. Gojo clapped his hands. Next up, Maki and Yuji, Panda, and Shunpei. The teams switched places. Mai carried the unconscious Nobara aside. Your ability seems to have evolved, Gojo remarked. Guyu nodded. Yes, it's a fusion. Gojo produced a prepared student ID, noting, I intended to grant you a special grade, but those old geezers disagreed. Guyu accepted the ID, stowing it directly into his pocket. I saw you interacting with curses at the exchange event in Kyoto. Don't you have any other thoughts regarding those at the top? He had been anticipating an assassination or something of that ilk. Satoru Gojo scoffed dismissively, contemplating that even if they had ideas, they were futile, at most. They would send some perilous curses for you to eradicate, conveniently eliminating you in the process. Such archaic tactics were hardly intimidating. Guyu was far beyond the control of those individuals. He had never been, and certainly was not now. Oh, by the way, the mechanical Maru from Kyoto inquired about your abilities and requested your contact information. It seems he has taken an interest in your reversal techniques. Has Guyu sustained injuries? Gojo waggled his fingers, influenced by the heavens and cursed bindings. He had been born without his right hand and the flesh below his knees, and he lacked sensation below his waist. Ah, the heavens and cursed bindings. What a troublesome matter. However, the reversal technique could indeed mend the body, though he might not be able to restore sensation in his lower half. This reliance on cursed energy was arguably less effective than modern medicine. Gojo patted Guyu's shoulder, urging him not to feel pressured, merely giving him a heads up. If he were to reach out to you, the decision to save or how to save would rest entirely with you. After all, Mechanical Maru had not yet shed his suspicions. Among the children of Kyoto, only this one truly required the power of curses. Shunpei had Maki, while Panda faced Itadori. Both sides had already assumed their stances. Begin, with Gojo's command. Both parties sprang into action simultaneously. Shunpei summoned a Shikigami, a colossal blue entity floating beside him, nodding toward Maki. Maki spun her blade toward Shunpei with a swift strike. Yudutsuki, Shunpei shouted. The jellyfish extended its tentacles to ensnare Maki. Seizing the opportunity, Shunpei concealed himself behind Yudutsuki. Maki severed the jellyfish's tentacle with her blade. Yet more appendages surged toward her, entangling the weapon tightly. Maki and Yudutsuki grasped the long sword simultaneously. She was not foolish enough to engage in a strength contest with a curse. Instead, she relinquished her weapon. Her hands illuminated with white spiritual energy. She firmly grasped one of Yudutsuki's tentacles. The jellyfish trembled under the searing cursed energy. Raising its tentacle, it revealed a sharp spike aimed at Maki. She observed the oncoming tentacles, swiftly retreating from Yudutsuki's attacking range and darting toward Shunpei, who was hiding behind the jellyfish. Knowing he could not outmatch Maki's martial prowess, Shunpei ventured inside Yudutsuki's form, watching Maki with innocent eyes. The hair that had once obscured half of his face was now shorn, revealing the delicate features of a youth. Maki struck Yudutsuki with a punch. The heavily fortified jellyfish swayed momentarily before regaining its composure. Maki stood aside, frowning. Behind her, Yudutsuki's tentacles lunged once more. Taking refuge among the tentacles, Maki's hands materialized with spiritual energy. Her palm struck against Yudutsuki's body. The jellyfish shuddered, shrinking slightly. Had it possessed a mouth, it would have surely cried out. Shunpei probed Yudutsuki's body from within, concerned for its well-being. Yudutsuki emitted a buzzing sound, observing the effectiveness of her attacks. Maki evaded the tentacles while continuously striking Yudutsuki with her energized hands. As the jellyfish trembled increasingly, Shunpei, feeling distressed, caused Yudutsuki to shrink even further. The diminutive Yudutsuki floated beside Shunpei. Maki executed a sliding maneuver, retrieving a recently dropped cursed tool. She pressed the blade's tip against Shunpei's neck. You've lost. Shunpei gazed at Maki, offering a sincere smile. Maki hoisted the cursed tool back onto her shoulder, stating, You will only perish if your Shikigami falls. She mused that learning to protect him was less valuable than mastering how to safeguard herself. Itadori, brimming with excitement, gazed at Panda. This is our first direct confrontation. Panda clapped his hands. Itadori, I will show no mercy. Neither will I. Itadori's cursed energy ignited as they both charged forward. Extending his right hand, he struck fiercely against Panda's left shoulder. The immense impact caused both to stagger back a few steps. Itadori shook his fist, surprised by the solid sensation. Panda, too, flexed his hand, acknowledging the boy's formidable resilience. Their eyes met. Itadori inhaled deeply and surged forward once more, banishing distractions to concentrate his cursed energy in his hands. He then delivered a powerful blow, realizing he could not withstand a direct confrontation. Panda squinted, pivoting to flee. Itadori paused, his cursed energy wavering, diminishing significantly. Pursuing Panda. He called out, "Why are you running? What do you mean by running?" "This is a strategic retreat," Panda replied over his shoulder. Observing Panda's unwavering pace, Itadori quickened his steps, launching himself toward Panda's back. In the instant Itadori leapt, Panda turned around, seizing his leg in a surprising grip and forcefully flinging him aside. Thud! Itadori landed on the ground, propping himself up with his hands to shield his face from potential disfigurement. Rising, he pursued Panda, raising a hand in protest. "Panda-senpai." That was underhanded. Panda glanced back, blinking his small eyes and offering a faint smile. A black line crossed Itadori's forehead as he began to sprint fervently. His physical prowess was exceptional. Panda, noticing Itadori closing in, swiftly altered his course. Itadori executed a sharp turn, shouting "Whoa!" and barreled toward Panda. He raised his fist, concentrating, and struck Panda's abdomen. Panda doubled over from the blow, propelled backward several meters before regaining his footing. Rubbing his stomach, he observed Itadori's cursed energy igniting. "Now you're getting it." Itadori grinned, revealing his sharp canines. Gathering his cursed energy once more, they both shouted, "Ah, ah," and charged at each other. Itadori's fist collided with Panda's chin, while Panda's punch found its mark on Itadori's cheek. Both tumbled to the ground. Itadori wiped the blood from his nose, unsteadily rising to his feet, and raised his hand, declaring, "I've won." Thud! Maki swung her blade down onto Itadori's head. He rolled his eyes back and fainted. Maki tossed her hair, exclaiming, "I've won." Panda blinked, giving Maki a thumbs up. Impressive. Chapter 51, The Cake Shop. Gojo cheerfully raised 4 fingers, haphazardly indicating, "This is my assessment of you all." Guyu touched his nose and gazed skyward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Gojo's phone rang. Moshi moshi. All right. After a brief conversation, Gojo ended the call. The Cake Shop, a 3rd-grade cursed spirit. Guyu raised his hand, inquiring, "What news from the assisting supervisor?" Let it not be another dubious message from Idichi, Gojo mused. After some contemplation, he concluded it was Nido. If it's 3rd grade, Maki, you and Guyu should go together. Guyu, having just returned from a mission, expressed a desire to rest. Maki seized Guyu by the collar, insisting, "Let us go." Guyu flailed, "I want to rest." Unperturbed, Maki continued, "A few encounters with 3rd-grade nuisances, and we'll be back." Thus, she unceremoniously deposited Guyu into Nidi's vehicle, following closely behind. Nida handed Maki the documents, stating, "Our informants discovered a curse at a cake shop in the city center. One individual has gone missing. Her name is Saori, the owner of the establishment." Upon entering the cake shop, one did not emerge again. Guyu approached to inspect the photographs on the tablet, revealing nothing more than an unremarkable bakery. Another image depicted Xiaoji, who appeared to be a gentle soul. There was nothing particularly captivating. Guyu closed his eyes. Jinchi also set the tablet aside, wiping the blade in her hand. "The 3rd-level curse, we have arrived." Nido parked the vehicle at the entrance of the cake shop. "Once you enter, I shall lower the shroud." It was surprising how quickly they reached the door. Guyu sighed, pushing open the grand entrance of the cake shop. As the door closed, Nido extended his hand, emerging from the shadows, shrouded in darkness. Filth and corruption, be purged entirely. A black veil enveloped the bakery. Jinchi scanned the surroundings and noted, "There's nothing here. Let us proceed to the kitchen." Cautiously, she parted the curtain to the kitchen. Xiaoji sat unconscious beneath the oven. Yet, there was no trace of the curse. Jinchi frowned, wondering if it had fled. Guyu stepped into the kitchen beside Jinchi, placing his hand on Xiaoji's pulse. The girl was alive, seemingly in a state of stupor. Guyu attempted to channel his power into her body. Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed. Guyu instantly lost consciousness. Jinchi, startled, prodded Guyu with her knife. "Hey, what's wrong?" Following this, with a crash, Jinchi also succumbed to darkness. The back of the kitchen widened its eyes. "What has happened to you both?" A buzzing sound resonated. The curses that had previously refrained from revealing themselves emerged. The rear figure raised a scythe, their expression turning grave. When Guyu next opened his eyes, he beheld the white ceiling and the hospital gown draped over him, confirming his location. He had awakened once more in a hospital. Sitting up in confusion, he pondered. Wasn't I treating Xiaoji? How had he suddenly arrived here? And why was his hand wrapped in bandages? The door creaked open. A weary, middle-aged woman entered, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Guyu awake, hastily pressing the call button beside the bed. Xiaoyu, you're finally awake." Yu gazed at the woman before him, still in disbelief, as doctors rushed in to surround him. Family members, please step aside. Family members, please step aside. They took him away for various examinations. Yet, Yu's gaze never left the woman at the door. After the doctors had attended to him for what felt like half a day, they gathered at the entrance. The child's body has nearly recovered. There are still some shadows in the brain, and full recovery will take time. We will continue to observe for 3 more days. If there are no significant reactions, the child can be sent home. Thank you, doctor, the woman said, bowing deeply, tears falling onto the floor. No need for thanks, it is our duty. The doctors replied. You may see your child now, but do not stay too long. The woman nodded. The doctors exchanged glances before all departing. Finally awake, she stood at the door, wiping her tears, fanning her eyes with her hand to cool them. She took a deep breath before opening the door to see Yu sitting on the hospital bed. Xiaoyu, are you hungry? Yu looked at the woman, who appeared much older than he remembered. After a moment of silence, he managed to utter a single word, Mom. The woman, Ran Xuan, held back her tears, smiling softly. Yes, Mommy's here. But I thought I was dead, Yu said, bewildered. Ran Xuan walked to his side, gently stroking his head. How do you feel? The doctor said your concussion isn't fully healed. You may still feel dizzy. Yu grasped his mother's hand. Didn't Ti die? Ran Xuan's eyes widened, her hand reaching out as if to poke Yu's head. But upon seeing the bandage on his forehead, she halted. Quick, don't say such things. Yu blinked. Right? If I died, why am I awake now? Did I dream while I was unconscious? Ran Xuan regarded her son skeptically. Yu raised his hand and felt the bandage on his forehead. How long have I been unconscious? Ran Xuan held up 3 fingers. Do you know how many this is? Is your head broken? Yu grasped her fingers. It's 3. Not foolish. Then, Ran Xuan murmured. Where's Dad? Yu recalled that he had been with his father when they left in the car. Ran Xuan's expression faltered, suppressing her sorrow. Your father is in another room. Yu squinted. Mom, you're lying. He could always tell when his mother was being dishonest. It was a habit he could never forget. With this thought, Yu felt a jolt, the memories of this world becoming increasingly vivid, while those of the other world grew more indistinct. Could it truly have all been a dream? Yu decisively pulled the needle from his hand. Ran Xuan watched Yu's actions with concern, her eyes filled with pain as he removed the needle. What are you doing? She exclaimed, pressing down on the wound to halt the bleeding. Yu looked at the injury on his hand. It was indeed painful. Instinctively, he tried to use his cursed energy to heal it, but nothing happened. Mom, I'm a bit confused. Can you tell me what happened? You need to sit back down, Ran Xuan insisted, forcing Yu back onto the bed. With a sigh, she recounted, while you were on the highway. A tire blew on a truck carrying steel pipes. When it braked suddenly, the pipes fell, and you and your father. She choked on her words. You and your father crashed into the guardrail, losing consciousness in the car. The vehicles behind weren't able to stop in time. She continued, her heart aching as she touched Yu's abdomen. The explosion sent the pipes flying, piercing you. Yu felt his abdomen, confirming the lingering pain from the wound. I want to die, will I? Yu lowered his head. And my dad? He's in another room. Ran Xuan forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Yu lifted the blanket. I want to see him. Don't go. Ran Xuan grasped Yu's arm tightly. I just want to see him. Your father's room is too cold. Ran Xuan nearly shouted, her eyes red as she looked at Yu. Let us wait until you're better, shall we? Chapter 52, Illusion. Gazing into his mother's eyes, filled with despair and pleading, Yu felt as if his heart were being torn apart. He wrapped his arms around her. Don't cry, I want to go. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Mommy was too emotional. I shouldn't have shouted at you. Ran Xuan sobbed, holding Yu tightly. Yu patted her back. It's all right, it's all right. Ran Xuan wiped her tears. You've slept for so long. You must be hungry. I'll go make you some porridge and return quickly, all right? Yu nodded. Ran Xuan hesitated. I'll wait in the room for you, okay? Yu nodded. All right. Ran Xuan sniffed, wiping her face. I'll be back soon. Xiaoyu must be very hungry. Watching Ran Xuan hastily leave the ward, Yu's eyes dimmed. He opened the door, stepping into the corridor outside the ward, directly approaching the reception desk. Is there something I can assist you with? A kind nurse in a white coat asked gently. Could you help me find which room Yinping is in? Once again uttering that name, Yu felt a sense of disorientation, as if a day had passed in a mere moment. Please hold on. The young lady began to search for information regarding Gu Onping on her computer. I apologize, but there are no hospitalization records for Gu Onping. Yu momentarily lost his train of thought. The time of the accident was September 21st. Was he brought to your hospital following the highway incident? We will need to check the admission records, and it dates back 3 months. After switching to a different system, she rechecked the accident records from September 20th. Gu Onping. Male, time of death, 11:35. Thank you. With a wooden expression, Yu returned to the hospital room, sitting on the bed, engulfed by a sense of desolation. He gazed at the mirror on the bedside table, which his mother had placed there, reflecting his gaunt visage. He brushed his unkempt hair, which had gone uncut for 3 months, over his face, providing himself with a semblance of security by obscuring his features. Deep down, he constantly hoped, no. He assured himself that his father was certainly fine. Guyu forced a wry smile, realizing that even self-deception was beyond his grasp. Before long, Ran Suyun returned to the hospital carrying a lunchbox. Noticing Guyu's peculiar demeanor, she calmly reached out and swept aside the hair obscuring his eyes. Your hair has grown too long. It's obstructing your vision. It's time for a trim. Sitting beside him, she produced the lunchbox. The doctor advised light meals. So I made some plain porridge. Here. She held the spoon up to Guyu's lips. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the porridge. The subtle fragrance of rice spreading across his palate. A faint smile crept onto his lips. It's delicious. Silly boy, what's so special about plain porridge? Once you're discharged, your mother will take you out for a grand feast, and you can indulge to your heart's content. Ran Suyun gazed tenderly at Guyu, feeding him spoonful by spoonful. He quickly consumed half a bowl, watching as she sealed the remaining porridge. All right, that's enough. Eating more will upset your stomach. As she cleaned the table, Guyu pondered aloud. Ran Suyun looked at him. I suppose I've never asked you why I'm named Guyu. Silly child. It's because you were born during the Guyu season. Is that truly the only reason? After some reflection, Ran Suyun continued. Your father said that Guyu marks the last season of autumn. It signifies the increase in precipitation, and thus, grain is born from rain. She gently ruffled Guyu's hair, perhaps hoping he would flourish like the grain that follows the Guyu rains. Guyu forced a smile. Have I disappointed you? He felt like an ordinary person. Someone who could vanish into a crowd. What nonsense are you speaking? Your mother could never be disappointed in you. Not ever. Guyu looked into Ran Suyun's eyes, filled with reluctance, and embraced her. Surprised, Ran Suyun noted how, despite his age, he remained so clingy. Guyu closed his eyes. I'm sorry. Ran Suyun paused, patting Guyu's back. There's no need to apologize. Guyu choked on his words, having longed to express, I'm sorry for leaving so abruptly. I'm sorry for insisting on going home that day. He remembered his father's words, expressing a desire to play for just one more day. Yet he had insisted on returning home, allowing his father to drive them back. Perhaps if they had stayed for one more day, they could have avoided it all. There were still countless words he wished to say. Sensing his thoughts, Ran Suyun gently released her embrace. Little you, please don't apologize anymore. You are all that remains for me. Guyu opened his reddened eyes and reached out to touch her cheek, committing his mother's features to memory. I truly miss you all, but you are not her. Ran Suyun gazed at him in confusion. Little you, what are you saying? I love you all. Guyu smiled at Ran Suyun. Your father has already departed. Do you wish to abandon your mother as well? Ran Suyun's expression shifted to one of despair as she grasped Guyu's thoughts. Guyu gently traced the additional wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, biting down on his lip to suppress his emotions, watching as the scene before him began to fragment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Junshi looked curiously at Johnny, who appeared as a miniature version of herself. Wasn't she at the bakery? She glanced down at her empty hands, realizing her weapons were gone. Junyi looked pitifully at Junshi. Junshi surveyed their surroundings. They were on the bridge of the main courtyard. She recalled how Junyi had always feared the unseen during her childhood. Junshi, momentarily lost in thought, took Junyi's hand. Close your eyes. I'll guide you across. Obediently, Junyi closed her eyes and followed her sister. Sister, you're amazing. Junshi glanced at the looming curse nearby. In time, you two will no longer fear them. Junyi offered a naive smile. As long as my sister is with me, I fear nothing. Safely escorting Junyi across the bridge, which had once seemed impossibly long in their childhood, Junshi raised her hand to rest on Junyi's head. But I cannot remain with you forever. Despite being sisters, they were still independent individuals. She loved her sister, but would not sacrifice her own freedom for that love. Junyi immediately opened her eyes, tears brimming. Sister, why must you leave me? We are sisters, are we not? It's not leaving, Junshi reassured her, stroking Junyi's head. I'm leaving to protect you. It's been a long time since I've seen such a well-behaved sister. A hint of nostalgia crossed her mind, but she refrained from delving too deeply into the illusion. Junshi resumed her usual calm demeanor as she watched the vision before her shatter, restoring her sight. She gazed at Guyu, who was leaning against the oven with his eyes closed. Are you all right? Guyu opened his bloodshot eyes. I'm fine. Junshi regarded him skeptically, noting that he hardly appeared untroubled. You're awake. After eliminating the last curse, she turned back. I've dealt with most of the minor threats. Yet it seems we have not encountered the curse that caused your fainting. Chapter 53, Oranges. Guyu propped himself up on his arms, rising to a stand. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the moisture within the tent. Glancing at the oven, he heard a sizzling sound emanating from it, which quickly subsided into silence. Meanwhile, Lying on the ground, Shaji regained consciousness, groggily holding her head. I feel so dizzy. Guyu shrugged his shoulders, stepping outside. Zhenshi approached to assist Shaji. How do you feel? Shaji shook her head. What happened to me? You fainted. I'm taking you to the hospital. Zhenshi supported Shaji as they walked out. Guyu lingered inside, staring blankly at the cookies displayed in the window. Shaji blinked and approached the glass, skillfully filling a bag with cookies before handing it to Guyu. His eyes were still a bit red as he shook his head. Shaji pushed the bag into his arms. Sweets can brighten one's mood. She smiled and followed Zhenshi outside. Guyu clutched the paper bag tightly, his knuckles turning white. Hao, who had flown over to Guyu's side, placed her hand atop his. Little you, she said, her tone heavy with concern. Guyu patted her hand. The wind chime hanging by the door chimed softly. Maki returned, prompting Nidu to escort Saori to the hospital. I called Mr. Idichi to come pick us up. Yuri sat on a chair nearby, while the worried Sho rested on Yuri's lap. Yuri gently stroked Sho's head, assuring him that all was well, though his expression suggested otherwise. Maki observed Yuri and spoke. You must have seen someone in the illusion who wished to keep you there. Yuri lowered his head, holding Sho close without uttering a word. Maki, at a loss for words, could not find solace for him. Her inability to comfort others was evident. An eerie silence enveloped the two until Idichi's car arrived. Maki swiftly entered the vehicle, eager to escape the strange atmosphere. Through the rearview mirror, Idichi glanced at the pair, questioning whether the mission had not gone well. Yuri remained silent, absent-mindedly caressing Sho's head. Ah, just a little incident, Maki replied to Idichi. The journey was devoid of conversation. After dropping them off at school, Idichi departed. As they passed the playground, Gojo waved, You're back. The unconscious Itadori and Kujisaki had regained consciousness. Maki returned to the group and took her seat. Itadori noticed the bag of cookies in Yuri's hand, teasing, You went on a mission and managed to shop too? Yuri paused, glancing at the bag and recalling Saori's gentle face. He tossed the bag into Itadori's lap. Itadori, momentarily stunned, asked, Is this for me? Yuri nodded and drifted away like a lost soul. Gojo pondered but did not stop Yuri. He turned to Maki, inquiring, Did you encounter a troublesome character? We faced someone who could weave illusions, someone who would try to keep you trapped in them, Maki answered. Yuri has been quite distracted since coming out of the illusion. Gojo stroked his chin, reflecting on their unfortunate luck and the bizarre curses they encountered. Yet, a mere illusion does not seem to have shattered Yuri's spirit, he remarked, tossing his hair back. I believe Yuri greatly needs affectionate care right now. Gojo, with Yuri's current state, your antics will likely get you kicked out, Itadori retorted. Hey, Gojo interjected, wrapping his arm around Itadori's neck. What do you mean by antics? I'm merely concerned about my students. With the skeptical gazes of their peers upon him, Gojo cheerfully made his way toward Yuri's dormitory. Itadori glanced at Gojo's retreating figure, suggesting, should we intervene? If he's already in a bad mood. Encountering Gojo will only irritate him further, Maki remarked, crossing her arms and scoffing. He probably won't even get through the door. Kombu and Megumi exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. We should probably intervene. As they walked, Gojo was suddenly lifted off the ground. Are you planning to take me with you? He asked while suspended midair. Itadori headed back, insisting, let us return to training, sensei. Gojo kicked his legs in protest. Let me go. I still need to warm my students with love. Megumi held onto Gojo's arm tightly, urging, please be quiet. You two lack respect for your teacher. Gojo exclaimed, looking back at his students. Help. I'm being attacked. Maki grimaced. Can someone please silence him? Panda chimed in. That might not be appropriate. After all, he is a teacher. Kombu. In the ensuing commotion, everyone left together. While Yuri drew the curtains, shutting out the sunlight completely. He lay back on his bed, wrapping himself around Sho like a cocoon. Sho gently touched Yuri's face, asking, Are you okay? Yuri raised his hand to grasp Sho's small one, confessing, I just miss my parents a bit. Then let us find a time to visit home. Sho suggested. Yuri nodded, closing his eyes. Sho softly patted Yuri's head, trying to comfort him as Yuri usually did for him. Over and over again, he repeated the gesture. They had promised to protect Sho, yet a mere grade 3 curse could weave a trap so entrapping. It was truly absurd, regardless of who orchestrated such a malevolent scheme. Sho's eyes glimmered with determination. Time passed, and listening to Yuri's steady breathing, Sho quietly slipped out of Yuri's embrace. He glanced back at Yuri before cautiously opening the door, ensuring Yuri remained undisturbed before carefully closing it. Where are you headed? Gojo inquired. Having been waiting at the dorm entrance, Sho aimed his scythe at Gojo, demanding, Was this your doing? Gojo, observing the weapon, responded, You're quite angry. Is Yuri in a bad state? It's not just you. First, it was the cursed womb, then the special grade, and now a grade 3 curse that exceeds expectations. Do you want Sho to die? Sho retorted, It must be those rotten oranges behind this. And what do you plan to do? Eliminate them all? Gojo gazed up at the moon. If killing them could improve the sorcery world, I would have done so long ago. Sho retracted his scythe, affirming, I am not like those curses. I will not harm humanity. However, I understand what they fear. They fear the emergence of spirits born from beautiful emotions like mine. The more spirits there are, the fewer curses will exist, and the need for sorcerers will diminish. Those deemed unnecessary will become discarded. Gojo raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do? Sho scoffed. If you wish to know, just follow closely. I will show him that Sho is not alone. He better keep watch. I can conceal myself in the darkness. Two figures swiftly soared through the air. Gojo recognized the familiar terrain, spotting a deep ravine, exclaiming, Isn't this the forest from the exchange meeting? Chapter 54, Spiritual Energy. Sho landed gracefully, followed by Gojo. It truly was the forest from the exchange meeting. Sho turned to Gojo, instructing, Conceal your cursed energy. Though curious, Gojo complied and suppressed his energy. If danger arises, we can always unleash it, Sho stated. Planting his scythe behind him and closing his eyes, his spiritual energy radiated outward, summoning the entire forest. A faint white glow illuminated the surroundings. Sounds of popping emerged from the tree trunks as small, transparent spheres of spiritual energy emerged, aligning themselves to observe the humans and spirits below. The ground, too, was dotted with these orbs, floating gracefully in the air. Sho opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld the spirits in the forest. These are all Sho's supporters. Gojo watched as the little spheres curiously studied him, poking one with his finger. What is this? He exclaimed. It's soft and quite amusing. This is spiritual energy, Sho explained. As positive emotions gather, the energy grows into spirits like me. Some will accompany those blessed, while others will remain in their birthplace. Sho affectionately rubbed the tiny spirit's head, assuring, whenever Sho needs them, they will fight by his side. One small spirit appeared exhausted, resting on Gojo's shoulder and yawning widely. Gojo squinted his eyes in delight. This is so interesting. I want to adopt one. Sho sighed, lifting the little spirit from Gojo's shoulder, cautioning. Your cursed energy would obliterate it. Satoru Gojo surveyed his surroundings with a hint of disappointment, gazing at the vast quantities of spiritual energy. Had they existed prior to this moment? It was only after the day of the exchange meeting that things had changed. He could not elaborate further. With a small orb cradled in his hands, he closed his eyes, muttering indistinctly. The orb in his palm, with a gentle bounce, began to emit a blinding light. When the radiance faded, it transformed into a butterfly that settled delicately upon his hand. He raised his palm slightly, and the unpracticed butterfly flapped its wings clumsily before taking flight into the air. This tiny creature would henceforth be impervious to any illusions or psychic influences. The softly glowing butterfly darted through the forest, traversing the glassy expanse, and accurately landed atop the slumbering Guyu's head. The entire butterfly perched there, dissipating like a mist upon Guyu's crown. At that moment, Guyu lay upon a skeletal frame, his right wrist resting before him. Sensing the presence of the duality of Sukuna, he leaped onto the bones, landing precisely as before. The flowers within this realm had vanished. Sukuna kicked Guyu's leg, exclaiming, Hey! Guyu lowered his arm, staring at Sukuna. With a frown, Sukuna squatted down, brushing Guyu's hair aside, even tugging down his school uniform to reveal his complete visage, nodding in satisfaction. I'm hungry, he declared. Guyu, momentarily dazed, recalled the promise he had made to Sukuna. He sprawled out, indicating with his posture that Sukuna could consume him as he pleased. Sukuna narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to feast upon someone who appeared so lifeless. With a swift motion, he grasped Guyu's clothing and yanked him upright. Guyu, now forced into a sitting position, sighed inwardly, yearning for a moment of quietude. Observing the distance between them, Sukuna simply lifted Guyu, cradling him against his chest, his nose grazing Guyu's neck. With a sudden force, he tore away half of Guyu's school uniform and bent down to bite into his shoulder. The taste was distinct, tinged with bitterness. Feeling the warmth of blood on his hands, Sukuna swallowed the flesh in confusion, raising his hand to see the transparent streaks of liquid flowing down his palm. Frowning, he turned Guyu around to face him. Guyu kept his head bowed. Sukuna seized Guyu's chin, compelling him to look up, his gaze locking onto Guyu's reddened eyes. Have you been crying? Guyu remained silent, yet tears streamed down his cheeks. Sukuna observed the tears on his hand, lifting it to his lips to taste. The tears of a soul, he realized, were also salty. Guyu, taken aback by Sukuna's unexpected action, froze. Sukuna watched Guyu's tears. Why have you stopped crying? Your emotions have evaporated. What is there to cry about? He reclined back onto the skeletal frame, observing Guyu's despondent demeanor. Sukuna nonchalantly kicked Guyu off the bones. Guyu landed steadily in the blood pool, gazing upwards as Sukuna leapt down beside him, splattering blood upon Guyu's face. Guyu expelled a mouthful of blood, tasting the metallic tang of iron. Aren't you angry? Sukuna pressed down with his foot. Guyu glanced at the foot on his chest, biting the flesh at the corner of his mouth to stifle the blood rising within him, expressionless as he regarded the crimson sky. TSK. Sukuna gripped Guyu's mouth, forcefully prying it open, the scent of fresh blood wafting forth. Do you not know how to spit? With irritation, Sukuna seized Guyu's hand and yanked him up, their figures vanishing into the blood pool. They reappeared upon the throne, where Sukuna seated himself, guiding Guyu to sit sideways upon his lap. One arm encircled Guyu's waist while the other covered his eyes. I cannot see. Therefore, weep if you wish. Guyu blinked, his long eyelashes brushing against Sukuna's palm. A ticklish sensation. Guyu lifted his hand to remove Sukuna's hand from his face, collapsing against him. He did not wish to cry. He merely desired a moment of tranquility. Sukuna gazed at Guyu's demeanor, reminded of how Guyu comforted others. He gently patted Guyu's head, remaining silent, simply existing together in stillness. After an indeterminate period, Guyu broke the silence. Isn't it rather dull to remain in this realm? Sukuna, lost in thought, returned to reality. It is indeed tedious, filled with an array of utterly insipid individuals. Yet I am not alone. Frequently, you enter here, and sometimes, I find myself harboring unacknowledged anticipation. Guyu nodded, inquiring, so what has transpired? Sukuna observed the now tranquil Guyu and spoke, I wish for two individuals I shall never see again. Guyu clenched his fingers tightly, lamenting, I do not even know if they are alive or dead. A trace of mockery flickered across Sukuna's face. Humans truly are troublesome, insignificant and fragile, forever swayed by their emotions. Guyu fell silent for a moment. Sukuna, you were once human too, correct? Indeed. When you were human, did you not find it repulsive to consume others? Sukuna's eyes narrowed as he pinched the soft flesh at the back of Guyu's neck. Do you take issue with my dietary preferences? Guyu, akin to a cat caught by the throat, froze. No, not at all. Sukuna released his grip, shifting to caress Guyu's head. It would be best for you to adjust your emotions promptly. I have no desire to feast upon bitter flesh. Bitter flesh? Guyu gazed at Sukuna in confusion. Chapter 55, Mad Dog. Sukuna grunted, although I am uncertain why, your flavor seems to fluctuate with your mood. Guyu twitched his lips, realizing his own body could regulate its taste. How chillingly eerie. Sukuna absent-mindedly stroked Guyu's head, his gaze fixed on the ground. Deep in thought, Guyu, having circled around, evaded Sukuna's hand. He was not a pet. Sukuna snapped back to attention, staring coldly at Guyu. A true man can bend and stretch. Guyu placed his head back down, and Sukuna, satisfied, resumed his gentle stroking of Guyu's hair, drifting back into contemplation. Guyu pouted, blowing away the stray strands of hair that fell before him. Wasn't he the one feeling down? He peered into Sukuna's unfocused eyes, pondering the misfortune of the person before him. How about I take you out for a stroll? Sukuna squinted, pressing his palm firmly against Guyu's head. What do you take me for? A pet for a stroll? Gazing into those dangerously sharp eyes, Guyu swallowed nervously. A dog, perhaps a mad dog. Not quite a pet. Sukuna raised his hand, pushing Guyu's head to the side. Guyu, with his head tilted, felt the pain of being bitten. TSK. I too am caught up in emotions. I pity him. Guyu turned his head, only able to see the red strands of hair on his shoulder. His right hand itched to move. Seizing the moment when Sukuna's attention waned, Guyu gently pressed on Sukuna's hair. The strands felt rigid, prickly against his fingers. Guyu stifled a small laugh, finding the texture oddly satisfying. Suddenly, the blood in my mouth turned sweet, a duality of existence. The capriciousness of human emotions is truly remarkable. By the time Guyu awoke again, everything had returned to normal. Glancing at the figure beside him, he nuzzled against the face of Ho. Good morning. Ho shyly replied, good morning. It seemed that Xiaoyu was in high spirits. Guyu hummed a tuneless melody as he made his way to the cafeteria, pondering what delicacies awaited him today. Perhaps shrimp? If shrimp were on the menu, he could indulge in an extra bowl of rice. Upon entering the cafeteria, Yuta's eyes lit up at the sight of Guyu approaching. He waved enthusiastically, morning. Morning. Guyu replied, eyeing the omelet rice on Yuta's tray. Not bad. He enjoyed that dish as well. After collecting his meal, Guyu surveyed the surroundings and settled next to Yuta. Yet, he noticed the absence of others. Where are the rest? He inquired. They're already training on the playground. I came over after my morning run, Yuta explained. Ah, it seems everyone is quite motivated, Guyu mused, his eyes narrowing in contentment. How wonderful. He could now relax without worry. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. Guyu's right eyelid twitched, a premonition of impending trouble. Yuta glanced up. Aren't you going to answer that? Guyu stared at his phone, revealing a call from Itadori. His instincts screamed that something was amiss, but he answered nonetheless. Hello? Xiaoyu, I've encountered something peculiar. Itadori said, his gaze fixed on a child nearby. What sort of peculiarity? Guyu asked. It's hard to explain over the phone. I'll send you the address. Could you come over? He continued, slicing through his omelet rice with a spoon. If you're not in a hurry, I could have breakfast first. No rush, take your time. Just come when you're done, Itadori replied. His face flushed as he hung up. That was rather forward, he muttered. Rika, Xiaoyu hasn't had breakfast yet. Let us wait for him. Rika smiled in agreement. The red figure nearby shifted slightly, its aura of darkness intensifying. Guyu, disheartened, poked at his omelet rice. It seemed another task awaited him. Yuta observed Guyu's troubled expression. What's wrong? Another mission? Guyu shook his head. Just some other matters. With a sigh, he focused on his meal. Upon reaching the designated location, Guyu discovered it was a park, featuring basic entertainment facilities and a sandpit. At a bench near the opposite exit sat a child, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, lost in thought. Soul and cursed energy. There is something off about this child. Guyu noted, observing the child and a spirit constructing a sandcastle in the play area. With a slight twitch of his lips, he approached. Is it fun? Itadori, wielding a small shovel, looked up. Want to help build? It's quite enjoyable. Guyu waved his hand, declining the invitation. What is going on over there? Itadori glanced at the child on the bench. I brought you here because of him. This child is a soul, but for some reason, he is shrouded in cursed energy. We were supposed to go shopping today, Riko and I, Itadori continued, reminiscing about their past as they saw the park together. They sat in the dirt, playing old games. Itadori plucked a flower from the park and fashioned it into a ring, presenting it to Rika. Would you still be willing to be my bride? He asked, his face turning crimson. Rika smiled and nodded. Itadori, flustered, attempted to place the ring on Rika's finger, but it fell to the ground. Both gazed at the ring on the ground, feeling an emptiness in their hearts. Yet, Rika lifted her hand to gently grasp Itadori's. It's all right. I've already accepted it. In my heart, I am already your wife. Itadori smiled back at Rika, nodding in agreement. I love you, Rika. Even if we cannot touch, even if we are worlds apart, as long as you are by my side, that is enough. Just then, the child suddenly appeared before them. Itadori initially thought it was a curse to be dispelled, but Rika stopped him. She floated to the child, crouching down. Little one, where did you come from? The child glanced at Rika but remained silent, drifting away. Rika stood up. He is a soul. Perhaps we should call Xiaoyu. He might have more insight into this. Obediently, Itadori retrieved his phone to summon Guyu. While waiting for Guyu to arrive, they played in the sand. Guyu tilted his head as he approached the child. Can you speak? He asked, sitting on the bench beside him. The child looked at Guyu, then focused on the spirit behind him. Guyu followed the child's gaze. This is Ho. The child repeated, Ho, are you here to take me away? He asked, his eyes wide with innocence. My mother said that after death, a reaper would come to escort my soul. She said she saw the reaper. But she hasn't died yet. I don't want to go to hell. The child's expression was one of impending tears. Guyu instinctively patted the child's head. How could you go to hell? Ho pointed in astonishment. You touched him? But he is a soul. How could he have a physical form? Guyu felt the cold touch beneath his hand, bewildered. The child sniffled, wiping his tears. My mom always says I'm a bad child, that I'm not obedient. If I'm not obedient, the reaper will come and take me to a bad place. Guyu, having encountered many parents using fear to control their children, was taken aback by such cruelty. Crouching down, he looked at the child. Your mother is just trying to scare you. What is your name? The child wiped his tears. I'm Murayama Nishi. It's true, little Nishi. Ho won't take you away, nor will he lead you to hell. Nishi shook his head. Mom said anyone who hides their face is not a good person. Stay away from them. Guyu, feeling helpless, pushed his hair back, letting his face show. How about this? Can you trust me now? Nishi looked at Guyu. Somewhat shyly, you're very handsome. Observing the child's twin ponytails, Guyu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at such superficiality at such a young age. Gently stroking Nishi's head, Guyu inquired, Can you tell me why you are here? I came to play, Nishi responded. But for some reason, my friends won't play with me anymore. I tried calling them, but no one listened. They all screamed and ran away. It seemed the child had yet to realize the gravity of his situation, and the cursed energy surrounding him was rapidly approaching that of a curse. Do you remember what you were doing before? Guyu asked. Nishi lowered his head, contemplating. Mom and Dad were arguing. I was hungry, so I went to the fridge to find something to eat, and then... He paused, struggling to remember if he had eaten anything. I should have eaten something. Otherwise, how would I not be hungry? Nishi nodded, and then I came out to play. Guyu suppressed the strange feelings rising within him. The chill of the child's touch, the fridge, the connection severed, his own powers merging. He hesitated to use his soul power recklessly. Can you take me to your home to visit, Nishi? Xiaoxi tightened her embrace around herself, shaking her head. My mother won't allow me to bring strangers home. She is quite strict, she said, mimicking a fierce expression. What about him? Guyu gestured to her brother. encouraging him to play with Xiaoxi. You are friends. So we are friends too, right? Xiaoxi, still holding onto the back, nodded in a somewhat bewildered manner. That must be true. Guyu took Xiaoxi's hand, adding, then he is not a stranger anymore. Your brother can accompany you home to play. A spark of excitement ignited within her. I'll take you. My home is nearby. Xiaoxi said, tugging at Guyu's hand. Igue observed the two about to leave, a puzzled look on his face as he turned to Guyu. Where are you going? This feels a bit off. I'll follow Xiaoxi to her house. You two wait here. If there is any news, I'll call you. Igue nodded, gazing gently at Rika. Let us continue building the castle. Rika smiled as she sat across from him. As Guyu held Xiaoxi's hand, she exclaimed. Upon exiting the park, a police car passed by them. Brother, just turn left and then right, and we'll be home. Xiaoxi joyfully led the way. Humming a cheerful tune, Guyu felt the small hand in hers growing increasingly cold, her expression turning serious. She gently patted Xiaoxi's head, offering a warm smile. Let us play a game, Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi looked up, her eyes brimming with anticipation. What game? Guyu raised a finger. Let us race to see who gets home first. The one who arrives last has to buy ice cream for the one who arrives first. What do you think? Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay. Guyu assumed a running stance. 3, 2, 1. Go. With that, Xiaoxi gathered her strength and dashed off. Igue, still serious, observed Guyu closely. What have you noticed? Perhaps Xiaoxi herself was unaware that her speed had transcended that of a normal human. Guyu followed closely behind, harboring uncertain speculations. In just 10 minutes, they had covered more than half of the distance. I won. This is my home, Xiaoxi declared joyfully, pointing to her door as she hopped in excitement. The name Mariyama hung by the entrance. Guyu pressed the doorbell, and after a moment, a middle-aged woman emerged. Who is it? Xiaoxi waved her hand. Mom, it's me. I'm home, and I brought a friend. Yet, the woman appeared oblivious to her presence. Guyu noticed the woman's swollen eyes. Hello, I'm Xiaoxi's friend. The woman's eyes widened in alarm as she turned and shouted, Officer, a bad person has come to our door. A bad person has come to our door. Xiaoxi looked at her mother, puzzled. Why isn't Mom responding to me? Turning to Guyu, her eyes filled with tears. Is Mom angry? Inside, the police officers began to swarm out, responding to the woman's cries. Guyu revealed her student ID. Do you know this? One officer took it and glanced at it. A high school student? An older officer approached and took the ID from Guyu, his expression somewhat unnatural. Guyu inquired, do you know where Xiaoxi is? Xiaoxi, confused, looked at Guyu. Brother, I'm right here. Xiaoxi's mother pointed angrily at Guyu. That wretched child must have been taken by you and your kind. Xiaoxi blinked, unable to comprehend. But I'm standing right here. Guyu frowned, inhaled deeply, and pushed past the surrounding officers to enter the house. An officer attempted to stop her, but was restrained by the older officer. When it comes to someone from that school, we can only observe. Observing the young man's bewildered expression, the older officer offered no further explanation. Xiaoxi's mother stood at the door, demanding, what are you doing? Stealing my child and breaking into my home. If you don't move, your daughter will truly die. Guyu regarded the woman coldly, causing her to shiver at the intensity of her gaze. Instinctively, she stepped aside. Guyu pushed past her and rushed into the house. Xiaoxi's mother, witnessing the indifferent officers, cried out, are you just going to let him invade my home? That wretched girl is missing, and there is a stranger breaking into my house right in front of the police. She sank to the ground, weeping and lamenting her misfortune. Her gaze swept the room until it landed on the refrigerator. She dashed over and flung the door open. Xiaoxi gazed into the fridge, her head seemingly frozen in place. Isn't she here? Why is there another me in there? Indeed, it was a lost soul. Guyu sighed inwardly, hastily extracting Xiaoxi's body and channeling energy into it. The child's body was on the brink of freezing to death. Xiaoxi looked at her own lifeless form in Guyu's arms, memories flooding back. I remember now. I came to the fridge for food, but it was too deep. So I crawled in. Then, brother, am I already dead? The concept of death was not foreign to her. Her mother often scolded her, calling her a troublesome child. Watching the body slowly regain its breath, Guyu exhaled with relief. Xiaoxi was not dead. Her soul had merely left her body for a time. Once you go back in, you can live again. Chapter 57. The Argument. Xiaoxi gazed at the body in Guyu's arms, stepping back and shaking her head. Why? Guyu looked at Xiaoxi in confusion. Xiaoxi pouted, shaking her head as she retreated, saying nothing before running out. Hey, I'll go. Guyu flew out, trailing after Xiaoxi. Guyu sighed at the lifeless body in her arms. Very well, if you all choose to ignore this, I will seek justice myself. After all, if that wretched girl is gone, I have no desire to continue living. Xiaoxi's mother burst in. You wait. I'll make sure we go down together. Upon seeing the child in Guyu's arms, her eyes widened in shock. She rushed up to Guyu and snatched Xiaoxi from her embrace. Xiaoxi! Xiaoxi! Xiaoxi's mother gently shook her. What's wrong? Wake up. Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, why is this child so cold? I'll take you to the hospital. Guyu rose to block Xiaoxi's mother. Taking her to the hospital now would only lead her to her demise. Xiaoxi's mother glared at Guyu. What do you know, you half-grown child? Move aside. If anything happens to this girl, I'll haunt you as a ghost. With that, she tried to push past Guyu. Guyu began to understand why there was a flow of cursed energy surrounding the child. She reached out. And before Xiaoxi's mother could react, she cradled the child once more. Xiaoxi's soul is not here. You've taken her body away. If you take her like this, Xiaoxi will never wake up. If the soul cannot find its body, the body will forever remain in slumber until death. What are you babbling about? The incredulous mother scoffed. How can one believe the strange ramblings of a child? I brought Xiaoxi back, Guyu exclaimed, as she flew in with Xiaoxi from the entrance. Xiaoxi hung her head, filled with resistance. Guyu took a step back, channeling her energy, as colorful flowers began to bloom quietly at her feet. Look here, Guyu pointed towards Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's mother glared at Guyu in a fit of rage, insisting that there was no time to waste. She reached out and seized Xiaoxi's hand, demanding her return. Mom. Xiaoxi softly called as she observed her mother's abrupt movement. Xiaoxi's mother froze momentarily, her gaze shifting in confusion towards the source of the voice. Death. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Xiaoxi? She released her grip on Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi hurried to her mother's side, attempting to help her up. Does it hurt? Mom. The strength of a child was insufficient to lift an adult. Trembling, Xiaoxi's mother grasped Xiaoxi's hands tightly, but Xiaoxi's body felt icy. Looking at Xiaoxi in Guyu's arms, and then back at the child before her, Xiaoxi's mother was engulfed in bewilderment. What is happening? Guyu succinctly explained. What I hold is the body, what you hold is the soul. Xiaoxi's mother tilted her head to glance at Xiaoxi, who lacked a shadow. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she embraced Xiaoxi fiercely. You wretched child, where have you been? How could you vanish like this? Even death has come. Xiaoxi gently patted her mother's shoulder. Don't cry, Mom. Guyu observed the intensifying curse power enveloping Xiaoxi, frowning. The curse from a loved one is remarkably potent. She is not dead yet, Guyu stated. But she does not wish to live, he added before Xiaoxi's mother could feel any relief. Xiaoxi's mother swatted Xiaoxi's arm. What do you mean you don't want to live? Have I not sacrificed enough for you? You think I want to raise an ungrateful child? She lamented. If I had known this would be the outcome, I should have ended you at birth, sparing myself the burden of raising an ingrate. Xiaoxi's mother cried out. If that wretched girl truly dies, I might as well find a place to hang myself. Xiaoxi stood silently with her head bowed. It was her mother who had said it would be better if she had died sooner, that if she were a boy, things would be different, that it would have been better if she had never been born. She was merely trying to fulfill her mother's wishes. Why was she being scolded? Xiaoxi clutched her heart, overwhelmed by confusion and pain. It hurt so deeply, as if she might shatter. Xiaoxi looked up at Guyu, questioning, why does it still hurt even after death? The curse power surrounding Xiaoxi intensified further, making Guyu feel exasperated. He pulled out his phone and tapped a few buttons. Auntie, if you truly love Xiaoxi, you must cease cursing her. Xiaoxi's mother, tearful, gazed at Guyu. I have not cursed her. You have a way, don't you? You can bring Xiaoxi back to life. Can't you? The fact that he could see Xiaoxi indicated that she was no ordinary child. Guyu intended to ask Xiaoxi why she did not wish to return to life. Standing straight, Xiaoxi accepted her mother's reprimands. Yes, why do you not want to live? Have I deprived you of food and clothing? Xiaoxi sniffed. It is because Mom does not want me to live. Xiaoxi's mother widened her eyes in disbelief. What nonsense. As soon as she said this, Xiaoxi's mother glanced at Guyu. Shrinking back slightly. Noticing Guyu's silence, she turned back to Xiaoxi. You are my child, born after 10 months of labor. If I did not want you, why would I have given birth? Do you know how much I suffered to bring you into this world? I could barely eat or sleep. Xiaoxi shrank her neck, tears falling to the ground as she recalled her mother saying that if Xiaoxi died, it would make things easier for her. Xiaoxi's mother furrowed her brows. When did I ever say that? You're lying. When did I ever say such a thing? Xiaoxi pointed to the living room, right here. I heard you and Dad arguing at noon. They had pushed each other, and Dad had angrily shoved Mom aside. Mom had retorted, you wretched man. Now you dare to push me? What is next? Are you going to hit me? My poor life. Dad had pointed at Mom, his hand trembling with anger. Can you be any more unreasonable? Mom had shot back, unreasonable? Fine, go find someone who isn't. This life is unbearable. Dad had angrily declared. If you don't want to be together, then don't. Mom had reacted with a knowing look. Ah, so this was your true intention all along. If you don't want to be together, then why should I stay? If it weren't for that wretched girl Xiaoxi, I would have divorced you long ago. I should have never given birth to her. A loud slap had echoed through the room as Dad struck Mom. Can you stop saying that every day? Xiaoxi is old enough to understand what that means. Mom had glared fiercely at Dad, So now you dare to use violence? I told you she understands. If she dies, it would make things easier for me. Why bother with divorce? It would be better for the family to stay intact. Chapter 58. Words bring disaster. Xiaoxi's mother looked mortified. You heard that? Xiaoxi nodded, pointing to the room upstairs. I heard everything clearly at the door. Those were just angry words. How could you take them seriously? Xiaoxi's mother said, wiping Xiaoxi's tears. Xiaoxi, my words may be harsh, but I have always loved you. Think of the nutritious meals I've prepared for you with such effort. The little clothes you wear were all bought by me. Every outing and every activity you did, I was there with you. As she spoke, Xiaoxi's mother began to cry again. You ungrateful child. After all I have done for you, are you really going to leave me over a few words? Xiaoxi pouted and burst into tears. I don't know. She had tried to comply with her mother's wishes. Yet it seemed her mother was not happy at all. And what her mother said, she had never truly paid attention to. She felt as if she were indeed a little ingrate. The two of them began to weep in each other's arms. Guyu, who had just managed to stabilize his emotions, found himself confronted with yet another tumultuous scene. What sin had he committed? Frustrated, he rubbed his temples, struggling to suppress the urge to curse. Speak civility, show courtesy. Set a good example, he reminded himself mentally. Exhaling a deep breath, he observed the two still sobbing, questioning whether Xiaoxi could indeed be revived. Xiaoxi's mother suddenly exclaimed, You better come back to life and show me. Xiaoxi glanced at her mother and approached Guyu. Brother, Xiaoxi said, looking at him with determination. Guyu studied Xiaoxi, asking, Have you made up your mind? Xiaoxi, glancing at her mother who was gritting her teeth, nodded, yes. Her mother was right, although her words pained her. Seeing her mother in despair would cause her even more pain. Therefore, Xiaoxi concluded that some of her mother's words should not be taken to heart. Instead, she should focus on the love her mother had shown through her actions. Xiaoxi smiled at Guyu. Brother, when I wake up, I want to play with Xiaoxi. Guyu patted Xiaoxi's head gently. Just lie back down. Everything will be all right. Xiaoxi nodded and lay back down into her own body. After waiting for a while, why hasn't Xiaoxi awakened? Guyu gazed at Xiaoxi's mother, inquiring about her actions prior to Xiaoxi's disappearance. Xiaoxi's mother, with her pitch-black eyes, parted her lips slightly and sighed. Regardless, it was already quite embarrassing. Behind the house lay a small vegetable garden that I had planted. I was weeping there. Xiaoxi's mother, her face reddening, waited for her emotions to stabilize before gathering some vegetables to prepare a meal. After waiting in vain for Xiaoxi to return home, I decided to call the police. Guyu presumed that Xiaoxi's mother had been angered and had left, neglecting Xiaoxi, which was why Xiaoxi was rummaging through the refrigerator in hunger. Guyu grasped Xiaoxi's hand, and a green energy coursed through Xiaoxi's entire being. The spell on her soul had already been pushed outside by her spirit, creating a distance between them, thus eliminating any potential danger. Xiaoxi's eyelashes fluttered. The mother who had regained her child embraced Xiaoxi, on the verge of tears, terrified by the ordeal. Guyu, observing Xiaoxi's mother, offered a cautionary reminder. Words spoken in haste can invite calamity. Some utterances, once released, can materialize into reality, especially during moments of heightened emotion when words wield greater power. Xiaoxi's mother, taken aback, pondered the meaning behind this. I will be cautious, she replied. It's one thing to speak, but quite another to act. Let us take Xiaoxi to the hospital. After all, she has been in the refrigerator for a while. A visit to the hospital would be prudent. Guyu moved towards the door, and Xiaoxi's mother agreed, carrying Xiaoxi as they exited. At the entrance, the police all turned to look at them simultaneously. The senior officer took a puff of his cigarette, releasing a cloud of smoke that momentarily obscured his vision. Guyu approached the senior officer, presenting his student ID. Resolved? The officer casually inquired as he accepted the ID. Guyu nodded in affirmation and departed. Xiaoxi's mother approached the senior officer with Xiaoxi in her arms. The child was found in the refrigerator. Could you assist in taking us to the hospital? The senior officer promptly extinguished his cigarette and called the traffic department to clear a path, ensuring the child reached the hospital as swiftly as possible. Guyu chose a different route, passing the park from earlier. Shouldn't we inform Igwe and the others? Guyu tugged at the strands of hair that had been freshly styled. Let that couple in the park play with the sand, she scoffed, noticing Guyu's brisk stride. Wasn't this a form of misplaced frustration? Oh, it's you, a gentle female voice chimed beside her. Guyu turned her head to find the girl from the cake shop. What was her name again? Sensing Guyu's confusion, the girl spoke up. I'm Saori. Do you remember me? Guyu nodded, though she hadn't recalled the girl's name. Saori approached Guyu. Are the cookies delicious? As they walked, Saori casually inquired. Guyu recalled the cookies she had left in Ding Zaki's embrace. My classmate loves them. Is that so? Saori replied with a bright smile. What kind do you enjoy? Guyu contemplated for a moment. In this world, perhaps dorayaki, not too sweet. Dorayaki, huh? It takes some time to make. Do you have time tomorrow, Guyu? I shouldn't have anything planned. Why? Is there something amiss? Saori shook her phone, indicating the shop's surveillance. Though it's not apparent, my intuition tells me you saved me. Since we've met, I'd like to treat my saviors to a meal. They had intended to find them anyway. Encountering them here was serendipitous. It's our duty to save you. There's no need for such formality. We were compensated for our services, Guyu replied. Saori looked at Guyu sincerely, her hands clasped together. Allow me to express my gratitude. Didn't you mention your classmate enjoys the cookies I bake? The ones you took home have been stored for a while. Freshly baked ones are far more delectable. Guyu met Saori's gaze, and both exchanged a moment of understanding. Guyu averted her eyes first. She genuinely wanted to treat them. I'll bring Maki-senpai along. And that classmate who loves cookies should join us as well. The more, the merrier. Guyu nodded in agreement. Saori retrieved her phone. Let us exchange numbers. I'll treat you at the shop. Do you remember the address? Guyu affirmed. With the matter settled, Saori nodded in satisfaction. They parted ways at the intersection, and Saori waved from across the street. Tomorrow, you must come. Chapter 59, Because of You. Guyu watched Saori's smile, tugging at her clothing. She pursed her lips, pondering what was so delightful. Across the street, Saori joyfully returned home to prepare some red beans for the children to taste her cooking. How delightful it was to think about it. What? Treating? Ding Zaki exclaimed, pointing at herself with pride. Guyu nodded, recalling Saori's words about the freshly baked cookies. Maki leaned back in her chair, surprised that someone remembered to express gratitude after saving them. Salmon. Panda touched his mouth, adding, that might be because most people we save have already succumbed to the curse. True, Maki conceded. The name Saori sparked a hint of nostalgia in Ding Zaki's eyes. She must be a gentle person. However, our miss had not attended. Being invited proves her charm. Ding Zaki burst into laughter, standing on her chair. Yuji sat on a stool, swinging back and forth, eyes sparkling with envy as he looked at Guyu. Cookies. Just like a dog waiting to be fed. When I return, I'll bring some for you, Guyu tentatively suggested. Yuji nodded, his eyes narrowing in bliss as if flowers were blooming above his head. In certain aspects, he and Guyu bore similarities. Bang. Satoru Gojo pushed the door open. What are you all discussing? Yuji, brimming with enthusiasm, raised his hand. Cookies. Haim suddenly recalled that this was the teacher who had gone out of his way to buy local specialties during a life and death situation. His expression darkened. Oh, cookies? I have a great recommendation. Satoru waved his finger. The girl from the cake shop whom Maki saved invited us to try her creations. Is that so? Satoru exclaimed with delight, raising his hand. I want to go too. But she didn't invite you, Maki pointed out. It's fine, the cake shop is a business. So it's okay for us to go. Yuji's eyes lit up, then I want to go too. Fresh cookies, fresh cookies. Satoru gave a thumbs up. Alright. Let us gather all the school members there for a meal tomorrow. We've never gathered privately before. Guyu, initially planning to sleep in, reluctantly got up to dress at 8 o'clock, responding to everyone's summons. Is it not good to go at noon? 3 vehicles brought everyone to the entrance of the cake shop. Excuse me. Upon noticing the absence of anyone inside, Guyu called out first, having prepared everything. Saori heard the voice and pulled back the curtain, exclaiming, You've come. Upon seeing such a large gathering, she momentarily froze. 10 students from school, all present, were summoned by Wataru. Saori, glancing at the girl before her who was tied with an apron, rubbed her eyes. Guyu, suppressing her embarrassment, interjected. They all wish to sample your culinary prowess. We've come to purchase some cookies. Saori, regaining her composure, replied, Purchase? Please, have a seat. Saori, Sumiki called out, stepping nervously before her. Saori looked at the child before her, finding her somewhat familiar. Sumiki? Saori hesitantly uttered the name. Sumiki's eyes glistened as she rushed into Saori's embrace, exclaiming, I've missed you so much. Unable to evade, Saori could only raise her hands, looking a bit helpless. I'm covered in flour. Don't get it on your clothes. Sumiki nuzzled against Saori for a moment before stepping back. Saori chuckled, wiping the flour off Sumiki's face with the back of her hand, teasing, You've turned into a little flower cat. A chime echoed from the kitchen's oven. Her cookies were ready. Saori bent down, addressing Sumiki. The cookies are done. May I fetch some for you? Sumiki nodded and released her grip. Saori smiled as she returned to the kitchen. Sumiki stifled her tears. Encountering Saori again was a joyous occasion, and she couldn't afford to cry. Turning around, everyone had already gathered their chairs together. Sumiki sat beside Maki. Maki, resting her chin on her hand, asked, Do you recognize her? Sumiki nodded. She's the sister I knew when I was younger. In her childhood, Saori was like a doll, both beautiful and kind. Years had passed, yet she remained as doll-like as ever. The freshly baked cookies need to cool before we eat, Saori announced as she emerged with a tray of cookies. The air filled with the enticing aroma of milk and various fruits. Itadori's eyes sparkled. It smells amazing. Saori smiled at everyone. It's my exclusive recipe. Sumiki, gazing intently at Saori, blinked. Would you like to lend me a small hand? Sumiki nodded vigorously. Then follow me. Saori beckoned as she led Sumiki back to the kitchen. Maki, holding a cookie in her hand, couldn't shake the feeling that the bond between these two was extraordinary. The cookies had cooled enough to handle. Guyu picked up a cookie sprinkled with raisins, took a bite, and exclaimed, delicious. She then handed another piece to Panda. Hey, you can eat too? Panda, cradling the cookie with both hands, responded, I can, but I don't eat much. Guyu turned to Panda. Isn't it stranger that you are a cursed spirit? Panda blinked. I'm a mutant. Being odd is quite normal. Right? Maki interjected, looking at Panda. Is your body made of cotton? Can you even digest food? Yaga sighed. Is it really appropriate to discuss such matters so openly? Panda clutched his chest. Have you only just realized this after living together for so long? Of course. I can digest. Shunpei poked at the tiny Tsukuyami beside him. Let him out to smell the food, since he can't eat. Creak. Wataru sampled the cookie and was pleasantly surprised. Wow, this cookie is genuinely delightful. In the kitchen, Saori personally tied an apron around Sumiki. I've prepared the filling for the dorayaki. I'll make the batter shortly. Will you help me with the filling? Sumiki nodded, watching Saori expertly at work. Sumiki recalled their previous conversations, realizing that Saori had always been pursuing her dreams. Perhaps it could be said that Saori's dream had already been realized. Because it's so enjoyable to see the customers smile when they eat the desserts I make, it brings me great happiness. Saori smiled at Sumiki. And you? Have you fulfilled your dreams? Sumiki nodded. I've succeeded in leaving that village and am living in the city now. That is impressive. Saori praised without reservation. Sumiki's cheeks flushed. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I would have remained ignorant of so much about the outside world. She might have lived a mundane life, perishing in that detestable countryside. I didn't do anything. Your success is solely due to your own efforts. Sometimes. She pondered whether they would meet again. Chapter 60. Initially, she hadn't exchanged contact information out of fear that her life would not turn out well, and that meeting again would shatter Sumiki's idealized image of her. Saori, I've always been worried, Sumiki confessed. Worried about what? Worried that our reunion might ruin the impression I've left in your heart. Yet she had always longed for the chance to meet again. Sumiki scooped a generous spoonful of red bean paste, stating, Saori is Saori. In my heart, she will never change. She will always be that gentle and beautiful sister. Sumiki? Yes. Too much red bean paste can be overwhelming. Sumiki, her face reddened, scooped half of it back into the bowl. Soon, they emerged with a platter of dorayaki. Try this, the improved version of dorayaki. I remember you said you liked sweet treats. Guyu suddenly noticed a small being the size of a palm peeking from Saori's shoulder, observing the crowd. It's a guardian spirit formed from benevolent thoughts. She remarked. The spirit flew beside the little guardian, poking its cheek playfully. Saori followed Guyu's gaze. What's wrong? Did you get flour on your shoulder? Mei observed Saori's shoulder, noting it was the same guardian spirit as Guyu's, a testament to both being kind-hearted individuals. Why must Sister Miki suffer such unfairness from fate, lying quietly in bed? Mei clenched her hands tightly. Guyu shook her head, biting into the dorayaki. The pancake was soft and delicate, the red bean paste sweet and delightful. Importantly, it wasn't overly sweet at all. Much better than what you buy outside. Guyu gave a thumbs up, delicious. Seeing Saori's satisfied expression, Sumiki placed her hands on her hips, playfully demanding, the filling was crafted by yours truly. How is it? Evenly spread, right? She wore a look that begged for praise. Guyu glanced at the dorayaki in her hand, and then at Sumiki. Did you wash your hands? Sumiki, anticipating compliments, widened her eyes. I didn't wash. If you're squeamish, don't eat it. She attempted to snatch the dorayaki from Guyu's hands. Guyu swiftly pivoted, flipping onto another chair. Sumiki missed her grasp. Guyu took a bite of the dorayaki, lifting her hair with one hand, and provocatively winked at Sumiki. Dazzled by her beauty, Sumiki rolled up her sleeves. Gritting her teeth, don't run. The table fell into silence. So Guyu has this side to her? Itadori marveled. She seemed so easy to bully at first. Yet she has this mischievous side. Satoru Gojo rested his chin on his hand, holding a dorayaki while observing how much Yuta was enjoying teasing Inumaki. Upon reflection, it seemed that from their very first encounter, they had not quite seen eye to eye. Menteko. Maki scoffed, amused by the sight of Inumaki. Cheeks puffed up in indignation from Yuta's playful jabs. Yuta, relying on his remarkable physical prowess, managed to avoid any contact from Inumaki in such a confined space. Saori watched the scene unfold with a smile, pleased to see that Inumaki was getting along well with his classmates, which eased her concerns. If you don't return soon, there won't be anything left to eat, she called out. The two rascals, previously frolicking about indoors, promptly returned to their seats at the table. Junpei stifled a laugh. Thinking how life often mirrored cinematic plots, it appeared that those who seemed most innocuous could sometimes harbor great strength. As they departed, Inumaki exchanged contact information with Saori. Clutching his phone, he left for school, blissfully unaware that today was indeed his lucky day. I am Mechanimal. Do you have time to meet? Yuta read the message on his phone, recalling what Gojo-sensei had described about this unfortunate soul, cursed from birth by the heavens and bound by jinxes. Had he sought him out? Yuta began typing, tomorrow evening at 7. Mechanimal replied, I will be waiting at Showa-kan. Yuta responded with a simple, okay. Showa-kan, he mused. Seemed like a charming hotel. As he pondered, he searched for novels about time travel on his phone, selecting one that piqued his interest. The protagonist, having traversed into another world, believed himself to be the child of destiny, indulging in meals, slumber, and monster slaying, ultimately facing various antagonists. Then, tragedy struck. His father was murdered. Yuta blinked and skipped ahead a few chapters. Oh, and the mother had perished too. In a fit of rage, the protagonist unleashed a devastating attack, only for the villain to annihilate his remaining kin. Driven to madness, Yuta found himself tossing his phone aside. What was this? Wouldn't sleeping be far more delightful? He chastised himself. Sleep, sleep. At the entrance of Showa-kan, Yuta entered according to the number displayed on his phone. The establishment was enveloped in greenery, exuding a nostalgic charm, reminiscent of a quaint cabin that filled one with tranquility. Yuta discreetly assessed the decor, impressed by the selection. Glancing at his phone, he matched the number to the one on the door before gently knocking. With a creak, Mechanimal opened the door. Yuta gazed at the humanoid figure comprised of metal. Please, come in, Mechanimal invited. Stepping into the room, Yuta was greeted by a vast glass wall that offered a clear view of the surrounding forest. Aside from the mechanical structure, Mechanimal's true form was nowhere to be seen. Yuta settled onto a sofa by the wall. You called me over. Why don't you come to me? He quipped. Mechanimal sighed. I would dearly love to meet you in my true form, but I can only survive in this sterile chamber, or else my skin will bleed. It was a revelation. Surviving with such a fragile body was no small feat. That sounds truly unfortunate, Yuta remarked, devoid of any mockery, merely expressing a sentiment of empathy. He chose to omit the small talk and stated, Kamo mentioned that you were able to heal Inumaki's voice during the exchange meeting. Yuta acknowledged with a hum. Mechanimal's voice took on a tone of excitement. You possess a healing technique, do you not? Yuta nodded affirmatively. Please, assist me. I am willing to pay any price for your help. Yuta could feel the intensity of Mechanimal's gaze. After a moment of silence, he mused, back then, you were negotiating with the curses in a similar manner, weren't you? Mechanimal's expression shifted. What are you implying? Are you feigning ignorance? Yuta looked at his palm. Did Kamo not inform you that I share a close relationship with the curse that attended the exchange meeting? He stated nonchalantly. So, you two have made a deal with the curses? Mechanimal inquired, confusion etched on his face. He was well aware of the implications, which only deepened his bewilderment. According to sorcery regulations, any sorcerer who entered into an unauthorized pact with a curse was to be executed. Why had no one dealt with Yuta, who had exposed himself so completely? Indeed, the individual who made a deal with the curse at the exchange meeting is none other than you. No, I was merely testing you. What was once uncertain is now confirmed, Yuta replied, gesturing to his phone. You can verify it, can't you? Chapter 61, The Ordinary Person. Confirmed, came Gojo's voice from the phone. After receiving a message from Mechanimal the previous day, Yuta had decided to inform Gojo of their collaborative plan. Mechanimal gazed at Yuta incredulously. Are you planning to take us both down? All of them had allied with the curses. Was Yuta courting death? Yuta raised an eyebrow at Mechanimal. Not at all. Mechanimal became agitated. Do you realize that making a deal with a curse is punishable by execution? Yuta blinked in confusion. I wasn't aware of that. Gojo-sensei, you seem to have neglected to mention it, he added. Gojo pondered for a moment. I must have forgotten. He waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Those rotten oranges can't defeat you anyway. Besides, you still have me. Yuta suppressed a grimace as he ended the call. He was accustomed to this. There was nothing surprising about it. I don't have any pressing needs. Where's your true form? Since I've already put myself at risk, I may as well assist you. Mechanimal eyed Yuta warily. Are you really so eager to eliminate me? Yuta crossed his arms. I have no interest in killing. Mechanimal scrutinized Yuta, questioning how he could trust someone who had just fully surrendered himself. After all, he too had made a pact with the curses. What benefit would there be in killing him? Reflecting on the earlier conversation, Yuta felt compelled to clarify. That is true. They are already aware of my dealings with the curses. I want to be living much longer. Mechanimal closed his eyes, imagining that if only he could stand and experience the world for just a moment, he would be content. Yuta observed the motionless Mechanimal and waved his hand. Have you made up your mind? Mechanimal opened his eyes. Follow me. He led Yuta upstairs, having positioned his true form nearby for the sake of convenience regarding the treatment. With a creak, Mechanimal opened a small door. The room was dimly lit, an enclosure made of plastic. Inside lay a bathtub connected to various machines. Mechanimal reclined in the tub, bandages wrapped around his face, awaiting either Yuta's surprise or pity. Yuta poked at the plastic. Aren't you going to suffocate in there? Mechanimal blinked. There are oxygen machines. Oh, Yuta replied, losing interest. Despite his initial curiosity when poking the plastic, no other emotions arose. He glanced at the scythe held by his companion. What are you planning to do? Before them, a large gash had been torn open in the plastic. Guyu parted the plastic and stepped inside. The mechanical ball widened its eyes, staring at Guyu, as an unfamiliar gas enveloped them, causing a prickling sensation throughout its body. Guyu placed a hand on the mechanical ball's shoulder, urging it to retract the cursed energy it had unleashed. Understanding Guyu's intent to heal, the mechanical ball obediently recalled its energy, and the pain dissipated. Where limbs had been lacking, new appendages began to form. Once restored, Guyu withdrew his hand and encouraged. Try to move your legs. The mechanical ball swallowed nervously and tentatively shifted, lifting one leg. Its eyes widened with realization. It could feel its limbs again. With a hint of clumsiness, it attempted to raise the other leg. Observing its right hand, the mechanical ball clenched a fist with newfound strength. I can move. I can move, it exclaimed, covering its eyes as tears streamed down its face. At last, I can feel like a normal person. Guyu, who had been surveying the mechanical ball amidst the surrounding pipes, glanced back at it upon hearing those words. A normal person probably wouldn't be wrapped in bandages. He mused. After a moment, as the mechanical ball regained its composure, it grasped the edge of the bathtub and attempted to stand. With a sudden thud, it collapsed back into the tub, confusion clouding its expression. Why can't I stand up? I can move. Its demeanor darkened as uncertainty crept in. Without knowing what thoughts were swirling in the mechanical ball's mind, Guyu crouched down and poked its leg gently. I think you should find a rehabilitation specialist first. After all, people aren't born knowing how to walk. It takes time to adapt. Feeling the gentle prodding on its leg, the mechanical ball let out a sigh of relief. It had indeed been too impatient. But I wonder if I still have a chance to learn. Guyu rose, manipulating the water to swirl in his hand before letting it fall to the ground. Worrying won't change anything. It only adds to your troubles, he stated. The mechanical ball managed a wry smile in response. All it truly desired was to reunite with its classmates. If you were also ambushed, perhaps we could form a little escape team, it joked, having learned to find humor in its plight. Guyu shot the mechanical ball a knowing glance, conveying that it was perhaps overthinking. If we consider Satoru Gojo's personality, upon discovering your connection to curses, his first reaction might not be to eliminate you, but rather to assign you a thrilling mission. The mechanical ball envisioned that scene, Satoru Gojo grinning, placing a hand on his shoulder, saying, Mechanical ball, thank you for gathering intel on curses, followed by a menacing glare. But if you don't comply, I might just have to take you out. Shaking his head, the mechanical ball dismissed the terrifying image from his mind. Hesitantly, he opened his mouth. I made a deal with a curse named Mahito. However, after I informed him of the meeting time, I never saw him again. In that moment, he too had been swept up in the euphoria of potential recovery. Forgetting that curses were not to be trusted, he awaited the day Mahito would come to eliminate him once his usefulness had faded. Suddenly feeling the chill of impending doom from two opposing forces, the mechanical ball shivered. Now it was Guyu's turn to falter, momentarily at a loss for words. Mahito, huh? That could indeed grant the mechanical ball a complete body. If he hasn't turned into a crystal by now. According to Hanami's logic, he should be buried in the ground, waiting to grow. Achoo! Hanami sneezed, while Luo who frowned and distanced himself. I don't recall curses getting sick, he remarked, casting a glance at the flower pot. Perhaps someone is missing me. Luo who rolled his eyes, unimpressed. What could a crystal infused with Mahito's essence possibly yield? Reviving a curse isn't as simple as that. You might as well find a human and see if shoving the crystal inside them works. Like with the duality of Sukuna. Ignoring Luo who's comment, Hanami picked up a small watering can and poured it into the barren flower pot. Mahito, come back to life. The crystal within the pot shimmered twice, but as it lay buried deep in the soil, no one witnessed it. Chapter 62, Third Party. Observing the conflicted expression on Guyu's face, the mechanical ball inquired, What are you thinking? If you were to be assassinated, I would have to shout your innocence. Guyu replied, This deal of yours seems as good as non-existent. The mechanical ball slowly raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What do you mean? Guyu shook his head and walked away, pulling a lollipop from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. The mechanical ball, still bewildered, trailed behind Guyu. Let me walk you out. Guyu waved him off. No need. He staggered out of the room. The mechanical ball, controlling its mechanism, lifted itself from the bathtub. Suppressing the moisture at the corners of its eyes, it thought, it's time to go back and see everyone, with my own body. The sky outside had darkened. As they sat on Guyu's shoulder, the mechanical ball asked, "Where are we going?" Guyu glanced at the streets he had never visited before. "Let us stroll down the left alley. It's the peak hour for snack stalls. What do you feel like eating?" After surveying the area, Guyu pointed to a skewer of 3 white rice dumplings drenched in red sauce. Guyu approached the stall, where a plump middle-aged man was tending to the food. "Uncle, I'll have a skewer of those rice dumplings," he said, handing over his money. "Aren't you having any?" the mechanical ball asked, noticing only one skewer in Guyu's hand. Remembering the dumplings' misleading appearance and flavor, Guyu shook his head. "I thought they were desserts at first, but after trying them, I discovered they were savory. Since then, I've had no desire to eat them again." Leaning against the wall of the alley, Guyu handed the dumpling skewer to the mechanical ball, encouraging it to enjoy them while warm. Curiously, the mechanical ball took a bite, only to scrunch up its face at the salty taste. Guyu, with a lollipop in his mouth, chuckled, "Good children shouldn't waste food, you know." Just then, a strange voice emerged from behind Guyu. "What a good child, but you shouldn't be loitering in alleys." Guyu blinked in surprise and was about to turn around when a knife was pressed against his throat. "Don't move," the man ordered. "Hand over your valuables." Guyu pushed the lollipop aside, puffing out his cheeks, realizing they were being robbed. The mechanical ball gazed at Guyu's sparkling eyes, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the robber. "Robbery is a bad habit," Guyu attempted to reason. "Less talking, I'll count to 3, the robber threatened. With a swift motion, Guyu raised his hand and disarmed the robber, sending the knife clattering to the ground. "Ah!" the robber cried, clutching his now useless hand. Guyu turned to face him, clicking his tongue. "With your health and limbs intact, it's quite shameful to resort to robbery." The robber, trembling with anxiety, stepped back. "What do you intend to do?" Guyu seized the robber's hand and pulled him deeper into the alley. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed, accompanied by muted grunts resonating from the depths of the narrow passage, completely overshadowed by the bustling street outside. Controlling the flow of water, Guyu rinsed away the remnants of blood from his hands, shaking them off before glancing back at the moaning robber sprawled on the ground. With a hint of sympathy, he followed Guyu as they departed. A peculiar feeling lifted Xiao Yu's spirits considerably. Was this a form of catharsis? Guyu blinked innocently. "What are you saying?" "It's fine, he won't escape." Unbeknownst to Guyu, as he exited the alley, a man leaped down from the rooftop, observing the pitiful figure on the ground. The robber, twitching his fingers, pleaded, "Help me, save me." The man's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Ah." He dragged the man away from that place. Beneath the moonlight, a strange red glow emanated from the man's eyes. Oblivious, Guyu continued to browse the street for items of interest. He picked up a small white pom-pom clip and affixed it to the hood of Xiao Yu's jacket. It looked quite charming. Xiao Yu glanced at the fuzzy clip on his forehead, blinking. "Does it really look good?" Guyu gave a thumbs up, "Of course." Xiao Yu blushed. "Then I'll keep it." With a smile, Guyu removed the pom-pom from Xiao Yu's hood and approached the counter to settle the bill. "Ding ding ding. Thank you. Come again." Guyu positioned the pom-pom at a snug spot behind Xiao Yu's ear, nodding in satisfaction. Xiao Yu shyly tugged down his hood, perched on Guyu's shoulder, a subconscious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Guyu affectionately patted Xiao Yu's head. "Let's head back. It's getting late." Meanwhile, the robber lay on a metal bed typical of an operating room, surrounded by opaque glass. The room was cramped, with the single bed occupying half the space. His eyes widened in terror as he watched the man wielding a syringe, instinctively recoiling in pain. "What are you going to do?" The man flicked the syringe filled with a bizarre green liquid. "Save you." "Ah, but that's not what you asked for." The robber shook his head in fright, kneeling on the bed. "No, that's unnecessary. Please, spare me. I've been short on cash lately. I only wanted to snatch a little money. I've never harmed anyone. If you let me go, I promise to turn over a new leaf and never resort to robbery again." Tears streamed down the robber's face. The world is so terrifying nowadays. The man, with an expression of disapproval, inquired, "Don't you desire revenge? That child left you in such a state. Don't you want him to experience the same?" His tone laced with a barely perceptible temptation. Terrified from Guyu's earlier assault, the robber shook his head repeatedly. All he wanted was to return home. He missed his mother. "Pathetic," the man coldly remarked, gazing at the robber. The robber trembled. "Yes, I am a worthless fool. Please, just let me go home." The man raised his hand. The robber clutched his throat as if being strangled, gasping for breath as the veins on his neck bulged. He opened his mouth, producing only faint sounds. Seizing the moment, the man plunged the syringe into the robber's neck, injecting the liquid. "If it weren't for its instability, I wouldn't waste such a precious substance on a wretch like you." The man loathed the sight of the robber and exited the room. The robber, clutching his neck, wept profusely, fully aware of his wrongdoings. The liquid coursed through his body like ice, draining the color from his face. He lay on the bed, convulsing. As the man stepped out, a woman in a lab coat handed him a tray with sterilized towels. He placed the used syringe on the tray and wiped his hands. How is Subject 15? Occasionally, flames erupt from his body, but the duration is gradually decreasing. The man nodded, preparing to leave. Director Kong. The woman called out. The man, known as Director Kong, turned back, regarding her with a cold stare. Chapter 63, Void. The woman trembled under his gaze, lowering her head and swallowing hard. Subject 12. It's gone. Gone. Director Kong repeated each word with deliberate emphasis. He raised his hand. With a clatter, the tray slipped from the woman's grasp, its contents spilling onto the floor. Grasping her neck with both hands, she was lifted into the air as tears streamed down her face. Yet, Director Kong displayed no sign of compassion, his expression a grim shade of anger. Do you have any idea how important Subject 12 is? Do you realize the trouble his escape would cause me? No, please, crack. The woman's head drooped helplessly. With a flick of his wrist, Director Kong hurled her against the wall with a forceful motion. Let him go. If he has gone, so be it. At an unknown moment, a breathtaking man with sky-blue hair, clad in a lab coat, leaned against the doorway, silently observing the unfolding events. Director Kong inhaled deeply. You know how many methods, how many years, and how much effort we invested in creating Subject 12. The man, known as Kong, fiddled with his phone. What we painstakingly developed is merely a worthless imitation, he remarked. I have found a more suitable specimen. He turned his phone towards Director Kong, revealing a photograph of a boy with a radiant smile, showcasing two prominent canine teeth. A glimmer of obsession flickered in Kong's crimson eyes. He is undoubtedly more perfect than any of our experimental subjects. Director Kong scrutinized the image. Isn't that just a child? What is so special about him? Really? Kong pressed his finger on the phone, magnifying the boy's facial features. Now do you see? Director Kong's eyes brightened with realization. Are you certain? Kong smiled, observing Director Kong's expression with a knowing look. How wonderful! How wonderful! Director Kong exclaimed, pacing with excitement, his hands rubbing together. We must find a way. Some way to capture him. He will undoubtedly be the most perfect specimen. Kong indicated the bait prepared in the glass room. Director Kong paused, glancing towards the glass chamber, both of their faces alight with fervent smiles. Meanwhile, Guyu lay on the bed, resembling a languid fish out of water after 2 days of confinement. He gazed at the two figures before him, Gojo Satoru and Itadori Yuji, who was perched at the edge of the bed, staring back at him. His bedding had been replaced with a comfortable large bed akin to his own at home. Guyu cocooned himself in the blanket, perplexedly eyeing the two. What brings you here? Itadori prodded Guyu's forehead. Come on, let us go out for a stroll. You haven't stepped outside in 2 days. You haven't eaten either. Are you hibernating? Guyu arched his back, pushing his feet backward and scooting to the foot of the bed, his actions clearly indicating his refusal. He had no desire to go out. He wasn't hungry at all. With a smile, Satoru Gojo tugged at Yu's blanket. If you stay cooped up in the dorm for too long, you might turn into a mushroom. Yu, clinging tightly to the covers, glared at Gojo with lifeless eyes. You promised I could sleep until I naturally woke up. Gojo nodded. I did promise you could sleep until you woke naturally, but I never promised you could sleep indefinitely. Yu regarded Gojo, finding his argument sound. He had no retort. Nevertheless, he covered his face with the blanket and shut his eyes, opting for the adage that out of sight, out of mind, no one would separate him from his bed. The air fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Yu's eyes shot open. A hand had slipped beneath his blanket. Hey, it's so warm. Gojo's muffled voice drifted from outside the covers. With such a cozy bed, even the teacher is getting sleepy. Surely, you wouldn't mind sharing his slumber with his teacher? Itadori looked on in exasperation at Gojo. Meanwhile, Yu silently reassured himself. He's just joking. He's just joking. But if you don't speak, that means you agree. With that, Gojo spread his arms and leapt onto Yu's bed. In an instant, the blanket was firmly secured over Gojo's head. Yu bolted from the bed to the door. Ha! Gojo clutched his stomach, rolling on the bed in laughter. Yu's reactions are always so entertaining. Itadori watched Gojo with a sense of helplessness. Gojo-sensei. Gojo sat up, rubbing his eyes. Ahem, my apologies, my apologies. Bang. The door slammed shut, courtesy of you. Gojo rubbed his nose, nearly struck by the door. Seems I may have overstepped my bounds. Itadori, too, donned a deadpan expression. This shouldn't be happening. Gojo placed his hands on Itadori's shoulders. Yuji, I must pose to you a very serious question. You are to respond with utmost seriousness. Uncertain of what Gojo would ask, Itadori was nonetheless swept up in Gojo's earnest demeanor. My question is, do you think I'm not handsome anymore? The self-doubt was palpable in his voice. After all, he was once the heartthrob of countless girls. How had he become so ineffectual in Yu's eyes? What? Itadori looked bewildered. Wondering if he had misheard, Gojo shook Itadori's shoulders. You heard correctly. After pondering the events of the exchange meeting, Itadori raised his thumb. You were incredibly handsome. Gojo nodded. Then you must have a fear of handsome men. Itadori's head was filled with question marks. Is that even a thing? Gojo nodded seriously. That's why you shies away from someone as dashing as me. He runs off at the slightest touch. Just then, you, who had overheard this, remarked. I was quietly listening to your fabrications. Itadori, recalling the half-exposed, exquisite features of Yu's face, wore an expression of realization. You cover your face because you have a fear of handsome men, don't you? After all, you yourself are quite the striking gentleman. You gazed at Itadori's innocent face, gasping in disbelief. How much foolishness has Gojo fed you? How have you become so dim-witted in just 2 days? Gojo, contemplating, extended 2 fingers and waved them in front of Yu's eyes. Just 2 bowls. You patted Itadori on the shoulder in sympathy. At least it's just 2 bowls. Drink plenty of water, and you'll recover quickly. Observing Itadori's perplexed expression, he chuckled, wrapping an arm around Yu's neck. How can someone be so innocent? You, somewhat exasperated, chuckled as he ruffled Itadori's hair. So what do you want from me? Itadori scratched his head. There's a mysterious figure appearing at Shinjo Street. Many people claim to have seen him, but when they try to catch him, he vanishes in an instant. Gojo-sensei will supervise the entire mission. So we wanted you to join us. You looked at Gojo with confusion. Ordinary people can't see curses, since so many have seen him. It means he isn't a curse. So this job isn't ours. Gojo shrugged. In a magnetic field large enough, ordinary people can indeed see curses. Itadori raised his hand, recalling the time on the school rooftop. I saw a curse back when I was still an ordinary person. Then it must be a special grade curse. No wonder Gojo-sensei will supervise. You returned to his room, slinging his umbrella over his shoulder. Let us go? The trio arrived at the street where the mysterious figure had been spotted, witnessing a procession of young people parading down the road, bearing the emblem of the Shinto sect. Accompanied by countless singers and dancers. You pointed at a man spinning in circles. You see, if you go in, I'll lose sight of you in an instant. With so many people, it's completely normal to get lost. Itadori pulled out his phone to check. Today is the Tsuruka festival, with daily tasks and training. I completely forgot about this festival. The events at home were all on a smaller scale. I didn't realize Tokyo's celebration was this grand. Gojo stroked his chin. This complicates matters. If a special grade curse were to appear, the people on the street could be wiped out in an instant. After sending several texts back, Gojo restrained Yu's head as he attempted to run back. I've messaged the students from Jujutsu High. When they arrive, they'll search for traces of the curse among the crowd. Let us split up and search individually. If you find anything, call me immediately. You eyed Gojo skeptically. You're not just calling everyone out for fun? Gojo regarded the two seriously. Remember, a special grade can cause the entire street to lose their lives in an instant. So, if you spot anything, contact me right away. Itadori nodded earnestly. Just as he was about to nod, Gojo pressed down twice on Yu's head, forcing him to nod. You peered through his hair at Gojo, murmuring, I'll give you a claw cut. Gojo withdrew his hand. All right, let us disperse. With that, he turned to leave the treacherous area. Itadori nodded and began walking in the opposite direction. You looked left and right. A ramen shop. Without hesitation, you walked inside. A colossal bowl of ramen arrived, towering with bean sprouts and char siu. Yu's eyes sparkled at the sight of 3 generous pieces of char siu. This must be delicious. Thank you for the treat. Sated and content, Yu exited the shop, his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. Guyu clung to the neck of Ho, glancing around with an air of caution. There was no trace of curses nearby, but the scent of humanity wafted through the streets. Idly, Guyu strolled over to a stall selling masks, picking up a dog mask and placing it over his face to see if it suited him. Ho wrinkled his nose in disdain, an expression of childish annoyance crossing his face. Guyu set the mask back down, his attention drawn to other masks on display. A wolf mask adorned with red fur caught his eye. Just as he lifted it, he sensed something amiss. His left hand instinctively clutched a foreign wrist. Holding the wolf mask before his face, he turned to scrutinize the owner of the wrist, noting how many treasures he must have collected. Believing he had caught a thief, Guyu began to mock, but as he discerned the features of the person beside him, his pupils dilated in shock. You, he gasped. But the individual vanished before he could utter another word. Frowning, Guyu felt the ripple of cursed energy dissipate. Was this a person, or perhaps a sorcerer? But why? Guyu's fingers brushed against the object in his pocket, the finger of Sukuna, given to him by that mysterious individual on the day he returned home. He had kept it close ever since. Had the man come for that finger? Guyu rubbed the finger in his pocket, pondering the uncanny resemblance. The stall owner waved a hand in front of Guyu's face. Hey, you've been talking to yourself for quite a while. Are you buying a mask or not? I'll take it, Guyu replied, and the owner cheerfully packaged it for him. As Guyu accepted the mask, he inquired, Did you see a nearly 2-meter-tall man with short red hair standing beside me just now? The owner shook his head. With so many people passing by, I would have remembered a 2-meter-tall figure, but I didn't see anyone. Guyu nodded in gratitude. Thank you. The owner waved off his thanks. No problem. Clutching the finger, Guyu walked against the tide of pedestrians. Did you see him? Ho nodded. A human, with black markings on his forehead resembling deer antlers, and a black dot in the center, not just similar in appearance. Guyu ascended the stairs towards a less crowded area, simultaneously messaging Wu Tiao. I think I might have found the sorcerer they mentioned who disappears. Not a curse, but a sorcerer, came the prompt reply from Wu Tiao. Are you sure? Guyu sent his location to Wu Tiao. I'll be back there shortly. He'll likely come looking for me. Come later, Wu Tiao replied. Why would that sorcerer target you? Guyu smiled. A secret. Wu Tiao narrowed his eyes. It seems my classmate has quite a few secrets. Leaning against the railing of the rooftop, Guyu felt utterly oblivious to the man's presence, as if he were a phantom. Had he not maintained his vigilance, he might have lost the finger by now. Aren't you coming out? Guyu called out, sensing the man's inevitable approach, though uncertain of his current whereabouts. Suddenly, the space beside him warped, and the man appeared. Gazing coldly at him, examining the man's features closely, Guyu noted that aside from the absence of other black markings and the unique eyes beneath his gaze, he bore an uncanny resemblance. Guyu withdrew the finger he had sealed with his energy from his pocket. I'm curious. My energy has sealed the essence of this finger. How did you know I had it? Don't tell me it's mere coincidence, he said, dismissing the notion. Achu. Meanwhile, far off, Itadori sneezed, rubbing his nose and adjusting his clothing. You better not catch a cold. The man's intense gaze remained fixed on the finger in Guyu's hand. He extended his own hand. Give it to me. His voice was rough, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. It bore a striking similarity. Guyu ignored the man's penetrating stare and tucked the finger back into his pocket. First, answer my question. Mine, the man replied, enunciating each word deliberately. Guyu squinted. This belongs to Sukuna. The man appeared anxious, struggling to articulate his thoughts, and continued to extend his hand towards Guyu. Return it to me. Chapter 65, The Wolf. Observing the man's distressed expression, Guyu chuckled softly. It was the first time he had seen such a range of emotions on that face, though not the original. It was quite entertaining. The man's gaze shifted. Someone's coming, he said, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Wow, he runs fast. Wu Tiao landed gracefully in the spot the man had just occupied, sniffing the air. Indeed, he is human. But why would he fixate on Guyu? Wu Tiao leaned closer to Guyu, seemingly analyzing something. Guyu took a step back, maintaining a safe distance. What is going on? Just checking if you're some kind of rare treasure come to life. Anything of value seems to attract you. Before Guyu could retort, Wu Tiao straightened up. No more jokes. The finger of Sukuna. Where did you acquire it? You've probably sealed away a lonely spirit. How did you know that? Wu Tiao lifted a piece of fabric, revealing his cerulean eyes that winked at Guyu. Don't underestimate me. Guyu produced the finger. On my way home, I encountered someone who could manipulate curses. Nanami should have mentioned it to you. That mysterious person gave it to me. Wu Tiao observed the finger in Guyu's hand, clearly one that had never appeared at the Jujutsu High before. I've already arranged for personnel to monitor your home. They will contact the Jujutsu High if anything arises. Although he was puzzled as to why Guyu had kept the finger hidden, he continued. Do you remember what happened at the last exchange meeting? Guyu blinked. Kawai came to stir trouble and bolted upon seeing you. Wu Tiao beckoned him closer, and Guyu, puzzled, edged forward. Wu Tiao leaned in, whispering, but that is not all. Someone broke into the school's storage room and took all the fingers of Sukuna. The fingers of Sukuna? What do they intend to do with them? Guyu pondered, feeling a wave of dread. If they were to feed them to Itadori. His vision momentarily blurred with panic. Glancing up at Wu Tiao, he asked, Do you think I've grown? Wu Tiao gave a thumbs up. You've matured tremendously since you first entered the school. Although he could no longer gauge the intensity of Guyu's cursed energy, he could feel that Guyu had reached a special grade level. For ominous words echoed in Guyu's mind. My life is over. His gaze fell on the finger once more. Are you planning to return it to the storage room? Wu Tiao shrugged. That's yours. You decide. Guyu ultimately returned the finger to his pocket, deciding it was safer to hold on to it himself for the time being. Wu Tiao pulled out his phone. I can notify everyone that the danger has been lifted and that we can move freely. Free to move. Guyu gazed out at the bustling street below, retrieving the umbrella from his back. He resolved to return to school. Is that Shumping? Wu Tiao pointed to a boy in the crowd below, looking disheartened. Guyu glanced in the direction Wu Tiao indicated. Shumping found himself being swept along with the crowd. Seemingly resigned to the situation, he glanced down at his feet, which were only clad in socks, and awkwardly wiggled his toes. Has anyone seen my shoes? He murmured, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Suddenly, an unknown hand reached out, and just as Shumping managed to break free from the throng, He was pushed back into the mass of bodies. Wakaba, resting his chin in his hand, found the scene rather amusing. Guyu sighed as he descended from the rooftop. When Shumping finally made his way to the side of the building, a pair of hands pulled him out. Upon turning to see Guyu, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Shumping swayed unsteadily, one foot atop the other, looking at Guyu. I'm just checking if there's any curse in the crowd," he said, clearly oblivious to the new notifications on his phone. "The curse has already found you," Guyu remarked as he scrutinized Shumping. "Did all that training go to waste? Can't you even escape a crowd?" Shumping scratched his head. "My target is the crowd. If I break free, I still have to go back in. So, I might as well just move wherever the flow takes me. As for the shoes, that was just an accident. The task is completed. Teacher Wu Tiao said we could engage in free activities. Are you staying here or heading back to school?" "Back to school," Shumping replied without a moment's hesitation. He still disliked being in such crowded environments. "Then follow me," Guyu said, turning toward a less populated area. Shumping obediently trailed behind him. As they prepared to take off, Shumping gripped Guyu's clothing in terror. "Are we flying back?" "Yes," Guyu affirmed. Shumping tightly shut his eyes. "Maybe I should ask Yue to wrap us up so we won't be seen. Our energies differ. Yue would get hurt. I'll just fly higher," Guyu said, glancing at Shumping, who was nervously keeping his eyes closed. He poked him gently. "Aren't you going to open your eyes and take a look? It's beautiful." Hearing Guyu's words, Shumping's eyelids fluttered. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his eyes and gasped in awe. It felt as if the anime had leaped into reality. The azure sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds, a sight that was utterly refreshing. "This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful sky," he exclaimed. "What a pity there's no old man here." Guyu suddenly interjected with a seemingly unrelated statement. Shumping looked at him, puzzled. "Old man?" Guyu leaned on his chin. Yes, if there were an old man, he would take out his smoking pipe at this moment, take a puff, exhale, and then slowly tell his story. As he spoke, he mimicked the act of smoking, exhaling dramatically. Seeing Guyu's solemn expression, Shumping stifled a laugh. You're quite an interesting person." Guyu's eyes narrowed. Too bad his inner charm goes unnoticed by others. "Are you heading back to the dormitory or elsewhere?" Shumping pointed to the playground below. "Just drop me there." Then an idea struck him. "Actually, let's head back to the dorm first. Can you accompany me?" Guyu nodded. As he too was returning to the dormitory. "Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." Shumping dashed into his room, shutting the door behind him. Though it seemed odd, Guyu patiently leaned against the wall. Shortly after, Shumping opened the door, handing Guyu something. Guyu looked at the misshapen knitted doll in his hands, noting its barely recognizable mouth. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Is this the slit-mouthed woman?" Shumping scratched his head. "It's a wolf. I learned to weave from the principal for a month before I could make this. It's a bit ugly, but I asked the principal for help. And it can protect you from nightmares. It's for you." Chapter 66. The Body. Had it not been for Guyu, Shumping would have perished in that school long ago. Or perhaps he had already died, and it was Guyu who pulled him out, introducing him to the principal, a man with a cold exterior but a soft heart, who taught him many things. "So it's a wolf," Guyu mused, pinching the two protuberances on the doll's forehead. "Then these two bumps must be the ears. Thank you. I really like it." Shumping's eyes lit up. "If you like it, that's good." Guyu pointed to the side. "Well, I'll be heading back now." Shumping nodded. Knowing he needed to find the principal, he crossed his arms, watching Guyu with the doll, feeling a sense of disdain. "To think it protects you from nightmares. Just having it there is a nightmare." Guyu smiled, wrapping the doll in a bag and placing it in a cabinet. Observing Guyu's actions, Shumping found it strange. "Why don't you place it on your bedside?" Unconsciously, a tinge of bitterness slipped into his voice. Guyu closed the cabinet door, saying, "Because with you here, I wouldn't fear nightmares, even if I had them." Shumping's face flushed in an instant. He realized Guyu was sincere and not merely trying to comfort him. "Humph. Just know that with me around, you don't have to fear anything." Guyu pulled him into an embrace. "All right, then I'll hide behind you from now on." Shumping replied, patting his chest. "I'll definitely protect you." Guyu playfully tapped Shumping's nose. "If you're ever unhappy, you can tell me directly. You are far more important to me than anyone else." Shumping, feeling shy, scratched his cheek. "Got it." Guyu patted his head. Late at night, the air in the room shimmered oddly. A tall man with red hair, standing 2 meters tall, appeared in Guyu's room. Under the moonlight, an unusual red glow sparked in his eyes as he reached into Guyu's blanket. "You can really sense where my fingers are, huh?" Guyu, who had thought he was asleep, opened his eyes and gripped the man's fingers tightly, staring at him. Seeing Guyu awake, the man roughly tightened his grip. His strength was overwhelming. Before Guyu could react, he was lifted off the ground. "Xiaoyu." Shumping raised his scythe. "It's fine. You, human, don't move." Guyu reassured Shumping while keeping an eye on the man before him. With a swift kick, the man was sent crashing against the wall. Yet, despite this, his grip on Guyu's fingers did not loosen. Guyu was forcibly thrust against the man, the impact causing his forehead to collide with the man's chin, making him gasp in pain. Usually, you'd let go, right? Both of their hands remained raised. The man, having regained his composure, attempted to shove the fingers into his mouth. Guyu desperately pulled at the fingers, trying to free himself. It seemed he was truly intent on obtaining the power of those fingers. Guyu raised his hand and struck the man hard on the neck. The man glanced at Guyu, his head drooping in defeat. Guyu quickly pocketed the fingers, maintaining a safe distance from the man. What now? Dispose of the body? Guyu scratched his head, looking at Shumping. Can you lift him? Shumping nodded. I can. But where should we dump him? In the woods? Or the back mountain? Although it wouldn't freeze outside, being bitten to death by mosquitoes was still a possibility. Guyu, utterly unconcerned with human life, pulled out his phone. Let's call Teacher Wu Tiao. He can handle it. The others have made their way to the school. Guyu turned around, and the man behind her sprang into action. Xiaoyu, he called out. It is truly troublesome to refrain from using force against humans. Guyu secured her left hand around her right pocket, while her right hand still held the phone. The man grasped Guyu's hand, and with a sharp crack, her hand was broken. He quickly extracted his fingers. Guyu threw her phone onto the bed, a green light emanating from her body. With a grim expression, she seized the man's hand, which was poised to strike. The man's other hand attempted to retrieve his fingers, but was captured by Guyu's left hand. The humidity in the room intensified gradually. Moving her recovering left hand, she regarded the man, expressionless, fixating on his fingers. The man rolled his eyes to meet Guyu's gaze. A sudden pang of anxiety surged within her, prompting her to release her grip and attempt to snatch the fingers. In an instant, the man vanished from sight, leaving Guyu grasping at thin air. She forced herself to regain composure, closing her eyes to perceive the shifts in her surroundings. The space behind began to ripple. As the man reappeared, Guyu swiftly seized him by the throat. He kept his eyes shut. Guyu glanced at his hand, only to find the fingers had vanished. Dark patterns began to emerge on his body, and a powerful pressure radiated from him. 2 slits appeared beneath his eyes. With a complex expression, Guyu withdrew her hand, watching as Sukuna opened his eyes. Sukuna surveyed the surroundings and then examined his new form. The strength is quite impressive, and there is no sign of rejection. Where did you find this body? You little demon? Guyu remained silent, reflecting on the body he had claimed, a victim who had been targeted, injured, and robbed. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Guyu's door was kicked open. Wazuki stood at the threshold, phone in hand, flanked by other students who warily observed the scene within. Guyu recalled the earlier phone call, and the situation grew more intricate. Wazuki scrutinized the imposing figure of Sukuna in the room. Sukuna regarded the white-haired sorcerer with interest. Yuji, astonished, wondered why Sukuna wasn't in his body. Wazuki noted that Guyu's fingers had also been consumed, and it appeared Sukuna was in control. Guyu curled his toes, and Sukuna wrapped an arm around his neck, stifling his words. Guyu instinctively recoiled, choosing to remain silent. Sukuna smirked, and together they vanished from their location. Wazuki's figure faded as well. Yuji, momentarily dazed, questioned, should we pursue them? Panda looked out the window. It's likely too late. Kombu. Maki was witnessing Sukuna's true form for the first time, feeling the overwhelming pressure. Kinji expressed concern for Guyu's safety. Fushiguro reassured him, Wazuki is here. Yuji nodded, recalling Wazuki's previous encounter with Sukuna. He should be fine. Maki observed Yuji and remarked, then you must not be considered a vessel any longer, since Sukuna has escaped from your body. Yuji blinked, realization dawning. Oh, does that mean I might revert to being an ordinary person? He didn't wish to part from his friends. Hayoma noted that regardless of whether Sukuna resided within Yuji, he would still possess cursed energy, as his fingers were still within him. Right, Sukuna muttered impatiently, casting a glance back at the closely following Wazuki. With a click of his tongue, he hovered above. Do you wish to fight? Guyu, slumped against Sukuna's shoulder, felt numb and slightly nauseous. Wazuki smirked. You, with just one finger, cannot possibly defeat me. Sukuna tilted his head and charged forward. Chapter 67, Digging a Pit. After exchanging a few blows in midair, Guyu clutched Sukuna's hair tightly. Let me down. Sukuna, caught in Guyu's grasp, glared coldly and demanded, release me. Guyu grimaced and tightened his grip, insisting, let me down. With a swift motion, Sukuna landed on the ground. Guyu released his hold and crouched down, retching. Wazuki appeared above, his eye mask pushed down to reveal his sky-blue eyes. Sukuna propelled himself upward with force, and the two clashed again. Xiaoyu, someone worriedly patted Guyu's back. Guyu waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. It's just that Sukuna's shoulder hit my stomach. Bang. Sukuna knelt in the water basin, splashing water everywhere. With a cold huff, he attempted to say something. But upon seeing his reflection in the water, his expression grew complicated. Turning to Guyu, he questioned, did you unearth my corpse? if he still had one. This body bore an uncanny resemblance to him in life. Guyu cleared his throat. It's quite similar. I senti it. I was also surprised when I first saw it. Wazuki landed beside Guyu. Are you alright? Guyu shook his head. I'm fine. Sukuna scrutinized Wazuki, realizing he lacked the power to eliminate the white-haired sorcerer. Wazuki grinned at Sukuna. It's quite a surprise to see you revived. Even if you were to destroy this body, you would merely revert to your finger form. However, this body is peculiar. Destroying it will pose some challenges. Gathering all your fingers seems a distant prospect. If those old men discovered you were back, they'd likely perish from fright. The thought of such a scenario intensified the amusement in Wazuki's eyes. If only there were a way to communicate, it could serve to suppress those old men as well. Guyu glanced around. The three of them resembled a Wi-Fi signal. His height of 1 meter 80 felt wasted as they towered over him. Sukuna beckoned Guyu with a finger. Guyu obediently approached. Wazuki extended a finger to grip the nape of Guyu's neck, halting his movement. Are you walking into a trap? In his casual sleepwear, Guyu felt a chill run down his back. With his hands pinned behind him, he smoothed his clothes. Sukuna glared at Wazuki, raising his hand as the wind rustled his clothes. Observing the impending conflict between the two, Guyu stifled a yawn, wiping away tears from his eyes. One can't defeat the other, and the other can't die. If they continue to fight until they exhaust their cursed energy, will I finally be safe? Sukuna withdrew his hand. Both men realized neither had any intention of continuing the fight. How about we discuss terms instead? Wazuki tentatively proposed. Sukuna crossed his arms, regarding Wazuki with a look that conveyed, you speak first, I'm listening. This era remains chaotic. It's impossible for Sukuna to refrain from killing. Therefore, Wazuki suggested, you and Guyu should establish a binding agreement. If you wish to kill, you must seek Guyu's consent. You cannot kill indiscriminately. He firmly believes that Guyu would not allow Sukuna to roam freely and indiscriminately slay the innocent. Guyu gazed incredulously at his teacher, Satoru Gojo. Do we harbor animosity? He mused, if a binding is established, I would be the first target for Sukuna's wrath. If the binding is enacted, it would be futile to disagree. Sukuna would inevitably eliminate you. The agreement had long been in place, permitting Sukuna to extinguish Guyu's life. Thank you for your reminder. He replied, his spirit utterly deflated. He slumped backward, devoid of any will to live, his gaze fixated on the white soul that was already emerging from his lips. Hey! Satoru Gojo grasped the nape of Guyu's collar tightly, preventing him from collapsing onto the ground. What just happened? Sukuna scoffed dismissively. I refuse to consent. Such binding would hold no benefit for him. Gojo, visibly troubled, remarked, then I can only return you to Yuji's body. The words were spoken with brutal honesty. Return? Guyu immediately straightened up, revitalized, casting Gojo a look of implicit understanding. He stepped aside, choosing not to interfere with the duel between the two. He gestured to his companion, who swiftly soared to Guyu's side, awaiting his command. Can you transform and conjure a shovel? Guyu whispered, covering his mouth with one hand. Or can you fetch me one? His companion, equally quiet, gazed at Guyu. I can transform, but why a shovel? Guyu shot back a look that conveyed an unspoken understanding. To dig a grave. He glanced back to confirm that the two were indeed engaged in combat before turning to his companion and continuing in hushed tones. Once a teacher, always a father figure. Even if he is inadequate, he has taught me. He pondered, while I cannot grant Sukuna a grand burial, digging a grave should pose no difficulty. I could even adorn the grave with some flowers. Now, they awaited Satoru Gojo's victory. Thus, his own life could be preserved for a while longer. With a sigh of relief, Guyu turned around, only to find the two combatants right behind him. Startled, Guyu jumped back at the sight of the two-faced Sukuna, whose expression was far from pleasant. Ha. Guyu forced a laugh. Are you two not going to continue fighting? He added, if we survive this, I entrust you with the arrangements for the teacher's funeral in my lifetime. Gojo patted Guyu on the shoulder. Guyu, incredulous, asked Gojo, are you not going to make another attempt to save me? Gojo smiled warmly at Guyu, dismissively waving his hand, his eyes brimming with a farewell sentiment. The two-faced Sukuna cracked his neck, producing ominous cracking sounds. Guyu, now serious, stepped back, extending his arm. I believe I deserve an explanation. Sukuna scoffed. Explain why you don't wish to give me a grand burial? Guyu struggled to muster a smile that was more painful than tears. Could we delay the confrontation a bit? I prefer not to be seen being beaten. Sukuna rolled his eyes and, with a swift motion, flicked Guyu on the head, deriding him. Guyu cradled his forehead, tears welling up, lowering his gaze. Sukuna regarded Satoru Gojo's white hair and declared, I can establish a binding. Regardless, it would make no difference whether it is enacted or not. Gojo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. No additional conditions? How surprisingly agreeable. Was it the sight of the downcast youth that softened him? Sukuna grasped Guyu's hand, declaring the binding established. Guyu momentarily froze. This was what binding meant, a rare occurrence of connection between individuals. Sukuna released Guyu's hand and hoisted him onto his shoulder, not sparing Gojo a glance as he swiftly departed. Guyu found his surroundings shifting rapidly. Gojo observed the retreating figures, stroking his chin. It should be fine. With the binding, Sukuna ought to exhibit some restraint. If trouble does arise, I trust Guyu possesses the means to survive. He stretched his arms and returned to his rest. In Chapter 68, After the Rain, Guyu, clinging tightly to Sukuna's clothing, complained, "Could you perhaps change your method? I feel nauseous. This is quite bothersome." Sukuna, with an expression of disdain, acquiesced and adjusted his hold, cradling Guyu in his arms. They landed atop a high tower. Sukuna released Guyu, standing on the structure, inhaling deeply. He raised his hand and tore his shirt, soaking in the moonlight's glow. "Hey, kid," Sukuna called, glancing back at Guyu. He pointed downwards. "I'm hungry. Go fetch me a woman to eat." Guyu clutched a nearby pillar tightly, shaking his head vigorously. Sukuna, irked, grasped Guyu by the throat. "Do you dare defy me?" Guyu closed his eyes, taking a leap of faith. "How about you eat me instead?" Although he maintained a detached stance towards the lives of strangers, he was not a psychopathic killer. He would save when he could. Sukuna regarded Guyu with a perplexed expression. "Your flesh is hardly as delectable as a woman's." Guyu opened his eyes, astonished at Sukuna's disdain. "What do you mean? You had no qualms in the domain. Now, with alternatives, you recoil?" Why did he suddenly feel a bit unsettled? Sukuna observed the water swirling around him, questioning Guyu. "What are you doing?" Guyu, with a stoic expression, replied, "I wish to return to sleep. You may take your time selecting your meal." Not having brought an umbrella, Guyu glanced at his companion, who promptly understood and flew over, grasping the nape of Guyu's collar and swaying as they flew back. Guyu felt the cool breeze against his back. "I think it's quite nice that you hold my hand. Next time, hold Xiaoyu's hand," his companion replied. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed. Guyu and his companion exchanged glances. What was that noise? Guyu's gaze fell upon the remnants of clothing. His companion, adjusting their grip, inadvertently caused a larger tear. With a loud rip, the back of Guyu's clothing was completely torn away, and he plummeted downward. Xiaoyu. His companion discarded the fabric and dove after him, realizing that summoning an umbrella would be too late. Uncertain whether he could manipulate the water to cushion his fall, Guyu contemplated his options, but before he could act, he landed in a warm embrace. Sukuna, half amused, gazed down at Guyu. "What is this? Are you putting on a performance of how a fool meets his demise?" His companion sighed in relief. "Next time, I really shouldn't grab clothing." Guyu shut his eyes, tilting his head, resigned. "I'm already dead. Please, no more talking." Sukuna, observing the uncommunicative figure in his arms, clicked his tongue. He vanished, reappearing above the river, casually tossing Guyu aside. Xiaoyu, his companion, who had raced over, grasped Guyu's hand tightly, sighing in relief. I caught up. Guyu opened his eyes just as he was thrown downwards, glowing with a vibrant green light. The water was his domain. And as he was cast into its depths, Sukuna crossed his arms, observing Guyu standing atop the water's surface. "Let us have a spar. I have yet to fight Guyu outside the domain." Guyu manipulated the water around him, ensuring he did not touch himself. "All right." He gestured to his companion, signaling him to retreat from the battlefield. Sukuna casually raised his hand, ready for the confrontation. Before the rain of grain, the river instantaneously manifested 3 distinct boundaries. Water splashing in all directions. Guyu stood poised between 2 of those boundaries, raising a hand. The water behind him surged towards the 2 figures of Suasha. With a flick of his wrist, Suasha dispersed the approaching torrent, producing a crackling sound. The scattered water transformed into droplets, floating in the air, encircling Suasha. Observing his eroded hand, he tilted his head back and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Your technique seems rather entertaining." A sense of foreboding flickered in Guyu's heart as he ceased to conceal his abilities. Extending his hand toward the 2 Suasha, moisture continuously emanated from their forms, rendering them visibly shriveled. Dark crimson cursed energy coursed throughout their bodies, the crackling sound incessantly resonating. The technique persistently mended their own form. A glimmer of realization flashed in Suasha's eyes. Guyu's spiritual energy was indeed the nemesis of cursed energy. Beyond mere corrosion, it also hindered the flow of cursed power, threatening to reduce him to a mere puddle at any moment. Undoubtedly, the external sensations were far more pronounced. With both hands raised before his face, Suasha struck a corresponding gesture. The domain unfurled. A crisp ringing echoed. Countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered before Guyu. "Devil-slaying culinary master," echoed a cacophony of shouts. Suasha's figure stood before the temple within the domain. Guyu remained rooted, gazing at the severed limbs. He moved his eyes slightly, and the gentle green energy enveloping him began to reassemble his dismembered form. Hey, Suwa, intrigued by the spectacle, remarked, my apologies. My apologies, I may have been a tad too forceful. I thought you would be finished off instantly. I had already devised plans for your rescue. I never expected to see you still alive. Guyu rolled on the ground, clutching his legs. Ouch, ouch, ouch. With a sudden thud, he switched from clutching his legs to cradling his head, rolling to the other side. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Suwa staggered back a step, his gaze following Guyu's movements. What are you doing? Upon hearing Suwa's inquiry, Guyu seized the moment, extending his middle finger toward him, then hastily retracting it and concealing it in his embrace before it could be severed. Suwa rolled his eyes, recognizing that Guyu had again succumbed to pain-induced madness. He simply squatted on the ground, cradling his face, waiting for Guyu to recover. After a considerable time, Guyu ceased his rolling, sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Then, propping himself up, he looked tearfully at the two Suwa, determined to retaliate. Seeing Guyu regain his composure, the two Suwa rose to their feet. The ground within their domain was covered in still water. I have thought of something fun. As they spoke, the two Suwa commanded the water on the ground to gradually coalesce in the air. Guyu, wary, evaded the flowing water, watching as a larger water sphere began to form above. Suwa smirked. The fun is just beginning. Guyu observed the water sphere above grow increasingly unstable, bubbling and hinting at steam. His eyes widened in alarm. Damn, this person intends to play with boiling water. Without hesitation, Guyu raised his hand, adopting a corresponding gesture to unfold his own domain. Rain of 100 grains. Within the space, not a single change occurred. The suppression of the domain state was, of course, absent. His proficiency and control over cursed energy paled in comparison to that of the two Suwa. Taking a deep breath, Guyu pressed down on 2 fingers after the rain. With a swish, a kaleidoscope of colorful flowers instantly bloomed within the entire domain, even adorning the temple behind Suwa with exquisite blossoms. The water sphere in the air vanished. Guyu exhaled, relieved at his success. What is this? Suwa mused, eyeing the flowers within the domain. Although he remained within his domain, it felt as if control had been equally distributed. Is this fusion? This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon within a domain. Quite intriguing. Guyu licked his lips, mimicking the gesture Suwa had previously made. A spray of blood erupted into the air. Wow. Guyu marveled at the formidable attack power of Suwa's technique. Chapter 69, I'll save you. Utilizing a reversal technique to restore his limbs, Suwa unexpectedly observed Guyu's concealed abilities, realizing there were powers yet unutilized. Guyu's legs gave way beneath him as he sat upon the ground. No more fighting. Suwa regarded the slumped Guyu. You've vented your frustrations. Now it's time to conclude. Guyu gazed at Suwa. Isn't it you who unleashed your full power upon entering? Suwa approached Guyu, straightening him up before drawing him into an embrace. Cursed energy continuously flowed into Guyu's body. With a crack, the domain dissipated. Suwa held Guyu aloft in the air. Next time your opponent activates their domain, you can simultaneously unfold yours. The reversal technique can heal, but it cannot save lives. Individuals like Guyu, who lack the ability to protect themselves, will perish the moment they enter another's domain. Guyu nodded, gaining insight. So, Suwa, where did this body of yours come from? I don't know. I sensed the position of the fingers and sought them out. Suwa's realization dawned upon him. You have my fingers in your possession? Unaware of the circumstances, Guyu blinked innocently. Oh dear, I feel so sleepy. With that, he yawned. It's time to return to sleep. Guyu lifted his foot, intending to leave. Suwa's hand pressed heavily upon Guyu's head as he bent down, turning Guyu's face back to meet his gaze. Why are you hiding my fingers? You're too close. Guyu stared into Suwa's eyes, instinctively holding his breath. The hand on his head firmly restrained any attempt to escape. Suwa observed Guyu's flushed face. Why the silence? Guyu extended his hand, attempting to push Suwa away, but upon contact, the sensation was unexpectedly pleasant. Suwa lowered his gaze to the palm resting on his abdomen. Guyu swiftly withdrew his hand, crouching down to escape Suwa's grasp. Turning away, he gasped for breath. I can't breathe. Suwa retracted his hand, intending to tuck it into his sleeve, only to remember he wasn't wearing a top, and thus let it fall. Having watched the entire scene unfold, he propped his chin on his hand. Are we going home or not? Guyu finally caught his breath, extending his hand behind him, only to be seized by Suwa's grip on his arm. They vanished from the spot. Moments later, Guyu found himself in his own room. So fast. The intricate patterns on Suwa began to fade gradually, the oppressive sensation dissipating alongside them. Guyu yawned, leaping onto his bed. Finally, I can return to sleep. Su Quan surveyed his surroundings, noting the cramped space. Where was he supposed to stay? Glancing at the chair by the table, he disdainfully kicked the bedpost. Brat. Guyu awoke in confusion. What's wrong? He helplessly opened the door, leaving Su Quan behind. You're back, he remarked. Su Quan nodded as he returned to his small bed. With arms crossed over his chest, he fixated on Guyu. Guyu scanned the room, seemingly understanding why he had been summoned. Everyone else was asleep, and Su Quan was not a student at the school. Guyu shuffled towards the wall, patting the space beside him. Could they endure just one night? Su Quan glanced at the vacant spot next to Guyu, surprisingly not expressing any disdain. A distinct boundary separated the two, akin to the divide between the Chu and Han dynasties. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the dormitory. Guyu shot up, alarmed. What happened? What is going on? He peered outside, suspecting it to be a cry from Hu Zhang. The door creaked open, and Su Quan entered, fingers poised menacingly. Hu Zhang, cradling his injured hand, was supported by Hui as they approached Guyu's room. Blood poured from the spot where 2 fingers had been lost. The injured party seemed unconcerned as he fiddled with his withered digits. Guyu waved at Hu Zhang, who, upon arriving, raised his hand for Guyu to restore his fingers. You all should leave. Should I call Teacher Wu Tiao? Hu Zhang eyed Su Quan warily. Guyu waved dismissively. No need. Hui, let us head out first. Even if they're here, it won't help. It's better to find Teacher Wu Tiao directly. Guyu glanced at Su Quan, who was now swallowing his fingers. He pulled the blanket over his head and lay back down. Su Quan, licking his fingers, looked curiously at the lump on the bed. You didn't say a word. How intriguing. He chuckled softly. Be quiet, I want to sleep. Guyu muttered from beneath the covers, eyes still shut. With a sudden motion, the blanket beside Guyu was flung open, and the bed creaked under the weight of Su Quan as he lay down, propping his head on one hand while observing Guyu. What is the point of sleeping? Guyu sighed. There is no point in getting up. I might as well sleep. Su Quan scoffed dismissively. Just like a fool. Guyu pressed a hand against Su Quan's mouth. He had stayed up late fishing the night before and was dragged back by Su Quan, only to find it was already dawn. He felt extremely sleepy, yet he remembered that Su Quan's head was off limits. He adjusted the blankets around them, then patted Su Quan's back. Let us sleep a bit more. Su Quan stiffened, looking at Guyu with a peculiar expression. Was he not afraid of being killed outright? Contemplating this, Su Quan gently extended his hand towards Guyu's neck, then brandished a scythe. He looked up, coldly meeting Guyu's gaze. Guyu subtly gestured for Su Quan to withdraw his hand. Su Quan raised a finger, and with a resounding thud, Guyu was embedded in the wall, glaring angrily at Su Quan as he extracted himself from the wall. Guyu took a deep breath, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Su Quan's hand, pressing it against his own neck. Come on, strangle me. Either let me sleep or let us perish together. Su Quan frowned, retracting his hand. Are you angry? He regarded Guyu with a displeased expression. Under Guyu's fierce gaze, Su Quan raised the scythe he held. Still angry, huh? A loud bang echoed as the door was kicked open, revealing Wu Tiao standing in the doorway, accompanied by other students. Guyu, the teacher has come to rescue you. The door, already battered from the previous night, finally succumbed, crashing to the ground and sending dust flying. What a sin this is. Guyu clenched his fists, erupting with fury. I want to drop out. Wu Tiao raised an eyebrow. Then he'll be going home with you, right? Is that all right? Guyu shot a glance at Su Quan. Why? We're not close. Allowing Su Quan to accompany him home was akin to inviting a wolf into his house. Wu Tiao stroked his chin, pondering the situation. Su Quan seized Guyu's chin, turning his face towards him. Not close. Don't forget, as long as I desire, you must obediently provide me with sustenance. Guyu grasped Su Quan's hand, unflinching as he met his gaze. You've left the domain. There is plenty of food around. I'm not essential. Su Quan's eyes darkened, scrutinizing Guyu closely. Is it because of yesterday? What yesterday? Guyu looked at Su Quan in confusion, only to have his uncertainty misconstrued as agreement. Su Quan ruffled Guyu's hair. How amusing that he was upset about wanting to consume someone else. Possessiveness over his food was quite strong. Su Quan clicked his tongue, feeling a surge of delight. It was only fitting that his food be cherished. Those fools could go without eating. Guyu shook off his daze, having briefly imagined a wagging tail of a joyful dog. Rubbing his eyes, he realized upon closer inspection that it was merely a figment of his exhausted mind. He calmed down. Returning home was not an option. Can I switch to another room? No problem. Wu Tiao nodded. Guyu ruffled his hair. I'll move my belongings now. He returned the scythe and declared, Xiao Yu, let us move together. Hu Zhang raised his hand. I'll help too. Hui, expressionless, stepped into the room and got to work. Guyu observed Su Quan, who was sitting quietly to the side. What to do about him? Surely he couldn't be allowed to remain in the same room indefinitely. Wu Tiao glanced at Su Quan and gave Guyu an assuring look. He won't follow us, as long as he doesn't go on a killing spree. Everything else is up to him. No one can control that being. Fine. When Guyu finally sank back onto the bed, he inhaled deeply. It had been quite the ordeal. At last, he could sleep. If only there were no one beside him. Sukuna propped his arm under his head, watching Guyu's wide-open eyes. He reached out to press Guyu's eyelids down. Guyu, enjoying the treatment of a corpse, murmured his gratitude. Huzhang followed closely behind Wu Tiao, glancing back repeatedly. Teacher Wu Tiao, will Guyu really be okay? That's a curse, after all. Hui also looked at Wu Tiao with concern. Can't we prevent him from reverting to that finger state? Wu Tiao rubbed the bridge of his nose. All fingers within the school have vanished. Those curses probably aim to resurrect Sukuna. If they fall into the hands of those cursed beings, it's safer to keep him under watch. Guyu will be fine, even if he returns to the state of being a finger. Who can ascertain that another uncommunicative cursed spirit will not emerge? Thus, establishing a bond between him and Guyu seemed to be the most prudent course of action. Recently, I shall observe discreetly. If communication proves impossible, then he must once again succumb to slumber. A buzzing sound resonates. It is a call from Ejichi. Satoru Gojo. Moshi Moshi. Mr. Gojo. An unidentified curse has manifested in the underground of Guanfan Hospital, taking a hostage. Satoru Gojo furrows his brow. An unidentified curse? Indeed, the curse possesses cognition and can communicate. Yet its rank remains indefinable. Very well, I shall proceed there now. Gojo ends the call and sends a message to Yuta, informing him of his departure and instructing Yuta to remain hidden, keeping a watchful eye on Sukuna. Truly, it has been a tumultuous season. Itadori glances at Satoru Gojo. Do we have a mission? Gojo rubs his chin. He must first assess the scene. This time, he cannot take his students along. I need to step out for a moment. He waves his hand dismissively and turns to leave. The remaining two exchange glances. Itadori rubs the back of his head. For some reason, he has felt a chill creeping down his spine lately, as if he were being watched. Nobara glances at Itadori. There have been quite a few incidents recently. I wonder what has transpired that necessitates Mr. Gojo's intervention. Upon Gojo's arrival at the scene, the perimeter is already secured. Ejichi gazes solemnly at the hospital entrance. Gojo scans the documents in hand, all pertaining to the hostage. He places a reassuring hand on Ejichi's shoulder, startling him. Upon realizing it is Gojo, he breathes a sigh of relief. Mr. Gojo. Gojo nods, shoving the papers into Ejichi's arms. I will go in and investigate. Please be cautious. Ejichi warns gravely. Gojo chuckles and waves his hand. It's nothing to worry about. Ejichi purses his lips, troubled. Recently, every curse he has dealt with has inexplicably escalated or mutated, exhibiting capabilities that defy their rank. Please, do exercise caution, he reiterates. Understood, Gojo replies, his expression turning serious as he strides into the hospital. Upon descending to the lower floor, he finds only the victim kneeling in the middle of the corridor. Upon seeing someone approach, the man extends his hand in desperation. Save me! Save me! Suddenly, a scream escapes as blood gushes from his arm. Clutching his injury, he cries out in pain. Gojo surveys the surroundings, noting that the entire corridor is ensnared with invisible silver threads, yet no curse is in sight. If you move again, you will truly perish. The man freezes, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He had merely come for a stomachache, and now he finds himself in such dire straits. Gojo, unfazed, strides directly toward the man. As the threads make contact with him, they snap and scatter. Sensing the disturbance, the curse lurking in the shadows rushes back along the threads. When Gojo reaches the man, the curse appears, clinging to the ceiling of the corridor. Regarding Gojo with evident perplexity, why are you unharmed? It articulates in a stutter. Gojo pulls the man to his feet. Recalling Ejichi's words that this curse is capable of communication, he glances upward and discovers that this curse is rather unusual. Sporting a human visage and limbs resembling those of a human, albeit with a notably distended abdomen. Seeing that Gojo remains silent, the curse gestures toward the man, declaring, mine. The man, terrified, hides behind Gojo. I don't know her. I was just here to see a doctor, and she abducted me. Gojo pauses, intrigued. What is your name? He harbors a suspicion. The curse raises 5 fingers, which merge into a spiked hand, scratching its face. Yun. Then it trails off, unable to recall further. The man tugs at Gojo's clothing. Don't stand so close to her. What if she suddenly spews silk or attacks you? It's fine, Gojo assures him. How did you end up here? He turns his attention back to Yun. Yun shakes her head. No. She lifts her spiked hand, pointing at Gojo. She looks at the man, hungry. Gojo rises, shielding the man. I can't allow you to consume him. Yun gazes at Gojo, aware that she cannot overpower him. Pouting discontentedly, she mutters, regardless, he will die. He will die sooner or later. Gojo grasps the implication. The silk is poisonous? Yun opens her mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs. This, Chapter 71, Disgusting. The man instinctively clutches at his collar, fearing for his throat. Gojo glances back at the man's terrified expression, realizing that Yun has not lied. He retrieves his phone and calls Shoko, knowing that both of them must be entrusted to her. Director Kong and Kuu stand on a rooftop 50 meters away. Kuu closes his eyes and slowly opens them. His vacant gaze gradually sharpens. What is the situation? Director Kong inquires, cigarette dangling from his lips. As I suspected, Satoru Gojo has arrived. Soon, it will be revealed that this curse is, in fact, a human. He removes the cigarette from his mouth, reflecting on their long-hidden experiments finally coming to light. A peculiar glint flickers in Kuu's eyes. One successful transformation for a group of failures ISN, TA loss. Meanwhile, the man from the hospital has been relocated to a secure area. Shoko observes the recovering Yun before her, her expression tinged with anger. She is indeed a modified human. Who do you think is responsible for this? Curses do not possess such intellectual capacity. If those above were to orchestrate such a scheme, they would not allow it to surface. They would have dealt with it before her arrival. It seems neither side fits, Shoko deduces. Gojo leans against the wall. I also feel this does not resemble the work of those rotten oranges. So, what does this mastermind intend to achieve? Shoko rises. If I have the opportunity to apprehend the person behind this, allow me to study how their brains function. Conducting experiments on humans and curses. Gojo gives a thumbs up. If they manage to survive. Shoko snorts derisively. Better they die. It saves the trouble of anesthesia. You are quite irate, Ijichi remarks as he approaches the two. Mr. Gojo. Miss Shoko. Gojo hands the unconscious Yun to Ijichi, who struggles to hold her. Mr. Gojo, how should we define the rank of this curse? Modified humans. With low lethality, around level 3. If we encounter such a curse again, we can only confine it. Then he sent a message to Shirako, refraining from executing any lethal moves. Ijichi nodded in acknowledgement. Although it still felt somewhat peculiar, it was a significant relief. The curse levels he had been handling had finally returned to normal. Shirako boarded the vehicle. I shall take my leave now. Wazuki waved farewell. When Gu woke up, a look of profound satisfaction graced his face. The sensation of being well rested was truly exquisite. Good morning, he said, propping his chin on his small hands at the edge of his bed. Good morning. The dazed Sukuna snapped back to reality. You're awake. Gu nodded, opening his eyes. He glanced at the two patches of crimson before shifting his gaze to Sukuna's face. Aren't you considering putting on some clothes? Your attire is far too constricting. It hampers my performance. Gu blinked and pulled the blanket over Sukuna's abdomen. This seems much more comfortable. How about I take you shopping for a couple of outfits? Gu suggested. For he found it rather chilly to have Sukuna constantly hovering before him. Sukuna beckoned with his finger. Gu, bewildered, inched closer to Sukuna. Sukuna then lowered his head and bit down on Gu's shoulder, observing the nightgown stained with blood. TSK, this nightgown has already torn at the back. It ought to be discarded. Gu widened his eyes, raising his scythe as he glared at Gu. At your command, I shall slay him. Gu waved his hand dismissively. No need, it's part of our transaction. Just as Gu attempted to divert his focus, he suddenly realized something. Does it not hurt? Indeed, he had been nibbled upon. Yet he felt no pain. Why is that? Sukuna straightened his posture and licked his lips. The taste of raw flesh is, after all, inferior to that of cooked meat. But I am too lazy to prepare it. TSK. Gu observed his shoulder, which had returned to its original state, and curiously inquired of Sukuna why he felt no pain. Sukuna casually ruffled Gu's hair. I've numbed your nerves. It's not that you're afraid of pain. Rather, if you don't perceive it, you want to feel it. Hey, why didn't you reveal such a useful skill earlier? Gu's understanding was evident in his eyes. Sukuna flicked Gu's forehead. I forgot. It's just that while you were sleeping, I had nothing to do and stumbled upon it. Gu gazed at him with envy. If I could do that, I wouldn't have to fear pain anymore. Noting Gu's envious expression, Sukuna smirked. If you plead with me, perhaps I might teach you. Gu immediately grasped Sukuna's wrist, his large, glistening eyes resembling black gemstones, earnestly looking at Sukuna. Please. Sukuna observed the widening grin on Gu's face, responding with a wicked retort. Not a chance. Oh. Gu sighed in resignation, diverting his gaze and expressionlessly getting out of bed to tidy himself. Sukuna, expecting to see Gu's annoyed expression, felt a pang of disappointment. This fellow was truly unamusing. After a while, Gu emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp, and approached the wardrobe to retrieve a fresh school uniform. As he donned it, Sukuna coughed lightly, observing Gu's back. Gu, preparing to loosen his towel, paused and turned back. Sukuna was reclining on the bed, propping his head up while watching him. Gu silently tightened the towel around his waist and walked back into the bathroom. As he left, he heard a faint, mocking laugh. Sukuna, maintaining a stoic expression, gazed after him, who, with eyes wide open, defiantly fixed his stare on Sukuna. Though I am unaware of your dealings, I am no longer the person I once was. Should you dare to harm Gu, even cloaked in a human facade, I can assure you, we shall perish together. Sukuna scoffed, finding the dialogue amusingly absurd. Akin to an ant declaring its intention to crush an elephant. How considerate of you. Yet, that lad has never once considered relying on you in times of trouble. As for you, you are merely a toy, coddled like a cherished doll. Sukuna's words struck Hu, confronting the very truths he wished to avoid. He understood that Gu carried many secrets and that Gu always shielded him resolutely. But so what? As long as Gu remained safe, he could endure anything. He was, after all, Gu's guardian spirit. As long as Gu thrived, he would find joy. Foolish, Sukuna pronounced, casting the words at Hu, who stuck out his tongue defiantly. You have no say? Sukuna's hand tingled slightly, and he lifted it slightly. Just then, Gu, fully dressed, stepped out and looked at the still reclining Sukuna. Gu picked up the phone from the table, which contained a message from Wazuki sent the previous day. It was yet another concerning artificial curses. Gu frowned. Human modification was excessively. Sukuna stood behind Gu, observing the messages on the phone, and let out a cold laugh. Disgusting, whether in the past or present. Humanity remains equally repugnant. Gu nodded in agreement, not denying this fact. Chapter 72, Artificial Curses. Gu tucked the phone into his pocket. I'm heading out to eat. What about you? Sukuna raised an eyebrow, and then vanished from sight. Gu nodded, feeling content. Gu perched on Gu's shoulder, as Gu secured the umbrella behind him. Upon opening the door, Gu felt the warm sunlight enveloping him, a pleasant warmth indeed. Gu squinted against the brightness. The sun is splendid, it's perfect for another nap. He rubbed his stomach. I'm hungry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ding, ding, ding. As they were finishing their meal, everyone's phones chimed simultaneously. Everyone quickly retrieved their devices. Maki. It's a mission, widespread distribution. Curses have emerged simultaneously at research centers in the city center. Maki is paired with Inu Maki, Nobara with Mai, Panda with Shunpei, and Yuji with Gu, each heading to the laboratories in the city center. Yuji took a deep breath in the back seat of the vehicle. This feels like an unusually large commotion. Gu rubbed Hu's head and nodded. Something about this mission seems odd. Once all the students arrived at the scene, they stood at the central position of the laboratories. On the rooftop, the closed-eyed Sora pointed towards the east. He is headed for that laboratory. Director Kong nodded, taking Sora's hand as they leaped between the buildings. Idichi handed over the documents to Gu and the others. A sudden emergence of a grade 3 curse, with no hostages. Akin to what Mr. Wazuki encountered earlier. It's an artificial curse. Gu nodded. Yuji clenched the documents tightly. Let us go? Gu spoke, and together, Yuji and Gu entered the laboratory. The floor of the laboratory was already coated in a layer of frost. Yuji hugged his shoulders. It's a bit cold. Isn't it? An ice-type curse? Gu surveyed the surroundings cautiously, feeling a sense of restraint. Yes, it's you. A man's furious roar echoed from afar. Gu furrowed his brow, sensing vibrations beneath his feet. Sure enough, a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, came charging toward them. Its layers of flabby flesh jiggling with each stride. Draped like a skirt, it concealed the man's legs as it cascaded to the ground. Guyu gazed at the grotesquely transformed individual. Do you recognize us? Itadori's astonishment was palpable as he regarded the man, swiftly retrieving his phone to capture an image. The man's eyes, nestled within layers of flesh, immediately shielded his face upon noticing Itadori's actions, followed by an expression of indescribable rage. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and an icicle erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Itadori. Dodging the assault, Itadori scrutinized the photo he had taken. Indeed, he was human. The existence of such a transformed being was astonishing. Beside Guyu, a green energy flowed from the man's back. A sizzling sound echoed, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. Suin wrinkled his nose in distaste. The man's scent was the most unpalatable. The man bellowed in pain from the heat. He turned, extending his massive palm to strike Guyu. You again. The man's back was perfectly aligned with Itadori. Seizing the opportunity, Itadori dashed forward, firmly wrapping his arms around the man's, forcefully pinning them behind his back. The man writhed in fury, attempting to escape Itadori's grasp, yet his form diminished with every struggle. Guyu tilted his head, observing the man gradually regaining his composure. He seemed somewhat familiar. As he flew back, he scrutinized the man's face, pondering for a moment. This appeared to be the robber from that alley, the very one Itadori had thoroughly beaten. A fragment of memory surfaced in Guyu's mind. It indeed seemed to be him. Itadori, carrying the unconscious man, turned to Guyu. Is he the robber? Guyu nodded. Let's take him out and hand him over to Mr. Ijiro. Itadori nodded in agreement and proceeded to exit with the man slung over his shoulder. At the entrance, Ijiro looked on in astonishment as the duo emerged barely 5 minutes after entering. Have you resolved it? Itadori shifted the weight of the man on his back and responded affirmatively. Ijiro rubbed his hands together. Since you were so quick, there's actually a shortage of personnel. A nearby laboratory remains unattended. After placing the robber in the vehicle, Itadori suggested, let's head there now. Ijiro turned to Guyu, who shrugged. It's not like we're not being compensated. Let's go. With that, they swiftly relocated. By the time Director Kong and Kong arrived at the laboratory, it was already deserted. Director Kong massaged the throbbing vein on his temple. That useless fool couldn't even hold on for 5 minutes. Truly a waste of my elixirs. Kong assessed the direction Itadori had taken. The nearest laboratory is to the south. Number 3 should hold out a bit longer. Let's hurry. Director Kong ceased his curses and seized Kong by the collar, hastening toward that direction. Meanwhile, Guyu and Itadori had already entered the laboratory. Guyu glanced over the documents, which pertained to animal research. Itadori surveyed his surroundings. I can't detect any residual filth or cursed energy. The laboratory was vast. And if they were to search layer by layer, Itadori decided to refrain from using his cursed energy. He had another approach. Obediently, Itadori suppressed his cursed energy. A green luminescence enveloped Guyu, and flowers erupted from the ground, spreading outward. As the blossoms flourished, a blood-curdling scream echoed from above. Itadori gave Guyu a thumbs up. Guyu, brushing back his hair, exhibited no pride as he ascended the stairs. A diminutive, emaciated figure, with eyes that were unnaturally large, cowered in a corner, an artificial curse. Trembling with fear as she helplessly covered her face with her hands, gazing at the two intruders as if they were the true villains. Itadori attempted to convey kindness to the girl. Don't be afraid. She seems to be a minor, right? Clenching his fists. Itadori fumed at the scoundrels who would even prey upon children. Guyu, however, remained largely unfazed. She is an artificial curse. What you see is merely her altered appearance. The true form can only be revealed post-treatment. He approached the artificial curse. The girl shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Don't be afraid. We are here to rescue you. Observing her terror, Itadori offered solace from the side. Guyu had reached the girl, raising his hand. The girl gaped in horror. Ah! Her piercing scream, laced with cursed energy, reverberated throughout the laboratory. Guyu momentarily faltered, preparing to strike the girl unconscious. With a sharp snap, the sound of fingers snapping echoed, and the girl's tongue fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed end. Her pallid face widened in terror, her already large eyes becoming even more haunting. Guyu shook his head, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. The green energy surged between them. Itadori, on the other hand, bled from his ears, having collapsed on the floor, overwhelmed. Seeing the girl had returned to normal, Guyu moved to Itadori's side, the green radiance illuminating them both. Itadori shook his head still throbbed painfully. Chapter 73, Red Light. Crash. Hisses. A vial emitting white smoke was hurled into the room. Itadori instinctively covered his mouth and nose, swiftly kicking the vial away. Who is it? As more vials were tossed in, Guyu quietly urged Itadori, feign unconsciousness. They both collapsed to the side. Once the three lay still, Director Kong and Kong entered, donning gas masks. I thought we might need an extra layer of security, Kong remarked, observing the trio on the ground. Director Kong scoffed. These sorcerers only ever focus on curses. Modern technology is effective against them every time. Kong kicked the cornered girl, surprised by her utility, as she had delayed them for a while. As he prepared to apply force, Director Kong lifted Itadori's arm. We've been with him for a while. It's more important to take him back. Kong clicked his tongue, retracting his foot. Just as they were about to leave, he noticed the black markings on Guyu's wrist. Squinting, he crouched down and rolled up Guyu's sleeve, revealing the complete black mark. This pattern. Shall we go? Director Kong urged. Kong hesitated but ultimately lifted Guyu as well. At that moment, Director Kong had no objections, quietly carrying Itadori as they exited the laboratory. Ijiro observed the vanishing shadow of the laboratory, internally giving a thumbs up. It seemed this curse had been resolved smoothly. Itadori and Guyu are incredible. Once back at their research base, Director Kong finally exhaled, glancing at Kong with confusion. Why bring him back? Kong raised Guyu's hand. Look at the black markings on his wrist. Director Kong furrowed his brow. It was merely a resemblance. Kong lifted Guyu onto the experimental table, restraining each of his limbs meticulously. The collaboration of multiple sorcerers in research could indeed yield fruitful results. Let us proceed. Director Kong no longer lingered on this matter. The two of them carried Itadori to another room. With a click, the door was locked. Guyu's eyes snapped open, fixating on the small charm dangling from his belt. From it, a figure emerged. Ho! The silhouette drifted out from the charm. Xiaoyu. Guyu struggled against his bindings. Ho raised the scythe in his hand, and with swift strokes, he severed the bindings on Guyu's limbs, leaving them in fragments upon the bed. Shaking his wrists, Guyu crouched by the door, attuned to the sounds around him. Itadori had also been restrained. The two carefully donned their work attire, affixing instruments to Itadori's chest, preparing to dismantle a fresh syringe. Itadori quietly opened his eyes, glancing at the syringe in Director Kang's hand, a chill coursing through him. Was he able to act now? As the two began to turn, Itadori summoned all his strength. With a series of sharp snaps, he broke free from his bindings. He rolled off the table, warily observing the two in front of him. Director Kong exchanged a glance with Kong. Kong tilted his head, looking at Director Kong with a resigned expression, knowing he was unreliable. Director Kong shot a glance at Itadori, signaling Kong to take charge. Itadori remained vigilant, watching the two. Kong tossed his hair back and turned to face Itadori, a crimson glow igniting in his eyes. Itadori stared into Kong's eyes, entranced, yet unable to look away. Kong smiled, the brilliance in his gaze intensifying. He extended his hand. Come here. Itadori stood dazed, watching Kong. Kong beckoned with his fingers. Good boy, come closer. The light slowly faded from Itadori's eyes as he approached Kong, devoid of focus. Kong patted Itadori's head. Good boy. You're tired, aren't you? Itadori blinked sleepily. Kong nodded. Yes, it's time to sleep. With that, Itadori's eyes fluttered shut as he succumbed to slumber. Kong caught Itadori's falling body, gently placing him back on the experimental table. He lifted his hand, elegantly adjusting his gloves. Now, we can proceed. Director Kong raised the syringe in his hand. Clang. Crash. The glass door was violently shattered. Guyu stood at the threshold, retracting his foot and brushing off the dust from his legs. Kong clicked his tongue, offering Guyu a gentle smile as he extended his hand. Good boy. Guyu frowned but advanced nonetheless. He lifted his leg and kicked Kong against the wall. They were not familiar. Director Kong observed Kong, who lay against the wall, his brow furrowing tightly, as if he could crush a fly with his expression. It was said that only one was needed. Why must there be complications? Returning the syringe to the tray, Director Kong extended his hand toward Guyu, grasping his neck tightly from a distance. Ho raised the scythe in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he swung down. With a resounding clang, just as Ho struck, a green line appeared at Director Kang's waist, abruptly yanking him backward into the wall. Ho's strike missed its mark. The green line tightly ensnared both of them. Guyu withdrew his hand, approaching the surgical table. He patted Itadori's face. Wake up. Itadori waved his hand groggily. Let me sleep a bit longer. I'm so tired. Guyu exhaled onto his fingers and then firmly flicked Itadori's forehead. Ouch. Itadori cradled his forehead, sitting up abruptly. Guyu concealed his hands behind his back. You're awake now. Itadori lowered his arms, glancing around. What was I just doing? Was it a dream? Guyu casually fabricated an excuse. However, Itadori pointed at the two on the ground. Let us go see if there are any artificial curses left. With that, Guyu turned and stepped out first. Ho followed closely behind, observing Guyu's despondent state. Didn't you say we couldn't harm humans? Ho scratched his head. Protecting Xiao Yu is the priority. Itadori surveyed the eerie laboratory, swallowing hard. Guyu, wait for me. At the entrance of the laboratory, Idichi held his phone, a tearful expression on his face. Mr. Gojo, what's wrong? Gojo Satoru inquired, puzzled. Idichi slumped further. Itadori-kun and Guyu-kun have vanished. The account has been opened, indicating that the curse has been resolved. Yet, waiting for the two children to emerge is futile. He took the initiative to enter. On the third floor, he discovered the unconscious victims and 4 vials of anesthetics. Undoubtedly, the two must have been captured. Upon hearing Idichi's account, Gojo Satoru's voice turned cold. Prepare for my secret execution. Idichi was genuinely on the verge of tears. Mr. Gojo, let us find them first. There's no room for jokes at a time like this. Ha ha ha. Gojo Satoru's cheerful laughter echoed from the other end of the phone. Those two possess cursed energy that originates from Sukuna. There's no way anesthetics could affect them. Guyu must have some plan. As for Yuji, he is likely the one cooperating. Idichi sighed in relief, wiping his eyes. That is truly wonderful. Idichi, you. Gojo Satoru paused, a hint of suspicion lacing his tone. You're not really crying, are you? Idichi sniffled. How could I? I just have a bit of a cold. How could a man of my stature cry? Gojo Satoru raised an eyebrow, lamenting, what a shame I'm not by Idichi's side right now. Idichi's expression softened. Is Mr. Gojo trying to comfort him? After all this time, would he finally witness a day when Idichi could express such emotions? Otherwise, he could capture Idichi's crying face and tease him about it every day. Gojo Satoru completed his thought. You owe me my sentiment. Idichi's expression transformed back to impassivity in an instant. Since they're both fine, I'll take the victims to find Miss Shoko. With that, Idichi hung up the phone, blissfully squinting his eyes. Although he might be reprimanded next time, the feeling of hanging up on Mr. Gojo was quite satisfying. Gojo Satoru stared at the disconnected phone call, chuckling softly. Looks like you've grown braver.